In the year 1517 of the sea calendar, the traveler Lan Yu returned to the East Country after wandering in the world of One Piece for over 3 years. As soon as he disembarked, he learned that his father was gravely ill and wanted to see him to discuss his last wishes. It turned out that this illness was contracted by his father during his youth at sea, and now Lan Yu had to ascend to the throne immediately. Even more astonishing was the revelation that he belonged to the D clan. In the year 1517 of the sea calendar, at the dock of the East Country in the new world of the Grand Line. Wow, who would have thought that I would be out there for over 3 years? Lan Yu jumped off the ship and looked around at the unchanged surroundings, unable to suppress his emotions. He was a traveler, having crossed over to the world of One Piece. Born in the East Country in the New World in 1498, this country did not exist in the original work. He was born after a difficult labor, and his mother, the princess of the East Country, risked her life to ensure he survived, naming him Monkey Lan Yu. Monkey is the royal surname, and Lan Yu is derived from his mother's hope that he would possess the freedom of the blue sky. His father, the king, was a lovesick man, and after his mother's death, he did not remarry, making Lan Yu the only prince and the rightful heir to the throne. At the age of 12 or 13, he wanted to go out to sea. Who wouldn't want to experience the wonders of the pirate world as a traveler? But at that time, he lacked the strength, and both the king and the higher-ups restrained him, as he was the only heir, and if anything happened to him, the royal family would be doomed. Lan Yu was not foolish. Running around without strength was equivalent to delivering himself to death. So he trained fiercely and learned hockey, significantly increasing his strength. Later, after persistent pleading, the king finally relented when he was 15 or 16 and allowed him to go to sea with a well-known pirate, none other than red-haired Shanks. He spent a year on Shanks' ship as an intern, met various prominent figures, and after understanding his own strength, he left and wandered for another 2 years. He had intended to continue enjoying himself, but was called back due to urgent matters. Welcome back, Prince Lan Yu. The captain of the guards, Silico, had been waiting there with his men, and upon seeing Lan Yu, he knelt on one knee. Lan Yu frowned. Silico, it's been 3 years, and you're still kneeling? Didn't I tell you? No more kneeling. Your Highness, I appreciate your kindness, but the rules cannot be broken, Silico replied with a cold expression. Lan Yu shook his head. With that poker face of yours, it's been 3 years, and you still haven't changed. How are you supposed to find a partner? The ladies will Silico interjected directly. Your Highness, this is not the time for such matters. Please go to the palace. His Majesty doesn't have much time left. All right. Lan Yu's expression darkened. My father was fine 3 years ago. How did he suddenly become gravely ill? If it were a natural illness, it would be one thing, but if someone dared to harm him, it'll make them regret ever coming into this world. This was the very reason he had returned. Before leaving, he turned back and said, by the way, there's a little mouse on the ship. I came and sent someone to fetch it. Understood, Silico replied. Sitting in the carriage, Lan Yu lifted the curtain and looked outside. It's been over 3 years, and not only has the dock remained unchanged, but the city's prosperity hasn't diminished at all. While it seemed prosperous, a stagnation over 3 years posed a significant problem for a country. This situation was related to the island where the East Country was located. Just offshore were rocky reefs, and a ship could easily be wrecked if it strayed, even slightly. Therefore, outsiders could hardly enter, but the people of the East Country could go out. There was a complex route through the reefs, known only to the royal family, high-ranking officials, and a few civilians. To go out to sea, the citizens needed approval, or they could join the national fleet, but no one applied. The national fleet had gone out less than 20 times in 3 years, averaging less than once a year. They could only fish a kilometer or 2 out. Anything farther was too dangerous. Thus, the East Country relied solely on internal development, lacking new things and new talents, resulting in stagnation, just as Lan Yu saw now, with 3 years of no change. Prince Lan Yu, you've finally returned. Minister Simon was waiting at the entrance of the king's residence, and upon seeing Lan Yu disembark, he hurried over. How is my father? Lan Yu went straight to the point. Time is short. We were just waiting for your return to discuss the arrangements, Simon sighed. Lan Yu frowned. What's going on? Just a while ago, he was fine during our last communication. How did he suddenly become unwell? The specifics, His Majesty wants to tell you himself. All right then. Lan Yu sighed as he entered, while Simon remained a few meters away at the door. Father, I'm back. Lan Yu sat by the bedside when alone. The father and son interacted like an ordinary family. Looking at his father's pale and frail appearance, Lan Yu felt a pang in his heart. He used to be so strong and imposing. Lan Yu, you've matured. His father placed his hand on Lan Yu's. Father, what happened to you? Is someone? Lan Yu placed his other hand over his father's. Don't think too much. There aren't that many traders in the East Country. His father gently shook his head. This is an illness I contracted during my youth at sea. suppressed for so many years. It acted up once before you went out to sea. At that time, I sensed something was wrong and wanted you to gain experience before ascending the throne, which is why I let you go. Now it can't be suppressed anymore. It'll likely be meeting your mother soon. Lanyu grew anxious. The doctors in the East Country are inadequate. Let's find someone from outside. It's useless. Even the best doctors overseas can't cure it. Otherwise, how could Roger have chosen to die to create the era of great pirates? His father smiled slightly. Upon hearing Roger and the era of great pirates, Lanyu's pupils constricted. Roger? The Pirate King Roger? Yes. His father nodded. Weren't you curious about how I knew Shanks? Let me tell you now, I was once on Roger's ship in my youth, wearing a mask to conceal my identity. Known only to those on the ship, Shanks was one of the crew members at that time. My illness is the same as what Roger had, but mine is milder, allowing me to live until now. But ultimately, I can't escape. Perhaps this is the fate of our D clan. Every time we try to make a change, fate loves to play tricks on us, his father said self-deprecatingly. Our D clan? Lanyu Squin Teddy's father having been on Roger's ship was already shocking enough. And now, there was this bombshell. Exactly. His father nodded. You'll be the king in the future. And there are some things you need to know. The royal family of the East Country and most of the citizens are actually from the D clan. Your full name should be Monkey D. Lanyu. Or rather, the Monkey clan was originally called the Mani, and they changed their name to hide the D from the world government. This Lanyu felt like he was about to explode from the revelations. First Roger, then the D clan. And now Mani, could he have some connection to that extraordinary guy? His father seemed to sense what he was thinking and smiled. After being at sea for over 3 years, you must know the naval hero Carp, right? Monkey D. Carp. If he hadn't changed his name by the family tree, he would be my cousin from 3 generations back. And you must know the Revolutionary Army's dragon too, right? He's also considered your cousin. Got it. Lanyu understood by lineage. He was Luffy's uncle. His father continued. The East Country was originally called the Dawn Country, a nation of the D clan, and it changed its name and moved to this rocky island to evade the world government. Now we know the routes in and out, but to avoid exposure, we rarely interact with the outside world. So that's how it is. Lanyu did know, wonder the royal family knew the routes, but didn't engage in trade. They were afraid of being targeted by the world government, sending troops to attack. He wanted to complain that after staying here for so long, he didn't even know he carried the D. It was absurd. Although we are semi-closed off, we have many connections with other D clans in the outside world, who send lonely people to us, bringing some new vitality to the country. Carp and Dragon are among them, and the contact information is in the royal treasury. Lanyu inquired, connections with Dragon? Does that mean the Revolutionary Army is also related to us? Of course. His father smiled. If Dragon were doing anything else, the East Country might not help, but if it's against the world government, how could our D clan sit idly by? His father then spoke about the matters of the East Country. Although the country was semi-closed, its thoughts were not stagnant. The rules, while deeply rooted, tended to lean towards openness. Otherwise, it would have been like Wano Country, with many wanting to escape long ago. Sure, it's not that we're completely against going out to sea. You can apply if you want to go, but once you leave, you must never mention the Kingdom of the East. However, if you go out to sea alone, since you have to do everything yourself, most follow the Dragon. Having a boss means you can also engage with the world government, which is more enjoyable than being a pirate or a navy, right? There are also a small number who follow Carp. After chatting for a while, my father's expression turned serious. Let me say one last thing. Do not go exploring the past of the D clan. Until you have absolute power, don't delve into matters from hundreds of years ago. Even if you want to investigate, it's futile. Our ancestors destroyed many things to make us forget the past and look to the future. The most important thing for you now is to develop the Kingdom of the East well. I understand. I nodded. Even if my father didn't say it, I wouldn't be foolish enough to poke a hornet's nest before I had the strength to confront the world government. Now, for the last matter, my father tightened his grip on my hand. You say. I also gripped my father's hand tightly. Today, you will ascend to the throne. So soon? But father, I was taken aback. I had just returned and was being asked to take the throne directly. We can't delay. Everything has been arranged, just waiting for your return. Once we've settled everything, you can take the throne. My father waved his hand. I've said what needed to be said. Call Simon in. But no but. Do you want me to leave feeling uneasy? My father's tone became a bit stern. All right. I was afraid of making him angry and hurting his health, so I could only go out to call Simon. When Simon came in and heard a few words from my father, he took me to the prepared place. As soon as we arrived at the high platform, the square below erupted in cheers. It's Prince Lanyu. He's back. It's been over 3 years. Ever since the king fell ill, I've been anxious with the prince back. We have a backbone. He's become more handsome and mature. Which girl will become the princess? The crowd waved their hands joyfully, and I smiled and waved back. Why are the king and the royal family of the kingdom of the East so beloved? It's because they are down to earth. Before going out to sea, I often mingled with the common people to chat about everyday life, although there were some things I couldn't do. Just relying on my rich culinary skills won over the whole nation before I crossed over. I was a foodie, and I asked chefs to replicate recipes if they were 90 similar. That was enough. In this country, where there is little communication with the outside world, the people love new things, and since food is paramount, new delicacies directly made me a national idol. Simon, do we really have to ascend to the throne now? I looked at Simon. Thousands of people in the audience whispered. With so many people waiting, Your Majesty, do you think there could be a fake? Simon countered from now on. You are the king of the Eastern Kingdom. Although it's a bit rushed and you haven't prepared a speech, please feel free to express yourself. Lan Yu, being hurried onto the stage is one thing, but without a script, how can I express myself? He took a deep breath. There were image phone bugs all around, and more than half the country was watching. He could only go for it. Standing up high, Lan Yu just started speaking. Hello everyone, I am. The audience erupted. No need to introduce yourself. We all know you. You should be called Your Majesty. Your Majesty, we've been waiting for you to create new delicacies for 3 years. Now that you're king, keep it up. Make life more interesting. Before Lan Yu could say much, the audience was already hyped up. The delicacies he had created before had been thoroughly enjoyed over the past 3 years. Now that he was back as king, and likely to stay in the Eastern Kingdom for a long time, what did that mean? Good food was coming. Just then, a voice suddenly popped into Lan Yu's mind. Gained 1 million reputation, synthesis system activated. Lan Yu chuckled, shaking his head and jokingly scolding. After mixing in this world for so long, I thought I'd have to rely on myself in the future. But it turns out just ascending to the throne activates the system. Where was this before? If it had come earlier, how many big things could I have accomplished? This synthesis system needs reputation to activate. The host has only just gathered enough now. The system actually replied. Oh, it can chat too? Lan Yu was taken aback, but then realized, wait, with over 1 million people in the Eastern Kingdom, even if each one gives me 1 reputation a year for over a decade, it should have surpassed 1 million by now. I've been out at sea for 3 years, and I've issued bounties several times. How can my reputation be just this little? Only those who know the host can generate reputation, and each person can only give it once a year. The other party has to remember you for it to count. The system explained, previously you accumulated over 10 million reputation, but the system drained it all to activate itself when it brought you here. Now that you've ascended, with all the citizens of the Eastern Kingdom watching, you finally gathered 1 million, and the system officially activated. Got it. So you're a capital investment in the group. Lan Yu understood. Indeed, the people of the Eastern Kingdom had given him over 10 million reputation over the years. But he had always worn a mask while at sea, so outsiders recognized him by his alias, not his true identity. What a waste. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn a mask and could have built up reputation openly. With the system in place, he could have stood up to the world government in just 2 or 3 years. Then what abilities do you have? Lan Yu asked. The system directly threw a facial expression and replied, please look at the full name of the system. Lan Yu, I know it's called the synthesis system, but how does the synthesis work specifically? Seeing that Lan Yu looked frustrated, the system continued, in the spirit of quality service. Let me explain. All right, go ahead. Lan Yu thought. Aren't normal systems usually cold and unfeeling? This one even has a service attitude. Synthesis system. Just one function. Use reputation to combine 2 items into a new item. The new item's abilities depend on the advantages of the original materials. There are 3 types of synthesis. Million reputation grand synthesis, 100 success rate, 100,000 medium synthesis, 50, and 10,000 small synthesis, 10. Is the effect of synthesis powerful? For example, can 2 broken guns be combined into a weapon powerful enough to blow up a large ship? Lan Yu pressed on. Don't underestimate synthesis. 2 junk flintlock guns could potentially create an island-destroying artifact. The system replied, the better the raw materials, the more explosive the effect. The million synthesis effect will definitely be better than the 10,000 one. You'll know exactly how after you synthesize it yourself. Also, if you use the same materials for synthesis the first time and after, there's an 80 chance of producing the same item. So think carefully before synthesizing. If the materials are unique, be cautious about which synthesis method to choose. Don't waste it. By the way, this million reputation is startup capital, not spent. So you can now do 1 million grand synthesis or 10 medium synthesis. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Seeing Lan Yu staring blankly at the crowd, Simon quietly reminded him from behind. Oh, Lan Yu came to his senses. He had been chatting with the system and almost forgot the important matters. But he quickly asked in his heart, synthesis system, Can it create medicine to cure my father? I've warned you not to underestimate me. Then that's good. Although I know the rest way. The coronation ceremony is ready and the people are here. I can't just drop the ball. Wan Yu thought. First, let us get this done. And once I cure my father, I'll return the throne to him. Apologies, everyone, I got lost in thought just now, Wan Yu said into the microphone. Then he quickly picked some short and impactful words to liven up the atmosphere. Now that he had the system, he just wanted to leave quickly. Once the speech was over, he waved goodbye and left. Simon, gather all the medicines in the country, Wan Yu commanded as he walked toward his father's residence. Simon shook his head. Your Majesty, it's useless. We've tried it long ago, and it didn't work on the former Majesty. I have a new method. Wan Yu thought. What in this world can't be explained by the devil fruit? Just make up any capability for the system. Even the best methods are too late. Simon sighed. What do you mean? Wan Yu stopped and squinted at him. Something fell off. The former Majesty has been holding on, waiting for your return to the throne. Once he saw you ascend, he was finally at ease to leave. As soon as those words came out, Wan Yu's pupils shrank suddenly, and he rushed madly towards his father's residence. Upon arrival, he saw people handling the aftermath. Entering the room and seeing his father's peaceful appearance, he clenched his fist and punched the ground, causing his fist to sink directly into it. The people around were startled, but they all understood the situation and didn't dare to approach. Why? It was just a little bit more. I clearly found something that could cure him. Wan Yu hated himself. If only he had returned an hour earlier, or even a day, his father would have been saved. Yet he left just when he ascended the throne. After calming down a bit, Wan Yu asked in his heart, "Can you create something to resurrect him?" The system initially wanted to retort, "I told you not to underestimate me." But seeing the scene, it changed its words. "Yes, but your father looks so peaceful and clearly has no regrets. Is resurrection really a good thing? Moreover, it's not recommended to resurrect now. You understand the reason. Wait until you have absolute power, and you can even bring your mother back together." Huh. Wan Yu took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. All right, he understood. Resurrecting someone without power would definitely cause trouble. Even if he was the new king, human hearts are unpredictable. The noise from Wan Yu punching the ground earlier attracted General Phoenix of the Eastern Kingdom. He walked in and stood beside him. The former Majesty passed away just as you ascended the throne. Isn't this the best inheritance? The former Majesty wanted you to bring back what you've seen from outside to make the Eastern Kingdom stronger, not to see you crying. Oof. Phoenix, I say you can't find a wife because of your poor choice of words. Who is crying? Wan Yu pulled his hand back, adjusted his emotions, and stood up, rolling his eyes at him. Anyway, that's just a sad look. It fits your description. Phoenix shrugged. I'm convinced by you. Wan Yu was speechless. This over 40 single man had such peculiar wording that no girl would pay him any attention. Wan Yu asked, "Do you all know my father doesn't have much time left?" "Yes. We didn't say it to let you ascend the throne peacefully." Phoenix didn't beat around the bush. Seriously, Wan Yu sighed. This made him unable to accompany his father on his last journey. A few days later, the new king's ascension should be celebrated. But the former king's passing caught the people off guard. Everyone thought he was just seriously ill and didn't expect him to leave like this. Wan Yu wanted to keep it simple as his father wished, but the old king had a good reputation, and people voluntarily kept vigil, leading to a black and white situation across the country. In the royal administrative palace, having dealt with his father's affairs, it was time to focus on important matters. Wan Yu glanced out the window at the black and white scene and looked at the two devil fruits on the table. One was unknown, and the other was the infamous but discarded door fruit. If we're talking about the safest abilities in the pirate world, the mirror and door fruits are absolutely among them. They can open alternate spaces where no one can find you. But the mirror fruit was eaten by Charlotte Bro, and from the beginning, Wan Yu had his eyes on the door fruit, developing it would have the flavor of Hokage's Kimui, with functions like hiding, escaping, ambushing, and infiltrating all maxed out. With the relationship with the red-haired pirates and his own efforts, he finally got it. The other one was given by the red-haired crew, who said the ability was top-notch, and since they couldn't find the door fruit, they just gifted it to him without specifying the exact ability. But now that there's a synthesis system, why choose? Just combine for something stronger. Let us see what kind of powerful item these two can create. Come on, system, let us do this. Wan Yu picked up the fruits. Both are unique, no wasting. Directly a million reputation, big synthesis. No problem. In an instant, the two fruits disappeared. A message popped up in his mind. Synthesis in progress. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Synthesis complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Dimension Gate. With this gate, You can travel to other dimensional worlds. This, Lan Yu's eyes widened. Is this the dimension gate I was thinking of? That's right. It's a gate that can traverse various dimensions. The system replied, the door fruit has the ability to traverse alternate spaces, and the other one is a teleportation fruit. Combining them results in this dimension gate. Lan Yu was delighted. So that was the teleportation fruit. What a huge profit. It's a perfect match with the door fruit. Looks like I hit the jackpot. Although Lan Yu didn't know the exact effects of the teleportation fruit, it was definitely not bad if the red-haired pirates praised it. However, I was really surprised that these two devil fruits combined to form the dimension gate. Lan Yu was ecstatic. Now, not just in the Pirate King world, he could go anywhere. Just a reminder, the dimension gate is extremely powerful, very energy-consuming. You can only use it once a year with your current strength, and it's random. Of course, as your strength increases, the interval will shorten, and you can also spend reputation. 10,000 for random, 100,000 for one of three choices, and 1,000,000 for a specified one. Alright, this surprise is a bit discounted, but it's still okay. Lan Yu slapped his forehead. Does this system have a fixed reputation? The items synthesized still require reputation. But reputation is convenient. Making him wait a year? Impossible. Another reminder, once you've been to a world, you don't need to spend reputation to travel back and forth. That is more like it. Otherwise, if you trade in a world, you'd waste reputation going back and forth, and the earnings wouldn't cover the costs. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Synthesis system. Lan Yu felt calling it the synthesis system was too formal. Doesn't it have a name? Which system has a name? As soon as he said that, Lan Yu could feel the disdain. All right then, can I give you one? Forget it. You wouldn't come up with a good one anyway, just some little synthesis, little completion, little system stuff. Lan Yu. You guessed it. But calling it the synthesis system isn't good either, right? Give me some face. Call me Big Brother Synthesis. Fine, from now on, I'll call you Big Brother Synthesis. Lan Yu smiled. This title is quite impressive. He then asked, Big Brother Synthesis? How much reputation do I have left? It can't just be that 1 million, right? You still have over 20,000. The people from the eastern country in remote areas haven't given theirs yet, but there's not much left. Not bad. Over 20,000 is enough for 2 random trips to other worlds. Even if I can set sail now, Lan Yu has to weigh it. His identity has changed. Doing big things to earn reputation? Afraid of being exposed as from the eastern country when his strength isn't enough is not a good thing. Currently, only people from the eastern country can give him reputation. Most people gave it when he ascended, and the rest don't know he's the king. At most a few thousand more. This over 20,000 is a pleasant surprise. Earning reputation in other worlds without affecting the safety of the eastern country. Perfect. Lan Yu then asked, how do I use the dimension gate? It has already fused with your body. You can open it by using reputation. As simple as opening the door with the door fruit. That is too convenient. Lan Yu laughed. Originally planning to be a king and develop step by step. Now, with the system and the dimension gate, why go step by step? That would be foolish. In the future, it's about whether to develop by rocket or by plane, depending on what I synthesize and what world I go to. Just as Lan Yu was thinking of trying to randomly see which world he would end up in, a knock at the door suddenly sounded. Come in. Lan Yu glanced at the door and said. Minister Simon entered and saluted. Your Majesty Lan Yu, the matter regarding the former monarch has been resolved. And there is an important matter that requires your handling. What matter? Lan Yu asked as he sat down. Your marriage. Simon was straightforward. No rush, I'm only 19. Lan Yu shook his head, thinking to discuss it a few years later. It must be urgent. It concerns the royal succession. Simon said sternly. The royal family has only you, and the earlier you establish a consort and have children, the better it is for the eastern country. The royal family of the eastern country has been passed down for 3 generations, and the population is very sparse. There were a few descendants in his great-grandfather's generation, but now they're just nobles and not familiar with Lan Yu. I really am not in a hurry. Lan Yu didn't want to be delayed in doing big things. He was busy and had no time to get to know women. Simon was prepared. No need to get to know. There's a ready-made one. It's the one you brought back. I brought one? Lan Yu was confused. He had no memory of that. Simon reminded. Sir Slicer delivered a woman to the palace, as you instructed. Lan Yu instantly understood. That little mouse. It wasn't easy to handle at sea. Turns out it was a woman? Why did I let Slicer handle it? And she ended up in the palace. She has a special identity and is a perfect match for you. Simon smiled. How special? Simon called out, come in. 2 soldiers led in a woman and then withdrew. Her specialness. I don't need to introduce, right? Simon gestured. Lanya looked closely at her appearance and was shocked. It turned out to be Nico Robin. What incredible luck. Although the eastern country is closed off, news still trickles in, so it's not surprising that Simon recognizes Robin. As a survivor from O'Hara, her identity is special, and with a bounty of over 70 million, we're not afraid. Lanyu spread his hands, but there are no feelings. How can I agree to a marriage without love? Just marry first, love later. If it doesn't work out, we could divorce. Simon was indifferent. Robin, can you consider me? Why are you pushing so hard? Lanyu frowned. Simon is loyal, but he must be hiding something. The former monarch's task. You must marry this year. Simon revealed. There's still over half a year. Why the rush? You have it, I don't. Robin spoke, and Simon added, if you don't marry, I'll be killed. This. Lanyu was shocked. Usually gentle. He being so ruthless? Our eastern country doesn't take unnecessary trouble. Especially someone like her, who is targeted by the world government and understands ancient texts. Minister Simon stared at Lanyu. But if the trouble becomes one of our own, then it's not trouble. Your Majesty, her life is in your hands. Either marry her or kill her. There's no third option. Understanding ancient texts is a treasure. Even if the eastern country doesn't need it, we can't let the world government or other forces get their hands on it. Simon, oh Simon. Lanyu shook his head helplessly. If it weren't for knowing his loyalty in the task at hand, he would really think he had ulterior motives. Simon knew it was not surprising that Robin understood ancient texts. After Lanyu ascended the throne, he learned that the eastern country had an overseas intelligence team that specialized in digging up unreported information from newspapers, monitoring the movements of the world government, and stirring up trouble at the first sign of something wrong to protect the country's secrets. Otherwise, if they relied solely on hiding, they would have been found long ago. Even if he has to marry this year, it doesn't necessarily have to be her, right? Lanyu waved his hand at Robin. Fine, just deal with her now, then notify the whole country that His Majesty is selecting a consort. Simon was direct enough. Lanyu, I'm in awe. He is pushing him too. Lanyu waved his hand to let Simon leave. You go first. I'll talk to her. Good. As Simon turned to leave, he shot Robin a glare. Remember what I said? Once Simon left, Lanyu let Robin sit on the opposite sofa. How did you end up on my ship? I just arrived at the first half of the Grand Line and heard that your ship is going to the New World. Out of curiosity, I secretly followed to see what's different from the first half. Robin smiled bitterly, and in the end, her curiosity got her into trouble. Do you want to leave? Blue asked. Robin is the beautiful character in the plot. He doesn't want to be harsh and doesn't want to marry, so he can only let her slip away. Do I have a choice? Robin sighed. That minister just warned me that this is the eastern country of a D-clan, and it's clear they want to let me go. If I leave, I might leak information, especially to the world government. Do you think I can leave? She never thought that one moment of curiosity would trap her, and she didn't expect that there was a country where the D-clan was gathered in the world. Making escape impossible. Aren't you good at pretending? Why not pretend again this time and find a chance to slip away? Blue directly pointed out. You know, others can't be unaware of it. This trick won't work. Robin said flatly, I used to pretend and betray just to survive. But in the new world, my bounty isn't worth much. The eastern country is what the world government really wants to deal with. So this place is perfect for me. No need to fear being sold or abandoned. No need for betrayal. Actually, after meeting Blue, Robin had made up her mind. After chatting with Simon, she realized that aside from being forced, this was exactly the place she had been dreaming of. No need to worry about bounties and the world government. And there was a place that dared to confront the world government for her. This was the first time. The eastern country itself is special and inherently at odds with the world government. Even without Robin, if discovered, a battle would still break out. So why stay in such a secretive good place and go out to continue being betrayed and abandoned? Robin didn't want to suffer that anymore. She also wanted to find someone to rely on. So you want to stay? Blue raised an eyebrow. If you stay, you have to marry me. You can compromise to live, but I don't want to be forced. Just as Simon said, love comes after marriage. If there's no feeling, you could divorce me. Luckily, Blue is young and handsome. Robin could accept that. If it were a bald, greasy old man, she would want to die. Do you really think that if I divorce you without feelings, your next life will be better? Blue reminded her. I know. So I will work hard to develop real feelings. It's good for both of us. You have a beloved princess, and I have a real support. Robin's expression was very serious. Why force yourself? Blue crossed his arms. If you really want to leave, I can order it. No one would dare to stop you. And secretly there won't be any trouble. He is not the kind of person who can't move when he sees a beautiful woman. Without feelings, no matter how beautiful, it's just eye candy. As a partner? Forget it. Besides, I've seen plenty of beauties when I was a prince. I'm immune now. You can let me go, but outside and here, which do you think I would choose? Robin sighed. Going out would mean living in fear, guarding against passers-by, the Navy, and the world government. She just wanted to live a normal life. Staying here, sacrificing this little bit, what's that? When there are feelings, it's not a sacrifice. It's a gain. Am I really that unlikable? Robin was a bit angry. I'm a woman willing to compromise. You as a man would lose nothing by accepting. You are the king and can marry another princess. Anyway, I only have two choices. Marry you or be taken down by the eastern country. Your Majesty Blue. Make your choice. She was all in. Either live well or die. This. Blue shook his head. If it were a stranger, who would he care about life or death? But Robin is someone he knows. Killing her would be too regrettable. Sigh, what a double standard. All right. After thinking for a moment, since she was so proactive, not agreeing would seem unmanly. If he wanted to live, he would give her this opportunity. Robin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. She was scared, thinking he was going to be ruthless. Next, they would have to cultivate feelings properly. Blue always felt that Minister Simon had become impatient, or perhaps the eastern country was already well prepared. The day after he agreed, he married Robin. The scene was set, and people gathered. It didn't look like it could be done in a day. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Happy wedding. What a pity. I still wanted to introduce my friend S. daughter to you. Me too. I wanted to introduce my second aunt S. granddaughter S. friend. Looks like there's no chance to make money as a matchmaker. Who said that? If this time is gone, there will be another chance. Our Majesty is so outstanding. He can't be like the previous king, just one child. At the wedding banquet, representatives from all walks of life lined up to toast Blue, saying a few auspicious words before quickly retreating. There were too many people on the scene, and everyone understood that they couldn't occupy the king's presence. After dealing with all the guests, Blue grabbed Simon, who had just come over. Honestly, did you prepare this in advance? Of course. It was arranged 2 days in advance, and I had to push Robin to agree. Simon didn't hide it at all. Agree? It was clearly forced. Blue rolled his eyes. Didn't you think I might not go along with it? Your Majesty, you wouldn't do that. I know your temperament very well. Simon smiled knowingly. Your Majesty, it's getting late. It's time to return to the room with Princess Robin. Simon winked and reminded him. Stop worrying. Blue glared at him, thanked everyone, and turned to return to the bridal chamber. He wanted to follow the plan of marrying first and cultivating feelings slowly. But Simon directly accelerated things and skipped the heart-to-heart stage to prioritize the physical aspect. The synthesis system immediately blocked the inappropriate scenes. The next morning, Blue found Simon for a friendly exchange, with a fist ready, before happily returning to the palace. At the dining table, the others tactfully withdrew, leaving just the two of them. Blue sipped his porridge and said, about last night's acceleration, I'm sorry. I know what that was, and I voluntarily took it. Everything that followed was due to the medicine S effect. Robin S. tone was plain. You really don't mind? We could take it slow. You think it can be slow? Simon and I don't think so. Long nights bring many dreams. The faster, the steadier. Robin teased while picking up her food. Besides, weren't you quite enjoying it last night? Cough. That was a medicine S fault. Blue insisted stubbornly. Robin rolled her eyes at him. After a moment of silence, Robin wiped her mouth and asked, I want to go out for a walk. Can I have a few guards accompany me? Call the female guards to accompany you. I have urgent matters to attend to. Blue didn't even raise his head. What urgent matter is more important than your newlywed wife? Robin laughed. Who would find trouble for you these days? Something that could change the country. Blue's expression became serious. He was going to open a dimensional door for development. All right, I'll leave with the guards. Robin left knowingly. Blue watched her carriage disappear from the window and sighed in relief. Suddenly facing a newlywed wife is a bit overwhelming. Counting the last life, you're already a greasy old man, the synthesis brother complained. Blue retorted, who carries over the age from their last life when they reincarnate? Then everyone would be hundreds of years old. Cut out. That is called a reincarnation, not a proper rebirth. Cough, cough. Let's not talk about this. Let us get down to business. Blue quickly changed the subject. Synthesis brother, open the dimensional door. As you wish. Without warning, a whirlpool suddenly spun out from the wall beside Blue. Wow, this is too convenient. Blue took a glance and stepped right in. But the next second, Synthesis brother, can you take me back? Blue stood in the chaotic space, looking at the harmless-looking, somewhat kind alpaca in front of him, wanting to slip away. Sure. But once it locks onto you, the next time you come back, you'll have to encounter it first. Even if you avoid it, other legendary Pokemon will target you. So it's not just the world that's random. The landing point is also random. Blue smiled bitterly. Randomly entering the Pokemon world on the first try was originally quite enjoyable. Pokemon are so adorable. They can help fight. And if equipped to the Eastern country's army and citizens, let alone the world government, no matter how many come, they can take them all down. Even the generals would have to kneel. But now he had to face this Arceus first. Synthesizer Big Brother. According to the rules, the first landing point must be safe. But your luck is something else, landing right in front of the Creator God. But don't worry, it poses no threat to you. You can leave at any time. Others or creatures can't pass through the dimensional gate without your permission. You can leave, but it would be troublesome if he comes back later. He can only grit his teeth and pretend to be calm, staring at the big alpaca. If something feels off, he'll retreat. This world can be given up. Arceus scrutinized him for a while and spoke. Human, you are very special. I actually couldn't detect when you arrived, but you have a trace of the air of time. So you must possess the power of time and space, right? Strong enough that even I didn't anticipate it. But in this world, no one with the power of time and space of Pokemon can escape my prediction. So, tell me, who are you? Lanyu had already guessed this would happen. After all, it's the Creator God. He laid it all out. My name is Lanyu. I am a king, but not from this world. I can traverse various worlds, not just this one. Arceus was clearly taken aback, somewhat surprised. Indeed, not from here. You're quite frank. Even daring to say you have the ability to travel across worlds? Aren't you afraid I might have ulterior motives towards you? You are Arceus, the Creator God, so pure. How could you harm me? Lanyu thought, if you really had ulterior motives, I would slip away immediately. Besides, being honest is the way to earn your trust, right? Arceus directly filled in the blanks. It seems you have been here for quite a while. You already know who I am. I can sense all Pokemon, but humans cannot. If you want to earn my trust, you must have a request of me, right? So what do you want? Fine, it filled in the blanks itself. And Lanyu saved the trouble of explaining, directly stating his need. I want to take some Pokemon back to my world. Isn't this just asking for your consent? With this layer of trust from Arceus, taking Pokemon in the future would be smooth. Legendary Pokemon wouldn't stop him at all, even if they tried. How could they stop him? This is the reason he was honest. And saying he could traverse worlds was also to let Arceus know that he has great vision and ability. Trusting him would be the right choice. That's good. It all ties back together. Synthesizer Big Brother complained. Of course. Lanyu replied in his heart. Is it all you need? Arceus said in a flat tone. I will grant it. A beam of light suddenly shot from its body to the back of Lanyu's hand, and as the light disappeared, an Arceus mark appeared on the back of his hand. From now on, you are my messenger. You can take any Pokemon from this world, and legendary Pokemon won't stop you. This mark is your proof. This. Lanyu scratched his head. Sure enough, there would be legendary Pokemon that would stop him, but the agreement was too straightforward, right? No need for an assessment. Just like that, it was agreed. Arceus shook its head. No need. I can feel that you are not lying to me. You are sincere. The Pokemon world has an overwhelming number of Pokemon. But with the people of this world and my ability, I simply can't keep up. Pokemon breed quickly. New ones pop up every day. Resources have long been insufficient. And many Pokemon either starve to death or die in the wild, just in time for you to come. You can take some to other worlds to relieve the pressure. But remember, you must treat them well. If you dare to mistreat them, this mark will deal with you directly. I will definitely treat them well, but I can't control how others treat them. Lanyu shook his head. I certainly don't want to take the blame for others. Arceus saw through him. Don't worry. Others mistreating them is not your concern. But if you see it and do nothing, can your conscience handle that? Lanyu, why are we talking about conscience now? You are right. If the Pokemon taken to my world are bullied, I, as the person in charge, will definitely intervene. Lanyu quickly assured. All right, you should leave now. Arceus activated a stone tablet on its body to send him away. Wait, Lanyu hurriedly asked as he began to glow all over. Didn't you lose the stone tablet? He noticed something was off. Why did this alpaca seem a bit bigger? All the stone tablets were on its body. What you're referring to is my clone. It lost the clone's stone tablet. Whoosh. As soon as the words fell, Lanyu disappeared. Human, I hope you take care of Pokemon well in other worlds. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable. Arceus's eyes shone with light. In fact, selecting a messenger for legendary Pokemon is extremely simple. Being sincere or having a good first impression is enough to gain trust. However, Arceus didn't mention that with many Pokemon in other worlds, the gathered energy could allow it to cross dimensions. Even without this energy, it could locate through the mark on the back of Lanyu's hand. And as long as Lanyu activates the mark, it can arrive at any time, just like other legendary Pokemon messengers, only intervening when danger arises. Transmitted to the lakeside, Lan Yu is still a bit dazed, so Arceus without the stone tablet is a clone. Isn't that obvious? The creator god can't even beat an ordinary human. That would be too weak. It makes sense that it's a clone. Synthesizer Big Brother complained. It would be fine for a show on TV, but if it were really like this, legendary Pokemon would have been captured by humans long ago. Huh. Synthesizer Big Brother still watches TV? Lan Yu was surprised. Of course, the system must keep up with the times. This keeping up with the times is quite good. Lan Yu smiled and gave a thumbs up. Where did you watch it? Of course, in the original world. But didn't Arceus agree too quickly? Lan Yu stared at the mark on the back of his left hand, feeling that this messenger identity came too easily. With this mark, Lan Yu cannot mistreat Pokemon, but he has no intention of doing so. So this mark is practically no restriction. Isn't this very normal? What more complexity do you want? Synthesizer Big Brother complained. Did it not say? Let you help share the pressure of the Pokemon world. Besides, have you never thought that with this mark, it might be able to traverse worlds? Lan Yu nodded. Indeed, but it definitely has no malicious intent. Otherwise, it would have acted directly just now. Having watched so many episodes of Pokemon, he knows very well. If you don't let down Pokemon, they can open their hearts to you. Even legendary ones won't casually attack humans, and Arceus definitely won't. You are right. Pokemon are all very pure. With Arceus nodding, Lan Yu felt relieved about bringing Pokemon back. He glanced around. Many Pokemon by the lake were frolicking. Bidoof, Tadbulb, Rhyhorn. All common types. How do you plan to take them back? What else can I do? I definitely need to buy a bunch of Pokeballs for convenience. Or find locals to cooperate to save time. First, I'll go to a city with people and see which league's territory it is. After just a few steps, two black shadows suddenly swooped down from the sky, covering him. What? What's going on? Lan Yu stared at the white and black Lugia, momentarily stunned. Why did legendary Pokemon appear in a cluster? As soon as these two Lugia appeared, their aura exploded. Nearby playful Pokemon were scared and scattered everywhere, looking for places to hide. Human, are you Arceus' messenger? The dark Lugia roared with wide eyes, its momentum soaring. So weak. Just you? Do you even qualify to command me? The surrounding trees and grass were directly pressed to the ground by this momentum. Lan Yu covered his face with his hands, blown back several steps. This aura could sweep through the world of pirates. It's no less than Shanks' Conqueror's Haki. Without any killing intent, it's already so fierce. With killing intent, it will be crushed to pieces. The plot truly is restrained. Dark Lugia, stop. Have you forgotten Arceus' mission? The normal-colored Lugia spoke to stop it. Oof. I'm not accepting this mission. I just came out to get some fresh air. The dark Lugia retracted its aura with a cold huff. Lugia turned to Lan Yu. Human, we are here to ensure your safety as sent by Arceus. But to be honest, I also don't quite accept your commands. If you want me to obey, you must pass my test. The trial has been passed. I will obey unconditionally. Dark Lugia directly refuses the mission, while Lugia decides whether to accept based on the trial. Arceus summoned them, but it didn't say anything about not conducting trials. What trial? Dark Lugia gathered its momentum, and Lan Yu adjusted his clothes and asked. Arceus sent two Lugias. This trial must not be simple. Fight me, Lugia said straightforwardly. Lan Yu almost shouted. It's better just kill me. Can I defeat something that can destroy the world? I could walk sideways in the pirate world. This is impossible. I can't beat you. Lan Yu waved his hand. You go back and tell Arceus that I don't need to guard. Misunderstanding. I didn't ask you to defeat me. Lugia shook its head. I feel your energy is stronger than ordinary people. I want to see if you're worthy of my obedience. Fine. It seems Lan Yu is overthinking. Now, come on. Lugia signaled Dark Lugia to step aside, descending to 1 meter above the ground. No need to be polite. Lan Yu crossed his fists, and suddenly they turned black with blue light. More fierce than the 4 emperors. Testing it is useless. He rushed forward, channeling all his strength into his fists, smashing towards Lugia with the force of breaking air. Bang! Lugia was blasted away, crashing through a forest. Huh. Lan Yu gasped. All my strength is in this punch. Will it be of any use? He has dual-colored Haki, can't beat an admiral, but can easily bully elite vice-admirals. But Lugia flew back as if nothing happened. Lan Yu helplessly thought. No, even a scratch. Legendary Pokemon are ridiculously strong. In terms of human strength, you are the strongest in this world. Lugia commented. In terms of Pokemon strength, you're only at the champion to pseudo-champion level. Lan Yu became a measuring unit for combat power? He needs to encounter more Pokemon to know the truth. This is my strongest punch. There's no need to continue the trial, right? Obviously, I don't meet your standards. Go back and tell Arceus I don't need to guard. A Lugia that can't be commanded is a ticking time bomb. It's better to cultivate obedient, powerful Pokemon myself. No, you passed. You are far from me, but much stronger than others in this world. You are worthy of my protection. Come, use a Pokeball to capture me. Let us see what kind of commotion you can cause as this messenger. Lugia spread its wings to signal. Actually, Lanyu's punch caused some damage, light enough to be ignored. With his strength, he could capture even champion-level Pokemon, and could live comfortably in this world without its protection. But with his strength, Arceus still sent 2 Lugias to protect him. There must be something big waiting for him to handle. Lugia wanted to follow and see what was worth such a show of force. I don't have a Pokeball. I was just planning to find a place to buy one. Lanyu scratched his head. This trial was surprisingly simple. Just showing a move was enough. Now it's awkward. I can't capture you. He added, even if I buy one, using an ordinary Pokeball to catch someone like you is too shabby, right? If you really want to be with me, you need a good ball. Lugia shook its head. I don't care. No matter how good the ball is, it's just a temporary place for me. No matter how powerful a human's ball is, it could be broken in a minute. I don't care at all. That's different. A good place to stay and a bad place to stay can make a huge difference in mood. Lanyu laughed. While it doesn't care, he can't be careless. Or else if he doesn't feel comfortable, what will he do if the ball keeps breaking? Whatever. Lugia landed. Where do you want to go? I'll take you there. Lanyu jumped up. Is it far from Masera Town? If not far, take me there. The most famous place in this world is not a big city or ruins, but the birthplace of the protagonist, Masera Town. The Professor Okido, there's the real big boss. I have to see if we can cooperate. With Lugia around, maybe I can get some good stuff. Masera Town? Lugia flapped its wings and flew into the sky. It's the territory guarded by Ho-Oh, not far from here. Dark Lugia. So I'm just air? It flapped its wings to catch up. Are you really going to protect this human? Lanyu is stronger than the average person. But it's not like Lugia should be running after him. Didn't you figure anything out from that trial? Lugia reminded. How could I not figure it out? Dark Lugia is impulsive, but not stupid. But that doesn't mean it has to follow human commands. Ahem. Let me interject. Lanyu realized that Arceus hadn't informed them. So he simply said, I'm Lanyu, a king, not from this world. I can freely travel between worlds. I came here just to bring some Pokemon back, giving them another way to live. After Arceus learned this, it gave me the messenger mark, allowing me to take Pokemon with me. Lugia was momentarily stunned after hearing this, then laughed. So that is how it is. No wonder with your strength. Arceus sent us here, probably worried that powerful beings from other worlds would cause trouble. This is too interesting. Even with the combined power of Palkia and Dialga, they can't cross worlds, yet I, Lugia, have this opportunity. It seems I didn't make the wrong choice. The legendary big boss of the Pokemon world had already guessed there were other worlds, but not to mention them. Even Arceus probably can't cross over. At most visiting parallel worlds of the past and future, that is still within the Pokemon realm, and can't see the true new world and new things. Now hearing that Lanyu is from another world and can freely travel between worlds, Lugia was overjoyed. In the future, chatting with other legendary Pokemon will be top-tier bragging material. Don't be fooled by the fact that legendary Pokemon guard their territories. They often meet secretly, and aside from fighting, they chat about who encountered a powerful messenger, who ran into something bizarre. So that is how it is. Dark Lugia was also surprised, extremely interested, but it would never admit defeat. Does it want to follow human commands? No way. Lugia saw through its pride. If you don't want to come, then go back. I can handle the guarding task by myself. You can return to your dark space. Even without a mission, I want to go back to that broken place. Dark Lugia despised that space filled only with chaotic darkness. If it weren't for being unable to break Arceus' seal, it wouldn't stay. After finally getting out, do you think I'll go back? Dream on. Human, I'll begrudgingly follow you, but don't command me. At most, when you're about to die, I'll step in to help. Dark Lugia glared at Lanyu. Remember, I'm not listening to Arceus. I just don't want to go back to the dark space. Understood. Lanyu smiled. Having an obedient Lugia is already a great deal. This one, though proud, can save lives at critical moments. A huge profit. With these two around, who in the pirate world would dare to provoke him? In a minute, he could call Lugia to create tsunamis and sink islands. By the way, since you're here to protect me, who will do your original job? Lanyu asked curiously. Lugia said directly, I'm a substitute. Our Lugias have a chief to take charge. Only when the chief is gone will it be my turn. Now that I'm here to protect you, the substitute position will be given to another Lygia. As for Dark Lygia, it was originally supposed to be sealed in the dark space, but it was released by Arceus because of you. If it weren't for our Lygia being many and close, the guarding task might have fallen to other slightly weaker legendary Pokemon, like the Three Birds, Ahem, Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno. At that time, it wouldn't be two Lygias, but three silly birds working together. Lanyu, no need to cough. I heard the three silly birds loud and clear. Lanyu flew to Masera Town with the two Lygias, feeling ecstatic, but someone was about to go crazy. In the Kanto region's League Center, a staff member rushed into the president's office without knocking. President, something big has happened. Something big has happened. What is wrong? The president, who was reading documents, was startled and frowned. The staff member gasped. Someone saw two Lygias. So what if they saw them? It's normal to see them in the wild. The president thought it was a big deal. Legendary Pokemon are sighted every year. Why the rush? The staff quickly added. It's not in the wild. Someone spotted them at the edge of the city. They're flying towards Pallet Town now. What? Not in the wild. Flying towards Pallet Town from the city's edge? The league president jumped up, shocked to the point of losing his voice. It's one thing for legendary Pokemon to be in the wild, but to get close to a city, even if they're just passing through without any malice, it could create a huge mess. What if someone got greedy and tried to capture them? That would anger the legendary Pokemon. Those beings could cause catastrophic destruction. A city could be wiped out in an instant. Don't underestimate these two. Even if they're not the true form of the sea god, they're backed by Lygia. There's no difference. Quick, notify Professor Oak in Pallet Town. Prepare for the worst. If something happens, we have to hold on until the league sends someone. The president was anxiously stomping his feet. Understood. The staff rushed to the communication room. The president sighed as he watched them leave, hoping it was just a passing incident and praying that certain people wouldn't act recklessly. Preparations still had to be made. He pulled out a specially designed communicator from his drawer. It had an outrageous signal that could reach deep in mountains or underwater, and it was encrypted for one-on-one contact with the league's strongest guardian champion. Hey, President, are you that free? Is it time for me to get another ridiculous task? A man's voice came from the other end. Just so you know, I'm on vacation. Let's talk later. Tate, there's no time for small talk. Two Lygias are flying towards Pallet Town. Do you think you can relax on vacation? Forget I said anything. The president hung up immediately, not giving the other party a chance to respond. In the training ground, Tate looked at the black screen of the communicator and helplessly muttered, "Can't even enjoy my vacation. You could choose not to go." A woman next to him laughed. Tate shook his head. "I wish I could. But that's Pallet Town. If I don't go, Professor Oak will have new research and one tell me. And what if you beat me to it?" The woman next to him was Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, who had originally come to train with him, but ended up in this situation. "Then I'll go with you, just to visit Professor Oak and see Lygia's strength." Cynthia threw out a Pokeball, and a fierce Garchomp appeared. "Great. With you, the Sinnoh champion. There is someone to help if things go south." Tate smiled and released his Dragonite, which was gentle yet exuded power. The two mounted their Pokemon and sped towards Pallet Town. Pallet Town, Professor Oak's lab. After hanging up the league's call, Professor Oak scratched his head. "I love studying Pokemon, but dealing with two Lygias? This is just too much. Old friends, how much strength do you have left?" "Oh, there's no other choice. The situation is urgent, and if something happens, I can only rely on you to hold the fort." He took 3 Pokeballs and walked into the yard, suddenly throwing them. "Come out, my old friends." Boom, boom, boom. Each Pokeball exploded with white light, revealing 3 Pokemon, Dragonite, Charizard, and Snorlax, all fully alert. Roar, growl, wail. The 3 Titans shouted in unison at Professor Oak, their presence full of power. "Old friends, a crisis is coming. I need you to hold the line." Professor Oak clenched his fists, his tone fiery. Charizard banged its chest and roared, "Bring it on." Dragonite thumped its chest and said, "Leave it to me." Snorlax opened its arms and said, "We got this." The smaller Pokemon chimed in, trying to look fierce. "Look out." Whoosh, strong winds whipped around, casting shadows overhead. Is the communicator blind? Why didn't they mention this sooner? Professor Oak's eyes widened as he looked at the 2 Lygias. The normal color one was fine, but the black one broke his defenses. As a leading figure in research, he knew very well black legends, negativity, evil destruction. That one looked like it was here to wreak havoc. There was no way to negotiate. Professor Oak swallowed hard. "Old friends, stay alert." The 3 internally screamed. "Can we hide in our Pokeballs?" This aura was terrifying. especially the black Lugia with its red eyes. It was like a Pokemon version of a horror film. But for Professor Oak, they had to endure. High energy was coming. Just as Professor Oak was about to give the order to attack, and the three Titans were readying themselves, someone jumped off the back of Lugia. "Hello, Professor Oak. I'm Lando." Lando waved as he landed. "You hello." Professor Oak instantly felt relieved. Being able to ride Lugia meant they could communicate. Everything was going to be okay. "Are they your Pokemon?" "Not quite. They are my guardians." Lando smiled. "I'm here to cooperate. Do you have Master Balls?" "These two are too eye-catching. We need to prepare." "I must have them. Two on hand." Professor Oak dashed into the house, opened a safe, and pulled out two shiny Master Balls, then ran back to hand them over. "Catch them." Lando tossed a ball. "Call me if you need anything." Lugia called as it was captured. "If nothing happens, I'll blow you up." The black Lugia threatened. Lando picked up the ball and laughed. "Still threatening me? That is a small matter." Seeing this scene, Professor Oak completely slumped. These two Lugia's aura was off the charts. It was the craziest he had ever seen. He never expected to see a Pokemon of Lugia's caliber be captured in a Pokeball. Trainers capturing legendary Pokemon wasn't unheard of, but depended on the level. Master Balls were said to capture anything. Those in the know understood. Lugia, the divine beast, could break free in an instant. Today's scene. Although shocking, Professor Oak felt it was worth more than any research. He scratched his head and asked Lando, "I've heard of legendary Pokemon seeking messengers and heroes, but it's my first time seeing a guardian. What is the reason?" "Because I'm a messenger of Arceus." Lando directly revealed the mark on his hand, not hiding it at all. "I see." Professor Oak nodded, his jaw dropping in shock. There are messengers of the creation level Arceus? This was unprecedented. But looking at that mark, and seeing the two Lugias obediently listening, it couldn't be fake. "What do you want to cooperate on?" "This isn't the place to talk." Lando glanced at the house behind Professor Oak. Right. Please come inside." Professor Oak hurriedly led the way, and the three Pokemon followed him in. Usually focused on research, he didn't have much to offer as hospitality. Professor Oak awkwardly brought out instant noodles. Lando was almost stunned. Serving guests instant noodles? At least some warm water would do. But he still smiled. "No worries, I haven't eaten it in a long time." This wasn't a lie. The world of One Piece had everything, except instant noodles. Taking a bite awakened his taste buds. He regretted. "I made so much delicious food in the East Blue. How did I forget to prepare instant noodles? I must bring some seeds back, so instant noodles can become a hit in the One Piece world." After finishing the instant noodles, Lando wiped his mouth. Still the same taste. "Let us talk about cooperation." "You go ahead." Professor Oak had also finished eating. The content of the cooperation was simple yet vast. Lando got straight to the point. "I want to collect all kinds of Pokemon-related goods. Fruit tree seeds, Pokeballs, energy cubes, evolution stones, healing items, Pokédex. The more the better. Can you get them?" Many things could be bought for shops, but special items had to rely on Professor Oak. Moreover, cooperating with him was like hugging a giant leg. "I can, but the quantity is too exaggerated." Professor Oak's head was spinning. "What exactly are you planning?" "Gathering so much is like preparing for war." He had strong connections, so getting these things wasn't difficult. But why did Arceus' messenger need so many supplies? It didn't add up. This world had no countries, only leagues. Otherwise, seeing Lando needing so many goods, it felt like preparing for a national war. "I can give you a reason, but you must keep it a secret." Lando's face darkened. "If this leaks, I and all those in the know will be targeted by evil forces. My value is more explosive than any legendary Pokemon." "That ruthless?" Dr. Oak lowered his head in thought. Having two Lugias as bodyguards is definitely not a simple matter. But curiosity got the better of him. And he looked up. "I won't say a word. Even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Listen carefully. Lon Yu directly dropped a bombshell. I'm from another world, and I want to bring Pokemon to my world for development." He also wanted to take Dr. Oak with him, teasing him a bit first. "Wow, this is too absurd." Dr. Oak's eyes widened like light bulbs. He instantly understood why he needed to stock up and have bodyguards. "Roar." The Charizard beside him suddenly screamed. "Another world? My blood is boiling." "Bop. Wow." Dragonite and Snorlax also shouted along, their excitement reaching a peak. Those who understand Pokemon language would definitely call them the three foolish dragons. "With so much stock, can you handle it all by yourself?" Dr. Oak reminded him that after cooperation, the workload would pile up. Why don't you laugh? "No problem. I'm a king in my world, with millions under my command." "Wow, a king." Dr. Oak was surprised. With millions to share the workload, it would indeed be manageable. Pleasure to cooperate. Dr. Oak extended his hand. He was purely a researcher, with no bad intentions. Lan Yu also knew he could be trusted. No one else would dare to say such things. Once his strength was sufficient, he wouldn't fear exposure, even if his identity was revealed. Pleasure to cooperate. Lan Yu shook his hand. What's your world like? Dr. Oak was extremely curious. It's a world full of islands. Lan Yu began to promote sky islands, giants, tiny people, fishmen, sea kings, domineering devil fruits. He listed them all. Dr. Oak listened with eyes shining. This world is so cool. I really want to study whether devil fruits or Pokemon are more powerful. To step on clouds and sky islands and see what mermaids look like. Want to go? I'll take you flying. Lan Yu smiled happily, just waiting for him to say that. Can we really go? Dr. Oak was overjoyed. Researchers had no resistance to other worlds. Absolutely. Lan Yu nodded, but first, you need to prepare the goods before I can take you with me. What do you want to exchange for my world? As long as I can get it. I'm open to anything. Lan Yu wanted to take Dr. Oak away, but if he left now, who would take care of the supplies here? That sounds amazing. I'll get someone to prepare right away. Dr. Oak understood instantly. There was no point in rushing to leave now. Without the supplies ready, they couldn't go. The sooner they finished, the sooner they could set off. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a sound at the door. Dr. Oak opened the door and smiled. I guess the league would send someone, but I didn't expect it to be you two champions, Dato and Cynthia. Dr. Oak, are you okay? Dato went straight to the point. We caught a few bad guys near Mossera Town, and they said Lugia was flying towards you. Could I have any problems? Don't forget, I was also a champion. Dr. Oak laughed, though inside he complained. Today I was scared and surprised again. I've had enough trouble already. Really? Dato asked again. Did Lugia just pass by, or he didn't finish his sentence? If it had lingered here and Dr. Oak was still fine, then there must be something fishy going on. Of course it flew. Dr. Oak was about to smooth things over when Lan Yu suddenly interrupted. No. Lugia is right here. Right here? Cynthia was confused. How could such a large Lugia not be seen by her and Dato? Right here. Lan Yu waved 2 purple Pokeballs. Master Balls. Cynthia's eyes widened. She had been trying to get one for a long time, and this guy had 2. Dato understood instantly. So, you were the trainer of 2 Lugias? But he secretly thought, isn't riding one enough? Why do you need 2? This isn't showing off. It's downright terrifying. Lan Yu, what is this? Dr. Oak was confused. Why say it out loud? Couldn't he just send them away? Of course, I want to recruit you too. Lan Yu smiled. If it were anyone else from a league, they would definitely be sent away. But these 2 were champions, with power not inferior to Dr. Oak's. Such good cooperation partners would be a huge loss to miss out on. You better think it through. Dr. Oak reminded him. They're good partners, but they're just heirs. They don't have my freedom. My connections are up to me. No one can stop me from doing anything. But for Dato and Cynthia to allocate large resources, it requires approval from their family leaders. By then, Lan Yu's matters won't just be known by the 2 of them, but a whole group. And who knows if there will be bad guys leaking information. Lan Yu immediately understood what he was worried about and turned to the 2. Then it depends on whether you want to know the truth, whether you can keep it a secret, and how much influence you actually have in your family. Working with Dr. Oak, he could speak freely, but these 2 were in a different position, and if they wanted to cooperate, they needed to show their sincerity first. The 2 were completely stunned. What was this stranger playing at with Dr. Oak? Why did they need to express their determination to keep secrets and talk about family influence? Dato squinted. Why should we tell you these things? You don't have to say it. Dr. Oak directly supported him. Just go back and tell the league that Lugia flew over Mossera Town. He would prefer fewer people knowing. Wouldn't it be better to enjoy the fun of the other world alone? Heh, now I'm even more interested. Cynthia became energized. Dr. Oak wanted to keep it a secret, made this matter even more intriguing. Want to know? First, show your determination. Lan Yu shrugged. We don't even know each other. Empty words are useless. Cynthia threw out a Pokeball. This is my ace, Garchomp. I swear on it. If I leak anything, it belongs to you. My grandmother is the family head. I can have her step down anytime I want. Dato frowned. Are you crazy? You've been partners for over a decade. And you want to bet? My grandmother has said this before. Cynthia was unconcerned. I'm very tight-lipped. Besides, since even Dr. Oak values it, and there are 2 Lugias involved, how bad could it be? It must be super exciting. You always get overly excited about these things. Dato shook his head. Better than you. Cynthia retorted. Clearly a flying-type trainer, but insists he is a dragon-type. That's just fake. Ahem. Back to business. Dato quickly changed the topic. Being a dragon-type is not a problem. What about you? Cynthia smiled at Dato. Why don't you go back first? Later. I can share the joy with you? Oof. Dato instantly became unhappy. Was she already showing off before it even started? He thought for a moment and threw out his Pokeball. My Dragonite is betting just like hers. My dad is the family head. I could take over too. Dr. O gave a thumbs up. You two really dare to play. But he thought, should I inform their families to let them take over quickly? All right, I see your determination. Lanyu spoke. My name is Lanyu. I'm from another world. What? The two's eyes widened like copper bells. It's not the past or future. It's a real other world. A living otherworldly person standing right in front of them. This is more ridiculous than a fairy tale. Don't believe me? Lanyu raised his left hand. Look at this. Arceus's messenger mark. The two Lugias are not captured by me. They are guardians sent by Arceus. Lanyu smiled. Still don't believe it? I'll give you direct proof. What proof? The two quickly asked as they finally regained their composure. Simple. Let's have a battle. After the fight, you'll know if I'm bragging. Lanyu was just about to test the strength of the champion Pokemon, and this opportunity came at the perfect time. All right, let us do it. The two were also eager to probe him, agreeing immediately. In Dr. Oak's backyard battle arena, Cynthia looked at Dado. Do you want to go up first, or should I? I'll go. Dado shrugged. After all, I'm a champion here. I can't let the guest go first. What does that have to do with being a champion? Cynthia rolled her eyes. Fine, you go first. If you lose, I'll come back for revenge. You make it sound like I'm a weakling. Dado laughed as he walked toward the battlefield. You won't have the chance to show off. Come on, let me see what your proof is all about. Charizard, come out and play. Roar. Charizard makes its entrance, puffing fire, staring fiercely at Lanyu. Its aura incredibly intimidating. Bring it on. Du waves his hand. Let me take a look at your Pokemon. But Lanyu just laughs. Sorry, I don't have a Pokemon to battle you. I'm the one battling your Charizard. With that, he jumps directly into the battlefield. What the heck? Du is completely dumbfounded. This human wants to challenge Charizard one-on-one, not to mention Charizard. Even a Caterpie would be too much for an ordinary person to handle. Is he out of his mind? Outside the ring, Cynthia is also shocked. Pulling Professor Oak, what's going on? You'll know when you watch. Professor Oak is also curious. How powerful is the hockey and the devil fruit that Lanyu mentioned? On the field, Du quickly reminds him. Are you sure? The power of Pokemon is leagues ahead of humans. A Caterpie can bully an ordinary person. I know Pokemon are strong, but Lanyu waves his hand. Don't underestimate humans from other worlds. We can do what Pokemon can do. Let's get started. All right, if you insist. Du size, Charizard, million-ton heavy punch. Roar. Charizard sneers inwardly. Does a mere mortal dare to challenge me? One punch will show you the gap in strength. It flaps its wings and flies forward, its glowing right fist crashing down towards Lanyu. Watch closely. Bam! Lanyu directly extends his left hand, firmly grabbing Charizard's fist. The strength is decent, but is that all? The champion is so weak. Lanyu scoffs. Charizard is stunned. It initially used just a normal amount of strength. Wanted to teach a lesson, but unexpectedly, it was caught tightly. It quickly adds more force, but the fist still doesn't budge. This human is too strong. Charizard is completely shocked. Charizard tries to retract its fist, but Lanyu's hand is like an iron net, gripping tightly, unable to escape. Du is directly dumbfounded, this guy. You have to know Charizard's fist can smash steel, and with added force, it can crush steel into pieces. It is held in place by Lanyu as if it's childish play. I underestimated him. Du's eyes sharpen. Charizard, left-hand fire punch. The million-ton heavy punch relies on brute force, and the fire punch brings burns. He doesn't believe Lanyu 1T dodge. Roar. Charizard's left hand ignites with flames, fiercely striking at Lanyu. Watch closely. Bam. Lanyu surprisingly extends his other hand, firmly grabbing the fire punch, not dodging at all. Outside, Cynthia frowns. Is he asking for trouble? No way. Look at his right hand. Professor Oak reminds. Cynthia focuses. Lanyu's right arm from elbow to fist is covered with a layer of black substance. What is this? Can turning black block flames? This is called hockey. The power from his world can enhance both attack and defense. Professor Oak explains. So that is how it is. No wonder he is not afraid of getting burned. Cynthia realizes. On the field, Du also sees it. Is this what you want to prove? That powers from other worlds can withstand fire? However, don't get too proud too soon. Du shoot, Charizard, million-ton éviquique. Roar. Charizard, with its hand caught, raises its glowing right foot and fiercely kicks towards Lanyu. Bang! Lanyu lifts his left foot, the sole also turning black, bracing against the kick. The shockwave blasts outward. Good opportunity. Charizard unleash fire. Du pursues the advantage. He guesses Lanyu can activate hockey all over his body, not afraid of injury. And even if Pokemon's moves are predicted, they are hard to dodge. But Lan Yu seems to have precognition, tilting his head just in time to avoid the flames. Gotcha! Du shouts, the real killer move is coming. Charizard understands. Without calling out the move, it swings its glowing iron tail directly at Lan Yu. This move is fierce. Lan Yu releases his hands and jumps, narrowly dodging the tail. Getting hit would definitely hurt a lot. Having been frustrated enough earlier, now it's our turn to counterattack. Du waves his hand, rock slide. Roar. Charizard raises its hand. Several large rocks appear out of nowhere above Lan Yu's head, crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Yu dodges while laughing. This move is really amazing. Not done yet. Rock Tomb. Du shoots again. Charizard pushes off the ground, and suddenly several rocks emerge near Lan Yu's feet, rushing towards him. Useless. Lan Yu's arms are covered with hockey, and he spins his body fiercely. Bang, bang, bang. The rocks on the ground and in the air are all smashed to pieces by Lan Yu's spinning fists. Charizard, steel wing attack. Du shouts. Roar. Charizard's wings glow as it charges at Lan Yu. Bang. Lan Yu's palms are covered with hockey, firmly grabbing the wings. Du's eyes light up. Now's the time. Flame charge. Maximum power. Boom. Charizard is enveloped in deep red flames, and Lan Yu's hands are instantly engulfed in flames. Too many moves are troublesome. Lan Yu grits his teeth. This flame is too fierce. Even hockey can't withstand the heat. But do you think you can trap me? No way. He endures the burn and smashes Charizard down to the left towards the ground, then yanks it to the right and slams it down. My god, this hockey is explosive. Cynthia is stunned. Not only can he withstand the fire punch, but he can also trade blows with flame charge and even counterattack Charizard fiercely. You have to know the temperature of fire-type moves is off the charts, and flame charge can melt a lot of things. Yet Lan Yu can hold on with just his hands for so long. It's simply ridiculous. Cynthia suddenly has a thought. Can Pokemon learn this ability? If my Garchomp learns it, wouldn't it be unafraid of ice types? Professor Oak ponders. If it can withstand fire, what about other types? If Pokemon learn this move, the type advantages might be rewritten. The world would change drastically. Charizard, break free. Du shouts anxiously. Roar. Charizard is on the verge of tears. This human is holding on too tightly. It simply can't break free. Can't get free? Then force him to let go. Du waves his hand, Dragon Pulse. Roar. Charizard suddenly erupts with energy, directly blasting Lan Yu away, rolling on the ground for several circles. The move was too fast. Lan Yu stands up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He had predicted it with observation hockey, but the distance was too close to dodge. He looks at his hand. It's not the black from hockey, but the black from being burned by the flames. The real Pokemon are much fiercer than imagined. The battlefield is pockmarked, and Charizard's flamethrower has melted the ground into a crater. Moreover, Charizard is covered in blood. Not at all like in the storyline, where it just gets a little dirty. The battles here are real and can cause injuries. Roar. Charizard wipes the blood from its forehead and mouth, its gaze fiercer than ever. Today's battle is intense. Du's expression is serious. Although Charizard has broken free, its condition is clearly declining. The strength of this human, Lan Yu, is comparable to top-tier Pokemon. Don't even mention the fighting King Shiba in front of him. He looks like a little kid. Roar. Charizard roars. This intense battle is exhilarating. Only such an opponent can showcase the might of my Charizard. Then let us fight to our heart's content. Du smells, Charizard, Modchik Fira. Charizard spits out a reddish flame, but Lan Yuan take it head on. He dodges with a swift movement. Seeing him evade, Du lets Charizard unleash a flurry of fire to suppress him, followed by Shadow Claw for a close-range ambush. Lan Yu throws a punch to counter. Bang, bang, bang. No matter how sharp the claws are, they can't withstand Lan Yu's hockey-covered fists. They trade blows, and neither gains the upper hand. Ranged, Du orders Charizard to create distance, and starts bombarding from afar again. One person and one dragon pull back and forth, smashing the arena to pieces. This ISNTA battle, it's clearly a demolition. Observers can see it clearly. Both are evenly matched. Lan Yu is fierce up close. While Charizard has many moves, sometimes one has the advantage, sometimes the other presses forward. But Lan Yu knows in his heart, I will definitely win in stamina. Watching Charizard starting to pant, he deliberately taunts. Can't take it? I can keep fighting for 3 days and nights. So arrogant. Du took a deep breath. Charizard, we can't afford a war of attrition. But the decisive move, he must see it. His eyes lit up. Mega Evolution. Roar. Charizard was engulfed in light. And as the brilliance faded, there stood a dark blue body, a slender figure, with a tail blazing with dark blue flames. Mega Charizard X, on stage. Just waiting for this move. Lan Yu had already spotted the Mega Stone on Charizard's neck, deliberately taunting him to force him to unleash his ultimate move. He charged forward with a punch, but bang! His fist was easily caught by Charizard X. Immediately after, a million-ton heavy punch slammed into his face. Boom! Lan Yu was sent flying, dragging along the ground for quite a distance. Damn! Lan Yu propped himself up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and squeezed his numb lips. Mega Evolved Charizard X was ridiculously strong. That punch almost incapacitated him. Roar! Charizard X instantly rushed to Lan Yu's side, its roar like thunder. How could it be so much faster? Lan Yu was taken aback and quickly crossed his arms to defend. But Charizard X's enlarged claws came swinging, and Lan Yu's Haki couldn't withstand it all, leaving several bloody scratches. The damage skyrocketed. Lan Yu endured the pain in his hands and retreated. This Mega Evolution was simply a transformation. Charizard X wound T give him a breather? Just as Lan Yu retreated, a jet of fire chased after him at lightning speed. He hurriedly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging this wave of attack. Now, things were serious. Just as Lan Yu stood up, Charizard X, engulfed in dark blue flames, had already blocked his path. Then it would be a head-on clash. Lan Yu widened his eyes, charged his Haki into his hands, and fiercely grabbed Charizard X's wings. Try to unleash another powerful ground smash. But as soon as he grabbed, the temperature was terrifying. Previously, when Charizard used Flare Blitz, the flames only felt hot, and he could endure it. But this time, touching Charizard X's dark blue flames felt like his hand was about to melt, leaving him no thought of counterattacking. You think this flame will make me back down? Lan Yu gritted his teeth and growled. Regardless of how hot his hands were, he tightened his grip on the wings, determined to endure and counterattack. Du was dumbfounded. The temperature of Charizard's flames now was higher than magma. A normal person would have turned to ash by now, yet he could still hold on. His expression was solemn. Such an opponent deserved respect. Charizard responded to him. Overheat. Boom. The dark blue flames on Charizard X suddenly surged, raising the temperature to another level. Lan Yu's hands were burned bright red. Damn, am I going to lose? His hands gradually lost feeling, and the thought of retreat flashed through Lan Yu's mind. He even considered surrendering. He simply couldn't withstand this flame. Not going to struggle a bit more? A voice suddenly rang in his head. Lan Yu smiled bitterly. I can't do it anymore. My hands are almost done for. At this rate, even if Charizard holds back, my hands will be severely injured. So what if you get injured? Melted? Need to be chopped off? The voice continued. Even if the medical care in both worlds can't heal it, I'm here. Shrinking back when something happens won't do you any good for your future growth. You're right. It's just a broken hand. Lan Yu's eyes hardened, and he stomped his right foot down, cracking the ground. His eyes narrowed even more, and he increased the strength in his hands. At that moment, a powerful aura erupted from him. Conqueror's Haki. Lan Yu was shocked himself, hidden for so many years without a peep. And just after becoming king, he awakened. This is a win, but this Conqueror's Haki had little effect on Charizard X, at most. It was a pressure from a Pokemon of the same level, but Lan Yu was on the same level as it. Where was the pressure? Lan Yu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki for the first time, and he couldn't control it at all. Professor Oak and Cynthia nearby were directly stunned, and before losing consciousness, they were still confused. What is going on? Just watching show and got caught in the crossfire. Who did the onlookers offend? Du was no exception. Just before he swayed and fell, he managed to give one last command. Charizard X, Ultimate Impact. After years of partnership, Charizard X instantly understood. Bang! It unleashed an overwhelming power, directly sending Lan Yu flying. Lan Yu was dazed. All his momentum dissipated, and after rolling on the ground a few times, he fainted. Roar! Charizard X breathed fire into the sky to celebrate victory, but upon reverting to its normal form, it found that both Du and the onlookers had also fainted. It shrugged, sighing. I won and no one is watching. What a waste of effort. Subsequently, Charizard carried the 4 fainted individuals back to the research lab. Upon entering, it was stunned. Professor Oak's 3 Pokemon were drinking soda and watching Pokemon shows, completely at leisure. Charizard instantly felt broken. If I had known, how would he have fought? Lying down would have been better. After a while, Lan Yu woke up in bed, staring at the ceiling. I lost, but not dejected. Mega Evolution was explosive, and I managed to unleash Conqueror's Haki. A huge win. My hand hurt so much. He looked at his bandaged hands, feeling both pain and heat. as if they were being torn apart. You're awake. Professor Oak entered. Your hand injury isn't light. You need a rest. But for you to withstand Charizard's fire is simply a miracle. What was that aura at the end? Professor Oak asked curiously. It was also hockey. Wanyu explained. There are 3 types of hockey, and that was Conqueror's hockey, very rare, just like Mega Evolution. Not everyone can use it. Just then, Cynthia walked in. Can Pokemon learn that? Animals can learn on my side, so Pokemon definitely can. Wanyu was confident. Cynthia smiled. That's amazing. How long was I out? A little over an hour, Professor Oak said. Wanyu breathed a sigh of relief. I need to go back. If I'm late, they'll turn the place upside down looking for me. I'll come again tomorrow. Is your hand okay like this? Cynthia was worried. It's a small matter. Wanyu didn't take care. By the way, before I go back, I want to take a few Pokemon. Anything will do. Even weak ones, just to show the people over there. There might not be enough time for more, but you said anything. So take these. Du came in carrying a box. When I woke up waiting for you, I went nearby to collect some. Not bad, Du. Just trusted Lanyu. And before even discussing cooperation, you prepared stock? Cynthia teased. Aren't you afraid the cooperation will screw us over? Professor Oak wasn't worried. So why should we? Du shrugged. He told me about the cooperation, which is bulk supply, similar to the family business. So what's wrong with preparing in advance? Cynthia glared at Professor Oak. Why didn't you tell me? You didn't ask, and besides, when Du asked, you were on the phone with your grandma. Professor Oak shrugged. Fine, you got the jump on me. Cynthia turned to Lanyu. If you leave half an hour later, I'll definitely catch more than Du. I'm going to. Du protested. If I brought 6 Pokeballs. You only have 3. Who has faster? Cynthia tossed out 6 Pokeballs, directly overwhelming him. Du slapped his forehead. Who brings 6 Pokeballs just for fun? Lanyu delayed his departure by half an hour, during which he learned from Professor Oak. Right now, the storyline is that Ash just arrived in Galar. As for Du and Cynthia, it wasn't about capturing Pokemon. It was practically Pokemon fast traveling into the ball. In half an hour, they caught over 100. Lanyu wasn't idle either. He wrote down the knowledge of hockey and observation hockey as trade items. After Lanyu left, Professor Oak looked forward to tomorrow, but always felt something was missing. Oh, the Master Ball. In the world of One Piece, the East Blue. The East Blue doesn't interact with the outside world, yet it has developed more vigorously than first-class countries. Robin sat in a carriage, taking in the street scenery, completely shocked. When she was escorted before, she saw nothing, but now she discovered the roads were wide enough for 6 carriages to drive side by side, with sidewalks on both sides, a configuration that even some top-tier countries might not have. The sidewalks were packed with people, all smiling, shops were diverse, and food was piled high. How could this be like a closed-off country? The patrolling officers chatted and laughed with passersby, making the sense of security skyrocket. After walking for half a day, Robin didn't see a single homeless person, beggar, or orphan. She politely asked her companion, "Are we walking in the wealthy district?" "No." The companion shook their head. "We just walked through the commercial district that the former emperor suggested to build, the most prosperous area in the Eastern Kingdom, where you can buy anything. There are 4 such commercial districts, spread out in 4 directions, enough for everyone." "I see." Robin nodded and asked, "Are there slums? Can you take me to see them? Just looking at the shiny parts of the street isn't enough. I need to see the bad ones. The slums can show the bottom line of the Eastern Kingdom. After all, I'm a princess. I need to understand my own country." The companion thought for a moment. There used to be slums a few years ago, but they've all disappeared now. It's all new buildings over there. This is all thanks to the emperor. He is the chosen one of the Eastern Kingdom. In the past 10 years since his birth, the country has skyrocketed. Many new and interesting things were initiated by him when he was a prince. This prosperity was all created by him. The companion guessed what Robin wanted to ask and continued. The best part is the orphanages and nursing homes, funded by the National Treasury, and they can still accept donations. The emperor built a bunch of factories on the outskirts of the city to provide jobs for everyone. And the goods are so abundant that the old, closed-off, impoverished image is gone. Now we're the poor. Orphans can grow up to be self-sufficient. If someone is lazy enough to become a beggar, they will just be looked down upon. After all, the emperor has provided opportunities. If they don't work, they deserve to go hungry. Robin was astonished. Is Blue You that amazing? The chosen one? Looks like I'm quite lucky. Putting aside the forced marriage part, this country seems tailor-made for me. Her favor for Blue You soared, and the discomfort of being forced faded away. Isn't it? How many women in the Eastern Kingdom want to be a princess? If I were young and unmarried, I'd be begging to be the emperor's woman. The companion joked, then added, "Actually, this prosperity is similar to 3 years ago, The development slowed down after the emperor went overseas. The former emperor himself said he acknowledged the truth. He has a remarkable son, and the Eastern Kingdom is lucky to have such a good king. Now that the emperor is back, he will surely soar again. The companion's eyes were full of longing. She had personally enjoyed the benefits. Oh, then I want to see what major moves our emperor can make to make the Eastern Kingdom soar again. Robin laughed, looking out the window. After a while, the carriage stopped at a marked parking lot. There's a special place for parking? Robin was surprised. The emperor said carriages can't be parked randomly. It causes obstruction, and you have to keep an eye on it, which is a hassle. So they designated a parking lot near the commercial district with dedicated staff watching over it. You just pay a little money, and you can shop with peace of mind. Robin followed her companion shopping. After just a few steps, passers-by surrounded them. Greeting, Princess Robin is here. Shopping on the first day of your marriage. How romantic. Where's the emperor? He must be too busy. Busy my foot. Who doesn't he have eyes? Let the emperor work on the first day of his marriage? Even stealing time from accompanying the princess? Hearing what the passers-by said, Robin was bewildered, tugging at her companion. How do they recognize me? I've only been a princess for one day, and so many people know who I am. This is too ridiculous. The emperor is the top celebrity in the Eastern Kingdom. His marriage caused a nationwide uproar. If it weren't for the former emperor just passing away, there would probably be nationwide celebrations. The companion lowered her voice, and you're an outsider. Hundreds of thousands of women must be jealous. Why can you be the princess? If it weren't for the emperor teaching everyone to be harmonious, the extremists would probably throw things at you. Of course, they wouldn't be able to hit you. There are dozens of guards, both visible and hidden. Who would dare to act? Robin suddenly realized, no wonder some young girls looked at me strangely. The crowd grew larger, and the companion shouted, disperse, disperse. Princess Robin wants to shop in peace. The patrolling guards also helped persuade them, and the citizens, educated by Blue U, dispersed politely. After that, while shopping, some people still greeted them, but they didn't crowd around. Robin felt a sense of déjà vu, as if she were being watched during her escape, but it was completely different. Before it had been greedy pursuers, now it was smiling faces, and her heart slowly opened up. Entering a store, Robin spotted Simon and was surprised. Minister Simon, what are you doing here? This is a women's store. It's so awkward for men to be here. Minister Simon was. The companion didn't finish her sentence before Simon hurriedly said, cough, cough. I love my wife. She was busy, so I came by. What's wrong with that? He glared at the companion. Nansher, don't talk nonsense. Nansher was the companion's name, a high-ranking palace official, and had a close relationship with Simon. So she spoke bluntly. Robin held back her laughter. This guy had previously threatened her so forcefully, yet he was a henpecked husband? What contrast? Cut it out. Who doesn't he know? Nansher scoffed. Let's not talk about that. Simon changed the subject. Where's the emperor? Why isn't he with you? He said he had important matters regarding the future of the country. Robin shrugged. Nonsense. Simon frowned. What important matters could there be on the first day of your marriage? I've arranged everything. Nobody should disturb you for the next few days. You just got back to handle state affairs. What major national matters could I possibly not know about? No, I need to ask clearly. After Simon finished paying, he headed straight for the palace. This Minister Simon, is he always this? Serious? Robin looked at his departing figure and asked Nansher. I saw right through him. He just wanted to sneak away. Afraid we'd tease him more. Nansher rolled her eyes. Simon's little schemes couldn't escape her. Simon indeed had this thought. After delivering the items home, he rushed to the palace to find Blue U. After all, Robin's marriage was arranged by him, and he didn't want the newlyweds to bicker on their first day. He was even more afraid that in the end, Blue U would divorce her, and he would have to clean up the mess. When he arrived at the palace, he found no one in the administrative palace, nor anywhere else. He asked the guard and learned that the emperor hadn't left the palace at all, but had been in the administrative palace the whole time. Where did the emperor go? Simon frowned. He didn't leave through the door. Could he have jumped out the window? He wasn't worried about Blue U being in danger. This guy was powerful enough. If anything happened, it would definitely make noise. Plus, the palace guards were all formidable. Even those with devil fruit abilities would kneel. What was there to be afraid of? Could it be that he was also a potential henpecked husband, deliberately finding excuses to avoid work on his honeymoon? Simon's imagination ran wild. Cough, cough. Be careful of getting beaten up for talking behind someone's back. Blue U's voice came from behind. Your Majesty. I guessed it right, didn't I? Otherwise, how would you show up right after I said that? Simon turned around, but his gaze was captivated by the swirling pattern on the wall behind Blue U. What is this? Just in time you're here. I didn't have to call anyone. Blue Yu smiled and explained everything about the Pokemon world. Pokemon would be coming in large numbers in the future, and this matter needed to be communicated with the high-level officials. This is too absurd. Simon was directly stunned, unable to articulate his thoughts. There had at least been speculations about the Pokemon world. Here, he was purely shocked, his brain almost crashing. After a long pause, Simon quickly calculated. This really concerns the future of the country. If we connect with them, we won't have to fear being closed off and lagging behind anymore. But Your Majesty, what kind of creatures are these Pokemon you mentioned? Just wait and see. Blue Yu opened a box, revealing a bunch of small Pokeballs. Simon was baffled. Such small things, what kind of creatures can they contain? Just wait until I show you. But it's not just you. Others need to come and see too. Blue Yu called for generals like Fennec, the second Minister Paimonxi, and the guard captain Silico, among many high-ranking officials, to gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Guard Vice Captain Jeremy muttered, "Why isn't the Emperor accompanying the princess on the first day of their marriage? Calling us old men here for what? Yeah, what is going on?" Patrol Vice Captain Alice shouted. "Shut up. So much chatter." General Fennec shouted angrily. He managed a military force that hadn't seen any fighting for years, feeling quite restless. But Phoenix is the strongest man in the Eastern Kingdom. As soon as he opened his mouth, Jeremy and Alice immediately fell silent. But unexpectedly, Phoenix started shouting himself, "Your Majesty, this is too much. On the first day of the honeymoon, instead of enjoying it, you come to disturb my sweet dreams. I just dreamt of a beautiful opponent, even more exciting than Princess Robin, Jeremy and Alice. So it's allowed for you to speak, but we can't? The sun is high in the sky, and you're still sleeping. This metaphor is too outrageous." Captain of the Guard, Slicko, said coldly, "The summons from His Majesty on his wedding day must be a big deal. Just wait and see. Stop your chatter behind the scenes." He was slightly weaker than Phoenix, but he wasn't afraid if it came to a real fight. Phoenix wanted to retort, but held back, just lowering his voice a bit. "Slicko, you always have that stern face. His Majesty even said you never smile." Captain of the patrol, Yanins, tried to ease the situation. He is the cold one of the palace, relying on that face to maintain authority. Otherwise, the palace would have turned into a doghouse. Doghouse was a term used by Lanyu, meaning silly and foolish. Everyone was gathered. Lanyu and Simon arrived, followed by Robin and Nancy. "If you want to see, let us do it together." Lanyu called Robin over as well. "I've called you here for a major matter concerning the future of the Eastern Kingdom. Without further ado, let's get right to it." Lanyu took out a Pokeball from a box, pressed the button to enlarge it, and threw it out. Bang! A flash of light. A dead fish-eyed Kingler flopped on the ground, wriggled for a while, then stopped moving, only its mouth still gasping. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Is this tonight's dish? Or are we relying on it to breed and let the whole country eat fish? Lanyu awkwardly slapped his forehead. "Right. The first one is this guy. Quickly take it back. Without water, Kingler is completely useless." This time he directly threw out several Pokeballs, Pidgey, Spearow, Fearow, and a team of Firebird and Chatted. As soon as they came out, they glared at each other and seemed ready to fight. "Shut up." Lanyu glared. "If you make any more noise, I'll deal with you." His imposing manner was much stronger than these Pokemon, suppressing them like a superior, and several little guys immediately cowered and obediently squatted on the ground. They are called Pokemon, mysterious and magical. Currently, there are 18 discovered types, over 900 species. They can use skills like Devil Fruit users, and their talents are even more outrageous. Some can evolve in a single direction, while others can evolve in multiple ways. After Lanyu finished the introduction, he directly let several Pokemon showcase their skills. The little guys were holding back their strength to overwhelm their opponents, and they started to roll up on the spot. Shadow Clone dazzled the eyes, Steel Wing shone blindingly, Air Slash brought a gust of wind, Rain Dance instantly soaked everyone, and Tornado spun on the spot, making people dizzy. In the end, the leading one directly unleashed a Hyper Beam, creating a huge pit in the training ground. Fortunately, they had been notified early, or the guards would have surrounded this place tightly. These little treasures. Lanyu shook his head helplessly, but the people on the scene were already stunned. Wow, this destructive power is too explosive. The flashy moves would definitely leave the enemy confused. If there are water types, isn't this the natural enemy of Devil Fruit users? Phoenix scratched his head. "Your Majesty, where did these Pokemon come from? I've traveled to many places, but I've never heard of them. They're not from our world. I brought them back from another world." Lanyu shook the box in his hand. "I went over there today to have a chat, reached a cooperation, and brought some back to show you." "Another world?" Everyone except Simon was bewildered. just like Simon earlier. They were so shocked they couldn't speak for a long time. Phoenix suddenly slapped his thigh. I understand now. No wonder your majesty was so keen on finding the door fruit in his early years. He must have obtained it and developed it to open doors to other worlds. He must have already scouted over there, and now that he's become king, he directly initiated cooperation. That's right. Simon instantly realized, recalling the whirlpool in the administrative palace. That whirlpool must be the door to the Pokemon world. The second minister, Paimon, couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations, your majesty. With another world, our eastern kingdom will soar. Slicko still had that cold demeanor, but there was a glimmer in his eyes. With the door fruit, maybe we can open doors to more worlds. The situation is pretty much like this. Lan Yu spread out his hands. And now it's up to you. How to use Pokemon to create a big commotion and make the Eastern Kingdom even stronger. Originally, Lan Yu was still pondering how to explain his abilities, but Phoenix's brain supplementing perfectly made it easier. After all, his abilities really are related to the door fruit. The good thing about this world is that any ability can be explained away with devil fruits, so nobody finds it too strange. After all, no matter how powerful the fruit is, it still relies on oneself to develop, and many people have rotten abilities in their hands. Of course, if the ability poses a threat to the world, the Navy and the world government will definitely come knocking, but what does Lan Yu fear? A warning from the legendary Lugia is enough. Rest assured, your majesty will handle it. Several people patted their chests, and if Lan Yu hadn't stopped them from kneeling, they probably would have done it on the spot. Your majesty, can we try the remaining Pokeballs? Robin's eyes sparkled, wanting to see other Pokemon. Play freely. Lan Yu handed over the box. Your majesty's throwing style is too cool. I need to come up with some new tricks. With just those few moves. You want to surpass your majesty? If I can't be the coolest, being the second coolest is fine too. A group of people were showing off their moves. And the scene was incredibly lively. The Pokemon that came out were a mix, besides the previous two families and Kingler. All were from the Kanto region. Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree, Weedle, Kakuna, Beedrill, Sandshrew, Sandslash, Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, Diglett, Dugtrio. Haha, this Diglett is pretty funny. Only has an upper body? Alice picked up Diglett and looked at the bottom. Surprisingly, it was flat, covered in a bit of dirt. Completely different from the Diglets in this world that have hands and feet. One head is Diglett. 3 heads are Dugtrio. It's the relationship before and after evolution. Lan Yu explained, it's a ground type great at digging. For agriculture and mining, it's definitely a good hand, with unlimited potential. Write it down, write it down. Paimon took out a notebook and wrote furiously. Your majesty, what are those 2 with grass on their heads called? More than 30 Nancy was holding 2 little cuties. Her girlish heart was bursting. Oddish and Gloom, both are grass types, but Oddish has a poison attribute, while Gloom has a flying attribute. Lan Yu touched the nearby Vileplume. The little guy smiled sweetly. This one that looks like a little girl is Vileplume, one of Oddish's final evolutions, purely a grass type. He then pointed at the Pokemon floating with 3 cotton balls. That S. Bellisum, the final evolution of Gloom. Grass-type Pokemon are simply the chosen ones for agriculture. They are excellent at caring for plants. Mixed attributes can change with evolution, suitable for agriculture. Write it all down. Paimon's pen was almost smoking. This bug is bigger than usual, but thankfully it doesn't have those disgusting hairs. Robin squatted down to touch Caterpie. It's thicker than her arm, after fleeing for many years. What kind of disgusting bugs hasn't she seen? This one is rather cute. She even ate weirder things. Caterpie, I feel a chill on my back. Their SA sense of malice. This is called Caterpie, a bug type. That silly green chrysalis is Metapod. It's evolution. Lan Yu pointed at the Metapod staring blankly at the sky next to him. The final evolution is Butterfree, which has a flying attribute. A Butterfree flew over and landed on Robin's arm, rubbing against her, super docile. Indeed, bugs evolve into butterflies. Robin stroked it. No need for his majesty to say. It must be a little pollinator. Paimon understood instantly and wrote it down. He then looked at Beedrill. This big bee is probably also for pollination. What use does that dead fish-looking Pokemon have? It looks so weak. Phoenix poked at Kingler with a face full of disdain. Don't underestimate it. Kingler is the comeback king. It becomes super powerful after evolving. Lan Yu reminded. Comeback. I believe you, not a chance. Phoenix sneered. At most, it'll evolve into a Gyarados. You're collecting them so quickly, it's clear you can't show them off. As he spoke, he poked at the Gyarados. The Gyarados exploded with anger. You can insult me, but how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you really think I'm a dead fish? Whoosh. It erupted in a dazzling light that captured everyone's attention. What is this? Robin exclaimed. The evolution light. It's going to evolve. One you explained. Evolve? Let's see what this weakling can turn into. Finnick scoffed. The light expanded to 6 or 7 meters before stopping, spreading out like stars. Gyarados made its entrance. It let out a furious roar aimed at Finnick. Wow, the contrast is too great. Finnick was startled. The foolish fish had transformed into something so fierce. This is Gyarados, with a flying attribute, nicknamed the Great Menace. Wanya laughed. It was discriminated against before evolving, so its temper is. Before he could finish, Gyarados whipped its tail at Finnick. Bang! Finnick raised his hand to block it. Weak before evolution, but now it's so aggressive and powerful. This tail is strong. Finnick gripped its tail. I like it. Roar! Gyarados felt pain and sprayed a water attack. As expected, water types know how to play with water. Finnick waved his left hand to disperse the water flow and even licked the water off the back of his hand. It tasted like seawater. In the future, the entire water type team, will the devil fruit users be scared to death? Gyarados, seeing that he ignored it, directly launched a destructive beam. Huh, looks fierce, but I'm totally calm. It's just that Finnick casually flicked Gyarados' tail, throwing it into the sky. The destructive beam exploded in midair. Its power more intense than a pile of explosives. Wow, that explosion is impressive, Simon exclaimed. Paimongsi quickly took notes. As expected of the comeback king. Can play with water and explode the scene. Amazing. Gyarados crashed back to the ground, wanting to continue fighting, but having just evolved and used its big move. Its body couldn't take it anymore. To make matters worse, Finnick directly sat on its back, glaring and threatening. Want to cause trouble? Do you believe I can stretch you into a different shape? Gyarados immediately backed down. Big brother, you're strong. Can I just be quiet? Everyone continued to interact with the Pokemon, commanding them to attack, getting more and more into it. If just a few are this amazing, what will it be like with over 900 kinds together? Simon suddenly frowned. Wait, these Pokemon have only just met us, and they're already obedient? If they were taken by enemies, wouldn't that be the end? Lanyu smiled. Pokemon are kind, but they only listen to their masters. That's exactly what I wanted to say. These Pokemon weren't caught by us. The Pokeballs have a bit of taming effect. And since their original owners didn't build emotional bonds with them, they are friendly with the first person to release them, Lanyu explained. If they're an emotional connection, and you forcibly release them from the Pokeball, they might turn around and attack you. Plus, strong Pokemon are all proud, and many have bad temperaments. If they don't want to lose or have no feelings, even if you catch them, they listen to commands. Want to catch them? Either defeat them in battle or, like Finnick, crush them with strength. He pointed at the obedient Gyarados. Gyarados' inner thoughts. Please don't use me as an example. It's so embarrassing. Lanyu suddenly became serious. Pokemon are extremely loyal, with feelings and thoughts. Whoever catches them and raises them will be close to them. You can let them work and fight, but don't treat them as tools. They must be respected. Once they recognize you, they can stick with you through thick and thin, and not just anyone can achieve that. So, in the future, treat them better. As friends and companions. The few quickly nodded. Companions who stick together through life and death. That sounds amazing. Afterwards, Lanyu mentioned some things to pay attention to in their interactions, helping them understand Pokemon better. In fact, Lanyu said all this because he is an Arceus messenger, and he needs to make people understand what kind of existence Pokemon really are. Even if he weren't a messenger, Lanyu would never allow his people to treat Pokemon as tools. He himself loves Pokemon dearly. Outsiders can't be controlled. But his own people must follow the rules. By the way, there's one more thing. Lanyu spoke up. I want to rename the country to Country of Infinity. In the future, Pokemon and people from other worlds will flock here. The name Eastern Country is too limiting. It needs a name that signifies inclusivity and infinite possibilities. He was ready for pushback. After all, these people had deep feelings for the country. To his surprise, Finnick burst out laughing. As expected of our greatest majesty. This vision is amazing. Giannis clenched his fist and thumped his chest. Your Majesty's broad-mindedness, we are in awe. Alice jumped up. Country of Infinity. In the future, we can see infinite Pokemon and infinite people from other worlds. Just thinking about it makes me excited to explode. Nancy stroked the beautiful flower. The palace is going to turn into a zoo. We need to hire more people. No one opposed? Lanyu was stunned and couldn't help but ask. You have no objections? What objections could we have? Simon laughed. Does your Majesty still not understand us? The Eastern Country is what it is today, all thanks to you. As long as it's good for the country, we will never be ambiguous. Besides, we all know you can open the door to other worlds. The country is bound to explode in the future. Country of Infinity. This name is way better than Eastern Country. Why would we oppose? Jirali teased. Even that old stickler Silico wouldn't oppose. Silico said calmly. I uphold the rules for the sake of inheritance, not out of stubbornness. As long as you all don't oppose, that's good. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief, but he still needed to inform the public. When will it be announced? We're ready at any time. Paimongxi asked. Wait until we have a lot of cooperation with the Pokemon world, and announce it together when we reveal the Pokemon. Fennec's eyes lit up. Then I, as the general, must go to the trading site as a guard. I want to see the Pokemon world with my own eyes. Huh. Being a guard is the job of our royal guard team. Jirali protested. You want to go too? You need to guard the palace. When would you have the time? Fennec shot back. Silico interjected. We can split into small teams. It won't affect our work. Who doesn't want to go to the other world to see? Yana sighed. I'm so envious. Our patrol team is too busy. We definitely want to have the chance. The better the country is, the less we can slack off. Unlike the palace guards, their work doesn't change much. You all want to go? How about we fight it out to see who wins? Alice stirred the pot from the side. Since he couldn't go himself, he might as well watch a show. Let us fight then. Fennec and Silico were clear-headed about it. But who goes really needs to be decided by strength. After all, not everyone could leave. Someone had to stay to protect the home and the country. You all have fun. I'm leaving first. Lan Yu turned and slipped away. Robin was stunned. Aren't you going to watch? No need to watch. I can guess the result. Lan Yu shook his head. What result? Robin pressed. If they don't go all out, Fennec will most likely win. If they do, Silico might have a chance. But since they're not enemies, Silico wouldn't go all out anyway. The result was already determined. That's why Lan Yu didn't want to watch. In the evening, in the room. Why can't I take Butterfree with me? Robin felt a bit wronged. It was hard to find a companion, and it was sent away. Butterfree is more suitable for adventures outside, not for the palace and being a princess. Lan Yu explained. I'll find you a suitable Pokemon later. All right. The king is the biggest. Robin shrugged. Thankfully, they had spent much time together. Otherwise, she really would have been reluctant. But tonight, one bed? Whatever. Oh, I understand. Robin instantly got it. You men are so contradictory, knowing I'm being proactive, yet saying it's up to me, but you actually want it. Cough, cough. That's not what I meant. Lan Yu quickly waved his hands. He was a gentleman. Then do you think about it? Robin leaned closer. Slowly. Just one sentence. Do you want to? With such initiative, how could Lan Yu not be moved? Besides, the physical condition of people in this world is amazing. Then, those who understand. It's indescribable. The next morning, while having breakfast, Robin asked, what's the plan for today? Prepare some trade samples. We'll go to the Pokemon world in the afternoon. Lan Yu retorted, do you want to go? Can I? Of course. Actually, you'd be quite suitable as a princess. Lan Yu realized last night that Robin's personality is great and gradually accepted it. Is this the reward for last night? Robin teased. Lan Yu almost said whatever, but quickly corrected herself. Ahem. This is a heartfelt exchange. Let's not talk about this anymore. If you want to go, wait for me at the training ground in the afternoon. If you don't want to go, let Nancy take you shopping. Of course I'll go. This opportunity is something others can't even ask for. Robin smiled. The two continued to eat while cultivating their relationship. In the morning, Robin familiarized himself with the palace, while Lan Yu had Simon and the others prepare the items to bring over. The person responsible for testing Pokemon abilities was astonished, though he didn't know where these little guys came from. He was amazed at the point that his jaw dropped. Diglett and Dugtrio could easily handle half a day's worth of farming in just a few minutes. Onyx could dig meters deep in mere moments, while others took half a day to dig just a few meters. So easy. Caterpie could spin threads to make clothes. A few items could be done in minutes, with explosive toughness that even a knife couldn't cut through, providing excellent warmth. Perfect for winter clothing or armor. As the test progressed, they discovered more and more that the support abilities of Pokemon were incredible. In the end, the testers unanimously stated, Pokemon could truly rewrite the fate of a country. In the afternoon, at the Pokemon world, Professor Oak was pacing in the living room, anxious and asking, why hasn't he come yet? Roar, Bomu, Wawu. The three dragons were engrossed in watching TV, thinking, stop pacing. You're blocking our view of the plot. He said he would come, so he will definitely come. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Is he here? Professor Oak dashed to open the door, only to be disappointed to find Dato and Sharona. Why are you here? Lan Yu said, we're here to deliver things. Dato laughed. Professor, are you disappointed that it's not Lan Yu? I could tell a glance. Sharona chimed in. How much did you bring? Professor Oak glanced at the truck outside, wondering if they had asked at home. This little bit isn't enough for them to ask. Dato pointed at the yard. Professor, you prepared quite a lot too. I wonder what line you brought. Sharona was curious. He's a king. He can definitely mobilize more than we can in a day. Professor Oak shook his head. There aren't many types of items. We only have a few unique products in our world. A vortex appeared nearby, and Lanyu walked out. Places he had been to could be pinpointed. But it wasn't good to enter the house directly, and he just happened to bump into the three. Finally here, Professor Oak smiled, not surprised by his entrance method. You came empty-handed? Dato was confused. The items are too big. It's not convenient here, Lanyu explained. Let's find an open space and check the surroundings. Got it. Dato and Sharona asked the truck to unload the goods, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Luckily, the research institute was secluded. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Don't get scared later. Lanyu reminded with a smile from the backyard. The three dragons called out first. Do we look like we'd be scared? We'll see. The three replied. Come on. Lanyu waved at the open space, and a vortex several meters high and over 10 meters long appeared. Bang! A massive creature was thrown out, occupying the entire backyard. What? What is this? The size is outrageous. Professor Oak swallowed hard, completely dumbfounded. Dato, Sharona, and the three dragons were also stunned. They had never seen anything this big. Lanyu pointed at the giant creature and introduced, This is the marine life from our world, a fish. It's perfect for eating. I didn't measure its size specifically. I just caught it and brought it over. The meat is rich in elements. We eat it often, and Pokemon love it too. Professor Oak let out a long sigh of relief. So this is marine life. I thought it was only a few meters long, judging by sight. This marine creature was at least 30 or 40 meters. Professor Oak walked around it, thinking it was even more impressive than the largest Wylord we have. Catching something this big must have taken a lot of effort, right? Sharona looked at its fierce appearance, relieved it was already dead. Effort? This is considered small. Lanyu laughed. We have marine creatures several thousand meters long all over the place. And then bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises shook the ground like an earthquake. The people in Masera town were quite calm. What strange experiment is Professor Oak doing again? This. Professor Oak looked at the vortex from which even larger marine creatures were rolling out, completely at a loss for words. Finally finished moving. Let's see what exciting Pokemon this world has. Finnick emerged with a large bag, followed closely by Robin. He immediately spotted the three dragons, tossed his bag aside, and approached, standing over 3 meters tall. He startled the 2-meter dragons. The appearance is decent, but it doesn't look as fierce as Gyarados. Finnick commented, Who is this? Dato and Sharona stared at the human taller than a dragon, their jaws dropping. Although Professor Oak had heard of the giant race, he was still tongue-tied, seeing one in person. Let me introduce, this is Finnick, the general of our country, and my wife Robin. Lanyu pointed, These three are Professor Oak, Sharona, and Dato. Hello. They greeted each other. All these marine creatures were caught by Finnick, Lanyu added. Your Majesty, that's not correct. Finnick corrected. I caught them all by myself. The others just helped a bit. He had to show off a bit in front of beings from another world. Are all the people in your country this tall? Dato glanced at Robin, who was over 8 meters tall, then looked at himself, feeling a bit confused. Could it be because of eating marine creatures? Then I need to show off a bit more. We have people 3 or 4 meters, 5 or 6 meters, and even over 10 meters all over the place. Lanyu shrugged at 9 meters. He was considered short in the One Piece world. This is 2. Dato was completely at a loss for words. Lanyu opened the bag and pulled out some items. This is a phone bug. It can make calls. This is a devil fruit. Eating one gives you superpowers. He quickly introduced everything. Indeed, there weren't many items. The devil fruits piled up in the Eastern Kingdom's warehouse were useless, so they were just right for trading. For Professor Oak and the others, these items were incredibly valuable. Just these few marine creatures were enough for them to research for half a day. Professor Oak's eyes lit up when he saw those marine creatures, as if he had seen a rare treasure. As soon as Lanyu finished introducing, he immediately shouted for the 3 dragons to help move the instruments. Squatting beside the marine creatures and starting to study them intensely, not even blinking. Sharona also joined in to help, and the two were researching passionately. Dato wanted to join in as well, but Finnick directly stopped him. Hey, how about a match? You want to use your fist to fight my Pokemon? Dato scratched his head, feeling doubtful. Lanyu's strength almost overwhelmed him, and this big guy looked even fiercer. His Pokemon would probably get beaten badly. Of course. Finnick pounded his chest. Your Majesty said your Pokemon are super strong. I need to experience that. Don't worry, my strength is about the same as His Majesty's. Lan Yu silently rolled his eyes, thinking, this about the same is not even close. Finnick was at the level of a pure dual-type powerful general, a tough character like Zephyr. All right, if you want to fight, let's fight. Dato thought for a moment, feeling that it wouldn't be a loss to spar with a strong opponent, and it would be a good chance to see what the Pokémon could do. Let's go to another place. We don't want to disturb Professor Oak and the others. The two ran to a distant open space, far away to avoid disturbing Professor Oak's research. Come out, Dragonite. Dato threw out his ace. Charizard probably wouldn't hold up, so he decided to go with the strongest for safety. This dragon is called Dragonite. Phoenix sized up the situation. Just right. Let me see how strong you are. Although first, with that, he wrapped his fists in armament hockey and charged forward like a cannonball. This armament hockey was even darker than Blue's. I really didn't make the wrong choice. Dew's heart trembled, recalling the knowledge about hockey. The darker the color, the harder it is trained. Dragonite, stone edge attack. A dense barrage of sharp stones shot towards Phoenix like a rain of arrows. Phoenix didn't dodge at all, swinging his fists like a windmill, smashing them all to pieces. Grinning, is that all? Don't rush, there's more. Dew shouted, Sandstorm. Rock Slide. Rock Tomb. Dragonite instantly conjured a sandstorm that blocked Phoenix's line of sight, followed by large rocks falling from above, while spiky stones erupted from the ground, attacking from three sides with ruthless moves. This combination is quite smooth. Phoenix praised, directly closing his eyes to use observation hockey, easily dodging all attacks based on his senses, then charged out of the sandstorm with his darkened fists, heading straight for Dragonite. I knew you had observation hockey and anticipated you could ignore the sandstorm. Dew sneered, Dragonite, use Heat Wave. Boom. A scorching storm roared towards Phoenix. This move is powerful. Phoenix suddenly darted to the right. Charging him would definitely get him hurt. No need for that. Just waiting for you to dodge. Dew shouted, Dragonite. High-speed movement. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dragonite instantly accelerated, wrapping around like a bolt of lightning. Close combat. Just what I wanted. Phoenix swung his fist to smash, only to hit nothing. The Dragonite in front of him was just an afterimage, not a shadow clone. Phoenix frowned. There were no clones around, just an incredible speed. Bang! Before he could react, Dragonite's fist smashed into his face, sending him flying. This speed, even observation hockey can't keep up. Phoenix wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but instead felt excited. This is what fighting is all about. He howled and charged back. Dew planned to use the same trick again, ordering Dragonite to use agility to circle around, but Phoenix stomped the ground, unleashing armament hockey, instantly sealing off three directions with earth walls, leaving only the front. Got you. Phoenix spotted Dragonite, charging in and threw a punch. Dragonite was also sent flying, getting up and wiping blood, roaring, this punch is quite fierce. All right, breaking agility this quickly. Dew raised an eyebrow, but Dragonite has plenty of moves left. Dragonite surf, splash. Dragonite's antennae sparkled, and a giant wave several meters high crashed towards Phoenix, creating a wave out of thin air. Quite impressive. Phoenix punched the ground, causing cracks to spread, a force colliding with the wave. Boom! The wave was shattered, instantly dissipating, leaving only water marks on the ground. Not done yet. Blizzard. Ice Beam. Dew shouted next. The arena was instantly filled with wind and snow. Dragonite shot ice beams at the sky, and snowflakes quickly turned into ice balls the size of 1 meter, densely suspended in the air. Just ice balls, no different from stones. Phoenix was about to dodge when he suddenly realized his feet were frozen. When did this happen? He was stunned. Just now. Dew laughed. The previous surf wasn't meant for attacking at all. It was actually to leave watermarks first, then use Blizzard to freeze them. While Phoenix was distracted by hitting ice balls, secretly freezing the water beneath his feet with Ice Beam. This operation tests control of the battlefield. Only Dew's Dragonite could pull it off. How did he manage to do this? Phoenix stared at his frozen feet, suddenly understanding, changing his line of sight for a sneak attack. Huh? But now is not the time to dwell on that. The ice balls were coming down. So what if my feet can't move? Ice balls? 1 punch for each. Phoenix swung his fists wildly, smashing like he was drumming. But these ice balls were ridiculously hard. After hitting them, even his armament hockey-wrapped fists felt numb. A regular person would have had their hands ruined by now. Is that it? Phoenix shook his hands, looking disdainful. Dew watched in amazement. This physical condition is too explosive. If it were a Pokémon of the same level, their hands would have been ruined long ago. He secretly resolved that his Pokémon must learn armament hockey. The gap is too wide. Dragonite, Thunderbolt. Don't let him close in. Dew shouted. Splash. Dragonite's antennae crackled with electricity, unleashing a powerful bolt of lightning. Quite flashy. Fire, water, rock, ice, and now electric. Phoenix shattered the ice beneath his feet, dodging and charging. Trying to create distance? No way. Dragonite wouldn't let him close in, flying straight up. You can't reach me up here. Phoenix laughed. You think flying means you're safe? He picked up the ice blocks on the ground and hurled them upwards like cannonballs. Quick and fierce, Dragonite dodged most of them but still got hit several times. Oh, does getting hit by ice blocks hurt more? Phoenix specifically picked up ice blocks to throw, forcing Dragonite to fly at a low altitude. Good timing. Phoenix seized the opportunity to charge up, fists cracking. Dragonite also got serious. Come on. Fire punch, thunder punch, ice punch, heavyweight punch. I have weapons all over. Steel wing, iron tail, heavy kick, dragon claw, iron head, bring it on. And what happened? No matter how many moves Dragonite had, they were either blocked hard by Phoenix armament hockey or lacked enough power to be effective. Compared to Phoenix fists wrapped in armament hockey, they fell far short. Although Dragonite was at a disadvantage, Phoenix wasn't feeling too good either, being shocked until his limbs felt numb, frozen with a stinging pain, and burned by fire. He felt like his body was being disassembled and reassembled, his mind nearly driven to madness. One man and one dragon, one injured physically, the other hurt mentally. Do realized, absolutely do not engage in close combat with people from blue side, especially those who can use armament hockey. Pokémon without this skill would just be looking for punishment. Phoenix is too fierce. Du's Dragonite is a trump card, and even Mega Charizard might not beat it. It's evenly matched with him. Sharona stopped her work, her eyes wide. Watching it tie, dragging it on might not be certain. While helping Professor Oak, Blue analyzed that although Phoenix had fewer moves than Dragonite, his stamina was far superior. In a war of attrition, Dragonite would definitely collapse. Unless Dragonite had a big move to end it quickly, Blue guessed it was highly likely a Z move. Without Mega Evolution or Dynamax facilities, that's the only possibility. Just try to see if Du had any hidden moves. Sharona smiled, her thoughts coinciding with Blue's. Suddenly, Professor Oak exclaimed, I discovered something incredible. Saying this, he rushed into the research lab, almost calling for Charizard to help, but ended up running himself. What treasure did he find? Why the rush? Robin looked confused. On the other side, Du looked at the state of Dragonite and Phoenix, frowning tightly. This can't go on, from the beginning until now. The time has long exceeded Dragonite's battle limit. Blue said they could fight for 3 days and nights. Although it was exaggerated, a few more hours would definitely be fine. Phoenix also had that stamina. Incredible. Du gritted his teeth. He couldn't delay any longer. He took a crystal from his right hand, exposing his arm ring with his left hand, pressing the crystal into it. The arm ring instantly burst with light. Dragonite, use the ultimate move we trained last night. Duroard. Ultimate Gigantamax Dragonquake. The light all poured into Dragonite's body, which spread its arms, gathering terrifying energy in its mouth, looking ready to explode. This move? So fierce? Phoenix's pupil shrank. It absolutely cannot hit. Dodge? No. Interrupted directly. Phoenix picked up a large ice block at his feet and hurled it at Dragonite. Du had already anticipated this move. He and Dragonite practiced Z moves last night, not just for proficiency, but for speed, before the ice block could reach. The energy ball in Dragonite's mouth had already been blasted out, instantly transforming into a 3 or 4 meter tall energy lizard dragon, smashing through the ice block and charging towards Phoenix. Too fast. Can't dodge. Phoenix crossed his arms, condensing the strongest armament hockey, his feet firmly planted on the ground. Then braced himself. If I can block this move, the world is mine. Bang! The energy lizard dragon collided with him, exploding with a deafening sound. The shockwave rushed over to Blue's side, blowing people's hair wildly. Du indeed hit a Z move. This speed is incredible, just afraid of being interrupted. Cynthia was styling her hair. But Phoenix got hit by that move, so he's probably finished, right? Dragonite is definitely going to win. I don't think so. Lan Yu smiled. Do you think he can block it? No way. Cynthia's eyes widened. The power of a Z move is more than twice that of a normal move. No matter how strong the hockey is, he will still be seriously injured inside. And then Dragonite can easily counterattack. I agree with that. Lan Yu nodded. But what I'm saying is, they're even. As the smoke cleared, Phoenix still maintained a crossed arm posture. His upper clothing was blown to shreds. But he had no obvious external injuries. He was able to block that. Dato was stunned. We lost. Dragonite was on one knee, clearly unable to hold on. Another hit, and he'd be in serious trouble. No, it's a draw. Phoenix wanted to counterattack, but he found his arms were too weak to lift, and after removing his haki, his arms were covered in gruesome scars, turning gray-black, clearly temporarily incapacitated. A draw? Data was a bit confused. Fennec's feet could still move. If he kicked, Dragonite would definitely be down. What's not right about that? Fennec walked over to Dragonite. It's not a life-or-death battle. We've fought to this point. We know each other as strength. That's enough. Dato wanted to shake hands, but remembered the other person couldn't move his hands, awkwardly scratching his head. Sorry about that. Ha ha ha. It's fine. Fennec laughed loudly. By the way, do you have any strong Pokemon here? Like Gyarados, give me one. He came to this world just to find a Pokemon he likes. Strong Pokemon? We do have some. Dato thought for a moment. It's just their personalities. Before Dato could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Fennec. Personality? That doesn't matter. With my strength, is there anything to be afraid of? Dato chuckled. Almost forgot. Your strength is not weaker than Dragonite, so you really don't need to be scared. Then hurry up and lead the way. I want to catch my first Pokemon. Fennec rubbed his hands in excitement. What is the rush? Dato pointed at his hands. First treat your injuries. Produce. The doctor hasn't finished the measurements yet. All right. Fennec finally realized he was being too impatient. Then I'll trouble you with that. No problem. Dato smiled. By the way, can you help me teach my Pokemon hockey when you have time? You can count on me. The two walked over to Lan Yu's side. Dato took some medical equipment from the lab to help Fennec treat his hand injury. Fennec was too tall to get inside, so he could only do it outside. Cynthia teased. Dato, I saw the move you were hiding. My Pokemon will definitely target you from now on. Target me? Dato was unconcerned. As long as my Pokemon learns hockey first, then just like Fennec, it can smash you with its body. Not necessarily. I have knowledge about hockey too. My Pokemon will definitely learn it faster. Cynthia was not convinced. Haha, did you forget? My Charizard and Dragonite have both personally endured the blows of hockey. How can the power be the same? Dato hit the nail on the head. Cynthia had nothing to say. All right, let us wait and see. If I had known earlier, I would have let my Pokemon take the hits. If they haven't taken a beating, they just don't have the motivation. Professor Oak, how is the scanning going? Dato looked at Professor Oak, who was staring blankly at the data. Did you find anything? This discovery. Professor Oak sighed first, making Lan Yu's heart tighten. Don't say it has any harm, or else the trade and food are in jeopardy. It's completely harmless. Professor Oak suddenly beamed with joy. Not only is it harmless, but this Sea King type is simply a god-level supplement for humans and Pokemon. Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. So what is so good about it? I compared the data given by other professors with the scanning data of the Sea King type. And wow, half of it matched up. Professor Oak shook the data. Can you guess what that data is? It's the data on Dynamax. The information about the Sea King type actually has half of it similar to Dynamax. Do you understand what this means? It means eating it can make you grow taller? Cynthia answered quickly. Professor Oak was momentarily speechless. This is my shining moment. Ahem, Cynthia is right. He could only continue. The Sea King type contains something similar to Dynamax factors, along with various trace elements. What happens to humans when they eat it? Lan Yu's world is an example. Pokemon eat it often. Either their physical fitness explodes, or their size can grow to the extent of Dynamax. However, the specific effects still need to be tested. This discovery is amazing. If Pokemon's physical fitness improves, their combat power will be directly maxed out. Dato chuckled, but if their size increases, the Dynamax and Galar will probably become useless. Some Pokemon can grow larger without issue, but I worry that those cute ones will also grow bigger, and their cuteness will be completely gone. Cynthia laughed. Lan Yu understood in an instant. No wonder the people in the One Piece world are all so big. It turns out they eat too much Sea King type. I estimate not only the Sea King type, but most marine life over there has this effect. But not everyone can grow bigger after eating it. After all, there are short ones, but strengthening physical fitness is guaranteed, unless you're really unlucky. So for now on, we'll mainly trade Sea King types? Lan Yu asked. Absolutely. Professor Oak confirmed. I only got one devil fruit, and it's obviously scarce. The phone bug is similar to a snail, just has a bit more communication energy, only interesting to those researching communications. So the Sea King type is the real deal. We can have as much as we want. Dato and Cynthia had no objections. There are too few devil fruits to make a big impact. This matter is on me. Fennec laughed heartily. Now that we have this infinite country, I'm the most free. Small matters don't need to be managed, and big matters are not my turn. Now that the scanning is done, what's next? Cynthia asked. Of course, it's to cut the Sea King type into pieces and transport away. Dato looked at the gigantic Sea King type. His head was spinning. With just this few of us, we probably can't handle it today. No problem. Professor Oak shouted at the forest. Everyone come here. There's good food. Instantly, the ground shook and a swarm of Pokemon rushed over. Robin was stunned. This calling power is too explosive. Dato was confused. Just now Dragonite and Finnick were fighting fiercely, and such a big Sea King type was here. Yet they didn't come out, but now that you shout food, they all appear? They're all little guys who were fostered here. Professor Oak shrugged. They're used to my research by now. Aside from food, they don't care about anything else. A few of them secretly complained, Professor, your experiments must have exploded every day before, right? Otherwise, how could the Pokemon be so calm? Battle, seed, roar, squeak. The Pokemon surrounded Professor Oak, clearly asking for afternoon tea. Ahem, this is your food. It's explosively nutritious. Professor Oak pointed at the Sea King type, but it has to be cut first. So it's convenient for you to fry, stir-fry, roast, or grill. Otherwise, you can only eat it raw. Roar. A few Pokemon were unhappy. This old man is at it again. Last time he said it was nutritious, but the taste was terrible. Thinking back on it makes them want to vomit. A few Pokemon decided to make a sacrifice. Let's try this gigantic raw meat first. After taking a bite, their taste buds exploded. They immediately called their companions. Hurry and try. Is it my taste buds that are malfunctioning, or is this thing really that delicious? Long, gummy, Arbok. After all the Pokemon tried it, they were amazed. It really was super delicious. Don't look at them usually eating berries. They're actually omnivores. Only berries meet their attribute needs better. But this Sea King type meat, surprisingly, all the Pokemon found it extremely suitable. The Pokemon gestured to Professor Oak. After finishing this big guy, can you fry, stir-fry, roast, or grill it for us? Professor Oak laughed. Of course. Well, have I ever lied to you? The Pokemon internally thought. Have you lied to us less? But with delicious food in front of them, they started feasting. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Various moves were unleashed. The commotion was so great that the people in Newtown were talking. Professor Oak's research is quite big today. Just finished an explosion, and now there's new commotion. It seems there's going to be big news. Our Shinshin town is about to become famous again, so it must be recorded. After all, I've seen so many of the doctor's explosive experiments. I'm quite calm about it. The Pokemon quickly cut the Sea King into neat pieces. Robin was amazed. These Pokemon are incredible. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels ridiculous. They are simply treasures bestowed by heaven. Finnick also sighed. Stop sighing. It's time for us to work. Otherwise, the Pokemon will cook us. Lanyu urged with a smile. Professor Okido and the others hurriedly had the Pokemon move the kitchen utensils. And Robin also showcased the abilities of the Hana no Mi. He might not be skilled in other cooking, but outdoor barbecuing is his forte, managing several grills at once. One person is worth 10. This devil fruit is just too amazing. Professor Okido stared in disbelief, watching the arms that appeared out of nowhere around the grill. Completely baffled, Pokemon moves at least have energy, but this is just arms appearing out of thin air. Ridiculous. The Pokemon waiting for food got anxious and urged Professor Okido to stop studying and hurry up with the cooking. No matter how long they watched, they wouldn't learn anything. Eating is the priority. Reluctantly, Professor Okido went to cook, and the Pokemon learned from him and started circling around the grill. What's up with these arms appearing out of nowhere? They're even more amazing than they are. The devil fruit, like Pokemon, is equally extraordinary. Lanyu explained with a smile as he helped out. Before long, the Sea King meat was cooked and ready, and the moment it entered their mouths, all the Pokemon and Professor Okido were shocked. It was so delicious, it was unfair. This was just made by amateurs. If a professional chef were to do it, wouldn't it be heavenly? I'm stuffed. Dato lay on the grass, rubbing his round belly. This Sea King dish is just too amazing. I can't stop. Boku, Dragonite, laid down next to him, also with a bulging belly. Clearly, they had eaten to regain health after the battle. But once this meat entered their mouths, they couldn't control themselves. Roar. Charizard agreed. The goods brought by that buddy yesterday were top-notch, and their meals are secured from now on. Roar. Red Gyarados also joined in the fun. Who cares about yesterday or today? Having such delicious food is great, even if it turns into Gyarados. Cynthia, I won't argue about other things, but when it comes to eating, I admit defeat. Dato looked at Cynthia, still eating, and was greatly impressed. Your appetite is incredible. It's just natural. Cynthia paused. Delicious food should be saved for next time. I can't get tired of it all at once. Chichami. Her Pokemon also called out. Not only trainers can eat, we can too. Dragonite and the others have to agree. When it comes to eating, it's still Finnick. Cynthia looked at him. Finnick may be large, but he eats 10 times more than her, Professor Okido, and Dato combined, which is ridiculous. Ha ha. Didn't Professor Okito say that eating sea kings can help you grow? I've been eating like this all along. Finnick laughed heartily. It seems that eating too much makes you stronger, and getting stronger means you can eat even more. No problem. Lanyu, no problem. Indeed, no problem. It's getting late. Are you all going back? Professor Okito asked. No, we're staying here tonight. We want to capture some Pokemon tomorrow. Doctor, you don't mind, right? Lanyu smiled. She hadn't notified Simon yesterday, and today they already agreed to stay for a few days. Of course I don't mind. Perfect time to ask Finnick for some tips. Dato sat up and eagerly agreed. You beat me to it. Cynthia shook her head. She wanted to ask too. Haha, no problem. Professor Okito was more than happy for them to stay a few more days. What Pokemon have you prepared? Lanyu asked. Knowing would help avoid capturing the same ones. He had handed over what Dato and the others prepared to Simon in the afternoon and hadn't seen it yet. Part of it is the same as yesterday's, and the rest is just these common ones. Dato pointed at the frolicking Pokemon. We don't have many rare Pokemon either. Our Dragon Clan focuses on Dragon types. I brought a few Dratini and Dragonair. Trades are no problem. But for Fairy types and Ice types, we'll have to go look for them. Dato said, rather than waiting, it's better to find them ourselves. The fun of capturing comes from that. Who knows, we might even encounter the ones we like. That's why so many people travel. Only the wild and interesting Pokemon outside. Cynthia nodded. Indeed, if you want to introduce a large number of Pokemon, we might face significant resistance in capturing them, but your identity carries weight, so persuasion is different. Professor Okito also agreed. I can provide starter Pokemon for newcomers, but as for the special ones, I can't guarantee anything. It could take days or even months. That's why we're staying. Lanyu understood, relying on their backing. Going back and forth would just be the same few options. They still need to find their own to have fun. Trading will focus on Dragon types, the starter trio, and the rest will depend on luck. Then the group began discussing battle power, and Lanyu had an idea. The champion's ace, like Dato's Dragonite, has a battle power that is roughly at the general level. Charizard is at most a quasi-general. Note, this is single target damage, not overall strength. In a real fight, a general could exhaust a champion's ace to death, just like Finnick can take down Dragonite, even if he has to use his feet. Beating another champion Pokemon is also no problem. If it were the Navy's 3 admirals, they'd be even more powerful with a wider range of attacks. Able to hit 2 champion aces at once, and if they go all out, they could hold down 3. 3 champion aces working together could face a general directly. The outcome is uncertain, but special situations are another matter, like Akainu fighting against Duckmouth Fire Beast and Magcargo with lava attacks. They might think they're soaking in a hot spring. However, if a general encounters a champion in the Pokemon world, they're likely to be surrounded and defeated. Champions have 6 Pokemon. Even if they're not all aces, they're all of champion caliber, equivalent to 6 quasi-generals, and they could easily trap you. This world is not like it is in the stories. A battle could destroy the arena, and Pokemon could be seriously injured. It's not like in a story where fire-type moves can't burn grass. And Charizard can withstand flames of thousands of degrees and easily lift nearly a ton heavy Cosmoem. How many league champions are there in this world? If you think about it in the world of One Piece, it's terrifying. Not to mention there are countless champion-level Pokemon and legendary ones here. The legendary Pokemon are not weak. Even if you add up 6 champions, don't say you can beat Lugia. Even facing the 3 legendary birds would lead to annihilation. Of course, if you really want to fight the boss of the legendary Pokemon, the champion would definitely be done for. But taking down the not-so-great members of the group is still possible. If they were to use their backing, it wouldn't be impossible for a champion to capture one from a legendary Pokemon group. Lanyu also learned from Professor Okito and the others about the differences between Mega Evolution, Dynamax, and Z-moves. In terms of power, Z-moves Dynamax Mega Evolution. In terms of practicality, Mega Evolution Dynamax Z-moves. Z-moves are a gamble for a one-hit kill, exploding several times the damage in an instant. Even if the opponent can endure it, they will still be hurt, just like Finnick if he blocks Dragonite's Z-move. Both hands would be directly incapacitated. But if you miss or don't get a one-hit kill, you're basically done for. Dynamax looks like it's ranked 2nd, but it's actually not weak. The power is not inferior to Z-moves. And the overall boost is not worse than Mega Evolution. When enlarged, the attack power is explosive. But the drawbacks are also obvious. Being enlarged makes you a live target. Movement is slow, and it must be used in specific areas, which is quite inconvenient. Mega Evolution is the ultimate. It transforms overall quality, can be maintained until energy is exhausted, and is the most suitable for Pokemon. Just look at Dato's Charizard. Without this move, He would at most be at the ordinary champion level, but with it, he directly becomes a top champion. Unfortunately, only a few Pokemon can use it. Understanding all this, Lan Yu and the others have a clear idea. If Pokemon want to become stronger, they need to consider the pros and cons of these moves to choose their paths. The next morning, Robin reflected while having breakfast. The environment here is so much better than ours. Haha, the environment in Shinshin Town is definitely top-notch in the Kanto region, Professor Okito said while feeding the Pokemon. The Pokemon were munching on energy blocks, their inner thoughts. Yesterday was a feast, and today it's a downgrade. How tragic. After finishing breakfast, let's go nearby and look for suitable Pokemon. Lan Yu looked at Robin and Fennec. I can't. I've scheduled to go capture with Sharona elsewhere. Robin waved his hand. I have an appointment too. Dato said he'd take me to find powerful Pokemon. Fennec shrugged. All right then, I'll just wander around by myself. Lan Yu didn't mind. Having big shots to take care of them was a sure thing, and he could still roam freely. Not long after, Sharona arrived in a private jet to pick up Robin. A while later, Dato also flew in to pick up Fennec. Robin at 8 meters could sit normally, but Fennec, over 3 meters tall, had to dismantle his seat and awkwardly sit on the floor. Lan Yu, holding the map given by Professor Okito, headed straight for the nearest Pokemon gathering place, the J-Band Forest. This forest is huge. Lan Yu stood on a tree and looked around. The dense trees blocked out the sun, making it dark inside the forest where he couldn't see much. He had to jump to the treetops to get a clearer view. It was simply a paradise for bug-type Pokemon, but it also hid a lot of dangers. On the ground, there were mostly grass-type Pokemon, but once he jumped onto the trees, he found a bunch of bug-type Pokemon hiding in the leaves, and a few flying-type bird Pokemon were lurking, eyeing the bug types, clearly ready to feast. In the wild, Pokemon had to fight for survival. They either gnawed on berries or treated other Pokemon as food. Unlike the Pokemon in towns who had a variety of food, out here it was straightforward. If there was no food, they had to fight. Watching the scene, Lan Yu really couldn't intervene. Helping the prey meant the predators would starve, and helping the predators made the prey suffer too much. Well, he just focused on what he wanted. He dashed deeper into the J-Band Forest. The Pokemon on the outskirts were too common, not his target. Who knows what surprises lay deeper inside? Not long after, Lan Yu was delighted. His luck was good. There was actually a cave in the depths of the forest. He circled around a small hill, discovered an entrance over 2 meters high. Let's see if he's really hit the jackpot. Lan Yu squeezed inside. There might be Pokemon inside the cave that were different from those in the forest. Wow, it's so dark. After just a few steps in, he couldn't see his own hand. Fortunately, he brought a flashlight. Otherwise, it would have been pure groping in the dark. With a sweep of the light, the Zubat and Golbat on the cave ceiling were startled and flew around, screeching nonstop. I knew you guys would be here. Lan Yu laughed. This dark cave was just like a bat nest, right? You guys are fine, but leave me alone. He ignored them and continued walking deeper. The Zubat and Golbat were unhappy. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you want to fight? Lan Yu thought to himself. One punch for each, are you scared? When he reached a spacious area deeper in the cave, Lan Yu frowned. Is this it? Just a bunch of bats? Not even a single rock type? It seemed his luck had run out. He turned to leave. The cave was clear, nothing worth searching for. Suddenly, a 3-headed Diglett poked its head out of the ground. No rock types. But here comes a ground type. 3-headed Diglett. Lan Yu shook his head. It was close enough. Dig, dig, dig. A group of 3-headed Diglets emerged. And some of them even had hair. Lan Yu was shocked. Are you wearing wigs? Or are you the Alolan Diglets? He reached out to touch them, enticed by the energy blocks. These little guys weren't shy. It was actually real hair. Lan Yu was dumbfounded. How could there be Alolan Diglets in the Kanto region? They. After finishing the energy blocks, the 3-headed Diglets seemed to want to repay him, taking turns digging into the ground and popping back up. What are you doing? Lan Yu wondered. Bang! The ground beneath him suddenly shifted, cracks spreading across the surface. Just as Lan Yu thought about running, the ground collapsed beneath him. You little guys, you're digging your own graves. Watching the 3-headed Diglets who were happily falling with him, Lan Yu could only shake his head helplessly. Fortunately, it wasn't very deep. When he said it wasn't deep, it was actually over 100 meters. Only Lan Yu had some strength to land steadily on the rocks beside him. Anyone else would have been done for in no time. Wow, there's actually an underground river hidden here. The surface was small, but below it opened up ridiculously. A river flowed to the right, with a large expanse of open space beside it. Incredible. Dig, dig, dig. The 3-headed Diglets waved, signaling Lan Yu to follow. Are you taking me to see the world? Lan Yu hurried to catch up. The underground path twisted like a maze, and the three-headed Diglets led him left and right, soon arriving at a glowing area. Is this a glowing stone? Lanyu was amazed. It was brighter than a flashlight, all thanks to the stones embedded in the walls. Ahead was another cave. Drill, drill. Just as he wanted to enter the cave, three Pokemon with drill heads blocked his way. Drill-headed Diglett? What are you doing here in Kanto? Lanyu was bewildered. First he saw the Alolan three-headed Diglets. Now the Unova drill-headed Diglets. Was this place a Pokemon United Nations? Before he could react, the three-headed Diglets hurled mud bombs. Bang, bang, bang. I'm a guest brought by your kind. No need to be so enthusiastic. Lanyu jumped back to dodge. Drill, drill. The drill-headed Diglets indicated. Who do you think you are? We're not on the same side. The three drill-headed Diglets charged over with their glowing drill heads, looking quite fierce. Is that it? You want to touch me? No way. Lanyu easily dodged them. What could be hidden inside that was worth guarding so fiercely? Drill, drill. The drill-headed Diglets were furious. Don't look around, or you'll die. Day. The three-headed Diglets were anxious. Big brothers, we're one of you. Don't attack. Stop it, drill-headed Diglett. Let the guest in. A voice with great authority came from deep within the cave. Drill, drill. Although the three drill-headed Diglets stopped, they yelled a few times at Lanyu, making it clear, behave, human, or we'll kill you. Then the drill-headed Diglets led the way, with the three-headed Diglets following behind, and Lanyu bringing up the rear as they walked deeper inside. The cave also had glowing stones, making everything clear. The path was a gently sloping incline, and every slope was packed with rock-type and ground-type Pokemon. Screwy Diglets, Diglets moles, Geodudes, Alolan Geodudes, Moonstones, Sunstones, Sherelden, and Ancient Bugs. All were here. Moreover, every area was guarded by their evolved forms. Drill-headed Diglets, Golem, Alolan Golem, Bastiodon, Ancient Armor. Each one looked formidable. So many rock-type and ground-type Pokemon. Lanyu was stunned. This aura was probably at the elite level. If that were the case, which trainer or poacher would dare come here? They would be crushed in no time. After walking for a while, Lanyu arrived at an enormous space. In the center, a giant Pokemon stood out, legendary Regigigas. Initially thinking a kind human was led here by Diglets. It turned out to be Arceus's messenger. 6 glowing stones on Regigigas glimmered brightly, staring at Lanyu's hand. No wonder the creation plate reacted when you approached. Lanyu's left hand suddenly felt hot, and when he looked down, an emblem on his hand was shining brightly. A beam of light shot straight at the plate above Regigigas' head. The plate trembled, as if pulled out, and flew to Lanyu's side, circling around him a few times before directly drilling into the emblem. The glowing stones on Regigigas flickered. I didn't wait for Arceus, but receive its messenger. I guess my mission is complete. Just as Lanyu pondered whether this plate was temporarily stored for him, he noticed Regigigas' body began to fade. He hurriedly asked, "What is happening to you?" "I'm just a projection, sustained by the power of the plate. Now that you've taken the plate, I shall also cease to exist." It paused. This cave space-time is unstable, relying on me and the plate to stabilize it. Without us, this place will collapse. You have to take the Pokemon from the cave. Lanyu's eyes brightened. Can I take you to live in another place? Of course. They originally came from different regions and have long wanted to change places. They stayed only because of me. The light stone of Regigigas flickered again. Lanyu understood instantly. No wonder there are so many cross-regional Pokemon. It turns out it's a time-space bug. The voice of Regigigas echoed throughout the cave. Everyone come over. I have one last thing to say. As the leader, Regigigas' words were very effective, and soon all the Pokemon gathered. However, seeing Regigigas become faint, some irritable Pokemon bared their teeth at Lanyu. Could it be that this human is behind this? It has nothing to do with him. The light of Regigigas shone even brighter. My mission is complete. It's time to go. This place is going to collapse. This human is Arceus' messenger and will take you to your new home. The Pokemon all knew about Regigigas guarding the tablet and were quite convinced by the title of Arceus' messenger, instantly quieting down. But having lived here for so long, they were all reluctant to leave. Leaving doesn't mean goodbye. If fate allows, we can meet again. Regigigas comforted. This human might be able to give you a new way of life. While I still have the strength to hold on, hurry and leave. It emphasized the word hurry. Lanyu understood immediately and waved at the rock wall. A vortex appeared out of thin air. With Regigigas' help, taking these Pokemon to the world of One Piece was incredibly easy. Why go through the trouble of capturing them when you can take them all at once? Everyone into the vortex. It leads to your new home, don't worry. Lanyu waved. The Pokemon jumped in one by one, and after the last one entered, Lan Yu also raised his foot to go in. Human, this is for you. Regigigas' voice came. Lan Yu turned around, and a blue light stone flew in front of him. After catching it, he asked, "What is this?" "This is the time-space stone. It was nurtured by the time-space power here and can let you use the time-space power once to go to a place suitable for you. But only in this world. Hurry up. Take good care of them," Regigigas reminded him at last. "Don't worry." Lan Yu raised his fist in assurance and dove into the vortex. Upon hearing it was limited to this world, Lan Yu understood. Regigigas knew his background. It was probably relying on that tablet. After all, even Lugia only knew he was a messenger. Yet this guy managed to figure out his cross-world identity, which could only be possible with the tablet. The vortex disappeared, and Regigigas' light stone flickered. Arceus. The messenger you chose is indeed something special. When he meets my true form, he will probably be able to accomplish a lot. That's right. It had already asked Arceus through the tablet. Otherwise, how could it easily let someone take all the Pokemon away? On the other side, in the administrative palace, a guard rushed in breathlessly. "Lord Simon." A bunch of Pokemon suddenly appeared in the training ground. "The vice captain asked you to hurry over. His Majesty has got new cargo again?" Simon put down his work. He had just brought in a large batch yesterday, and the staff hadn't finished sorting it out. Now, just in the morning, another batch appeared. The efficiency is incredible. Arriving at the training ground, Simon was stunned looking at the ground full of Pokemon. So many? Why are they in Pokeballs? They're all wild. The former guardian agreed and brought them over directly. Lan Yu walked over. Find a rocky place or a cave to raise them, feed them, and refer to this manual. "I thought it was a trade like yesterday." Simon nodded. "It's indeed not good to bring them directly without Pokeballs. It's also good to come back and get to know the people." Lan Yu had the Pokemon greet Simon and the staff, specifically emphasizing, "These people provide food, remember it." After saying that, he opened the vortex and slipped away. "Why the hurry? Have a cup of tea before leaving." Simon shook his head. "Go. Ground. Dragon." The Pokemon exclaimed. "Yes, not in a hurry. We haven't eaten yet. It seems I need to quickly recruit a batch of breeders." Simon looked at so many mouths and felt overwhelmed. The variety is too much. He needs to refer to the manual to know who likes to eat what. Sure enough, it collapsed. Lan Yu returned through the vortex to the small mountain entrance of the evergreen forest, not returning to the original cave. The small mountain in front of him had turned into a pile of rubble, just as he guessed. Fortunately, it was deep in the forest. Otherwise, this commotion would have caused an uproar. Although this small mountain is only about 10 meters high, it's larger than a gymnasium. If it collapses, it's not a joke. As long as it's okay, continue exploring the evergreen forest. I must capture a Pokemon myself, although I brought back a large group to the Infinite Kingdom. I haven't captured one myself yet. I haven't experienced the joy of capturing. But this luck seems to have been used up when taking that group of Pokemon away. Even if I dive into the deepest part of the evergreen forest, surrounded by fierce Pokemon, Lan Yu still didn't find one he liked. Simply put, none of them met his preferences. Caterpie, Weedle, Beedrill, Butterfree, Pidgeotto. It's just these few, at most adding some Bellsprout, Victreebel, completely failing to ignite his desire to capture. He might have captured a Pidgeotto initially, but DUI and Sharona sent over a bunch of Pokemon, including top-tier Pidgey and Pidgeotto. Now his interest in Pidgeotto has dropped significantly. Unless it's a champion-level Pidgeotto, then he might consider it. But wild champion-level Pokemon are even rarer than legends. Moreover, Pidgeotto at this level can have relatives lined up from one end of the forest to the other. Don't think he has been fine walking around. He has secretly dealt with countless ambushes. If he really dared to touch a champion Pidgeotto, he would be chased by a flock of birds to the ends of the earth. Having walked this far, he hasn't even seen the shadow of Pikachu or Bulbasaur. It seems he took a wrong turn. Lan Yu stood atop a tree to survey the area. He heard they were here, but now there's not even a trace. Now he has two choices. Find another path to look for them, or use this thing. He took out the time-space stone, just afraid it would end up in a dimensional dead end. That would be troublesome to come back. Use a dimensional gate. The synthesizer spoke up. Although you can't randomly traverse in this world, you can send it back to the Infinite Kingdom, and then from there send it back to a familiar place. It's like a transfer station. You can go wherever you want, back to Professor Oak in no time. Lan Yu slapped his thigh, right? The synthesizer is so clever. This trick can be used anywhere, a god-tier teleportation. If you use it a few more times, you might think of it. There's a good thing. Your reputation is increasing. Increasing reputation? I only know Oak and his two friends. How much can it increase? 3 points? Lan Yu was confused. It's given by Pokemon. Pokemon can also give reputation. Lan Yu was surprised. As long as it's a living being, it works, but it depends on the type. After all, not everything without feelings or intelligence can count, right? No problem. Lan Yu nodded. Having a source of reputation other than humans made him secretly happy. Was most abundant in this world. Pokemon, he shouted from the treetops, scaring Pidgey and Spearow into a flurry of flight. He then asked, "Is there a prompt sound for increasing reputation?" "Yes, but afraid it might annoy your ears. I haven't turned it on." "Do you want to turn it on?" Just thinking about several hundred or even millions of reputation points ringing would be overwhelming. Lan Yu quickly waved his hands. No, no, no. Now he can use it with peace of mind. Lan Yu clenched the time-space stone. But how do you use this thing? Lan Yu stared at the time-space stone in his hand and suddenly realized Regigigas hadn't mentioned the usage method. This kind of thing probably has a few ways to use it. The rough way is to smash it on the ground. The gentle way is to hold it tightly. The simple way is to chant a spell. The time-consuming way is to find energy to inject it. And the safest way is to find Regigigas. There are a few more methods omitted. Lan Yu was speechless. It's the same as saying nothing. I still don't know how to do it. There is no choice but to try elimination. Smash it on the ground? What if it breaks? Pass. Find energy to inject? There is plenty of energy in this world. When will I find it? Pass. Find Regigigas? Who knows where it's hiding? The plot point has probably changed places long ago. Pass. Is it just left to hold tight and chant spells? Lan Yu first squeezed for a while. The stone was warmed up, but no reaction. Squeezing method out. Then there was nothing left but to chant spells. But what to chant? Sesame start? Shine time-space stone? Teleport me to where I want to go. After trying a bunch, all in vain, Lan Yu casually complained. It can't be the great Regigigas commands you start, right? As soon as the words fell, the time-space stone suddenly lit up. Oh my! Lan Yu slapped his forehead. Regigigas is too narcissistic to use such a spell. If he hadn't said it casually, this stone would probably gather dust until the end of time. The time-space stone shone brightly, wrapping Lan Yu completely, and with a whoosh, he disappeared from the tree. Once Lan Yu left, the evergreen forest immediately returned to calm, and the nearby Pokemon went about their business. At that moment, a few yellow mice poked their heads out of a tree hole. Pika, Pika! The human finally left, making noise and shining. It was terrifying. As longtime residents, they understood one thing. Hide well, or you'll be torn to pieces by Pikachu in no time. If it weren't for Lan Yu's observation, Hockey not sensing the environment, he would have captured all these Pikachu long ago, deep in a primeval forest. Darkrai, don't run. Darkrai, you can't escape. Darkrai, stop struggling. A group of men in black uniforms rode motorcycles, commanding Pokemon to chase fiercely. Jet! The injured Pokemon in Darkrai's arms cried out, meaning, put me down, run yourself. Running with me won't be fast. Jet! Darkrai was resolute, never giving you up. Even if it costs everything, I will save everyone. This group of pursuers are poachers. When Darkrai went out, its home was raided, and the Pokemon living there were mostly captured. This one in its arms is the last one resisting until now. These poachers are really fierce. A single Pokemon can't withstand them. And even Darkrai can't hold up against a group. In the end, it could only escape with this Pokemon. Jet! The injured Pokemon wanted to say something, but Darkrai interrupted. Now is not the time to chat, just run. But holding a Pokemon in its arms. How can it outrun the poachers on motorcycles? These people have specially modified their bikes, with speeds reaching 200 to 300 kilometers per hour. Want to escape? No way. Darkrai, you can't run away. One poacher slammed the throttle, blocking the front. Other poachers took the opportunity to surround them, completely cutting off all escape routes. Jet! Jetalora, the one who was injured, was it? Broke free and stood on the ground, roaring, Darkrai, let's fight them. If we don't take these guys down, we'll both end up here. Darkrai didn't hesitate, directly unleashing its aura to pressure them. But before even reaching the poachers, it was blocked by their Pokemon. They initially thought they would only capture Jetalora and other Pokemon, but unexpectedly, Darkrai was hiding too. The poacher leader grinned. This time, they hit the jackpot. Jetalora's strength isn't bad, but the poachers don't play fair, and under the group assault, it got injured. If it weren't for Darkrai, it would have been captured long ago. The leader sneered. Only you two are left uncaptured. Obediently surrender to lessen the pain. The more you struggle, the more it hurts. If you get hurt, you won't be worth anything. Be smart and lie down. The others joined in the ruckus. Just these two will be enough for us to lay flat. Each one had greed in their eyes, insatiable. Go! Bald Eagle-Na, Steel Wing. Rogue Croc, Shadow Claw. Ancient Dragonfly, Air Slash. The poachers commanded their Pokemon to bombard them. No matter how fast Darkrai and Jetalora were, they couldn't withstand such a barrage of attacks. The longer they dodged, the heavier their injuries became, while the poachers' Pokemon only sustained minor injuries. The poachers were not in a hurry. After all, the two Pokemon were already in their bag. They could take their time. As the battle continued, the two Pokemon fell into a desperate situation. Jetalora knelt on one knee, pressing its left hand tightly against its right hand injury. This hand had been injured before, and now it was worse. With all its injuries, it completely lost the strength to fight back. Darkrai was panting, leaning against its back, covered in minor injuries, and to protect Jetalora, it had exhausted all its strength to fight back. Is that it? With such little ability, you dare to run? Obediently lie down and get captured. Just like the other Pokemon, accept your fate. Go. Give them a final blow. The leader waved his hand, preparing to take them down completely. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Did the time-space stone bring me here to clean up trash? A shadow silently appeared behind the poacher leader. Who? The poacher leader turned around sharply. The shadow was Lanyu, complaining in his heart. Your grandpa is here. He had just arrived in this forest and stumbled upon this group attacking Darkrai and Jetalora. It was simply outrageous. In this world, direct battles without martial ethics are fine, but you guys are ganging up? And you're poachers? Then I don't need to play by the rules either. Bam! Bang! Crack! The leader had just turned around when he was sent flying by a punch. Lanyu took advantage of the others not reacting and instantly resolved the situation. Roar! The poacher's Pokemon rushed up angrily. Without a trainer's command. You guys are just toothless tigers. Lanyu glared, his aura soaring, and with a wave of his right hand, boom! The tree next to him was directly shattered. The Pokemon raised by humans are strong, but they are used to being commanded. Without a leader, they panicked instantly. With Lanyu's aura coupled with the tree-shattering blow, they were scared to the point of fleeing in all directions. Lanyu walked up to Jetalora and Darkrai. Jetalora growled warily, having just been badly treated by humans. It dare not relax. Don't be nervous. At least I saved you. Lanyu stopped and threw 2 small bottles over, healing potions and stamina potions, for external spraying and internal consumption. Seeing them not moving, Lanyu took a few steps back. It's normal not to trust. You just dealt with poachers. You find a place to use them secretly, so you don't have to worry about me playing tricks. After saying that, he hopped on one of the poachers' motorcycles and left without lingering. Rather than wasting time trying to build trust, it's better to do something meaningful. Jetalora watched his disappearing figure, stunned. So straightforward? Is he a good person? Darkrai nodded. It should be. He just left directly and even reminded us to hide and use the medicine. It suddenly realized, wait. He went towards the main force of the poachers. Jetalora's eyes widened. Is he in cahoots with the poachers? Darkrai shook its head. Definitely not. Otherwise, why would he save us? He is going to take down their base. Jetalora became anxious. That's great. Other partners can be saved. No, there's a tough character among the poachers. He can't do it alone. I must go help. It picked up the medicine and used it, its stamina instantly full. And the wounds began to scab. This medicine is really effective. Darkrai quickly used the medicine too, and the two Pokemon's conditions improved as they rushed towards the poachers' main force. Poachers camp. Why hasn't a team come back yet? They were chasing Darkrai. And since it's so fast, they must have chased far. Do you think they might have lost the chase and are deliberately stalling? Coming back, saying Darkrai ran too fast? It's really possible. It's best if that is the case. Let us see how we can mock them later. The poachers here locked the captured Pokemon in cages, idly playing poker and chatting about their comrades chasing Darkrai and Jetalora. One poacher leaned out from the vehicle. Boss, it's been so long since Team 1 came back. Could something have happened? Should we send someone to check? Don't worry, they're elites. It's not that easy to take them down. The leader of the poachers leaned back in his chair. They were divided into teams by numbers, and Team 1 was the strongest. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of motorcycles suddenly erupted in the silent forest. The noise was as glaring as a spotlight, audible from far away. Look, aren't they back? Let's welcome tonight's great contributor. The leader got off the car, and the other poachers also dropped their cards, rushing to the clearing to see if they had returned with treasures. But as they gathered, what they saw was not a large convoy, just one motorcycle, just one person. Did they catch Darkrai? Team 1 couldn't have been defeated by those two Pokemon, right? If that's the case, even if they caught it, it would give us a laugh for a year. Team 1 usually hogs all the glory, and many people are waiting to see them fail. The motorcycle got closer, and the leader suddenly frowned. Something's wrong. Team 1 doesn't have this body shape. All units on alert. He threw out a Pokeball. Archeops, come out. The other poachers quickly released their Pokemon, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Blue Yao rode closer, looking at the crowd and Pokemon, and said with a smile, "Isn't this a bit too much of a welcome? Who are you? Why are you riding our bike?" The leader's tone was icy. "This bike, I found it in the forest." Blue Yao got off and patted it. "It's really top-notch, fast and stable. Bro, where did you buy this? Introduce me. I have a lot of friends. I need to buy dozens of them. I wonder if it's expensive? Do you have any connections? If it's cheap, I'll buy hundreds. I'll give you a big red envelope then. I also want to set up a Ghost Fire Club, hold motorcycle races. How about I invite you to be a judge?" "So, shut up." The leader was getting a headache from his chatter. He was asking for identity. But Blue Yao was talking about buying a bike. Not saying? Then capture you and let you taste the bitterness of being stubborn. Before he finished, Blue Yao had already rushed over. The leader's Archeops reacted quickly, instantly blocking in front, using its wings to take Blue Yao's punch. "Your Pokemon is stronger than those just now." Blue Yao grinned. The leader squinted. "So you're the one who took them down and stole the bike?" "Taking down is true. Stealing is false. I genuinely found it." What's the difference between taking down and stealing?" The leader thought to himself. "Archeops, Dragon Claw, wreck him. How dare you come here alone to provoke?" The leader jumped back to create distance. Archeops' wings glowed green, transforming into a giant claw, fiercely swinging at Blue Yao. Bang! Blue Yao's fist wrapped in armament hockey clashed with Archeops' claw, directly sending it back. "This claw has some power." Blue Yao was startled. This strength was really fierce. The leader's eyes widened like copper bells. "Is this guy human?" Archeops' claw can crush stones and break steel, yet was pushed back by human's punch? That's impossible. "Archeops, Iron Tail." The leader, mentally tough, immediately gave the order. Archeops' tail glowed and fiercely swung toward Blue Yao. Bang! Blue Yao's right hand was covered in armament hockey, taking the Iron Tail head-on and even grabbing its tail. This strength, Blue Yao was shocked again. This power was almost on par with DUI's Charizard. A poacher actually had such a Pokemon? Can't drag this out. Get down. Blue Yao didn't give any chance to react, tightly gripping the tail and swinging it violently, determined not to let go until it was knocked out. After a fierce operation, Archeops was finally knocked out and thrown aside by Blue Yao. The leader was completely stunned. It's one thing to push back a Dragon Claw with a human fist, but to swing Archeops like a club? Such strength is rare, even among Pokemon. How could a human possess it? You know, humans would stagger, even if a Caterpie bumped into them. "Caterpie, what did I do to deserve this? This guy must be a Pokemon in human skin." The leader regained his senses and roared. "Everyone, attack together. Hit him hard. Nuzleaf Swift. Beware Tackle. Houndoom, Flamethrower. Darmanitan, Fire Punch." These are not ordinary poachers. Blue Yao activated his speed evasion. He thought the remaining ones were weaklings, but this group of Pokemon attacked together, almost giving him a warning. Their strength was not weaker than those he encountered before. This speed is not something a human should have. The leader was once again shocked. How could he dodge so many attacks? He didn't hold back and threw out a Pokeball. Volcanion Eruption. Annihilate this human. Roar. Volcanion's big ring flashed red, and a fire letter several times larger than Blue Yao charged over. Wow, this attack is too exaggerated. Blue Yao quickly dodged to the side. "You can't escape." Volcanion, Flare Blitz. The leader played dirty. Eruption was a decoy. This was the real killer move, and he intentionally shouted the move's name late. So Blue Yao dodged it. That was close. Blue Yao rolled to the right, avoiding Flare Blitz. However, Volcanion suddenly slammed to a stop, the flames instantly extinguishing, and a blue water-like wave burst out. Bang! Blue Yao didn't react in time and was directly knocked away. Damn! This observation hockey only works against small fry. When facing strong opponents in Pokemon, it's completely useless. Blue Yao maintained his calm and observation hockey throughout. But against Volcanion's surprise attack, even if he predicted it, he had no time to react. Useless. It seems I need to get something to enhance my strength. He stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Observation hockey only increases reaction and prediction. It doesn't increase speed. And if the body can't keep up, no matter how accurate the prediction is, it's wasted. After taking such a close hit from Volcanion's water pulse, he could still stand? I would believe it if you said he wasn't human. The leader was once again shocked, but he was already used to it. Suddenly, his eyes glowed green. greedily like he saw prey. Your body is stronger than powerful Pokemon. If we let the researchers figure out the secret, wouldn't we also be able to become this strong? Your value is no less than that of a legendary Pokemon. Go. Volcanion, use Mud Bomb to trap him. The leader had beautiful thoughts, but he underestimated Blue Yao. If he let Volcanion unleash its full power, it would have turned Blue Yao into a corpse or left him half dead long ago. Instead, wanting to capture him alive, he only used weak moves to surround Blue Yao, giving him a chance to evade. If he had no trump card, he would have escaped long ago. But Blue Yao didn't run. Instead, he treated Volcanion's attacks as practice. What a great training opportunity. Can't let it go to waste. After countless rounds of battle, the leader frowned. What's this guy trying to do? Knowing he can't beat Volcanion. Volcanion is much stronger than Archeops. And Blue Yao not only doesn't run, but seems to want to drag this out. Is he trying to exhaust Volcanion's stamina? Or waiting for reinforcements? The leader stared at Blue Yao, suddenly realizing it was indeed possible. Blue Yao had dodged so many attacks and was still not out of breath. His stamina seemed endless. This stamina is too ridiculous. He must be captured. The leader ordered everyone to surround him. He didn't want to go all out, but also wanted to capture him alive. So he let the other Pokemon limit Blue Yao's movement range and let Volcanion do all the attacking. What if Blue Yao's body got damaged and the secret was lost? All right, there's no way to train anymore. Seeing his movement range getting smaller and smaller, Blue Yao had to give up on training. He had already figured it out. Volcanion was a champion-level ace, even stronger than DUI's Dragonite. Plus, the other poachers were not weak either. No wonder Darkrai and Zera couldn't win. Those two were at most elite level. Running into the leader was purely delivering food. If it were the real Nightmare God Darkrai, he would have crushed this group long ago. If it weren't for the boss not allowing Volcanion to unleash its full power, how could there have been such an opportunity to train for so long? Now that the enemy has begun to surround them, if they keep training, they will be done for. So, he has to play his trump card. This trump card isn't to open a dimensional gate to escape, but to release the legendary Lugia. Just as Lanyu was about to pull Lugia out of his pocket, suddenly, a shadow ball combined with a thunderbolt struck the poacher's Pokemon, creating an opening in the encirclement. Zeraora and Darkrai made their grand entrance, rushing to Lanyu and shouting, "We're here to help you. Hurry and run through the gap." "Huh, you're walking right into a trap," the boss sneered. Just in time to take them all down. Everyone, release the remaining Pokemon. Bang, bang, bang. The poachers sent out their second Pokemon, instantly surrounding Zeraora and Darkrai without any escape. One could only say, the more impressive the entrance, the more tragic the situation. 1 against 3 can fight. But facing a whole group is just sending themselves to their doom. Lanyu shook his head. It's as if they never showed up. It only delays for a few seconds. In the end, I still have to rely on it. Come out. He tossed a Pokeball into the air. Huh. Thought you had no Pokemon. One is useless. The boss mocked. How can one Pokemon take down so many? As a white Pokemon emerged from the Pokeball, the boss's eyes widened. This is the legendary Pokemon Lugia. He immediately became ecstatic. Ha ha. Today is a huge win. Zeraora, Darkrai, those pesky humans. And now adding Lugia. Lanyu couldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense and directly commanded, Lugia, they are poachers, don't hold back. Use thunder to smash their Pokemon. Without a second thought, Lugia spread its wings, and the sky instantly darkened with clouds. Boom! Several massive lightning bolts struck down, knocking all the poachers' Pokemon to the ground, swift and decisive. The boss was dumbfounded. He thought this wasn't the true sea god and surely couldn't defeat his Volcanion, but reality slapped him hard. His ace, Volcanion, was knocked down in one hit. Volcanion still wanted to struggle, painfully standing up with electric currents coursing through it. Volcanion. The boss was moved, counterattack. Use self-destruct, take it down with you. Volcanion. I knew I shouldn't have stood up. It charged towards Lugia. That's right, it can fly. But Lanyu shouted directly, Lugia, Hydro Pump, blasted away. Bang. Volcanion was hit by the Hydro Pump before it could even self-destruct, crashing into the woods behind it, and along with the recoil from the self-destruct, it was completely done for. The boss was utterly speechless. Run. This is terrifying. This is a monster, right? Mommy, I want to go home. Seeing this scene, the poachers all began to flee, with a kind-hearted poacher pulling the day's boss along as they ran. But Lanyu is not a soft-hearted person. Letting these poachers escape would only give them a chance to continue harming Pokemon, and even if they were caught, some of their companions would come to rescue them. So, Chapter 32, another batch of hunters. Seeing that Lanyu wouldn't spare even these unarmed poachers, Giaralora showed an expression of cruelty. However, Decry, noticing Giaralora's expression, placed a hand on its shoulder and shook his head, indicating that Lan Yu's actions were justified. Decry further explained to Giaralora that it had little experience in the world and didn't understand that kindness is relative. Some individuals do not deserve it. Moreover, they should not forget how tragic their fate would be if they were captured. Little Giarala, remember a famous saying, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. So, don't let the current suffering of the poachers make us forget our previous anger. Giaralora sighed, wanting to say that it was just making an expression and didn't genuinely wish to let these vile poachers go. After Lan Yu dealt with those poachers, he returned Lugia and walked over to the two Pokemon, assessing their condition. You took the medicine I gave you, right? I told you I wasn't lying. The two Pokemon nodded in response, indicating that they believed him. Now, let's go rescue those Pokemon they captured. Lan Yu signaled towards the area where the poachers were stationed. Giaralora and Decry indicated their agreement, saying, let's go. However, as they walked over, the two Pokemon occasionally glanced at Lan Yu's back, curious about who he was that could capture such a powerful being as Lugia, which clearly held a significant position in the Lugia lineage. As for whether this Lugia was the true sea god Lugia, they thought it was impossible. Capturing a Lugia from the same lineage was already a difficult task, not to mention the sea god Lugia with its world-destroying powers. No wonder the poachers' Pokemon were so strong. It turned out there was a big business behind it. When Lan Yu opened one of the poachers' trucks, he saw cages inside containing rare and uncommon Pokemon like Ralts, Bagon, Magikarp, Charbug, and Froakie, and he understood the situation. It would indeed be strange if the poachers didn't send someone capable to handle such Pokemon. Lan Yu then opened other trucks, finding the evolutionary forms of those Pokemon and some other Pokemon, like Snivy, Totodile, Psyduck, and Farfetch'd, which, while not rare, were still quite uncommon. Roar! The only Salamence, although looking weak at the moment, saw Lan Yu opening the door and thought he was a poacher, so it roared at him. No need to be so agitated. Lan Yu chuckled and reached out to open the cage door. Bang! Despite its lack of strength, once the cage door opened, Salamence charged directly at Lan Yu. However, as it was said to be weak, Lan Yu easily held its head back with his hand. I said not to be so agitated. Lan Yu patted Salamance's head. Roar! Salamence expressed that while being patted felt somewhat nice, it would not yield. Giaralora, while releasing other Pokemon from their cages, quickly walked over to explain the situation to Salamence. Roar! Salamence acknowledged that since this was the person saving them, it admitted the earlier comfort. After releasing all the Pokemon, Lan Yu indicated that they should destroy most of the poachers' belongings here. If these things were left behind, they could be used by someone to harm other Pokemon. Although many of them, like Salamence, were weakened by the poachers, with so many Pokemon present, even a casual cough could create a massive explosion, making it easy to destroy these items. As for the items that weren't destroyed, of course, they were the edible food. Lan Yu could have used the vehicles, but he didn't like their style, plus the Pokemon showed deep hatred for those vehicles, so he decided not to keep them. The rescued Pokemon thanked Lan Yu, expressing that without his appearance, they didn't know what would happen to them. They might have become part of research or be trained to be as brutal as the poacher's Pokemon. After regaining some spirit and strength from eating a bit of food, Lan Yu asked, where are you all going next? Back to your original place? Decry shook its head, saying that the original place had been exposed, and they couldn't return. They had to find a new place to live, and it couldn't be too close. Although Lan Yu didn't understand what it meant, he grasped Decry's intention and extended an invitation. Are you interested in coming with me? With your existence, you would be targeted by poachers wherever you go in the wild. But I can guarantee your safety and food if you come with me. Giaralora expressed its confusion, asking, your place? Where is it? Decry explained it was a Pokemon breeding house or a Pokemon researcher. Decry drew some symbols on the ground to indicate its meaning. It often frequented human towns and knew these symbols, understanding that only these two types of people had great abilities to help Pokemon like them. Lan Yu didn't know what Decry was saying, but he recognized the symbols, smiling and shaking his head. No, I am a king and also a messenger of Arceus. Giaralora and Decry were taken aback, expressing that although they didn't know where there were still kings in this world, a king indeed had the ability to guarantee them safety. However, what is a messenger of Arceus? As mythical Pokemon, they certainly knew who Arceus was, and they knew what a messenger was. But could such an existence really exist? What kind of being is Arceus? The creator god. How could there be messengers? It's not that Arceus couldn't have messengers, but becoming one is harder than a Caterpie becoming a Rayquaza. So is this possible? Caterpie, of course I can. As long as I work hard to grow into a long and slender Rayquaza and then defeat it to take its place. Who wouldn't say I'm a Rayquaza? Seeing the puzzled expressions of the two Pokemon, Lan Yu extended his left hand, showing the back of his palm. This mark is proof. The two Pokemon expressed, a mark can serve as proof? Well then, seeing their expressions, Lan Yu felt that this mark seemed to prove nothing. Pokemon who understood the situation didn't need proof, and those who didn't understand were still unaware, even with proof. However, at that moment, the mark on Lan Yu's left hand suddenly emitted a burst of light, and a small projection of Arceus appeared from within. The small projection of Arceus spoke like a program. This human is my messenger, and he will lead the Pokemon willing to follow him to a new world to survive. Go, my lovely Pokemon. Let's follow him to a new world and create our own destiny. Soon, the projection disappeared. Lan Yu felt that these words sounded a bit like those of a charlatan. When he previously indicated this mark to Professor Oak and the others, Arceus did not appear. But now it appeared when he indicated it to the Pokemon, and the only addition was a stone tablet. So is this mark aimed at the Pokemon? Or is it the effect of the stone tablet? However, he couldn't think too much about it anymore, as he had proof. When Zeraora and Darkrai saw Arceus's projection, they understood that Lan Yu was indeed Arceus's messenger. As for whether it was a fake, this projection had Arceus's aura. How could it be fake? They needed to discuss with the other Pokemon about following Lan Yu and living with him, as they didn't know if these Pokemon would be willing to live with humans. Then Zeraora and Darkrai chattered and discussed with the other Pokemon, explaining Lan Yu's identity as Arceus's messenger, which was guaranteed. La, quack, ball. These Pokemon expressed their willingness. In fact, these Pokemon also stated that they did not know Arceus. While it is true that Arceus is the legendary Pokemon of creation, who said that all Pokemon must know it, it hardly ever shows itself. So how could anyone recognize it? Although they did not know Arceus, they recognized Zeraora and Darkrai. These two Pokemon had always been their guardians. If those two Pokemon were going, then they would go too. Finally, the two Pokemon decided to follow the big shot, knowing that Lan Yu not only had the identity of Arceus's messenger as a guarantee, but also had the powerful legendary Pokemon Lugia with him. So why not follow him to enjoy a good life, instead of living in fear of being hunted by poachers in the future? Chapter 33. Subjugation under the leadership of Darkrai and Zeraora. The Pokemon entered the vortex opened by Lan Yu. The nearby common Pokemon that had not been captured and were watching the show chattered away, expressing their annoyance at being disturbed from their sleep, as the humans and Pokemon who had lured them with food finally left at night. In fact, they were expressing envy, jealousy, and hatred. Those guys were actually being taken care of by a rich person. If only we had secretly snuck into a cage, then we could be taken care of too. Your Majesty, it's only noon, and you've brought another batch of Pokemon? Seeing the vortex door open again in the training ground, a group of different Pokemon emerged. Simon initially thought they were Robin or Phoenixes, but when he saw Lan Yu walking out last, he was shocked. The ground and rock-type Pokemon that Lan Yu brought back had not been fully processed by Simon yet. And how much time had passed? Lan Yu had already brought back another large batch of Pokemon. Had he bumped into a Pokemon group? He had just encountered a group of poachers, rescued these Pokemon from them, and invited them over, Lan Yu explained with a smile. I see. Simon nodded. He really wanted to say he thought His Majesty had used some grand illusion to bring them over so quickly. Darkrai and Zeraora, this is Simon, a minister from my country. You can talk to him if you have any matters. Lan Yu said, looking at the two Pokemon. The two Pokemon nodded. Then Lan Yu instructed Simon to find a forest to settle them in before entering the vortex again to return to the Pokemon world. Darkrai and Zeraora, along with Simon, began to settle the Pokemon, and during the process, they learned some information about the situation here from other Pokemon that had arrived earlier. It turned out that the so-called New World did not refer to a new region or new living space, but truly meant a completely new world. Other Pokemon might not have any thoughts about this new world since there was just life, but for these two Pokemon, it was a bit surprising, and they seemed to understand why Lan Yu had the unlikely identity of Arceus's messenger. Thinking of this, the two Pokemon suddenly had the same thought, though they needed some time to observe here. In the Pokemon world, at the top floor of a building in a certain city. Boss, their communication has been cut off. A man in a suit reported to a man sitting in an office chair. Cut off? Did they go too deep into the forest and lose signal? Or did they encounter a powerful Pokemon and break their communication device? The boss, with a cigar pinched between his fingers, exhaled smoke as he spoke. Neither. All their information has been cut off. The standing man shook his head, adding that even their vehicle's location had disappeared. Instantly, the boss said either they think this haul is extremely rich and want to keep it to themselves, or they encountered a terrifying Pokemon and were obliterated in one hit. We are all profit-driven individuals. There is no interest greater than mine here. So I believe even more that they encountered a terrifying Pokemon. If that's the case, we need stronger people to capture this terrifying Pokemon. Excitement gleamed in the boss's eyes. To defeat the poacher boss Volcanion and numerous elite poachers Pokemon, one could imagine how strong this terrifying Pokemon was. Once they captured it, they wouldn't know how much profit they could gain. Thinking of this, the boss waved his hand and ordered go. Send all S-rank hunters to that location to see if they kept it for themselves or if it's a terrifying Pokemon. Yes, the standing man bowed and left. He thought the boss's reaction would lead to significant action, but he didn't expect it to be this large. The S-rank hunters were equivalent to the poacher boss's level, which meant sending out all their power. Once all the S-rank hunters were mobilized, it would inevitably attract the League's attention, triggering a battle. However, they didn't know that no matter how many of their people were mobilized, they wouldn't gain anything because it was Lan Yu who caused the situation. He could manipulate things at will, and no matter how they searched, they wouldn't find anything related to Lan Yu. However, it was indeed possible to attract the League's attention and trigger a battle with them. On the side of Wataru and Phoenix. Oh, this Pokemon looks quite imposing. Wataru brought Phoenix to a rocky area in the Chengdu region, and after searching for a while, Phoenix saw the green Pokemon in front of him. It was called Tyranitar, a rock and dark-type Pokemon. Wataru introduced some details about Tyranitar to Phoenix. In terms of potential, a Pokemon like Tyranitar is not inferior to my Dragonite. It's very suitable for you, Phoenix. It wasn't that Tyranitar existed in places abundant with rocks and minerals. He discovered its presence by chance while flying over here. Since that's the case, I will capture this Pokemon. Phoenix shouted, "Come on, Tyranitar, let's battle. If you lose, you'll be captured by me." Roar. Tyranitar responded. But in reality, it didn't respond at all and simply turned to leave. Tyranitar indicated that it was currently searching for food. It had a wife and child to take care of at home and had no time to battle this human. Moreover, winning wouldn't bring any benefits. But losing would mean being captured and losing its freedom, as well as its wife and child, so it didn't want that. Oh, leaving so decisively. Are you not interested in battling? Seeing Tyranitar ignoring him, Phoenix said in surprise. Tyranitar was a Pokemon with a personality leaning towards restlessness and aggressiveness. But the Tyranitar in front of him ignored them and turned to leave. Wataru was also a bit surprised. It seems this is a Tyranitar that doesn't like battling? As it walked while looking for delicious minerals, Tyranitar thought, "Now that I have a family, I am a mature Pokemon. I can't be as carefree as before, doing whatever I want. Come on, Tyranitar, battle me." Having finally encountered Tyranitar, Phoenix didn't want to let it go that easily. So he ran in front of it to block its path. Roar. Tyranitar let out a roar and waved its hand, implying that although this human was taller than Pokemon, it wasn't afraid. It just wanted to find food, so this human should not block its way. However, Phoenix misunderstood, thinking that Tyranitar meant that since it was blocking him, it wanted to battle, so he charged in. Bang! Crack! Thud! Phoenix rushed in and gave Tyranitar a beating, directly leaving Tyranitar dazed. Tyranitar thought, "I was telling you to leave, not to hit me. Just now, I was thinking of my wife and child. I didn't want to bother with you, but you did this to me? If I don't get angry, do you think I'm a cater pie? Let me show you how powerful I was as the green Overlord Tyranitar, sweeping through this area many years ago." Then Tyranitar unleashed a Shadow Claw, followed by Thunder Punch, then a heavy slam, and next an Earthquake, launching a fierce counterattack. Suddenly, there was the sound of a pop as one person and one Pokemon clashed. As for the final result, Tyranitar, revealing its spiral eyes, said, "Wife and son, I'm sorry, but from now on, I'm a trainer's Pokemon. Your lives will depend on yourselves." Boom! The Pokeball thrown by Fennec captured Tyranitar, and after a brief flash of red light on the button, it disappeared. This signified that Tyranitar was caught. Congratulations, you've captured your first Pokemon. Although this Tyranitar's strength isn't on par with Dragonite, it's still quite strong, and with Fennec's careful training, it might reach Dragonite's level. Ha ha ha! Although Tyranitar's strength can't compare to Dragonite, having it clash with Dragonite was quite satisfying. Picking up the Pokeball, Fennec smiled happily. The capturing process was exhilarating. Let's release it and give it some healing. From now on, it will battle whatever Pokemon we encounter, so you won't have to step in personally. Duz chuckled. He felt it was a bit strange. Would a trainer really act like Fennec and take matters into their own hands? Or was Fennec just stronger than the Pokemon, making the Pokemon seem weak, leaving him wondering what purpose capturing them served? Chapter 34. Reconciliation, once Bankilas was released and treated with medicine, it immediately expressed its displeasure, stating that it would have to stay separated from its wife and son. Cough, cough, I meant they would be in different places. However, after tasting the food given by Fennec, Bankilas exclaimed that the flavor was even more delicious than the ores it had worked hard to find. It seems that I, as a trainer, am quite impressive. But as a Pokemon with principles, I can't be swayed by food. I can only say I am convinced by strength. At this moment, Bankilas was devouring the delicious food, looking nothing like someone who had just been separated from his family. You must be familiar with this area, right? Lead the way, Fennec gestured as they walked. With Bankilas leading, Dewey and Fennec encountered many rock and steel-type Pokemon. However, either there were no dragon types, or their strength was inferior to Bankilas, or lacked its imposing presence, so neither of them captured any. Perhaps still not accustomed to being someone else's Pokemon, Bankilas eventually led the two back to its dwelling. Upon seeing Bankilas return, two furious roars sounded. Huh, there's another Bankilas here. And I didn't expect there to be a Boshikadora as well. Dewey exclaimed in surprise upon seeing these two blocking Pokemon. Are you going to capture them? Dewey asked Fennec. Of course. I have to capture them. These two Pokemon have a presence that is not inferior to my Bankilas, so I won't let them slip away. You need to think carefully. Both Bankilas and Boshikadora require a large amount of or resources to be well-trained Pokemon. So, after hearing Dewey's reminder, Fennec laughed heartily. Huh, did you forget my identity? I am a general. Is it hard to obtain resources? Moreover, there are plenty of sea creatures in my world, so lacking or is no problem. I can satisfy them with sea creatures. All right, I really did forget those 2 points. Both Bankilas and Boshikadora are known as gold-eating beasts. To train 3 gold-eating beasts simultaneously without sufficient resources would lead to disaster. However, someone like Fennec, who has strong capabilities, doesn't need to worry about this. He could even take on a few more. All right, let's capture these 2 Pokemon, Fennec exclaimed excitedly, waving his hand for the first time to command a Pokemon battle. Bankilas, use spikes. On their way here, Dewey also reminded Fennec that after capturing a Pokemon, he should first understand what moves it has, and he informed Fennec of the moves Bankilas could learn in the future. The move Spikes was one that Bankilas could already use. Roar. Bankilas, while attacking, thought, these 2 are my 2 wives. But dear wives, I'm sorry, I have no choice. It's all my trainer's command. Roar. After seeing Bankilas launch its attack, Bankilas, female, and Boshikadora also remarked, you scoundrel, no wonder you took so long to bring back food. It turns out you're relying on humans now. You're getting bold, thinking you can turn the tables. If you don't show you some color, you won't know who the boss is at home. Thus, Bankilas, female, and Boshikadora unleashed their powerful attacks, simultaneously using Hyper Beam to shatter the Spike's attack, still maintaining their strength as they directed their attack towards Bankilas. Bang! Bankilas exclaimed, I'm getting knocked away. Seeing this, Fennec praised, what a powerful attack. It's much stronger than the one from Gyarados. But come on, Bankilas, I know your strength. You won't be taken down by these 2 hits. Roar. Bankilas stood up and roared, actually wanted to say that it indeed wouldn't be taken down by these 2 hits. After all, it often faced such attacks and was almost immune to them by now. Roar. Bankilas, female, and Boshikadora shouted at it. Isn't it better to lie down obediently? Do you want more punishment? Roar. Bankilas replied, I can't just lie down. If my trainer takes action personally, it will be quite terrifying. Roar. Bankilas, female, and Boshikadora retorted, scoundrel, if you want to fight, just say so. What excuses are you making? Seeing the 2 sides Pokemon roaring with such momentum, Fennec chuckled. Although it's 1 against 2, we can't lose with Bankilas. Use Thunder Punch to take down one of them first. Roar. Bankilas moved like a tank, swinging its electrified fist towards Boshikadora. Roar. Boshikadora responded, you scoundrel, how dare you come at me? Just watch me take you down. Boshikadora retaliated, also using Thunder Punch. Although Hyper Beam had side effects, Boshikadora completely ignored them due to frequent usage. Bang! Neither Pokemon showed any intention of dodging, and both Thunder Punches landed heavily on each other's faces. However, due to Bankilas' frequent outdoor foraging and getting hit, it had a robust physique. After being hit, Boshikadora fell unconscious while Bankilas stood firm. Roar. Bankilas felt joyous at this moment. It had finally asserted its dominance. However, not to mention Bankilas, female, disregarding the rules of battle, it felt no need to adhere to any code when attacking Bankilas, so it struck back with Iron Tail, forcefully knocking Bankilas down to the ground. Seeing Bashikadora and Bankilla's fall one after another, Dewey shook his head. The strength of these three Pokemon is quite similar. Even 1 against 2 is still very challenging. To be honest, it should be 2 against 2. So, in such a situation, it's time for me, the trainer, to step in. Finnick charged straight towards Bankilla's female. Roar. Bankilla's female roared angrily upon seeing Finnick charging, stating, "That scoundrel said you're terrifying. I see you, human, are just taller than us. What is so scary about you?" Bang. Crack. After exchanging a few blows, Finnick managed to knock Bankilla's female to the ground. And just before losing consciousness, it understood why that scoundrel had said he was terrifying. No wonder that scoundrel was captured by him. Because he was even more Pokemon-like than they were, his punches were extremely powerful, even heavier than their million-ton punches, so it was no surprise he was captured. Bang! Bang! Finnick threw the Pokeballs, capturing Bankilla's female and Bashikadora inside. This time, the haul was great. They captured 2 Bankillas and 1 Bashikadora. Dewey my. Ha! It's all thanks to your assistance, Dewey. Finnick picked up the 2 Pokeballs, released the 2 Pokemon, and prepared to heal them. However, at that moment, several voices rang out. Yo-yo-yo. Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko. 2 Ujira and 2 Kikadora were shouting not far away. Dewey was slightly surprised upon seeing this. Oh, they're young ones too. Look at them calling out to Bangilla's female and Bashikadora. Are they the descendants, sons and daughters, of these 2 Pokemon? Do you also want to capture Ujira and Kokadora? Wataru looked at Finnick. Heal these 2 Pokemon, see their thoughts. If they are indeed their descendants and don't want you to capture them, then so be it. Finnick currently has 2 Bangillas and 1 Bashikadora, so there is no need to capture Ujira and Kokadora for repeated training. Of course, he would mind taking 2 Ujira and Kokadora back. After healing the 3 Pokemon, Bangilla's female and Bashikadora resigned themselves to their fate. It seems they would also become Pokemon on the list of humans. But they're poor children. The 2 Pokemon followed Ujira and Kokadora, talking about various precautions, urging them to stay united as brothers, not to play too much, and to find food for themselves in the future. As they spoke, the 2 Pokemon looked sorrowful, blaming their father, saying if he didn't go out to find food, they wouldn't have met this human and wouldn't have been separated. Bangillas. If I gotta find food, what will we eat? It's understandable that these 2 Pokemon think this way. Generally, people capture 1 or 2 Pokemon of the same type, and since they eat a lot, Finnick didn't directly capture Ujira and Kokadora. This made the 2 Pokemon think that Finnick didn't want to capture them, which meant they would have to be separated. At this moment, Bangillas patted its chest, indicating that it would take care of everything. Bangillas and Finnick were chattering about something. Are you saying you're a family and don't want to be separated? So you want me to take them with me? After Bangillas spoke for a long time, Finnick finally understood what it meant. Roar. Bangillas gave a thumbs up and nodded, indicating that was exactly the point. If Finnick only captures 1 Pokemon, with Bangilla's female and Bashikadora around, Ujira and Kokadora would be well taken care of. But since Bangilla's female and Bashikadora have already been captured, it wouldn't feel at ease leaving the children alone outside. So it thought that my training could conveniently capture our whole family, and you wouldn't lose out on that. This way, the wife and children would be by my side, and with a human around, it would live a good life, ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the 2 Bangillas and Bashikadora are a family? Wataru smiled upon seeing this, thinking how lucky it was to encounter a family of Pokemon. Haha, since my Pokemon don't want them to be separated, I will definitely take them back together. It's about taking them back, not capturing them. For Finnick, having 2 Bangillas and Bashikadora is enough. As for Ujira and Kokadora, after getting the consent of the 2 Bangillas and Bashikadora, they could be trained by someone who appreciates them, so they won't be wasted in his hands. Chapter 35. Simple capture in a forest in the Sinnoh region. Robin and Cynthia were there. The process of capturing Pokemon on their side was neither as twisted and complicated as Lan's, nor as forceful as Finnick's. It was simply about eating. That's right. They captured some Pokemon just by eating, specifically 1 type of Pokemon. The Pokemon they captured while eating was Eevee. After searching for a while in this forest, although Robin didn't find a suitable Pokemon, she did see many interesting ones, such as Jigglypuff, Bidoof, Bidoo, Cherubi, and Sharam. After getting tired from searching at noon, Robin and Cynthia set up a small table and stools in a clearing to have lunch. Their lunch consisted of freshly cooked seafood meat and some vegetables. In order not to fall behind Dato, and to help her Pokemon grow stronger, Cynthia insisted on eating seafood every day. As for how the 2 women managed to carry so much food, they had Pokemon to help them. Otherwise, They used space bags. The seafood was truly delicious. Even though they had a sumptuous meal yesterday, today's dish felt like a different kind of delicacy. Cynthia praised while eating. Indeed, it was a different flavor because seafood was not just one type. I wonder if eating too much will make you as tall as Robin. Cynthia teased. Her height was already over 1.7 meters, but walking alongside Robin, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, made her feel a bit pressured, especially since Robin was a girl. Perhaps not? After all, the idea of growing taller from eating seafood is better suited for younger individuals, Robin laughed. She had read a certain person's book titled The Matter of Children Growing Taller last night. I'm not that old either. I'm just in my early 20s. I can still grow taller. Cynthia smiled. And just because she felt pressure walking with Robin didn't mean she actually wanted to be that tall. If she grew to Robin's height, it would be hard for her to find a suitable partner in the future. But whether I grow taller or not doesn't matter. My Pokemon growing taller is what counts. At that time, it would surely surprise friends beyond Dado. Cha! Ra! Rai! Cynthia's Pokemon shouted, indicating that with such delicious seafood, growing taller was a matter of moments. While the two women and several Pokemon were happily eating, the aroma wafting through the air attracted a cute Pokemon. An Eevee suddenly bounced over from somewhere. Oh, our food attracted an Eevee? Cynthia was slightly surprised to see the Eevee staring at their meal on the table. Eevee, Eevee, the Eevee called out, pointing at the food, as if asking if it could have a bite. If it could talk, it would mean it hadn't eaten for days and was now too hungry to move. So it bravely came over to ask for food. Robin, seeing how cute it was, gave it some pieces of seafood. After eating, Eevee exclaimed, "What kind of meat is this? It's so delicious." It felt a surge of energy after eating the meat, as if it could take off at any moment. At this moment, it would even dare to challenge legendary Pokemon. So, Eevee indicated that it wanted to eat more. Seeing this, Robin gave Eevee some more seafood and smiled. This seafood really attracts Pokemon. Indeed, Cynthia nodded. Yesterday, there were many Pokemon, and a lot of them didn't usually like eating meat, but when they saw the seafood, they were all over it. Not to mention Pokemon like Eevee that belonged to the same type. However, thinking of Eevee's biggest characteristic, Cynthia suddenly had an idea. Eevee is a Pokemon with very unstable genes, easily influenced by the surrounding environment to evolve into different types of Pokemon. I wonder if it eats too much seafood. Will it evolve into a new form of Eevee? Especially in your world, Robin, where the environment must be very different from ours. Could the combination of that environment and seafood really lead to Eevee evolving into a new form? I can't estimate that. Robin shrugged. Although she knew Eevee was known as the evolution Pokemon that could evolve into various forms, her understanding of Pokemon was limited to some explanations from Lon and some books she had read yesterday. It was not as deep as Cynthia's or Professor Oak's. So, she couldn't imagine whether Eevee could evolve into a new form due to the different environmental factors in the world. Can't estimate, but you can experiment. Cynthia gestured towards Eevee. Capture it? When Cynthia said this, Robin understood her meaning. At the same time, Robin thought about it and felt that capturing Eevee was indeed a good idea. Such a cute Eevee was quite suitable for her, and she wanted to see if Eevee could evolve into a new form. Little guy, do you want to follow me? Robin took out a Pokeball and gestured to Eevee. Eevee, Eevee. After finishing its food, Eevee called out to Robin a few times and then ran away. It seems I have no fate with it. Watching Eevee disappear into the forest, Robin smiled, feeling no disappointment. After all, Eevee had come to mooch food, and it was normal for it to leave after eating. However, shortly after, Eevee's cries echoed from the forest. And it wasn't just one Eevee calling out, but dozens of them. In fact, the few calls Eevee made before leaving meant, wait a minute, I still have a bunch of siblings who haven't eaten. At this moment, a whole bunch of Eevees ran up to Robin, calling out, "Wow, so many Eevees." Cynthia was astonished by the group of Eevees in front of her. I had been to this forest before, and although I heard others say that there were Eevees here, I didn't expect there to be so many. Eevee, Eevee. The Eevee pointed at the food on the table and then at its siblings. Its siblings echoed, meaning food, food, food. Seeing this group of Eevees coming over asking her for food, Robin helplessly said, "You coming over to eat is fine, but now you brought your whole family to ask for food." Fortunately, they had enough food. Otherwise, this group of Eevees would not be satisfied. Robin didn't mind sharing the food with them. After eating the seafood, the faces of these Eevees were filled with happiness. The taste of the meat intoxicated them, making them obsessed, just like the Eevee that had called them over felt. At that moment, if they were asked to battle legendary Pokemon, they would not be afraid at all. After having their fill, these Eevees did not leave, but made a decision. Eevee, Eevee. The first Eevee that came over pointed at the Pokeball Robin had just used and then pointed at all the EVs with them. Are you saying you want me to capture all of you? Robin asked in surprise. EV, EV. The EVs nodded in unison. This result was quite unexpected. Seeing this, Cynthia smiled. Are these little guys just wanting a human to raise them after eating so much? Or is the seafood just that appealing? Cha! Tyranitar said, you're not wrong. You humans only find the meat of the sea king delicious, but we Pokemon can sense its inner essence. Once we take a bite, even a powerful Pokemon like me can barely resist it, let alone these little guys. Booey booey. The EVs shouted at Robin, indicating that they had guessed correctly. Well then, beautiful lady, aren't you going to throw the Pokeballs? All right, since you've all said that, I'll catch you. Robin threw out several Pokeballs and captured a few EVs. She didn't capture all the EVs in the area, but decided to take them back with her. After all, capturing them all would mean she had the responsibility to take care of them, and there were too many EVs here for her to manage. So she planned to take them back for free range, allowing others who needed them to communicate and catch them, regardless of whether they were free range or caught by others. In the world of One Piece, they could still eat the meat of the Sea King. It seemed that with this group of EVs, today's journey was coming to an end. Cynthia wondered if she could use the meat of the Sea King to attract some Pokemon that like to eat, and then capture them. Indeed, now that all the food had been consumed, it was inconvenient to continue walking in the forest with them. Robin smiled as she looked at the group of adorable EVs. They then headed towards the edge of the forest, where there was a plain, and even if she didn't capture all the EVs and Pokeballs, she could still take them back with her. Chapter 35 Betting in the yard of Professor Oak's Research Institute. Sharona, who had returned with Robin, exclaimed, Ha! You guys had a good haul today. After seeing Dato and Finnick return, she looked at the Banjuras and Boscordola beside them, as well as the Jira and Kokatala. You guys did pretty well too. Dato glanced at the EV playing beside the two. There were no Pokemon like EV here at Professor Oak's, and even if there were, there would only be one or two. This meant that EV was brought back by the two, and since EV is a relatively rare Pokemon, it was surprising that Sharona and Robin managed to bring back a whole group. Although we brought back more EV in terms of value, the Pokemon you brought back are not bad either, Sharona smiled. So why don't we take advantage of the time we have now to make a bet? The bet would be about whether the Pokemon brought back by Blue U, regardless of whether they were captured, were of higher value than those we brought back. Is there even a need to bet on that? Given his circumstances, they are definitely better than all of ours combined. Dato spread his hands. Although he didn't know what advantage being Arceus's messenger had, as a messenger, he must be very familiar with the Pokemon here, right? Relying on this point, he could easily capture or bring back a large number of Pokemon. It seems like there's no suspense, but there are often surprises, and that's what makes betting interesting. Sharona said meaningfully. Not noticing any issues with her words, Dato smiled and said, Then I will definitely choose the ones better than ours. So you would choose the value of the Pokemon brought back by Blue U to be worse than ours? That's why I said this is interesting. Sharona shrugged and smiled. But a simple bet is boring. How about we add some stakes? Dato shook his head. Aren't you just trying to lose something to me? But not wanting anything is foolish. If you really want to bet, then let's do 2 sets of evolution stones. Whoever wins gets 1 set, and if you win, you give 1 set to Robin, and if I win, you give 1 to Finnick. That works, Sharona said nonchalantly. For her and Dato, not to mention 2 sets of evolution stones, they could easily get 10 sets. We're just watching a show, but we can still benefit, Robin chuckled. So let's look forward to it, Finnick also smiled. Before Blue U returned, Dato and Sharona took the opportunity to ask Finnick about some aspects of hockey and had their Pokemon try to train as well to see if they could learn hockey. According to Finnick, Pokemon could definitely learn hockey, especially the armament hockey. Originally, to learn armament hockey required an excellent physical condition as a foundation, but Pokemon naturally had good bodies. As long as they understood the details of armament hockey and could channel their physical energy, learning it was just a matter of time. For a Pokemon like Dato's Dragonite, it could probably learn the basic hardening edition in a month. As for observation hockey, in Finnick's opinion, since there were Pokemon with strong perception, they could learn it first and then guide other Pokemon, which would speed things up. Observation hockey was not like armament hockey, which could be easily grasped as long as the body was strong enough and the key points of armament hockey were known. The key points of observation hockey were somewhat abstract, relying on feeling. If one could feel it for a few days, they could learn it. But if they couldn't feel it, it might take months. Pokemon with strong perception would excel in this regard and might learn quickly. Once some Pokemon learn quickly, they could provide that feeling to other Pokemon, giving them a reference point. It was not that Finnick couldn't provide them with feelings. It was just that as a human, his understanding of feelings might differ from that of Pokemon. Of course, there's also a more brute force way to understand observation hockey, which was to constantly evade attacks. However, for Pokemon with strong reflexes to see real results, the amount of evasion training needed would be substantial. Some Pokemon might find ways to grasp feelings faster than this. At the same time, evasion was more suited for tough and durable Pokemon. It was not very suitable for small, agile, and fast Pokemon. That evening, dinner had been going on for a while, but Blue U still had not returned. So while Dato was eating, he laughed and said, "No need to watch anymore. I definitely won. Blue U is so late in returning. Isn't it because he has a rich harvest? Not necessarily. Coming back late might mean he didn't have a harvest and was looking for something to bring back." Sharona shook her head and smiled. "I actually think Dato is right," Professor Oak, who was aware of the bet between the two, said. He thought Dato would win, given Blue U's situation. It was impossible for his harvest to be worse than theirs. At that moment, Robin looked toward the nearby woods and laughed. Our subject of discussion has finally returned. No way. Did I lose? Dato followed Robin's gaze and saw Blue U walking over empty-handed. After reaching them, Blue U, hearing Dato's words, asked in confusion, "Lose what?" "The bet. We bet that the Pokemon you captured or brought back would be of higher value than the Pokemon we brought back." Sharona pointed to the EV, Banjuras, and Boscardola. Seeing these Pokemon, Blue U was slightly surprised. "Oh, the Pokemon you brought back are indeed quite valuable. However, how should I put it? I actually didn't bring back a single Pokemon." Upon hearing this, Sharona smiled. "Looks like I won this time. How is that possible?" "Blue U, how did you not capture a single Pokemon?" Dato frowned. Even casually capturing a Caterpie would be better than coming back empty-handed. Blue U spread his hands and smiled. "I didn't bring any Pokemon back here, nor did I capture a single one. But that doesn't mean I didn't bring Pokemon back to my side. I'm not sure about their value, but in this one day, I brought back thousands of Pokemon, including Ralts, Bagon, Feeba, Litwick, and Froakie. Perhaps having tasted the sweetness of bringing back large groups to the Infinite Land, Blue U spent the afternoon not focusing on capturing, but rather interacting kindly with many Pokemon, asking them if they were interested in living in a new place, or a place with guaranteed living conditions. However, most of the Pokemon Blue U encountered were doing fine where they were and had adapted to their current environment, so they were reluctant to leave. Nevertheless, with so many, there were still some Pokemon eager to experience a new life, ultimately allowing him to bring back 2 or 3 batches. Although these were common Pokemon, for Blue U, quantity was more important than rarity at that moment. Therefore, along with the batch rescued from the cave and poachers, the total number of Pokemon he had brought back reached thousands. Dato's frown relaxed, and he smiled. "Then doesn't that mean I won? Not to mention the value of Ralts and Bagon. Just the value of a few thousand ordinary Pokemon is higher than the Pokemon we brought back." Sharona waved her hand and smiled. No. Those Pokemon are indeed more valuable than ours, but the content of our bet was about bringing them back here. Bringing them back to Blue U's world doesn't count. Are you trying to play tricks? DUI shot a glare at Sharona. But the problem is that the content of our bet was indeed to bring it back here, not to some other place. This is what Sharona referred to as an unexpected situation. Sharona certainly knew that as Lanyu, the Pokemon brought back would definitely be numerous, and there would surely be rare Pokemon among them. But she still bet with DUI, thinking that if Lanyu brought back too many Pokemon, they definitely wouldn't be brought back to Professor Okido. After all, bringing them back here ultimately meant they would have to be dealt with. So why not send those Pokemon to his world from the beginning? You. So you used a loophole to bet with me. DUI didn't expect Sharona to play this trick on him. Sharona shrugged. That's not a loophole. You just didn't pay attention to what I said. That is indeed not a loophole. Professor Okido nodded. DUI helplessly shook his head. Professor Okido, don't say that. You supported me at the beginning. Why aren't you helping me now? Cough. The result is the most important, Professor Okido said. Since the result is like this, what can I say? So you might as well admit defeat. That's right. The final result is that not a single Pokemon was brought back here by Lanyu. So do you accept this result? Sharona looked at DUI with a cheerful smile. All right, it's just 2 evolution stones. It's not like I can't afford to lose. But next time I bet with you, I have to be careful of the traps in your words. Winning this bet is enough for me. Sharona understood that after this, DUI would definitely not give her another chance. The night passed like this, amid DUI's frustration. Chapter 37, discovered in the following days. Robin and Finnick did not capture any Pokemon. Instead, they traveled around, observing and getting to know various Pokemon. The two mainly focused on familiarizing themselves with the Pokemon they had captured, while also learning some training knowledge from Dato and Sharona. Conversely, Dato and Sharona allowed their Pokemon to learn some charisma from Finnick. It's not that the two champions were idle. They had time to accompany Robin and Finnick because it was mutually beneficial for both parties. However, although they occasionally roamed around without being seen by staff members, their behavior of taking advantage of their status to wander around was viewed as somewhat unprofessional by the league president. Therefore, the league president remarked that since they had so much time to travel, they should return to work. However, after the two champions replied with a single sentence, the league president had nothing more to say. That sentence was about improving their strength in preparation for the World Championship and requesting not to be disturbed. During these days, Lan Yu was busy bringing batch after batch of Pokemon back to the Infinite Kingdom. For him, it wasn't that he didn't want others to help. It was just a bit more challenging to do alone. However, this was an opportunity for him to get acquainted with so many Pokemon, as knowing them meant he could gain prestige. The results from these days were indeed very satisfying. The fact that these Pokemon followed him indicated that they all recognized him, while those that didn't follow him still knew him to some extent. This led to him continuously gaining thousands of prestige points. Coupled with the over 10,000 prestige points he had previously, he now had over 200,000 prestige points in his possession. Lan Yu even thought about whether he could become a star in this world or challenge gyms, which might increase his prestige even faster. However, he decided against it, as his current role as a king was to focus on the Infinite Kingdom. Once the Pokemon stabilized in the Infinite Kingdom, he might consider that. In a farmland in the Infinite Kingdom, did we reflect what we saw to the palace? An old man asked upon seeing his son return. The old man had noticed large birds flying back and forth over the past few days. Although these birds posed no harm to their vicinity, their size was much larger than ordinary birds, which frightened the common people. Additionally, some three-headed brown moles frequently appeared on the land. While their presence improved the soil, they were clearly not native to the area. Therefore, to be safe, the old man instructed his son to report this to the palace. The old man's son nodded. I reported it. They said those large birds and the strange moles were released by the palace, and that we will understand what's going on in a while. It's beneficial for us. Is that so? Has His Majesty produced something again? The old man scratched his head, wondering who else would provide them with benefits other than their king. In a flower plantation, have you noticed anything strange lately? I feel like these flowers are blooming particularly well. Worker 1 frowned. You feel that way too? Worker 2 exclaimed in surprise. I thought I was the only one. Not just you. I feel it too. Worker 3, slightly lowering her head, said as she approached the two. But I know the reason. What reason? The two workers leaned in curiously. In the evening, I saw several very large butterflies appearing in a remote area. Large butterflies? Could they be some kind of monster? The two workers widened their eyes. I don't know about that. Worker 3 shrugged, but I noticed that after they appeared, the flowers here improve a lot. Should we report this to the higher-ups? The two workers exchanged glances with Worker 3. We already reported it. It's not just us who noticed the issue. Others have noticed it too. Worker 3 nodded. At the waste disposal plant. That's strange. Worker 1 scratched his head while looking at a garbage processing area. What's wrong? Worker 2 approached and asked upon seeing his expression. The garbage here has decreased. Worker 1 pointed to the garbage pit. Worker 2 frowned. Decreased? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Worker 1 shook his head insistently. No way. This morning, the garbage was nearly full, and now that I've finished eating, it's at least 1/3 less. If it were just a little less, I might think I was imagining things, but it's too much to be a mistake. Then where did the garbage go? Worker 2 wondered who would come to steal garbage. At that moment, a cracking sound came from the garbage area. The two exchanged glances and leaned in to look. They saw a gray-purple creature with eyes, a mouth, and hands waving at them, causing them to jump back in fright and shout, "Monster!" The two ran towards the area with more people. The creature scratched his head and said, I'm called Stinky Mud, not a monster. Finally, the leader of the waste disposal plant, as someone in the know, stated, this is not a monster. It's a newly introduced advanced creature that specifically eats garbage. How many have we got now? After bringing another batch of Pokemon back to the palace training ground, Lan Yu asked Simon. Simon looked at the documents in hand and replied, in the past few days, His Majesty has brought back around 150,000 Pokemon, including the ones traded with Professor Okido and his companions. We have received over 500,000 Pokemon in total. That's quite a lot. Lan Yu didn't expect to bring back so many Pokemon in just a few days. However, he shook his head. This number is still not enough. My plan is that when 1 million people know about Pokemon, if they want one, they should at least have one per person. Your idea might not work now. Your Majesty, Simon reminded with a smile. Why? Too many Pokemon are being settled, and since we want to keep it as confidential as possible, we ended up shorthanded. Some Pokemon have been spotted by the public. I see. Lan Yu pondered. He had considered this point, but didn't expect it to be noticed so quickly. Now, he could only speed up the process of bringing Pokemon back. However, the way to speed it up was to fix the dimensional gate. Lan Yu stood next to the dimensional gate, which could remain open continuously, but if he moved too far away, it would disappear. This meant that to bring anything from the Pokemon world back to the Pirate King world, Lan Yu was needed. And he couldn't be restricted to Professor Okito's laboratory. He needed to bring Pokemon back himself to gain prestige. Unless Lan Yu fixed himself at Professor Okito's lab, and let others come to the Pokemon world to capture Pokemon from the wild. And then he would interact with them to gain prestige. However, without Lan Yu's identity as a messenger, their harvest might not compare to his. Two of them are the Pokemon they brought back. If Lan Yu goes to interact with them again, it would seem a bit too deliberate. Just like the Pokemon that Professor Oak and the others traded for. He didn't interact with them either because there are too many Pokemon, and it's very inconvenient for him to interact with them. So the best way is to fix the dimensional gate, anchoring it at Professor Oak's research lab and the palace training area, while Lan Yu can still open the dimensional gate anywhere else at any time. This way, Lan Yu can still bring Pokemon back from the wild in the Pokemon world. When others come to the Pokemon world, they can also use the dimensional gate at Professor Oak's lab to bring back the items they traded and the Pokemon they captured, without needing Lan Yu to return here every day. In this way, it speeds up the process of bringing Pokemon to the Infinite Country, allowing for the early public announcement of Pokemon's existence. Thinking of this, Lan Yu asked in his heart, Synthesis Big Brother, can the dimensional gate be fixed in a certain place in the Pokemon world? And can I still use it anytime and anywhere like before? Synthesis System, yes. It will cost 100,000 reputation to fix an exit in this world, and it won't affect your usage. This is indeed good news. Upon hearing that it costs 100,000 reputation, Lan Yu helplessly shook his head. The dimensional gate is a big consumer of reputation, even more than the synthesis system, and the reputation he gained in the past few days would suddenly be cut in half. However, since it's something that could be settled with 100,000 reputation, he certainly wouldn't be stingy. Then Lan Yu shared his thoughts with Simon. Chapter 38, Installation 1 Weekend. In the commercial area near the eastern side of the palace, some workers were hanging a shiny object that looked like a large black screen on the edge of a slightly taller building. The curious onlookers began to wonder what it was. What were they hanging? How did they take down the white screen of the image bug? Could this be a new screen that would replace the image bug's white screen? How could it replace it? The image bug's white screen is smooth and bright, and the projected images are very clear, while this object is pitch black. How could it project the images of the image bug? Was it possible that this was not a replacement for the white screen, but something that completely replaced the image bug? How could that be? The image bug could project what it captured on the screen, but with this black object, what would be needed to replace the image bug to project the captured images? This was unclear. It might be something new that emerged overseas. Although they read newspapers daily to understand the situation outside the Eastern Kingdom, many things were not reported in the papers. Instead of guessing here, it would be better to ask directly. This situation was not limited to the Eastern Commercial Street. Similar occurrences were happening in the other 3 commercial streets to the southwest and north. When familiar faces were seen installing these black objects, the curious people approached to inquire. Everyone received the same answer. These black objects were called large LCD displays, which indeed replaced the image bug and the white screen, brought back by Their Majesty the King. These large LCD displays were cheaper and more durable than the image bug, capable of playing for long periods, unlike the image bug, which would only turn on for important events or celebrations. If left on for too long, the image bug would need to rest and eat, causing it to stop playing. In contrast, the LCD display would often play and introduce interesting content, giving the public opportunities to learn a lot of knowledge. As for how these large LCD displays projected images, they didn't need to project. They just needed to be plugged in with a few wires to receive signals. The installation workers didn't understand the principles inside. They were just following the manual. After setting up these large LCD displays, they would also have to lay various wires throughout the country, so they would be very busy in the coming days. Knowing this situation, the public became even more confused. Laying wires to every household across the country? Were they planning to have everyone use electricity? Although this was a good thing, the question was, where would the electricity come from? Right? A small power supply might be manageable, but how could such a vast area be supplied with electricity? It wouldn't be that the king brought something back from outside, would it? If so, that would be great. Then we could use electricity too. It was no wonder the public was so puzzled. Although power generation devices existed in this world, and the people of the Eastern Kingdom knew they were used for generating electricity and that electricity could supply various uses. They understood from newspapers and previous accounts that due to the dangers of maritime travel, many technologies were not widely circulated, and the lack of certain materials led to significant disparities in development levels among countries. It seemed that only those with high scientific standards and some top-tier countries could develop related power generation facilities and utilize electricity. The Eastern Kingdom was not among them. So they were puzzled whether their country had the capability to produce such power generation facilities, especially large ones. This was not them looking down on the Eastern Kingdom's development. They understood that their country had significant flaws, and many things could not be accomplished just because they wanted to. They would be satisfied if they could use other energy sources to support their daily lives and enjoy their current happy lives. However, upon hearing about the nationwide installation of electric wires, the public, while confused, was also excited. To understand the situation better, many people went to the palace to inquire about the actual circumstances. Near the palace, there was a public consultation office that Lan Yu had suggested establishing early on, and it was also requested that higher-ups check in from time to time. In the past, there hadn't been much going on here, with only a sparse 10 or so people, but today it exploded, forming a long line of people asking the staff similar questions. The staff was nearly overwhelmed, having already answered some questions, yet new people kept coming with similar inquiries. Didn't they talk to each other? Did they all need to confirm with the staff? Seeing so many people gathered, the patrol officers stopped to maintain order. Guards on the palace walls nearby could see the situation and began discussing it among themselves. Are these guys just idle today? Guard A wondered. Yeah, it's usually so quiet here. Why are there suddenly so many people today? Guard B also found it strange. Guard D shook his head. Oh, it's because of the installation of some LCD displays in the commercial area. It's just an LCD display. It's only replacing the image bug. What is the big deal that everyone gathers here? Guard A exclaimed, knowing what an LCD display was since he had moved one before. Guard D explained, the LCD display itself isn't the issue. But they've heard about the nationwide installation of electric wires and power supply, so they gathered here to verify the truth. Is there such a thing? How come I didn't know? Garby asked. You've been busy helping with those Pokemon these days. When would you have time to know about outside matters? Guard D shrugged. All the guards at the palace had come into contact with Pokemon and items brought from the Pokemon world. However, due to confidentiality before the public release, most of them were not allowed to take leave. So some were unaware of the situation outside the palace. Nothing has happened outside, right? At that moment, the deputy captain of the royal guard, Jeremy, approached the three guards. Captain, the three immediately stood up straight and shouted, feeling somewhat nervous since they had been overheard chatting. Jeremy waved his hand to signal them. No need to be so formal. Everyone has been tired lately. It's rare to have some time to relax, so just take it easy. Yes. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Then Jeremy looked toward the public consultation office and asked, has there been such a large gathering today, or has it been like this in recent days? There have been more people everywhere these days than usual, all talking about seeing some strange creatures. But today has the most people asking about electricity. Guard D, who had been guarding here the longest, explained. Hearing this, Jeremy nodded. It seems we need to expedite things. By the way, His Majesty said the guards can familiarize themselves with their Pokemon in advance. When it's time to change shifts, you can go to the training ground to register. The Pokemon can choose on their own or be assigned. Yes, the three exclaimed in excitement. Although they hadn't spent much time with Pokemon, their first impression of them was that they were cute and powerful, capable of using various moves. Who wouldn't like such creatures? Also a reminder, don't think about choosing a Pokemon with very strong potential. It's best to choose one that suits you. Otherwise, if the potential is too strong, you won't be able to bear the burden. After saying this, Jirachi turned and left. Yes, the three guards nodded. After receiving accurate answers at the public consultation point, the citizens were overjoyed because a large power supply station was being established, indicating that they would soon have electricity. At that time, they could. In fact, they didn't even know what they would do with electricity. All their current household appliances, like refrigerators, lights, microwaves, and fans, used other energy sources. If electricity were connected, how would these things be powered? Although they thought of this, they still expressed their happiness because they understood that once electricity was connected, there would be plenty of things to use it for. After all, if they could think of such situations, wouldn't their king, His Majesty Blue, have thought of this as well? So they just continued to be joyful. Some citizens even volunteered to help the workers laying the electrical wires to speed up the process of getting electricity. If they knew where the power supply station was being built, they would have wanted to help with the construction as well. Of course, working for free was impossible. Blue stated that it would never be free, So those citizens who came to help ended up doing real work. As for the bosses of these workers, they complained, "Your Majesty has taken our workers away." Chapter 39 Notification. A few days later, in the palace's administrative hall, after working hard for so many days, I finally managed to bring over 1,000,000 Pokemon here. Lanyu sat in a chair, looking out the window. But this effort was worth it. Not only did I bring back so many Pokemon, but my reputation has also reached hundreds of thousands. Lanyu comfortably leaned back in his chair. Over the past few days, Lanyu had been bringing back batch after batch of Pokemon in the same manner. Of course, he wasn't the only one bringing Pokemon back during these days. After the Dimensional Gate was fixed at the training ground, others also went to the Pokemon world to bring some Pokemon back. Together with others, they managed to bring back at least 10 batches of Pokemon every day, totaling tens of thousands and even over 100,000. Even Finnick and Robin, who had been leisurely traveling in the Pokemon world at the beginning, had also brought back some Pokemon in these days. However, after these two became familiar with some Pokemon knowledge, their method of bringing back Pokemon was very straightforward. Finnick's method was quite simple, much easier than Lanyu's need to persuade. His approach was to challenge large Pokemon like Machamp, Geodude, Exeggutor, Snorlax, and Onix to battles. If he won, the Pokemon would follow him back with food and accommodation. If he lost, he would provide food for them. Of course, he didn't just pick one to bring back, but rather targeted their leaders and vice leaders. If he won, he would catch them all at once. If one of them didn't want to leave, he would challenge that one specifically, and if that Pokemon won, it could leave. This method was quite similar to capturing, except it was a ball, but bringing the whole group back. So for these days, Finnick was either out looking for Pokemon or in the process of capturing them. Although this method was quite rough, the results were excellent. Most, if not all, of the Pokemon he targeted followed him back without exception. During the capturing process, Snorlax was an exception. It didn't need to be targeted at all. It was a social Pokemon, but once it heard about food and accommodation, it not only willingly followed Finnick, but also took him to find its friends and family. As soon as its friends and family heard about the great offer of food and accommodation, they hurriedly urged Finnick to leave and go eat. Robin's method of bringing Pokemon back was even simpler. There were no twists or turns in the process, and no need for battles. She directly used food to entice them, just like she did with Eevee, with the deliciousness of Sea King meat chunks and various cooking methods. Many Pokemon couldn't resist, so the number of Pokemon she brought back was not less than Finnick's. However, the Pokemon she brought back were mostly smaller and cuter ones, like Pikachu, Swablu, Marill, Plusle, Pachirisu, and Bunnelby. Not only because they were cute, but also because these little guys were curious and loved to eat, making them easy to entice. Of course, bringing back a large number of Pokemon would definitely be noticed by the relevant authorities. The quickest to react were the regional league associations. However, with Professor Oak and DUI and Sharona backing them up, even if these associations were eager to investigate, they could only suppress their curiosity. As for some unofficial organizations, they also noticed the anomaly, but since the league associations didn't take action, they also dared not act rashly. However, some bold individuals came to investigate. Just as long as they didn't cause trouble, it was fine. Once they did cause trouble, they would be facing not Pokemon, but fierce humanoid Pokemon. Your Majesty. While Lanyu was relaxing and daydreaming, looking out the window, Simon knocked and walked in. Lanyu came back to his senses and looked at him, asking, "Is everything ready?" "Everything is ready," Simon nodded. "Are the guards familiar with their Pokemon?" "They're familiar now." "That is good. At least there won't be any guards Pokemon unable to handle the public's Pokemon." Lanyu stood up and stretched his body. The next step is to go public and notify the people of the nation. In the 4 commercial districts, the public was wandering around as usual. Isn't this LCD display supposed to show interesting things often? Why hasn't it played anything? Yeah, it's been installed for so many days. And now it feels like it's just a blank screen, not moving. It probably hasn't been powered on yet, or is it still being tested? Oh, whether it's testing or not powered on, it doesn't matter if it's a little late. I just hope that when this LCD display is officially used, it can really show us something interesting. Exactly. It feels like since His Majesty became king, he hasn't had time to come up with new delicacies. Without new delicacies, our lives feel much less fun. I really miss when His Majesty was still a prince. Sigh. Now that His Majesty is king, he is busy with state affairs. How can he have time to research food like when he was a prince? Every time you mention His Majesty, I also feel like I haven't seen him for a long time. As the saying goes, don't talk about people during the day, and don't talk about ghosts at night. At that moment, the long-installed LCD display lit up and a ghost appeared. Cough, cough. It was Lanyu's figure appearing on the display. Upon seeing this, the people nearby stopped and looked at the display. Hello, citizens. I assume I don't need to introduce myself. And after so many days, you must be very curious about the purpose of this display, right? At the same time, some of you must be curious about the strange creatures that have been appearing around recently, not to mention the electricity you've been paying attention to. All of this, you will know tonight. I am here to notify and remind you that around 7 o'clock tonight, pay attention to everything being broadcasted on the display. Also considering that there isn't enough space in the 4 commercial districts for everyone to gather together. For those who want to have the opportunity to gather here to watch the display, you only need to go to 8 nearby locations. These 8 locations will have airships flying above. And you'll also be able to see the same information on the LCD displays on the airships as on the displays in the 4 commercial districts. Since many people are not in the commercial districts, it means that a lot of people do not know what I'm saying right now. So I hope that those who hear me in the commercial districts will convey what I said to your friends, relatives, and neighbors, so they can pay attention to the information broadcasted in a total of 12 locations tonight. That concludes what I have to say. I hope everyone across the nation can see me like this tonight. Immediately, Lon US figure disappeared from the display, but the display didn't turn completely black. Some white text remained on it, reminding the public to pay attention to tonight's situation. As soon as Lon Yu finished speaking, the 4 commercial districts became lively. What does His Majesty mean by that? You fool, His Majesty has made it so clear. ISNT it written on the display. You don't understand this? It means we should pay attention to these 12 locations tonight. His Majesty has something important to tell us. I didn't expect His Majesty, who hasn't been seen for so many days, to come out and give us a big gathering right away. I just wonder how big of a shock or surprise His Majesty will bring us. I don't know about tonight. What night is it now? This is not the time for us to discuss, but to go home and tell our families that if we come late tonight, there won't be any good spots left. That's right. I need to go back and tell my friends. Me too. I need to go back and tell my neighbors. So the people strolling on the commercial street lost their mood to continue shopping and hurried back to inform their relatives and friends. Since no one was shopping anymore, the shops on the commercial street took the opportunity to close early and went back to inform their own families and friends as well. The number of people gathered in the commercial area was not many compared to the overall population of the Eastern Kingdom, but as the news spread from one to another, it quickly became a situation where almost everyone was informed. Even those living in remote areas, leading a hermit-like life, were pulled out by those sharing the news and became aware of the situation for the evening. So, in just a few hours, the entire country became lively, with people gathering in 12 different locations. Some even brought dinner with them to secure a good spot. As for those who came without dinner, well, that didn't happen. After all, no one knew how exciting the night would be. What if they couldn't enjoy themselves without eating? Of course, to prevent any accidents, there were already patrols stationed here, and if anyone caused trouble, they wouldn't have the chance to find out what big event would happen tonight. Chapter 40 Public Night. Just a little time before it starts. The commercial district and the 8 places mentioned by Lon Yu are now brightly lit, as bright as daytime, with crowds gathered everywhere. At each of the 8 locations, an airship appears in the sky. The people gathered below the airship look up at it with expressions of surprise. They initially thought the airship mentioned by the Emperor was something else, but it turns out to be a balloon flying in the air. However, this balloon is quite large, and even with such big LCD screens attached on both sides, it flies steadily. At first, I wondered which of the 4 commercial districts would be the best viewing spot. But now that the airship has 2 screens larger than those over there, these 8 places are the best viewing spots. Can this airship carry people? It probably can, right? From a distance, I seem to see figures in the cabin-like structure beneath the balloon. If it can really carry people, I wonder if in the future we could go up to see and tour the environment of the Eastern Kingdom. I don't know, maybe not. After all, this airship looks like something used by the guards and the military. As the crowd chatted, the time mentioned by Lon Yu arrived. With a beep, a voice sounded from the 8 airships and the LCD screens in the commercial district, and then Lon Yu's figure appeared. Good evening, everyone. To see if most of you have gathered in these 12 places and are watching me, please respond. Shout out your presence. Your Majesty, we are all here. As soon as Lon Yu's words came out, the crowd responded loudly in unison, and their voices echoed loudly in the sky above these 12 places. It was loud enough that I thought something had exploded over here in the palace. Lon Yu in the display smiled, but this means you are all gathered here. So I'm not worried that some people don't know what is happening tonight. I want to say much more. I'll tell you directly what is happening tonight. The first thing is that from now on, our Eastern Kingdom will officially be renamed the Infinite Kingdom. The crowd, originally expecting something significant, was taken aback. They thought the first announcement would be something good, but instead it was this. Just like that, the country's name was changed to Infinite Kingdom. Your Majesty, how can this be? Yeah, we have been accustomed to the name of our country for so many years. How can it be changed so casually? The name Eastern Kingdom has a special significance for us. Exactly. Once this name is changed, it feels like everything we have upheld in the past is gone. It cannot be changed. Some people opposed the change of the name Eastern Kingdom, but those opposing were mostly people in their 50s and 60s or older. Among the younger ones, especially those under 30 who have only experienced the changes brought by Lanyu, they did not hold any opposition. It's just a name change? Is there really a need for such intense opposition? Yeah, changing it wouldn't cause any problems for the country. The Emperor isn't foolish. He wouldn't change the name of the Eastern Kingdom for no reason. It must have some significance. With my intelligence, changing the Eastern Kingdom to the Infinite Kingdom must be related to what comes next. Isn't it obvious that it's related to what is coming next? Some sensible young people also urge the opposing elders to calm down and listen to what the Emperor has to say next. After all, if they oppose here, the Emperor cannot hear it. Once they hear what the Emperor has to say next, if they still hold opposing opinions, they can express them tomorrow at the feedback office. Lanyu on the display anticipated there would be opposing voices, so he did not continue speaking immediately, but paused to allow the crowd time to react. After a while, Lanyu on the display continued. Everyone, I understand that suddenly changing the name of the Eastern Kingdom will cause some disagreement among the people. But why am I changing this name? It's all related to what I'm about to say next. The second thing is that starting today, from 9 in the morning to 10 in the evening, the LCD screens in the commercial district will broadcast various content. And the 8 airships will fly around the country so that everyone, even if they don't come to the commercial district, can understand the content being broadcasted. And much of this content is actually related to the third thing. What is the third thing? It is something that some of you have been very curious about lately. Clearly, you have discovered many peculiar creatures, but why have the people in the palace not responded and given confirmation? This is because I, as your king, want to give you a surprise. And this surprise is that starting now, our country will introduce a new type of creature called Pokemon. Pokemon are mysterious, magical, and incredible creatures that possess various amazing powers. Some are cute, some are fierce, and some are adorably silly. Pokemon can live harmoniously with humans and can be companions for humans to accomplish various tasks, such as building, planting, digging, transporting, cooking, and even flying people into the sky. As Lanyu introduced Pokemon, the display no longer showed Lanyu, but showcased various Pokemon images. What kind of images? Of course, it's the ones narrated by Professor Oak. If you're still unclear about the images, just imagine a group of Pokemon flying in the sky, a group running on the ground, a group swimming in the ocean, and scenes of some Pokemon using various moves. After introducing Pokemon, Lanyu went on to mention the fourth thing about the comprehensive launch of electricity soon. The fifth thing about various electrical appliances appearing gradually. The sixth thing, however, for the crowd, they were not in the mood to listen to anything about electricity or various appliances, even though electricity and these appliances would be very useful for them in the future. At this moment, they were only thinking about one thing, the existence of Pokemon. The existence of Pokemon was as magical and mysterious as Lanyu described, especially with the display showcasing their various forms, leaving everyone's gaze fixated on them for a long time. Am I dreaming? A person in the commercial district looked at his friend, unsure if his ears and eyes had just malfunctioned. His friend also appeared bewildered and said, I wish I were dreaming, but even if it were a dream, it wouldn't be shared by hundreds of thousands or millions of people. The whole country wouldn't be having the same dream. But the existence of Pokemon felt too unreal to us. This person scratched his head. It wasn't just these two. People in the 4 commercial districts and the 8 locations felt the same sense of unreality and began to discuss it. It really feels so unreal. Yeah, the appearance of these Pokemon is so diverse, looking so peculiar, and they can use all kinds of abilities. I don't even know how to describe them. Exactly. This Pokemon is just like marine life, although they are collectively referred to as marine creatures. No one really knows how many different kinds there are. At this moment, I feel that this Pokemon is like a living, thinking devil fruit, both bizarre and capable of possessing various powers. But will these Pokemon have an impact on us after being introduced here? There will definitely be an impact, but the negative effects should be minimal, while the positive effects will certainly be many. Otherwise, His Majesty wouldn't have brought them in. Now that you mention it, that is true. When many people first discovered the traces of Pokemon, there were no bad incidents. Exactly. In fact, many good things have happened, like the flowers being sold recently looking much prettier than before, the crops becoming more abundant, and fewer accidents in the mining areas. As we were talking, some citizens noticed that these Pokemon seemed to attract their attention, as if they possessed a kind of magic that made them want to own one. Suddenly, I really want to have a Pokemon, especially those cute ones. Me too. If I had the chance to own a Pokemon, I would definitely want a mighty and imposing one. I want a flying Pokemon. In the past, my height of 7 meters. I felt inferior walking among people over 2 meters tall, but now I don't feel that way anymore. Because my height is just right for those flying Pokemon to take me up into the sky. I would love to have a digging Pokemon, so I could create an underground world, I want. Chapter 41. Ways to obtain Pokemon. More and more people want to own a Pokemon. So they all shouted in unison, "Your Majesty, can we have a Pokemon?" It seemed that Blue U, who was on the LCD screen, heard the crowd's cries and smiled as he said, "In conclusion, do you all want to have a Pokemon? If so, please pay attention to what I am about to say. There are several ways to obtain a Pokemon. The first one, in fact, Blue U's speech that night did not take long, ending in less than an hour, but for the people, it felt as though they had experienced several days. The renaming of the Eastern Kingdom to the Infinite Kingdom shocked some elderly people, making them extremely concerned about what was to come. The answer they received was that the name change was due to the introduction of a new creature, Pokemon. Some elderly people could understand this. Perhaps these Pokemon would bring them infinite possibilities, which is why Blue U changed the country's name. Thinking this way, these elderly people felt relieved and were eager to see how having a Pokemon would change their lives. However, some elderly people did not understand. It was just a new creature, and even if they were great, there was no need to change the name of their country. So these elderly people decided to file complaints the next day, thinking of various complaints, writing them over and over, expressing their sorrow to the fullest, causing them to feel as if the night had suddenly become very long. On the other hand, some young people were much simpler. They spent the whole night fantasizing about how their lives would change after owning a Pokemon, all thinking positively. As a result, even when lying in bed at home, trying to sleep, they were still thinking about it, leading them to feel that time was moving too slowly, constantly wondering why tomorrow hadn't arrived yet. In the past, they would lie down and wake up to find it was already tomorrow. How could it be that they'd been lying down for so long and tomorrow still hadn't come? They knew that by tomorrow, they would be able to own a Pokemon of their own. Oh my, tomorrow, please come quickly. The next day, early in the morning, long lines formed at the entrances of 4 shops in the commercial districts and at a shop near the palace, with the lines so long that one could not see the end. Finally, it was tomorrow. No, it was finally today. Last night was truly unbearable. As someone who is used to staying up late, I actually felt like I couldn't make it last night. Hey, don't say that. Isn't everyone here like that? Exactly. The restless feeling last night made me run several kilometers without being able to calm down. You still have the energy to run? I can't run. I just soaked in cold water, which left my skin all wrinkled. After thinking about it all night, I can finally have a Pokemon now. It said that we can get a Pokemon here? Why is the store opened yet? Bro, you're getting anxious. This place opens at 8 o'clock, and it's only a little after 7 now. These people are all lined up early to be the first to get their Pokemon. After the official announcement of Pokemon last night, this morning, several shops related to Pokemon suddenly appeared near the entrances of the 4 commercial districts. There were Pokemon shops, Pokemon item shops, Pokemon food shops, Pokemon merchandise shops, Pokemon hospitals, and other stores providing a full range of services. Among the methods Blue U mentioned for obtaining Pokemon, 2 of them were going to the Pokemon shop and going to the adoption center near the palace. However, these 2 places are different. At the shop, one can buy their favorite Pokemon, while at the adoption center near the palace, Pokemon can be received for free. Some might say that with free Pokemon available, of course, they would choose to adopt rather than buy. But the types of Pokemon available for adoption are limited to one type. These include Caterpie, Weedle, Metapod, Butterfree, and other easy-to-care for bug-type Pokemon. There is also one Pokemon that can be adopted, but is not a bug type, which is the exemplary Magikarp, but its evolution is a bit confusing. And those who want to own it for free will need to put in some effort. In fact, there is an even weaker Pokemon than Magikarp, which is the weakling fish, but one weakling fish is a bug type, while a group of weakling fish is divine. So it can't be owned by just one person. The reason why only bug-type Pokemon and Magikarp can be adopted for free is that if all Pokemon were free to adopt, it would place too great a financial burden on the country. On the other hand, not offering them for free would be a bit unfair to those who want a Pokemon, but are not financially well off. Although the Eastern Kingdom has eliminated poverty after many years of development, it has not yet reached the stage where everyone is wealthy. Therefore, for those who have not yet reached wealth, easy to care for bug types are their best choice. as this would not affect their livelihoods while giving them the opportunity to own a Pokemon. At 8 o'clock sharp, the doors of the Pokemon shop and the adoption center near the palace opened. Upon seeing this, the people in line suddenly surged inside. They could finally own a Pokemon. Do you have pictures of the Pokemon? The first person to enter the Pokemon shop in the Eastern Commercial District quickly walked to the counter and asked the staff. For him, seeing the actual Pokemon was too slow, so in the end, he would have to look at pictures. Yes. The staff at the counter took out a thick book and said, "This contains detailed introductions of various Pokemon. The Pokemon shop has all kinds of Pokemon for sale, but the prices vary. The lowest ones start at a few thousand belly, while the highest can reach billions for the legendary Pokemon. If you had time, I would suggest you look at the actual Pokemon or flip through the material slowly until you find the right one," the staff added. But if you take your time now. The counter staff glanced behind this person to indicate the long line. "I understand. If I take too long, I'll get killed by the people behind me." The person shook his head. Although there are several staff members in the shop, if he slows down, the entire line will be delayed. He then stated his requirements. "I want a Pokemon that can fly and take me with it. And the price should be under 100,000 belly." In fact, this person was the one who mentioned being 7 meters tall last night. That makes it much simpler. As a trained counter staff member familiar with many Pokemon, she quickly flipped through the materials and selected several flying Pokemon priced above 10,000 belly for him to choose from. Among the Pokemon for sale, there are also those priced in the thousands of belly, but the staff directly ignored those. Previously, the people of the Eastern Kingdom, now the Infinite Kingdom, had a minimum monthly income of a few thousand belly, meaning everyone could afford a Pokemon. However, the Pokemon that could be bought for a few thousand belly are just the common bug-type Pokemon and Magikarp. If they wanted such Pokemon, they might as well go for the free adoption option, saving money for Pokemon or buying some good food for themselves. In the end, this person compared the appearances of several Pokemon and the prices before and after evolution and chose a Pidgey. Although Bobo is cheaper, it will take a long time for it to evolve into Beedrill, and Beedrill is too expensive. So the most suitable choice is Pidgey. However, choosing Pidgey does not mean he can have it right away. He still needs to go to the backyard of the shop with other staff members to select a Pidgey. Upon arriving in the backyard, the other staff members threw out 10 Pokeballs and said, "You can choose one from these. If none of these suit you, I will release the next batch." This person scratched his head. It was already overwhelming that there were so many types of Pokemon, but now there are also so many similar-looking ones of the same species. He thought that after selecting Pidgey, the shop would just randomly give him one, but he still had to choose. However, he didn't think this was a bad thing. It showed that this shop, or rather these shops, could appear instantly, which looked like they were from a royal palace, so their majesty wouldn't deceive them. This way, he wouldn't randomly buy a nearly dying Pokemon or one with defects, and he could choose a Pokemon that suited him. "I'll choose this one." He pointed to a Pidgey. Although he had options, he didn't know how to choose at first and could only select a slightly taller, lively Pidgey. As a trained staff member, he didn't immediately say that this Pidgey was his nor urge him to leave quickly because there were many people behind. Instead, he said, "We have a space here. You can get familiar with it first. If you both feel it's not suitable, you can choose again. Just let me know then." "Understood." The person nodded, feeling amazed that their majesty was so considerate. This completely allowed them to buy with peace of mind. Situations like his were happening simultaneously in other shops in commercial areas. Although the process was a bit time-consuming, the service was very attentive. Chapter 42 Transitional. A man named Barrick was yawning as he walked down the commercial street, ready to open his store. As he approached his shop, he noticed a crowd of people rushing into a nearby store. Curious, he asked the person at the end of the line, "What are you all doing?" The person in line looked at him as if he were an idiot, sizing him up. "Are you stupid? Of course, we're lining up to buy Pokemon." "Pokemon? What is that?" Barrick asked in surprise. "He's an idiot. Just ignore him." Indeed, after such a big event last night, this person didn't even know what Pokemon were. He might have been so out of it from sleep that he forgot what His Majesty said last night. With such a significant event happening last night, how can anyone sleep soundly? It's unlikely he was just out of it. He probably didn't even go to any of the 12 places last night. The person in line moved forward, ignoring the question from the fool. Even though the 12 places had gathered so many people, there are always those who slip through the cracks. In fact, the people lining up were right. Barrick thought that since there were no customers at his shop last night, he would take the opportunity to have a drink and relax. As for what Lanyu said last night, he thought he would find out the next day, so there was no rush to gather together. After drinking, he fell asleep around 6 and had just woken up now, seeing that the people in line were ignoring him. Barrick scratched his head. He then walked over to a familiar face at the entrance of an open store and asked, "Old Ka, What's going on with this line? Old Ka, the person he called out to, looked at him with the same expression as the people in line. You don't know this? How would I know? I've been sleeping since last night after drinking. Old Ka's expression made Barrick feel helpless after a night had passed. Everyone looked at him as if he were a fool. No wonder. Understanding what was going on, Old Ka quickly filled Barrick in on what happened last night, ending with a sigh. If it weren't for having to open my shop, I would want to join the line too. After hearing Old Ka, Barrick didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment. He felt just as confused as someone who learned about the existence of Pokemon last night. I can't just sit here. I have to go line up to buy Pokemon before opening my shop. Barrick realized this and quickly turned around to run towards the line, thinking that the best way to prove he wasn't a fool was to actually buy a Pokemon. Hey, Barrick! Old Ka shouted as he saw Barrick running towards the line. But Barrick was running too fast, and he couldn't hear Old Ka's voice at all. Seeing this, Old Ka shook his head. Forget it. When he gets to the end of the line, he'll find out. As Barrick followed the line, he only had one feeling. Don't these people have jobs? Why are there so many of them, and why is the line so long? The line stretched for several kilometers, and he had been running for a few minutes without seeing the end. By the time he reached the store entrance, he would have to open his shop today. This was what Old Ka wanted to tell him. And it was also one of the reasons Old Ka didn't want to line up. After all, there would definitely be enough Pokemon available, so there was no need to rush. Barrick's situation in the morning was similar to a very small number of people, but regardless of the reason, it could be summed up in one sentence. They were all the ones who slipped through the cracks last night. If last night, 99 of the people knew about the existence of Pokemon, then after this morning, everyone in the country knew Pokemon existed. At the adoption center near the palace, there weren't as many people in line as there were in the commercial district S stores. Some people felt that getting a Pokemon for free could save them some money, but since the types available for free were too limited, they decided to spend a little money to get one they liked. With fewer people, those in line could quickly receive their Pokemon. The people who received their Pokemon were discussing among themselves. What bug-type Pokemon did you get? I got a cute Caterpie. I got a Weedle. I wonder how long it will take to evolve. The evolved form, Beedrill, is really cute. Haha, I got lucky and directly received a Beedrill. How envious. I got a Kakuna. It will take a while to evolve into Beedrill. I received a Metapod. I want to see if it will evolve into a Butterfree. My luck is good too. I chose a Butterfree, and it will evolve from Metapod. You all chose the cute ones. I got a powerful Beedrill. The process of receiving and buying Pokemon was certainly different. When receiving, you could first choose a type of bug Pokemon, then randomly draw either its initial form or final evolution, and then select a specific one of the same appearance. For example, if you wanted to receive a Butterfree, you could only randomly draw from Caterpie, Metapod, or Butterfree. If you draw Butterfree, you can choose from a group of Butterfree, but if you don't draw it, then you can only choose Caterpie or Metapod. This was to maintain balance. If there were no restrictions at this stage, most people would definitely want the final evolved forms, which would be unfair to the Pokemon that don't evolve. In fact, the fairest way would be to capture Pokemon in the wild, so that regardless of wealth, everyone could rely on their abilities to capture the Pokemon they want. But the problem is, this isn't a world filled with Pokemon. With the number of Pokemon brought back by Lan Yu and the others, there aren't even enough to sell, let alone find them in the wild. Perhaps in the future, if a large number of Pokemon are introduced, it could be like this. If the places selling and adopting Pokemon were bustling, there was another place at that moment that was equally lively. That was the public consultation office. Tell that guy Shimeng to ask His Majesty to retract the name change. The name Eastern Kingdom cannot be changed. You must know that this name has a significant symbolic meaning. I'm sure the former emperor and His Majesty discussed its significance. An elderly man in his 70s or 80s stood in front of a staff member. Exactly. The name Eastern Kingdom cannot be changed. Yes. Once the name Eastern Kingdom is changed, it will lose its meaning of D. We have hidden away from the world and not gone to sea. Now even the last meaningful thing is about to be lost. How are we old folks supposed to live? Yeah, after all these years, we've relied on this one meaningful thing to survive. The elderly man behind him followed suit, expressing their opposition. Some of the elderly even recited long speeches they had prepared last night, lamenting their sadness in great detail. The staff member wanted to roll his eyes. It seemed that these young people also hadn't had the chance to go to sea, yet they had lived in this country for so many years. Why didn't they feel that changing the name of the Eastern Kingdom would be so sad? However, some of these elderly people were uncles or friends elders known to the staff, and they couldn't say much to them, only offering words of persuasion. At the same time, the staff said, "We have already reported the situation here to the palace, and they said someone would come to talk to you today. That guy Simon told me." He really thinks that after so many years of not returning to the village, I, as an elder from the neighboring village, wouldn't he remember him? An elder in his 70s or 80s said with wide eyes. At that moment, Simon's voice came from the doorway. Always using your status as an elder to pressure me. Why would I return to the village? Humph, you came the right time. Seeing Simon at the door, the elder glared at him and coldly said, "Go tell His Majesty that the name of the Eastern Kingdom cannot be changed." Simon directly shook his head. Young people understand this logic. Why don't you elderly folks who enjoy your old age understand it? He had asked some young people for their opinions, and their thoughts were that His Majesty might think that Pokemon brings infinite possibilities, which is why he wants to change the name from the Eastern Kingdom to the Infinite Kingdom. Infinite Kingdom, infinite possibilities. Do you really think I'm foolish and don't understand anything? The elder rolled his eyes at Simon. Since you understand, then why are you so stubborn about not wanting to change the name? Simon spread his hands. The elder calmly said, "The Eastern Kingdom is not just our Eastern Kingdom. It is also the Eastern Kingdom of all overseas D-citizens. If the name is changed, will those overseas D-citizens be abandoned? When they return and find that the name of this country has changed without their knowledge, they will feel abandoned by this country." He then elaborated on this reasoning, which essentially boiled down to him being rather conservative. "It's not that serious. This can be communicated to them," Simon said with a faint smile. Then Simon pulled the elder and some representatives into the meeting room at the back. After Simon's persuasion and analysis, these elders reluctantly accepted the idea of changing the name. However, after returning, these elders took with them the phone bug that Simon had given them. With this phone bug, they could contact certain people overseas. Chapter 43, Relationships in a Treehouse in a Forest in East Sea Windmill Village. Brew, brew, brew. What sound is that? Luffy, who was sleeping here, was awakened by the noise. Rubbing his eyes, Luffy followed the sound and found a din mushy in a box. But he didn't recognize it. Is this a big snail? But I don't seem to have one of these. Luffy scratched his head. Then he suddenly realized, oh, I remember now, this is Ace's thing. He seemed to value it a lot, so he locked in the box. With the din mushy in hand, Luffy ran outside. "Ace! Ace!" Luffy shouted while running through the forest. Splash! Ace, who was fishing by the river, was startled by Luffy's sudden shout and got knocked into the river by Big Fish. "Luffy, you bastard, I'm going to beat you up." After climbing back onto the shore, Ace raised his fist, aiming for Luffy's head. Bam! Luffy, who ran over, didn't have time to react and immediately had a bump on his head. "Why are you hitting me?" Luffy covered his head, angrily asking. "How can you even say that? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen into the river." Ace glared at him and turned back to fish. "Wait, Ace." Luffy wanted to say that Ace falling into the river had nothing to do with him, but remembering the important matter, he quickly opened his hand to show the din mushy and said, "This thing just rang." "What thing? What's so interesting?" Ace casually glanced at the thing in Luffy's hand, thinking that it was definitely not something good considering Luffy's boring personality. However, after seeing what Luffy was holding, Ace immediately snatched it away and shouted at Luffy, "Isn't this mine? I clearly locked in the box. How did you get out?" No matter how well it was locked, it couldn't withstand Luffy's punches. "This thing was ringing just now, so I opened it to take a look." Luffy completely ignored Ace's shouting, as he was used to it. Brew ringing? I think you want to sneak a peek at my treasure," Ace said irritably. At this moment, the din mushy was not ringing. Seeing this, Luffy scratched his head in confusion. "Oh, wasn't this thing ringing just now? Why isn't it ringing now?" Ace didn't care about Luffy's confusion. He casually put the din mushy in his pocket and continued fishing, but as soon as he put it in his pocket, the din mushy started ringing again. Ace, look, this thing just rang like this," Luffy shouted, pointing at the din mushy. It really rang. Ace held up the din mushy and frowned. But who is calling? Of course, Ace knew that the thing in his hand was a din mushy. But this din mushy was given to him by Garp, who said it was left to him by his mother, Rouge, and that she specifically asked Garp to take good care of it before she passed away. At first, Ace thought that someone important related to his mother would call through this din mushy, so he kept it close. However, all these years had passed, and the din mushy never rang, and Ace didn't know if his mother had contacted anyone, and this din mushy was not a one-to-one type. So Ace could only treat this din mushy as a relic left by his mother and take good care of it. Now that this din mushy suddenly rang, Ace didn't know whether he should answer it, as he had waited too long for it to ring. Just answer it. He has waited so long for this din mushy to ring. As soon as he pressed the din mushy to connect, an old man's voice came out. "Rouge, after more than 20 years, you finally answered my call. I thought you had forgotten about your father." Hearing the words from the Din Mushi, Ace's pupils widened as he muttered, Rouge's father? Who? The person on the other end, hearing a young boy's voice, replied in a deep voice, You are Rouge's father. You are Port Gasti. Rouge's father? Ace quickly confirmed. That's right. I am her father. The person on the other end replied seriously. Who are you? How do you have her Din Mushi? I am Port Gasti, Ace, her son. Hearing the response from the other end, Ace was a bit excited. It turned out he had blood relatives in this world. Her son? Upon hearing the boy on the other side say he was Rouge's son, the man, Rouge's father, was not surprised. It's true, after so many years, it's not strange that she has a son. Where is she now? Tell her to come over. I have something to say to her. She passed away. Ace replied, feeling a bit down. Passed away? The Din Mushi simulated Rouge's father frowned. How did she pass away? She died after giving birth to me. Ace sighed. Was it difficult labor? I didn't expect this result. Rouge's father also exhaled. After so many years of no contact, he originally thought Rouge had passed away. And today he called just to confirm one last time, but it turned out to be true. Then Rouge's father noticed the surname of Rouge's son and asked, Then who is your father? Why do you have Rouge's surname? He is a bastard. I wouldn't take his surname. I don't have that kind of father. When it came to his father, Ace's tone was a bit cold. Hearing Ace's words, Rouge's father snorted coldly. Is this the result of her seeking freedom? In the end, she encountered a bastard. How's her life now? Are you interested in living with me? Rouge's father suddenly asked. Rouge's passing made him very sad, but he also wanted to see what his grandson looked like. Ace didn't know how to answer. Although this man was his grandfather, they hadn't met face to face, and he was already asking him to live together. It felt a bit rushed. Seeing that Ace was silent, Rouge's father shook his head. This mix of joy and sorrow made him speak without thinking. Our country, the East Country, has some changes now. I originally wanted to remind Rouge, but now, if you want to come and see us, you can look for Monkey D. Garp. He is a rear admiral. Just tell him that Port Gasti Moke sent you to find him. Monkey D. Garp? Grandpa? Ace was instantly stunned. Do these two know each other? Grandpa? Rouge's father Moke instantly thought of something and shouted angrily. Good. That old bastard Garp. Is he the one who harmed my daughter? When he comes back here, let's see if I don't take care of him. No, it's not like that. Hearing that his grandfather misunderstood, Ace quickly explained. Garp is not really my grandpa. He adopted me. That's good. Hearing the explanation, Moke also breathed a sigh of relief. Since you have a connection with Garp, if you want to come here, just tell him, or remember this number to contact me. Ace nodded. After chatting for a few more sentences, Moke hung up the call. At this moment, Luffy cheered like a monkey. Oh, let's celebrate. Tonight we celebrate. What are you going crazy about? Ace rolled his eyes at him. Ace, you found Grandpa, so we definitely have to celebrate this, and of course, tonight it has to be a feast. Luffy wasn't paying attention to what the snail was saying. He was focused on food. Just thinking about a big feast made him drool. I'm celebrating, but what does it have to do with you? Ace said helplessly. We're brothers. My grandpa is your grandpa, and your grandpa is my grandpa. So today we both found Grandpa. Isn't that worth celebrating? Luffy said, happily laughing without a care in the world. Luffy's logic was completely sound, leaving Ace unsure of how to respond. Ace could only wave his hand and say, let's go. Since you want to celebrate, let's go catch some fish and wild boar. Oh, we're going to catch fish and wild boar. Oh, tonight is a feast, Luffy exclaimed, jumping directly into the river to catch fish out of excitement. However, Luffy forgot that he was a devil fruit user, and this jump turned a comedy into a tragedy. Ace, help me. Ace, come save me. Luffy, who had been so joyful just a moment ago, was now in pain, flailing in the river and shouting for help. This idiot. Ace shook his head. Luffy always forgot he was a devil fruit user whenever food was involved. Ace then jumped into the river and rescued Luffy. In the end, the two of them worked together. Or rather, one person did. After Luffy came out of the river, he said he had no strength to catch anything. So it was Ace alone who caught both fish and wild boar, allowing them to enjoy a feast for dinner. After Luffy was full and went to sleep, Ace lay in the treehouse, looking out at the stars and the sky through the window. A country, my mother, huh? Does that mean I have a country too? I wonder if this country is like the Goa Kingdom, clean on the surface but dirty and disgusting behind the scenes? I guess I'll need to see for myself to find out. Ace quietly pondered. Chapter 44, Contact on a warship in a certain sea area of the East Sea. Is it really okay for you to come out like this, Vice Admiral Carp? A certain rear admiral looked at Carp, who was lying on a beach chair. Is this your first day hanging out with me? Carp replied, picking his nose with his pinky finger. You're saying that again. The rear admiral sighed. Every time Carp came out, he would ask if it was okay, and Carp would always respond with that same question. Don't worry about it. Since I'm out, I should enjoy myself. No need to care too much, haha. Carp laughed nonchalantly. Besides, I'm here to see my grandson. Sengoku knows that. All right. The rear admiral shook his head. He wanted to say that seeing his grandson was just a side trip, considering he had been out for over 10 days instead of just a day or two. Carp, this vice admiral, often ran out for no reason, frequently ignoring the orders of admirals and marshals. But Carp was a big shot. He didn't fear any admirals or marshals at all. However, those of them at the lower ranks were often scolded by other big shots, asking why they couldn't keep an eye on him and why he always managed to run off. They had no say in the matter. If it were another vice admiral of the same rank, they would definitely retort. After all, how could they have the ability to keep an eye on such a big shot? Bring, bring, bring. At that moment, the snail phone on the nearby table rang. Who has the time to call me? Carp wondered aloud. I'm going to check the cabin. The rear admiral guessed it was a call from Marshal Sengoku. So to avoid getting scolded while they were talking, he quickly made an excuse to leave. He also instructed the nearby navy to stay away, so they wouldn't get dragged into any quarrels. Who is it? Carp answered the call, comfortably leaning back in a beach chair. It's me. An old man's voice came from the other end. What do you mean, it's me? Who are you? Carp replied, confused. You old bastard. You don't even recognize my voice? It's clear your whole family are bastards. The voice on the phone scolded. What do you mean my son harmed your daughter? Who are you? Carp shouted in bewilderment. However, Carp quickly thought to himself that he only had one son, Monkey D. Dragon, and he only had one father-in-law, and the voice clearly wasn't that of Luffy's grandfather. So is this about Dragon, that little bastard, getting involved with some woman besides Luffy's mother, and now that woman's mother had come to find him? Imuka, porgas de. Moke, doesn't Ace call you grandfather? Is he not a pork ass as well? Doesn't he call his father a bastard? Isn't that your son harming my daughter then? After hearing the man's self-introduction, Carp chuckled and said, Oh, it's old Moke. After laughing, Carp suddenly thought of something and looked around with a slightly serious expression. Fortunately, the nearby navy had been called away by the rear admiral. However, they could vaguely hear some shouting and laughter, and they were glad they had moved quickly. Otherwise, what would they do if they overheard the conversation between the two big shots? Seeing the nearby navy had moved far enough away, Carp sighed in relief, so no one would know what they were discussing. Carp squinted and said, How do you know about Ace's existence being in the East Blue? Have you been in contact with Ace? Carp suddenly recalled that Ace had a snail phone left by Rouge. What? Do I need your approval to contact my own grandson? Don't change the subject. What about your son harming my daughter? Moke started cursing again on the phone. You old bastard. How dare you not come back to the East Blue? Let us see if I don't kill you. Cough, cough, cough. Do you think I'm an idiot? Go back to get beaten up? No, you old man. You're just looking for an excuse to scold me. Carp realized what was happening. Since you contacted Ace, you must know that I'm his adoptive grandfather. I merely adopted him, and there's no blood relation. So what if you adopted him? You're still an old bastard. Moke found another reason to scold him. Even though no one said anything after Rouge left, her last name alone suggests she's related to me. How could you not tell me about her? And I didn't even know she passed away, just because of the same surname. There are plenty of people with the last names Smith and Johnson. It doesn't mean they're all related. Carp explained while picking his nose. Besides, I only found out about her situation after she gave birth to Ace. Then you're still an old bastard. Ace has been born for so long, and you still haven't told me about Rouge and him. Mo continued to scold. In fact, if the East Blue truly wanted to investigate Rouge's situation, they could find some clues, but Moke didn't want Rouge to go to sea initially. However, Rouge was determined to leave, leading to a conflict that strained their relationship. In the end, Rouge secretly left with a ship, and Moke didn't want any family shame to be exposed. So he didn't use anyone's power to investigate Rouge's situation. Ace's situation was a bit tricky. The fewer people who knew, the better. Carp sighed. What is so tricky? Does it have anything to do with our East Blue? I'm not afraid. Why are you? Moke scolded again. In any case, you're just an old bastard looking for trouble. Carp, I'm sure this old man guessed it has something to do with the father's side and is just looking for a reason to scold me. His father was Roger, G-O-L-D, Roger, the Pirate King. Carp lowered his voice and said he wasn't hiding anything since Moke was Ace's grandfather. Who doesn't know G-O-L-D, Roger, the Pirate King who started the Great Pirate Era? But when Moke heard that Ace's father was him, he didn't seem very shocked. Instead, he disdainfully said, TCH, another bastard, and one that everyone knows is a bastard, regardless of what Roger did, good or bad. To Moke, the old father, Roger was just a bastard. Then Moke said flatly, let Ace come to the East Blue, with his identity, if the Navy catches him. He'll definitely be publicly executed. He can't go. Carp directly refused. If he goes to the East Blue, it will only be more dangerous. The world government has secretly found out some information about him. He's fine here with me because I can use my identity to make many people ignore him. Karp's expression grew slightly serious again. Once he goes to the East Blue, it will also draw attention to the East Blue. At that time, combined with the two, the level of danger is something you wouldn't want to see. It would even make me lose face. Oomph. Was your face trampled by the celestial dragons many years ago? Moke snorted coldly. Cough, cough, cough. Let's not talk about that. It's been so long. If anyone else dared to mention his disgrace, Karp would definitely respond with a fist, but since it was Moke, an old friend for so many years, he couldn't really hit him. In any case, Ace couldn't go to the East Blue. The danger would be immense. Moke didn't argue with Karp, instead coldly saying, whether he comes or not isn't up to you. It's his own decision. Also, the East Blue is no longer what it used to be. Just give us a little more time. No matter how many people the world government sends, it would be just a joke. After finishing, Mock didn't say more and hung up the phone. It left Karp momentarily confused. What did that last comment mean? The newly appointed king of the Eastern Kingdom seems to be just this kid Lanyu. I don't deny his abilities, but to develop the Eastern Kingdom to the point of not fearing the world government, relying solely on closed conditions, is not enough. Does this kid want to open the country? But opening the country can only lead to temporary rapid development. Once discovered by the world government, it could lead to national extinction, and I can't imagine this kid would do such a thing. But if he doesn't open the country, how can he develop to the point of not fearing the world government? Karp scratched his head. After thinking for a while, he couldn't come up with any method to rapidly develop the Eastern Kingdom. Forget it. I'm not the king. This isn't something I should be thinking about. I should go find Ace in Windmill Village and see how much he knows about his grandfather, but definitely not give him the chance to go to the Eastern Kingdom. On the other side, regarding Mock, not telling Karp about what's happening here, Lanyu, leaning against the wooden wall, asked. Lanyu couldn't have imagined that in the Infinite Kingdom, there would be someone like Portghast Mock. If it weren't for Simon saying that Mock was going to contact Karp and wanted him there to see what would happen, he wouldn't have known that Ace had a grandfather here. This Mock is the same old man in the consultation office, around 70 or 80 years old, who previously served as a minister to assist Lanyu's grandfather in the Eastern Kingdom. Mock sneered. That old bastard Karp, don't think I don't know what he's planning. He definitely won't give Ace a chance to choose. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to tell him what happened here. Let it be the last to know. Does he think that by not giving Ace a chance, there won't be anyone else outside who will? Chapter 45 Decision. A few days later, in a forest in Windmill Village. Portghast Ace, a tall man with a mark on his face, stood in front of Ace, wearing a hood. Who are you? Ace did not answer him, but instead stepped back cautiously. Seeing this, the man smiled and said, not bad. Your vigilance is good. My name is Monkey D. Dragon, the son of Garp and the father of Luffy. So he is Luffy's father. Upon hearing this, Ace breathed a sigh of relief. He originally wanted to say, so you're the son of my grandfather, but it felt a bit strange, so he held back. He also thought that no one would be foolish enough to impersonate someone else's son, right? Luffy is over there. Ace pointed in a certain direction. No, I'm not looking for Luffy. I came to find you, summoned by your grandfather, Portghast Roger. He called you over? Ace squinted his eyes. Dragon nodded. That's right. You can guess the reason. So what is your choice? Are you going to visit your grandfather or stay here? And let me remind you, I won't give you much time to think. Once the time is up, if you want to go, you'll have to contact your grandfather yourself. If my father Garp finds out about this, he won't let you go. Mocha could guess Garp's thoughts, and so could Dragon. Mocha had told Dragon about Ace's identity. And as the son of the Pirate King, if Ace went to the East Blue, it wouldn't just be double the danger. It would be off the charts. Originally, the people from the East Blue had informed Dragon that something was happening and asked him to check it out, but he thought he didn't have time to go. After all, as long as it wasn't a national extinction, it didn't matter whether he went back to the East Blue or not. However, after encountering Ace, he became interested. After all, knowing Ace's identity, Mocha still dared to call Ace over. And as the king, Lanu wasn't afraid at all. So Dragon also wanted to see what was happening in the East Blue. In that case, Ace wanted to ask Garp for his opinion. But since Garp wouldn't let him go, he could only consider it himself now. Seeing Ace deep in thought, Dragon directly gave his opinion. If I were you, I would go because being in the East Blue is much better than staying here and knowing nothing. At the same time, your relatives are in the East Blue, and they don't know about your grandfather. If you want to do something in the future, they might be able to offer you support and advice. This, after considering for a few days, Ace had a bit of intention, and after Dragon mentioned it, he became determined. All right, I made up my mind, I'm going. Dragon nodded. Since that's the case, pack your things and we'll set off soon. So soon? Aren't you going to meet Luffy? Ace asked in confusion. Dragon shook his head, no. After all, he has grown up until now, and I've never really met him, so it doesn't matter for a moment. Is that okay? Ace wanted to see Luffy, but felt completely ignored. Dragon smiled slightly. There's nothing wrong with that. My identity, his grandfather's identity, so he knows nothing. It's best for him to live carefree like this. But he wants to become the Pirate King. Can he live so carefree? Ace directly stated Luffy's goal. That's his own choice. All right, enough talk, pack your things. Dragon reminded. Okay. Ace ran towards the treehouse. Ace. Ace. Luffy returned to the treehouse with a big fish. Ace, I caught a big fish. Tonight, we can have a feast. Luffy shouted under the tree. But after a while, there was no response from the treehouse. Is he not back? Luffy climbed up to check the treehouse and indeed did not see Ace's figure. Oh, what's this? Luffy saw a note on the table. But after reading what was written on the note, Luffy clenched his fists and shouted angrily, damn it. Ace, you bastard. You left for the sea without me. Then Luffy also said sadly, damn, now I'm all alone. In the future, I can only have big fish or big meat. Not both. Luffy expressed that catching one thing made him too tired and wanting to eat, so he needed two people for a feast of big fish and big meat. Damn it, if you're going, then go, but you didn't call me. I'll eat this big fish by myself. Actually, Luffy wasn't that sad. This was what he really wanted to say. Garp's ship was originally in East Blue, and it could reach Windmill Village in less than a day at full speed. What? Luffy, you said Ace went to sea? Garp, who happily returned to Windmill Village, felt like his anger was about to explode. Yeah, this is the note he left. Next to the treehouse, Luffy handed the note Ace left to Garp and complained. That guy Ace is really too despicable, leaving for the sea without telling me. However, after Garp took a look at the note Luffy handed over, he expressed that he couldn't understand it at all, as it only had a few drawings. What does this even mean? It doesn't say anything about going to sea. Although there are pictures of ships, I can't see any meaning of going to sea. Well, if you look at it this way, Luffy explained to Garp how to interpret the drawings. But after hearing Luffy's explanation, especially knowing that Ace's expression meant more than just going to sea, Garp instantly became furious. Oh, it's you, Dragon. You dare come to Windmill Village and even take Ace away. Just wait until I go to the East Blue to deal with you. Originally, he didn't want to go to the East Blue, as his identity prevented him from entering freely. But now that both Ace and Dragon had gone, he had to go. Then Garp started lecturing Luffy again. And Luffy, you must not be as foolish as Ace and just run off with some people. Your future goal is to become a pillar of the Navy. Garp was worried that Luffy would be taken away by Dragon to join the Revolutionary Army, so he made this reminder. But as soon as Garp said this, Luffy immediately retorted loudly. I don't want to be a Navy person. I want to become the Pirate King. Bang! A loving punch greeted Luffy. Luffy, say that again. And I will make you experience my loving punches again. Garp raised his fist, thinking that Luffy had become a bit more normal over the years. But he still mentioned becoming a pirate. Although it hurt after being hit on the head, Luffy fearlessly looked straight at Garp. Grandpa, I will not yield. I will never become some damned pillar of the Navy. I want to become the Pirate King. Bang, bang. Two lumps appeared on Luffy's head. He still firmly said, I will not. Bang. Now Luffy directly fell to the ground, rolling his eyes. Really, both of you are such a headache. Looking at Luffy lying on the ground, Garp sighed helplessly. Should he send Luffy to the Navy? Before, it was fine with Ace around. But now leaving him here alone makes me uneasy. What if someone comes and takes him away? Or if he secretly goes out to sea to do something pirate-related? Regardless of whether he likes it or not, I've decided to take him to headquarters. If something happens, let him cause a ruckus there and let Sengoku experience the joy of having a grandson. Just as Garp was about to take Luffy back, Bulu, Bulu, Bulu. The snail phone in Garp's pocket rang. Who is it? Don't they know I'm busy with important matters right now? Garp answered the snail phone in a bad mood. What important matter could you possibly be busy with? Aren't you just watching your grandson? The person on the other end of the line replied irritably. Garp recognized who it was and laughed. Oh, it's Sengoku. Looking for me when you're so free? You know, I'm on vacation here. Garp's meaning was clear. I'm on vacation, so don't bother me with matters. Sengoku wanted to say, what vacation are you talking about? Sengoku didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. There's trouble in the new world. You need to handle it. Send Kizaru. He's fast, Garp declined. It won't help if he goes. He probably wouldn't be a match. Sengoku said with a serious expression. The troublemaker this time is red-haired Shanks. And based on what he has caused, he is on the path to becoming the fourth emperor. It's him. Upon hearing it was about Shanks, Garp squinted and said, It won't help if I go. Even if I can overpower him, considering his crew, I can't stop him from becoming an emperor. I didn't ask you to stop him from taking the emperor's position. We anticipated that the new world needs another emperor to stabilize. So let him take it if he can, Sengoku said calmly. But if he wants to become an emperor, he first needs to pay a visit to our navy. So, are you going or not? Of course, I'm going. I have a score to settle with him, Garp snorted. Every time Luffy shouts that he wants to be a pirate, it's because he has been influenced by that guy Shanks, right? This time is a good opportunity to deal with him. All right, then head that way. After Garp's response, Sengoku hung up the snail phone. Luffy, you're lucky this time. Next time I come back, I'll take you back to the navy. Garp glanced at Luffy lying on the ground. He was heading straight to the new world, and taking Luffy along would be inconvenient. If he wasn't careful, Luffy might meet up with red-haired Shanks, and that would be trouble. He didn't trust leaving Luffy with others either. He would definitely run away. So it's better to leave him here. As for the land of East, it depends on the timing. By the time Garp finishes greeting Shanks, Dragon might have already slipped away, and Ace might be taken by him or picked up by Morg, and going there would just lead to an argument with Morg. Chapter 46 Explanation of the Infinite Country, around 7 o'clock in the evening. For commercial districts are continuously gathering people. Hurry, the program is about to start. I missed it last night. I can't miss it again tonight. Although I asked others this afternoon, their explanations left me confused. I also missed it last night, and the noon rerun was unavailable due to work, so anyone who dares to stop me tonight is my sworn enemy. What attributes were discussed last night? I've been so tired from work these days that I don't want to do anything when I get home. Just go straight to sleep, making it so that I haven't had time to check here for several days. Ghost type. This attribute is a bit creepy to talk about. It feels like the ghost we imagine, and this attribute is restrained by the dark type, but it restrains the psychic type. With 18 attributes in Pokemon, this attribute restrains you, and you restrain another attribute. Just this knowledge could fill a lot of time. Indeed, there's so much knowledge about Pokemon that if I were to elaborate on the 18 attributes, it could take months. Once you miss a night of viewing, it becomes difficult to know what happened through others, as they themselves only have a vague understanding. So we must learn to integrate knowledge and draw inferences otherwise. Relying solely on storytelling won't significantly improve our understanding of Pokemon. What attribute will be discussed tonight? Following the order, it should be Steel, right? If it's Steel, then I have to listen carefully as my Pokemon is Magnemite, which is both Steel and Electric dual attributes. The people gathered here are all ready to watch the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation program at 7:30 on 4 LCD screens. Of course, the 4 LCD screens will not only broadcast Pokemon knowledge. During other time slots, they will also discuss knowledge about climate, terrain, and the animal world. But for the public, what knowledge could be more appealing than Pokemon knowledge? After all, Pokemon is what they are closest to right now, and having this knowledge can help them understand Pokemon better and interact with them more effectively. So recently, every evening, these 4 commercial districts gather a large crowd. However, every morning at 10 o'clock, there will also be a rerun on 8 airships, so those who did not watch in the evening can catch the rerun at noon. If you can't watch during these 2 time slots, then there's nothing you can do. You must know that in the Infinite Country, overtime for Blue is non-existent. Unless it's voluntary overtime, which is another matter. Recently, the program has been discussing Pokemon attributes, and it has been stated from the beginning that it would cover the attributes in the order of normal, fighting, flying, poison, ground, rock bug, ghost, steel, dragon, dark, fairy. This helps the public know which ones to pay close attention to and which ones can be skimmed over. As it approaches 7:30, the other programs playing on the LCD screens gradually prepare to end. Once 7:30 arrives, the screen changes, indicating that the program everyone gathered to see is about to start, and instantly everyone becomes focused. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation. I'm your host, Robin. The host on the LCD screen makes a routine self-introduction. This Robin is not the same as any other Robin. She is actually Princess Nico Robin of the Infinite Country. With Robin's intellect, she learns some Pokemon knowledge faster than many others. And since Blue wants to make a good impression on the public with this princess, hosting the Pokemon Knowledge Explanation is a great opportunity. According to the original schedule, tonight was supposed to cover some knowledge about the Steel attribute of Pokemon. But today, we are fortunate to have a special guest, Dr. Oak, who specializes in Pokemon research, to share some special knowledge. So the discussion of the Steel attribute will be postponed until tomorrow. Now let us welcome Dr. Oak. Robin gestures to the side. Hello, Dr. Oak. Robin greets. Hello, Doctor. Oak responds and then gestures to the audience to introduce himself. Hello, dear viewers, I am Dr. Oak, a researcher of Pokemon. The appearance of Dr. Oak on the screen instantly sparks discussions among the audience watching the program. A personne recherchant Pokémon? How long has Pokemon been in our country? Is it really possible for someone to reach the level of a doctoral researcher? This seems unlikely. You must know that exploring just one Pokemon attribute can take a long time, not to mention the numerous types of Pokemon. Indeed, after so many days of exposure, even if we still have a limited understanding, we know that Pokemon definitely involves a lot of knowledge. No matter how talented a person is, it's impossible to go from exploration to becoming a doctoral researcher in such a short time. However, Princess Robin introduced him as a doctor. We might not believe Dr. Oak, but Princess Robin wouldn't lie to us, right? Could he not be from our country? After all, Pokemon was introduced by His Majesty from elsewhere. So it's normal for someone from that place to have years of understanding of Pokemon and to have doctoral-level researchers. Saying it this way, it does seem possible. You must know that in this world, only those who understand knowledge to a certain extent can earn the title of doctor. And how long has it been since Pokemon was introduced? For the people of the Infinite Country, this short time absolutely makes it impossible for there to be a Pokemon doctor. Perhaps in a few years there will be. Therefore, most people speculate that Dr. Oak is definitely not a local, but rather someone from another place. As for where that place is, we would have to ask Their Majesty, since it was Their Majesty who introduced Pokemon. Now, I'll hand it over to you, Dr. Oak. Robin gestures. No problem. Dr. Oak nods. Then the entire screen shifts to Dr. Oak. With a beaming smile, Dr. Oak says, "Next, I will talk about the evolution of Pokemon. Everyone has had some time to get acquainted with Pokemon, and I'm sure some of you have seen some Pokemon evolution scenes. But do you know what conditions are needed for Pokemon to evolve?" Dr. Oak spreads his hands and asks. At this moment, the audience is eager to say, "If we knew, do we still need you to introduce it?" Well, you definitely don't know. So listen carefully to what I'm about to say, Dr. Oak says with a raised finger and a smile. The evolution of Pokemon is actually a very magical process, similar to a leap in species. Whenever the scene of their evolution appears, it always feels miraculous, radiating an irresistible glow it can make. Dr. Oak goes on to discuss a lot of things and even delves into some history of Pokemon. Although it's very engaging, the audience expresses, "Dr. Oak, you could do an episode on history. Right now I want to hear about Pokemon evolution." All right, although there is still a lot to say, let's get back to the main topic. One of the conditions required for Pokemon evolution, which is also the most widespread form of evolution, is accumulation evolution. This evolution, in simple terms, is about continuously training Pokemon to strengthen their own abilities. It's akin to humans reaching a certain level of training, enabling them to learn techniques like hockey and observation hockey. Similarly, Pokemon will evolve after reaching a certain level of training. Professor Oak has learned to use the powers of this world to explain it, allowing them to understand quickly. Although not everyone in the Infinite Country can use hockey, most people are still familiar with it. So when Professor Oak put it this way, they understood that Pokemon evolution is indeed related to effort. However, there is a special type of evolution within this accumulation process, known as aggressive evolution, where a Pokemon might evolve with insufficient energy. For example, if a Pokemon originally needs 10 units of energy to evolve, due to certain stimuli, it might evolve with only 8 or 9 units. This type of evolution is undesirable as it can leave hidden dangers for the Pokemon and consume its potential. If, later on, the energy can be replenished, that's fine. But if it can't be replenished, then evolving would essentially lock the Pokemon's path to progress. Therefore, those who want their Pokemon to evolve should pay attention to this point, Professor Oak reminded. As for the conditions for the second type of evolution, it also requires accumulation, but it doesn't require as much as the simple accumulation evolution. After reaching a certain level of accumulation, you will find that your Pokemon won't evolve at all. So what should you do then? Can you think of it, audience friends? Professor Oak asked the viewers in front of the screen. The audience responded, "We already know. No need for you to introduce it." Can't think of it? Professor Oak laughed. The answer is quite simple. It's to use items. Some people have Pikachu, right? To evolve Pikachu into Raichu, mere accumulation isn't enough. It also requires a specific item, which is the Thunderstone. The Thunderstone contains the electric energy needed for Pikachu's evolution, which can reduce Pikachu's accumulation and allow it to instantly gain energy, thus enabling evolution. Friends who want their Pikachu to evolve can buy a Thunderstone and give it to their Pikachu to see if it will evolve. If it does evolve, that means some of its accumulation is sufficient, and the Thunderstone can help replenish the remaining energy. When Professor Oak reached this point, people with Pikachu remarked, "Forget it, if Pikachu evolves into Raichu and loses its looks, it'll be a waste of money." Professor Oak continued, "Items like the Thunderstone are called evolution stones. There are also fire stones, water stones, leaf stones, sunstones, moonstones, etc. Evolution stones must correspond to the respective attributes. For example, the The thunderstone corresponds to the electric type, and the water stone corresponds to the water type. So everyone should avoid using them randomly, as using them doesn't guarantee results. Additionally, there are other items besides evolution stones, such as the King's Rock, Metal Coat Protector, Lava Amplifier, Electric Amplifier, and so on. These require being carried while letting the Pokemon accumulate to a certain level before they can evolve. Pokemon evolution isn't limited to just these two types, but most Pokemon evolutions fall within these two categories. As for some other evolution conditions that are relatively special, would you like to hear about them? Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. The audience responded, "Please continue. No need to build suspense. Even if you ask us, we wouldn't know." Chapter 47. Gift Giving in the Royal Palace. In the Administrative Palace, Dr. Okito was quite suitable as a host. His suspenseful rhetorical questions and emotional engagement were top-notch. Watching the monitor on the wall, or rather the television, where Dr. Okito was vividly narrating, Lan Yu smiled while sitting in a chair. After the trade stabilized and the dimensional gate was fixed, Dr. Okito arrived in the world of One Piece, just a few steps away. Upon arriving in this world, Dr. Okito was captivated by the surroundings, which were bustling with people, featuring retro architecture, nestled by mountains and water, lush forests, and an endless expanse of blue ocean. Well, it was actually the various foods that attracted him, especially the snacks, so many that Dr. Okito couldn't keep track, such as fragrant sauce pancakes, cold noodles, fried dumplings, various sauce noodles, skewers, and different potato dishes. Dr. Okito remarked that with so much food, if he didn't gain a few pounds, it would be a disservice to the many years he had eaten instant noodles. Therefore, from then on, whenever Dr. Okito wanted to eat something, he would just take a few steps to Lan Yu's place for a meal, completely bidding farewell to his instant noodle days. Taking advantage of Dr. Okito's free time today, Lan Yu invited him to explain Pokemon evolution in this episode. Shi Meng, who came over to watch the television, remarked, "Dr. Okito certainly speaks interestingly. This special episode has taught us about Pokemon evolution." Indeed, after he explained it, "I now know how my Pokemon should evolve," said the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Siliko, who stood nearby. Siliko had captured a Scyther, and aside from patrolling the palace, he was training, so he hadn't learned much about Pokemon. It was rare for him to be here watching television, and he finally understood what was needed for Scyther's evolution. Not only Shi Meng and Siliko were watching television, a few others also joined in. If there was a television installed in the palace, surely other places could have them too? Why did they come to the palace to watch? Of course, it was because the wiring had not yet been completed. The 4 commercial districts were the main areas, making it simpler and more direct to lay the wiring. But for other areas, the wiring had to be detailed down to every household, which would take longer. The palace was not just a palace. It was also the administrative center of the Infinite Nation. Therefore, as the most significant location, once the wiring was completed, there was no need to wait for other places. It could directly connect to another independent power system and utilize various electrical appliances. As for the appliances, the Infinite Nation currently lacked the capacity to produce them, but they could be purchased from the Pokemon world, where anything could be bought. Thus, the palace had transformed into a modern place in just a few days, attracting many high-ranking officials to come and visit. At this moment, the second minister, Pai Mengxi, reported beside Shi Meng, "By the way, Your Majesty, we received news from outside that the most exciting thing in the New World recently is the significant activity of the red-haired pirates. According to their analysis, the red-haired pirates have a great chance of becoming the 4th Emperor pirate crew." "Emperor?" Lan Yu murmured, feeling a sense of surprise. He had been back for quite some time, and now it was indeed the time in the story when the red-haired pirates ascended to the Emperor position. "Then send them a gift," Lan Yu instructed with a wave of his hand. "After all, I've spent time with them." Shi Meng seemed to guess what kind of gift Lan Yu wanted to send and cautiously asked, "It wouldn't be a Pokemon as a gift, would it? Given the red-haired pirate's position, every move they make is under scrutiny, and if Your Majesty sends such a gift, the major powers will know about it. If they investigate, it could expose us." Lan Yu didn't find it strange that Shi Meng guessed it was a Pokemon. He smiled slightly. "That's exactly why I want to send it, because it is both a gift and a sign." "Your Majesty means..." Shi Meng's pupils contracted slightly, as he guessed what it meant. "The sign of founding a nation." When Lan Yu said this, the others present were also taken aback. But they didn't expect such a day to come so soon. "Isn't this a bit hasty, Your Majesty?" Pai Mengxi didn't oppose the idea of founding a nation. After understanding the wonders of Pokemon and knowing Lan Yu had the ability to traverse other worlds, he felt that the Infinite Nation could become immensely powerful. And given this development, founding a nation was inevitable. However, He believed that this inevitable event shouldn't happen too soon. After all, their interaction with Pokemon had only just begun, and the development of the Eastern Nation into the Infinite Nation was still in its infancy. In other words, their internal strength was still insufficient to handle everything, making it an inappropriate time to establish a nation. I also think it's a bit hasty. If we wait another year, that would be better. Celico nodded in agreement. Fennec, on the other hand, casually said, I'm fine either way. If we continue to be closed off, I'll just go to the Pokemon world. If we open up, I'll protect this country as a general. But if exposure happens, so be it. If the world government and navy come, I'll finally get to test my strength against an admiral. I've never fought against an admiral before, so I don't know the extent of our strength difference. But with Pokemon, I can guarantee that I can beat an admiral in a gang fight. Lanyu leaned back in his chair and said casually, Don't worry. When we truly get exposed, it will take at least a few months. This time is enough for the people of the Infinite Nation to get familiar with Pokemon. Even if not a million, as long as 100,000 people can learn to use Pokemon, combined with the military's patrols, this force will be sufficient to withstand 3 admirals. Saying that being able to withstand 3 admirals didn't mean they were incredibly strong, but it would be enough to make the world government very cautious. If the world government dares to mobilize all their forces to destroy our Infinite Nation, I wouldn't mind letting them experience the power of legendary Pokemon. Upon hearing this, Fennec laughed. Haha, now I understand why your majesty hasn't captured any Pokemon. It turns out you have legendary Pokemon in your hands. Previously, Lanyu hadn't mentioned to others that he had legendary Pokemon, nor had Dr. Okito and the others. Others might not know what level of Pokemon legendary Pokemon were, but after spending a few days with Dew, if they still didn't know of the existence of legendary Pokemon, Fennec could just lay down and sleep without worrying about worldly matters. Knowing that legendary Pokemon existed, Fennec boldly had Dew lead him to find a not-so-strong, true legendary Pokemon to play with. And the result was that they ended up being played with instead. Therefore, Fennec was aware of the power of legendary Pokemon. What 3 admirals or what Emperor Pirates meant nothing in front of a legendary Pokemon. That type of population didn't count. Since your majesty has legendary Pokemon, then there's no problem, Shi Meng said with relief. He also knew about legendary Pokemon. After all, as a minister of a nation, he might not know many things about Pokemon, but he had to be aware of the most important and dangerous existences. Seeing this, the others had no objections. At this moment, Anans took the lead. Leave the matter of gift-giving to me. TCH, you said it first, but as the captain of the patrol, you still have to look after domestic affairs, so it's better to leave it to me, said the vice-captain of the guard. Gialali, shrugging his shoulders. Giannis shook his hand. No, we may have lacked manpower before, but now that our patrol is accompanied by 3 Pokemon, our workload has greatly decreased, so, as the captain, I can relax a bit. Besides, no one here is more suitable than me to go out. Indeed, thinking of Yana's devil fruit ability, Lanyu nodded. Then this time, let's leave it to Giannis. Seeing that Lanyu had made the decision, the others had nothing to argue about and watched Dr. Oki's explanation with peace of mind. But at that moment, they weren't really focused on watching, as they were all thinking about the founding of the nation. After a while, the program ended and everyone dispersed. In the administrative palace, only Lanyu was left. He stood on the balcony, looking at the sky and the surrounding environment. The palace was situated at a slightly higher elevation, allowing a view of many things. The nights in this country are still so beautiful. Lanyu smiled slightly. Just then, Darkrai and Zarud jumped from downstairs to the 3rd floor where Lanyu was. It's you two. What brings you here so late? Lanyu asked the 2 Pokemon. Although most of the Pokemon brought back were primarily for sale, Lanyu guaranteed that if they didn't want to live with humans, he would prepare a separate place for them, and they wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Therefore, the Pokemon being sold did not reject living with humans. Selling them was also like selecting suitable companions for them. Furthermore, Lanyu established a Pokemon association where Pokemon could come to file complaints if they had any issues, and there would be dedicated personnel to handle them. However, initially, there weren't any major issues, so the association mostly dealt with trivial matters, like Snorlax saying that 10 Pokemon's worth of food wasn't enough, Grimer complaining about the quality of garbage, and Jigglypuff expressing a desire to hold a concert. As for Darkrai and Zarud, they were high-ranking staff members of the Pokemon Association and could meet Lanyu at any time, allowing them to move freely around the palace. Chapter 48. Go to New World, Jia. Chia. The 2 Pokemon spoke a lot to Lanyu. What they meant was that the Pokemon they used to protect are now living well. Those who want to live in the wild can do so, and those who do not want to live in the wild can choose suitable humans as companions. Such a lifestyle was completely unimaginable before. As staff members of the Pokemon Association, they intuitively understood that the people in this country are very kind and treat Pokemon well. So they are quite satisfied with this country. However, they expressed that they were not doing well. The matters the association is currently handling are too annoying and trivial. Human Pokemon are fine, but most of the time, humans come to the association to ask about their Pokemon's physical and mental condition. In fact, such matters should go to a Pokemon hospital. Those Pokemon without human companions are particularly bothersome. Ever since they learned that there is a place in this country specifically for solving Pokemon problems, it seems they have found a gate and rush over here for no reason. Some Pokemon come to find someone to chat with because they're lonely. Some come to cool off because they are afraid of the heat. Some come to fight because they are bored, some want to find a partner, and some Pokemon. None of these matters are good, even though the staff of the Pokemon Association and the Pokemon themselves are very caring. They can hardly contain themselves when faced with these issues and want to curse. What the heck? These matters can be solved by just one human companion. Do you really need to come here to bother us? As a result, Darkrai and Zeraora stopped playing. These matters are too trivial and annoying, and handling them feels too comfortable, making their once fiery hearts seem to fade away. As mythical Pokemon, what they should be doing is commanding the battlefield. They want to continue releasing that fiery heart, like battling poachers, rather than wasting time here. Moreover, they originally intended to approach Lanyu. It was just that these trivial matters delayed their observation, dragging it out until now. They said so much, but Lanyu expressed that he didn't understand. However, in the end, the two Pokemon used the most crucial gesture, allowing Lanyu to understand why they came here. You both want to follow me? Seeing the two Pokemon take out a Pokeball, Lanyu understood what they meant. Yeah, chia. Darkrai and Zeraora nodded. Lanyu didn't rush to respond, but asked again, have you made up your minds? And what about your work at the association? It's not that Lanyu didn't want to capture them, but he had brought back too many Pokemon recently, and he had lost his desire to capture more for the time being. Chia. The two Pokemon nodded again, indicating they had made up their minds and that their work at the association would be taken over by others in Pokemon. Alright. No desire doesn't mean he would refuse Pokemon that come to him. He then took the Pokeballs from the two Pokemon and caught them inside. It seems today is a day worth celebrating. What should I get to celebrate? Lanyu smiled at the two Pokeballs in his hands. But it's already past 9. Lanyu looked at the clock on the wall. Some things are too early, and some things are too late. Late night snacks. And now everyone has left. Then let us celebrate with the world. Synthesis big brother, come on, open a new world. Synthesis system. I thought you had forgotten you have the ability to open other worlds after playing for so many days. Bringing Pokemon back doesn't count as playing. Lanyu smiled and shrugged. You brought them back, but after someone helped you. You just brought one batch a day and spent the rest of your time traveling with Robin. That seems like someone forgetting the mountains and rivers. If there were a tone, Synthesis big brother would be teasing him right now. Ahem, a normal interaction between two spouses, no need to elaborate. Synthesis big brother, please open the door to the new world. Lanyu urged. Then let us go. Swish. A vortex appeared on the wall beside him. This vortex actually looks no different from the one leading to the Pokemon world. What kind of world will this be? Lanyu walked in. It's unknown when he will return, so he left a note on the table. This time it's a forest. Stepping out from a tree, Lanyu observed his surroundings. This world is also currently in the night, and he finds himself in a pitch-black forest. That's good. Otherwise, encountering Arceus again would be terrifying. Lanyu shook his head and smiled. He then walked through the dark forest, hoping to get lucky and see something familiar. However, after walking for a while, several red lights appeared in the forest. Walking in the forest at night, it's indeed easy to encounter something. As Lanyu spoke, these red lights slowly approached him, and under the moonlight, their forms became visible. Upon seeing their appearance, Lanyu smiled faintly and corrected himself. It seems they are not animals, but rather green-skinned monsters. They have a humanoid shape, standing over 2 meters tall, with green skin all over, slightly pointed ears, and somewhat ugly faces, so calling them green-skinned monsters isn't wrong. Calling them green giants is also acceptable. However, it seems these green-skinned monsters are quite dissatisfied with the name. They roared at Lanyu and charged at him with their spiked clubs. Their strength is decent, but their movements are too slow. When faced with their attack, Lanyu didn't strike immediately, but instead tested their strength, focusing on dodging. Also, their stance is quite unstable. While dodging the green-skinned monsters, Lanyu extended his foot and tripped one of them. Roar! These green-skinned monsters seemed to feel humiliated and let out another loud roar, simultaneously attacking Lanyu with their clubs. If the green-skinned monsters had taken turns attacking before, now they all attacked together from different directions, not giving Lan Yu any chance to dodge. But Lan Yu wasn't deaf from the roars. He heard one roar that was slightly distant. Is there a commanding type among them? With a swish, Lan Yu disappeared from the attacks of the green-skinned monsters. But I've caught you. Lan Yu instantly appeared in a patch of grass several dozen meters away. Here, there was a slightly smaller green-skinned monster dressed in armor and wearing a makeshift crown. When Lan Yu's voice sounded, this green-skinned monster was startled, quickly turning around and jumping back. But its speed was too slow. As soon as it landed, Lan Yu appeared beside it and grabbed its neck. This razor is indeed very useful, Lan Yu said with a smile while looking at the green-skinned monster in his hand. At first, Lan Yu wasn't very interested in the 6 styles. After all, whether it was defense, attack, or evasion, the 6 styles couldn't compare to hockey. So after learning hockey, he felt that the 6 styles were not very useful and thus didn't bother to learn them. However, after battling with the Charizard, he realized that facing Pokemon with numerous moves made just knowing hockey seem a bit simplistic. So he rummaged through his options to see if there were any moves he could learn. As a result, he found that besides Devil Fruits and hockey, there seemed to be no techniques suitable for unarmed individuals. Ultimately, the only thing he could learn was the 6 styles. In the end, Lan Yu had no choice but to reluctantly learn it. Although he only practiced for a few days, he was able to grasp it quickly given his current strength. Then he remarked that it was quite useful. He had previously underestimated the capabilities of the 6 styles. Now, just one move, Soru, could significantly increase his speed. Roar! The other green-skinned monsters were initially puzzled about where Lan Yu had gone. However, after looking around, they discovered that their leader had been captured, and they all rushed over. Dealing with you big fools doesn't require me to dirty my hands. Gale leg. As they charged over, Lan Yu swung his leg and unleashed a vacuum slash. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several green-skinned monsters, appearing quite fragile, were directly bisected. Now it's your turn. Lan Yu looked at the green-skinned monster in his hand and squeezed tightly. Please spare me. I won't attack humans again. The green-skinned monster pleaded in pain, feeling the pressure on its neck. Hearing this, Lan Yu was somewhat surprised and said, "Oh, you can talk. By your admission, you used to frequently attack humans. Then you definitely shouldn't be spared." Lan Yu sneered. However, at that moment, sensing something, Lan Yu glanced to the side and said, "It seems you're better off being dealt with by him." Lan Yu broke the left hand of the green-skinned monster and then tossed it to the side where he was looking. Standing in the shadows nearby was a person, and from the faint light, it could be seen that this person was wearing a set of silver-white armor and a full-face helmet. Chapter 49, The Goblin Slayer's World. Do you recognize me? The figure in the shadows stepped forward, fully revealing himself, and without mercy. He thrust his sword into the green-skinned monster in front of him. The green-skinned monster let out a painful scream. Of course, I recognize you, the infamous Goblin Slayer. Especially your line, I don't save the world, I just kill goblins, which I admire. This Goblin King will serve as my greeting gift. Lan Yu smiled slightly. As she held the green-skinned monster by the neck, she found its appearance somewhat familiar, and upon the arrival of the Goblin Slayer not far away, she sensed him immediately. After looking at his appearance, Lan Yu realized which world she had entered, the world of the Goblin Slayer, a seemingly narrow yet vast world. It is narrow because the protagonist, the Goblin Slayer, always focuses on goblins. In his view, he rarely encounters other monsters or powerful beings. It is vast because this world is large, with many races and countries that are not showcased, and it also has the existence of gods. The green-skinned monster Lan Yu was holding was the Goblin King. In the story, attempted to attack a farm, but ultimately had to flee after being outmatched. Do you admire me? A strong person like you would admire a silver-ranked adventurer like me, who only kills goblins and has no real strength, right? The Goblin Slayer continued to poke at the Goblin King while self-deprecating. Even against the Goblin King, he did not have a 100% chance of winning. Yet Lan Yu easily grabbed the Goblin King's neck and easily broke his hand. Plus, with a kick, he dealt a terrifying slash, easily taking out those big goblins. Such strength, even the gold-ranked adventurers he had seen before did not possess, and he had never encountered a platinum-ranked one. The highest rank for adventurers in this world is platinum, followed by gold, and then silver, which is the Goblin Slayer's rank. However, the ranking system in this world is quite superficial. One can level up through accumulation. And if it were Lan Yu, she could easily become platinum. So Lan Yu shrugged and said, "Strength can be trained, but that persistent heart is not something everyone can possess. In fact, if a strong teacher were to teach the Goblin Slayer abilities, with his firm desire to kill all goblins, he would unleash unimaginable power. In other words, The Goblin Slayer is someone with the experiences of protagonist, but has yet to receive the treatment of one. Perhaps once he receives such treatment, he will become a powerful protagonist instead of the silver-ranked adventurer who is looked down upon and has leveled up through accumulation. Is that so? Aye. The Goblin Slayer was about to reply while poking the Goblin King, but the Goblin King interrupted, saying, "Enough, am I dead yet?" The Goblin King swung his right hand forcefully, sending the Goblin Slayer crashing into a tree. Roar! The Goblin King supported himself with his right hand and stood up, shouting loudly, "Damn humans, I'm not that easy to bully." The Goblin pulled out the sword from his chest and slammed it down to break it. Cough, cough. The Goblin Slayer coughed and propped himself against the tree to stand up. Does this situation count as making you admire me? The Goblin Slayer glanced at Lan Yu and then self-mockingly laughed. Was such strength worthy of admiration after being sent flying by the Goblin King with a single punch? Lan Yu chuckled from the side. Of course I admire you, because you won't admit defeat, and you possess a heart that many strong people lack. Really? The Goblin Slayer felt that this person understood him quite well. However, Lan Yu was right. Even though he had lost his sword and his body was weaker than the Goblin King, it did not mean he would easily concede. He charged directly at the Goblin King. "Human, I will kill you." The Goblin King showed a fierce expression and charged at the Goblin Slayer as well. Whoosh! As the Goblin Slayer was about to reach the Goblin King, a sliding tackle went under the Goblin King's feet, followed by an attempt to perform a backdrop with the Goblin King in his arms. However, it seemed that his strength was insufficient, and he was completely blocked by the Goblin King. Instantly, the Goblin King laughed. "Human, your strength is too weak. With your power, you will only die in my hands." The Goblin King reached back with his right hand, intending to grab the Goblin Slayer's head and tear it off, but this played right into the Goblin Slayer's hands. He immediately released his grip on the Goblin King's waist and grabbed the Goblin King's right hand with both hands, placing his right foot on the Goblin King's back. He then pushed forward with his foot and pulled hard with his hands. "Human, you think you can break my hand? Your strength is completely insufficient." The Goblin King tried to exert force to throw the Goblin Slayer forward. However, at that moment, he realized that the Goblin Slayer's strength was not as insignificant as he had imagined. The Goblin Slayer sneered. "Are you starting to find it hard to exert force? Sorry, but when it comes to goblins, my blood is always boiling, and that hot blood allows me to unleash strength that won't lose to goblins. So break it for me." "Ah!" The Goblin Slayer shouted with all his might, using both hands and feet as if he were trying to exhaust all his strength to break the Goblin King's hand. Crack! Ultimately, the Goblin King's right hand was broken by the Goblin Slayer, bent backward. "It hurts so much. It hurts so much." The Goblin King cried out in pain, kneeling on one knee. However, it cannot be denied that the Goblin Slayer had unleashed a tremendous amount of strength. But it was also related to the fact that the Goblin King had been stabbed several times and had one hand broken, causing his strength to be unfocused. Nevertheless, after exerting himself so much, the Goblin Slayer was also panting and let go of the Goblin King's hand. He then said flatly, "Pain is the best. After all, you goblins will never repent when you go to hell. Go down." The Goblin Slayer aimed both hands at the Goblin King's head. However, the Goblin King's cunning was somewhat beyond the Goblin Slayer's expectations, despite having his hand broken like that. It was all a ruse to make the Goblin Slayer lower his guard. When the Goblin Slayer's hands were aimed at its head, it suddenly pushed off the ground with its feet and forcefully slammed its head into the Goblin Slayer's chest. Bang! It seemed that the Goblin Slayer had some connection to a certain tree, as he was once again sent flying and crashed into it. "Human, this time I'll let you go. The pain you gave me, I will return double." Of course, he would not return it now. Instead, the Goblin King stood up and ran in a certain direction, not wanting to linger here and duel with the Goblin Slayer, since both hands were broken. As a king, he had to leave behind some fierce words as he departed. However, Lan Yu yawned and blocked the Goblin King's path. "Do you think I don't exist? Human, I have no grudges with you. Why are you blocking my way?" The Goblin King roared at Lan Yu. The Goblin King had experienced Lan Yu's strength, so he spoke while retreating, preparing to run in another direction. "You goblins still think you can talk about having no grudges?" Lan Yu shook her head and smiled. "And your joke is a bit unfunny. Isn't it normal for humans to kill you ugly goblins? Do you want to continue?" Lan Yu asked the Goblin Slayer, who was by the tree. At the same time, he flicked a small stone at the left leg of the Goblin King, causing him to kneel on one knee. "Come on, as long as I can kill goblins. Any means are acceptable. I won't be afraid of any injury." The Goblin Slayer stood up, touching his chest. Even though he was delivering a finishing blow to the Goblin King, he didn't care at all. However, at that moment, the supporting character, the priestess, arrived late, holding her staff. Goblin Slayer, are you okay? The priestess asked with concern as she ran to his side. I'm fine. Do you have a small knife? The Goblin Slayer asked. Yes. The priestess handed him a small knife. Then she looked at Lan Yu and asked, Who is he? Let's not worry about who he is. It's time to take down the Goblin King. Holding the knife, the Goblin Slayer walked towards the Goblin King. Please, human. The Goblin King tried to plead for mercy. But before he could finish his words, the Goblin Slayer swiftly slashed at the Goblin King's neck, blood spraying out. And then he collapsed onto the ground. Sorry, I don't like listening to goblins ramble. After finishing off the Goblin King, the Goblin Slayer sighed in relief and slightly bowed to Lan Yu, saying, Thank you. No need. I already said it's a welcome gift for you. Lan Yu replied with a smile. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lan Yu, and I'm a traveler. Without any identity to speak of, Lan Yu simply made up a traveler identity. But he wasn't wrong, as he was indeed a traveler in different worlds. A traveler? That makes sense. In the Goblin Slayer's understanding, only a traveler with strong abilities would walk through the forest and not be afraid when encountering goblins. As for bad people, knowing who the Goblin Slayer is, yet still admiring him and handing over the Goblin King to him to kill, what kind of bad person could be worse than that? And with Lan Yu's strength, if he were truly a bad person with ulterior motives, he would have been dead by now. I am a Goblin Slayer. Although Lan Yu knew of his existence, he still introduced himself and gestured to the side, saying, She is the priestess. Lan Yu smiled and nodded. This simple introduction was even shorter than his. However, at that moment, Lan Yu remembered that it seemed people in this world didn't have names, only code names like Cowherd Girl, Counter Girl, Fairy Archer, Minor Taoist, and Lizard Monk. After we eliminate the other goblins, we will probably have a celebration. I wonder if you have any interest in joining? The Goblin Slayer rarely extended an invitation. Perhaps it was the intuition of a protagonist. He felt that Lan Yu could help him. No problem. Lan Yu nodded. It was just right that he had nothing to do and could get to know the people of this world. Chapter 50. Emergence. Is there anything interesting in other places? Although they haven't known each other for long, the priestess casually looked at Lan Yu and asked on their way back, Interesting things? There are plenty to mention. Lan Yu smiled and began to introduce seriously. For example, sea beasts, sea kings, that are dozens or even hundreds of meters long, which can swallow a ship whole in one bite. Human weapons feel like mere tickles against them. For example, there are magical summon beasts, Pokemon, with all sorts of shapes, some cute, some fierce, some ugly, and they can use various elemental abilities. For example, there's a tool camera that can capture the scenery and human architecture as if it's clearly drawn on paper. For example, there's a magical creature, telephone bug, that allows two people separated by thousands or tens of thousands of meters to communicate easily. Although Lan Yu doesn't reveal his identity like Professor Okito does, he isn't afraid to talk about these things since this world is indeed vast. And there are many places they haven't visited. Wow! The more Lan Yu talked, the more surprised the priestess became. This world has so many interesting things unknown to her, and she really wanted to see them at that moment. Even the initially indifferent Goblin Slayer couldn't help but marvel at how vast the world is and how many things he hasn't encountered. But he had to give up on these things for the sake of hunting goblins. While Lan Yu continued his introduction, bang, 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 a series of loud, explosion-like sounds came from the direction they were heading. Not good, that is coming from the farm. The sounds made Goblin Slayer feel something was off. So he ran off without caring for the priestess or Lan Yu. Wait for me, Goblin Slayer. The priestess, accustomed to Goblin Slayer's impulsive nature, didn't say much, raised her staff, and chased after him, ignoring Lan Yu, who had just told her so many interesting things. Watching the two figures slowly run away, Lan Yu shook his head. Hey, how can you just abandon a guest like that? But you're running so slowly. When will you get there? Let me, as your guest, give you a ride. Swish. Lan Yu quickly dashed forward, grabbing each of them by the waist with one hand and running toward the source of the sounds. What is this? Goblin Slayer didn't have time to react as his body flew into the air, watching the ground move rapidly beneath him. The priestess also didn't have time to react and wondered, Oh, why am I suddenly flying? You're running too slowly. It's better for me to carry you both. Lan Yu slightly lowered his head to look at the two. The priestess, realizing what was happening, looked up at the rapidly passing scenery and exclaimed, Wow, your speed is incredible. It is really fast. Goblin Slayer also looked up, observing the trees whizzing past him. Though he knew Lan Yu was powerful, this speed exceeded his expectations. Be careful, I'm going to accelerate. Lan Yu reminded them. What? You can accelerate even faster? But before the priestess was ready, Boom! Lan Yu stomped the ground forcefully, and a sound like a sonic boom erupted. Ah! The priestess exclaimed in surprise as the wind tousled her face. On the farm side, the adventurers sighed in relief after eliminating the goblins. This battle made them realize the goblin strength. These goblins usually don't seem strong, appearing as if they could be easily killed, but after fighting them tonight, they understood that there were so many powerful ones among them. Indeed, there's the large goblin with great physical strength, the goblin cavalry rushing on wolves at high speed, and the goblin hero whose overall strength is even more dangerous than silver rank. After this defending battle, they dared not underestimate goblins anymore. That's right. Anyone who tells me goblins are trash will be thrown among the goblins to see if it's them who are trash or the goblins. Can that goblin slayer handle the goblin king? He definitely can. We can question him in other aspects, but when it comes to dealing with goblins, no one knows better than him. After all, he became a silver-ranked adventurer solely by killing goblins. The people here were discussing in groups of 3 or 5. Let us clean up the battlefield. After winning such a big battle, we should celebrate. The adventurer, known as Heavy Warrior, shouted loudly. But before he could finish his celebratory words, a magic circle suddenly appeared on the scene. Then, from the magic circle, a figure much larger than the goblin hero was summoned. Seeing this figure, Heavy Warrior exclaimed with wide eyes, "What is going on? Why did a magic circle appear? And why is a 100-armed giant summoned here?" Let us put it this way. The gods of this world are actually quite bored. And when their powers are roughly equal and they can't win against each other, they decide to play dice to determine the outcome, resulting in chaos without resolution. Thus, they created various races to fight against each other for the gods to watch as entertainment. Of course, the gods wouldn't intervene directly. They would occasionally produce some pieces to stir up the scene, and the 100-armed giant was one of those pieces created by the gods to incite war. This 100-armed giant is about 10 meters tall, with a body, feet, and arms, and its head is covered with dozens of protruding hands, each with fingers extending like little hands. It's that goblin shaman. An adventurer pointed to a nearby, lying goblin. This goblin shaman still had a breath left. At that moment, it showed a final cunning smile to the adventurers looking its way. Damn it! It was that guy's carelessness that gave this goblin shaman the chance to use summoning magic. The person known as Spear Master growled. Now is not the time to blame anyone for being careless. We must take advantage of the 100-armed giant's moment of confusion and eliminate it. The Heavy Warrior's partner, a female knight, raised her shield and rushed forward. That's right. The priority now is to take down the 100-armed giant. The Heavy Warrior gripped his great sword and charged in as well. Charge! Take down the 100-armed giant. The other adventurers also reacted and charged forward. Really now, seeing this, the Spear Master certainly wouldn't stand there foolishly. He waved his spear and rushed in. Actually, none of the people here had truly seen a 100-armed giant, but they understood what kind of existence it was and how dangerous it could be, which is why they rushed in without hesitation. However, they were many, but the 100-armed giant was a piece that could be called a war instigator. How could such a small number of them handle it? So, bang, bang, bang. Perhaps because it had no eyes. The 100-armed giant's outstretched hands were flailing wildly, smashing the ground indiscriminately. Adventurers nearby had no chance to dodge and were directly smashed into the ground. Damn it. This way, there's no chance to get close. The long-armed warrior jumped back a step to dodge, and after landing, waved his hand and shouted, "Those who can use magic, quickly launch ranged attacks." As soon as he shouted, the magic users a little further away didn't hesitate and raised their wands towards the 100-armed giant. Fireball, lightning, boulders. However, while these attacks were termed as magic, the fireballs were only the size of basketballs, the boulders were slightly larger but only about a meter in size, and the lightning was as thick as a rope. Such attacks might be effective against goblins, but against a 100-armed giant, they were no different from mere tickling. However, too much tickling can be quite annoying. So the 100-armed giant moved towards the one causing it trouble. As it moved, it also gave those wanting to get close an opportunity. They quickly swung their weapons and aimed for the giant's back. But this also angered the 100-armed giant, which had no shortage of hands. So, after being struck by the faster adventurers, those who were slower and still swinging their weapons were swatted away by the giant's hand as if swatting flies. Damn it! The effectiveness of our magic attacks is so low, and even our close-range attacks are ineffective. After jumping back to dodge the 100-armed giant's hand, the Heavy Warrior looked at the spot where he had struck the giant, only to find a tiny wound that barely left a few drops of blood. It seemed that one tickle made the giant quite displeased, and a second stab made it furious. So the 100-armed giant declared, "I won't play with you anymore. Let us all go down together." The giant's arms stretched out, and its palms attacked the standing adventurers. Bang, bang, bang. As always, those who could dodge managed to escape, while those who couldn't were smashed into the ground by the 100-armed giant. Damn it, how do we fight? Our attacks inflict so little damage on it. Yet it can heavily injure us with just one slap. The heavy warrior jumped back a few steps to avoid the giant's attack and gritted his teeth. It's dangerous. Suddenly, a hand reached out from somewhere and appeared behind the heavy warrior, and the female knight quickly reminded him as she rushed in to knock him out of the way. But the 100-armed giant said, "I told you I have many hands. There's no need for you to fight over it. Let us all die together." Bang! Another hand appeared, and two hands slammed down on the heavy warrior and the female knight. Cough, cough. After the 100-armed giant's palms moved away, the heavy warrior and the female knight were still alive, but after receiving such a blow, both spat out a mouthful of blood. The others were not faring any better. Those hit by one of the giant's many hands either coughed up blood or were heavily injured. Are we going to be wiped out? The heavy warrior looked to the side, and at that moment, he saw adventurers continually falling. As expected, with our strength, we are no match for the 100-armed giant. It seems only the hero who saves the world can handle it. But at that moment, the goblin slayer appeared gallantly next to the heavy warrior and calmly said, "A hero who saves the world? Sorry, I never believe in the appearance of heroes, because the battles that belong to me, I will solve myself." After saying that, he picked up the heavy warrior's great sword and charged towards the 100-armed giant. Chapter 51. Dealing with it honestly, the goblin slayer is always so reckless. Upon arriving here, the priestess, who was set down by Blue, felt helpless after witnessing the goblin slayer's actions. In fact, she wanted to say that if so many people couldn't defeat the opponent, he probably wouldn't fare much better. The priestess walked over to the heavy warrior and apologized. "I'm sorry, my healing magic can't heal the two of you. I don't know if you can use this." She took out 2 healing potions and handed them to the two. Why did she say that? Of course, because healing magic is better than healing potions, and the effect of healing potions is suitable for newcomers, but for slightly stronger adventurers, the effect is quite mediocre. However, having something is better than nothing. And the two didn't mind at all, drinking the healing potions right away. After drinking, it wasn't long before the two felt their injuries lighten a bit. So they braced themselves against the ground and sat up. They were saved. Although they couldn't regain their ability to move, at least they wouldn't bleed to death. The heavy warrior touched his body and sighed in relief. "That was close. I almost went down with you." The female knight also sighed in relief after sitting up. At that moment, Blue, who was nearby, noticed some effects of the potions and asked the priestess, "Do you have any more of that potion? Can you give me one?" "Oh, yes, I do." The priestess thought that since Blue had run so quickly with her and the goblin slayer, he must be tired. However, she took out a different potion and explained, "The one you just had is a healing potion for injuries, and this one is a stamina potion that can restore energy." "Thank you." Blue took the potion and drank it in one gulp. He didn't really need the stamina potion. He just wanted to know how effective these potions were. If they were good, they could be used for trading. The effect of restoring stamina was quite average. Blue shook his head and sighed. But he did this internally. He wasn't foolish enough to show it openly. After bringing the priestess and the goblin slayer here, his stamina consumption was less than 1/10. And this stamina potion only restored about 1/10 of what he had consumed, which meant it restored at most 1% of his stamina. It was tea like a game where you could hang on with such little stamina. Who was he? The heavy warrior looked at Blue with confusion, as it seemed there was no one like him participating in the fight against the goblins tonight. The priestess waved her hand to introduce Blue. "He is a traveler. He helped us deal with the goblin king over there in the forest." Just as she finished introducing, the previously gallant goblin slayer, after his evasion abilities failed, was slapped back by the tentacles of the 100-armed giant. Not just him, but all the remaining standing people were knocked down by the giant's hand. In other words, only the priestess and Blue were left standing. Damn it, we're no match for it. The goblin slayer wasn't gravely injured and managed to push himself up with his right hand. But as he stood, there were 3 people standing here, making this place the center of attention, and thus the 100-armed giant turned its body towards them. "Priestess, run and inform the Adventurers Guild about the situation here. We will help you buy some time." The heavy warrior, enduring his pain, stood up. His partner, the female knight, also stood up, leaning on her sword and enduring the pain, both looking at the 100-armed giant with expressions of resignation. However, the goblin slayer turned to Blue and asked, "Can you handle it? If not, please take the priestess and leave. Although Blue was strong, the 100-armed giant's body was too formidable, and neither weapons nor magic seemed effective against it, so he didn't know if Blue could deal with it. We'll only know if we try. Blue smiled and looked at the approaching 100-armed giant. Perhaps due to his arrival, the plot had changed a bit. After the Goblin Slayer took down the Goblin King, they should have been celebrating, but now a 100-armed giant suddenly appeared. As for the 100-armed giant, Blue was completely unfamiliar with it. After all, tonight was the climax of the anime plot, and although the story continued in other forms, he hadn't seen it, so he didn't know how powerful the 100-armed giant was. Can I borrow this sword? Blue took the sword from the female knight's hand and rushed towards the 100-armed giant. The female knight hadn't even reacted when her sword was snatched away, and Blue's speed surprised her. Can he do it? The heavy warrior looked at the Goblin Slayer. I don't know, maybe he can? If not, with his speed, he could still take the priestess away. The Goblin Slayer watched Blue seriously as he prepared to confront the 100-armed giant. As Blue charged in, the 100-armed giant thought, I may be slow because my head is made of hands. Otherwise, could you talk for so long? But my hand movements are not slow at all. The 100-armed giant's hands quickly reached out to attack Blue. However, its arm-swinging speed was quick, but Blue was even faster, dodging left and right, moving forward and back, easily avoiding the 100-armed giant's attacks. Not only did Blue evade, but he was also mentally distracted. Brother Synth, do you think this might be something that the gods of this world conjured up? Blue considered this possibility. There was no way the 100-armed giant just appeared here for no reason. Although he hadn't seen the scene where the goblin shaman summoned the 100-armed giant, he could guess that there was such a possibility, but he felt it was unlikely for goblins to summon such a strong 100-armed giant. The only possibility was that the gods created it through the goblins. Why? Because of Blue's existence. Synth system. I don't know either. I'm not a god of this world. However, after you came into contact with a Goblin Slayer, I sensed a faint observation. Of course, this observation is directed at you. The god of this world doesn't have the ability to detect my existence or the dimensional gate. Based on my speculation, the god of this world thinks you are an unnoticed pawn and suddenly appeared from somewhere in this world. And after seeing some of your displays, they conjured something to probe your abilities. If that's the case, then it's troublesome. When I came here, they might not have noticed, but when I leave this world, I will probably be detected. It would be fine if I never return to this world, but if I do, and they have plans for me, then it would be dangerous. Blue furrowed his brows. He also didn't know if the god of this world was as easy to talk to as Arceus from the Pokemon world. It's nothing. Just pay attention when you come back here. The other side can't control the dimensional gate, so with the existence of the dimensional gate, you can definitely take the opportunity to escape. After you escape, just don't come back to this world. All right, there's no other way. Now, let's deal with this guy first. Blue looked at the 100-armed giant. He didn't know that if Blue hadn't been distracted, the 100-armed giant would have thought Blue was looking down on him. However, Blue's ease in dodging so many arm attacks also made the 100-armed giant feel a mix of shame and anger, so it extended even more arms. If there were a dozen before, now there were double or triple that, reaching over 100 arms, perfectly fitting its title as the 100-armed giant. Is this guy not going to give me a chance to dodge? Seeing more arms attacking him, Lan Yu realized that his movement space was occupied by these arms. Well, I wasn't planning to dodge anyway. Let's start attacking. But, ping, 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 as Lan Yu swung his sword quickly at the incoming arms. He felt as if he was chopping iron with his sword. This body is quite strong. A cold light flashed in Lan Yu's eyes. Sorry, but I'm not one of those adventurers. I only have a plain sword. Lan Yu angled his sword, and instantly, black energy enveloped it. Come on, this time, let me see if you're still this tough. Lan Yu swung the black sword rapidly, striking at the arms of the 100-armed giant. Now it really wasn't tough anymore. After Lan Yu slashed left and right, cutting and thrusting, a series of swooshing sounds echoed. With the armed color added to his sword, his attack power increased significantly, and every time he struck an arm, it was smoothly severed. Before long, the 100-armed giant became an armless giant. Roar! Without arms, the 100-armed giant seemed very angry. At this moment, a black aura flickered around its body, and soon, the broken arms fell to the ground, followed by the emergence of over 100 new arms from its head. Roar! This time, the 100-armed giant seemed quite pleased and shouted at Lan Yu. However, Lan Yu had already jumped in front of it, calmly raising his sword and saying, "What do you think I've been dodging for all this time?" Just taking a break. As its dozens of arms turned into 100 and then extended out again, it subtly revealed something, which Lan Yu happened to notice. Therefore, Lan Yu guessed that this was its core, and he jumped in front of it, preparing to deliver a downward strike with his sword. Chapter 52. After the warbang. After Lan Yu landed, the body of the 100-armed giant was directly cut in half, crashing down on either side of the ground. The core thing on it was also chopped in half and fell to the ground. Then this core transformed into small stars and disappeared. At this moment, the body of the 100-armed giant was completely lifeless, dead beyond measure. Watching Lan Yu, who had not been hit at all and had so cleanly taken down the 100-armed giant, the female knight was filled with shock. This is too strong, right? And wasn't my sword supposed to be ineffective against the 100-armed giant? How did he easily cut the 100-armed giant in half after turning the sword black? It must be a special enhancement ability that gave the sword immense attack power. The heavy warrior speculated in surprise. The female priest beside him was also amazed by Lan Yu's performance, but she happily cheered. Amazing! He defeated the 100-armed giant. Now everyone can relax. It's over. Goblin Slayer breathed a sigh of relief. Lan Yu's strength was truly beyond his expectations. Facing such a powerful monster as the 100-armed giant, he could easily resolve it. He really didn't know how strong Lan Yu's full power was. After Lan Yu walked back, he handed the sword back to the female knight and smiled. Your sword is good. It can't compare to your ability. The female knight shook her head and sighed as she took back the sword. However, the damage from this battle was too great. The heavy warrior glanced at the situation nearby. Although some people were getting up after Lan Yu defeated the 100-armed giant, many others were still lying down. As adventurers, they were already prepared for such a reality. Goblin Slayer appeared calm on the surface, but felt a pang of sadness inside. He didn't know how many of his fellow adventurers would recover from this. Those who still had the strength to act began to stand up and clean the battlefield, generously offering whatever healing items they had, saving many people in the process. Later, everyone gathered in a restaurant to hold a celebration. In fact, considering that most people were bandaged up, it was not really appropriate to hold a celebration. However, they had just faced the 100-armed giant, a monster of legendary strength. Although they hadn't defeated it themselves, being part of it was enough for them to boast, so why not celebrate? At the celebration, the sorceress known by the code name, which glanced at Lan Yu and asked Goblin Slayer's teammate, the minor priest, "How do you know this person?" "How would I know?" The minor priest replied after taking a sip of his drink. "Aren't you teammates?" "How could you not know?" "Just because we are teammates doesn't mean we know each other's friends." The minor priest shook his head. "We don't even know many details about Goblin Slayer, let alone who he knows." Speaking of Goblin Slayer, he is indeed quite strange. He has such a strong mind and tactics. Yet why does he only want to deal with goblins? The spearman beside him was quite puzzled. In the past, he might have looked down on Goblin Slayer. But after experiencing a battle against goblins, he understood that he had underestimated the goblins and even more so Goblin Slayer. So he couldn't comprehend Goblin Slayer's previous actions. After doing many tasks with Goblin Slayer, I also fully realized that goblins are just a group of despicable and filthy creatures that use the pretense of weakness and pity to deceive people, then deliver a fatal blow. They burn, kill, and plunder human villages, and even use human females to breed their kind, thereby strengthening their power. Although I don't know what experiences Goblin Slayer had in the past, I suspect he must have gone through these when he was young. So, the minor priest took a sip of his drink and didn't continue. Although he didn't say what he meant. The witch and the spearman understood what he was implying. It was simply that hatred had turned into a deep grudge. What a pity. The spearman sighed. Perhaps without this event, Goblin Slayer would not be so fixated on goblins, and at that time, he would just be a powerful adventurer. But he might also be an ordinary person. I found out. At that moment, the fairy archer, one of Goblin Slayer's teammates, quietly approached. His name is Lan Yu, and he is a formidable traveler. That seems to be about it. The fairy archer scratched his head. The others, is that what you call finding out? You could have just asked casually. A formidable traveler, huh? In this small border town of ours, interesting people always seem to gather. The witch took out her pipe and took a puff. On the other side. Next, I wonder where you plan to travel? Goblin Slayer asked Lan Yu. I don't know, just drifting in any direction. Maybe I'll stay here a few more days. Lan Yu replied casually. Goblin Slayer's eyes lit up with an unusual invitation. If you're staying here, could you possibly join us for a task? Huh, you don't seem like the person I know. Lan Yu smiled. Goblin Slayer's initial personality was cold, silent, and not good at communicating with others, solely focused on killing goblins. Although he changed a lot after interacting with the female priest, he rarely spoke out, even if he would take the initiative in actions. Because you are very strong. Perhaps being with you will allow me to learn something and become stronger. And, at this point, Goblin Slayer realized he was struggling to express himself. So he could only honestly say, let's put it this way, after meeting you, There has always been a voice in my heart telling me that if I want to become stronger, no one is more suitable than you, so. This way. To a strong person, it might seem like Goblin Slayer has some kind of intuition, but for Lan Yu, this was not intuition at all. It could even be the push of a god. After all, the plot mentioned that many things about Goblin Slayer are favored by the gods. But his obsession with goblins left even the gods helpless and without high hopes for him. Lan Yu's arrival seemed to be giving him an opportunity. Although the gods would not directly change his personality, they could slightly nudge him to seize this chance. Let us see tomorrow. If there are no special thoughts, I can be with you. The main concern is whether Lan Yu will be affected by the gods when he goes back and returns. If so, then there will be no future. If not, then he can indeed join Goblin Slayer and the others to see the situation here. Then let us look forward to good news tomorrow, the female priest said with a smile. Then she curiously looked at Goblin Slayer. Since it's a celebration now, can you show your face, Goblin Slayer, so we can see? Sure. Just like in the plot, Goblin Slayer readily took off his helmet. Wow. Upon seeing Goblin Slayer's handsome face, the female priest immediately exclaimed. Hearing her voice, those nearby curiously looked over, and when they saw Goblin Slayer's face, they were also shocked and shouted, Goblin Slayer has shown his face. When he shouted, everyone turned to look in this direction. Upon seeing the Goblin Slayer remove his helmet to reveal his face, they quickly gathered in front of him, examining him up and down with expressions of surprise. Such a handsome face. How could it belong to someone who usually hides it? A face like that would look great on me. You can forget it. You're just a rough man. It's someone of my stature that deserves a face like that. I really don't understand why someone so good-looking would want to hide it. Lan Yu looked at Goblin Slayer's face and was also a bit surprised. There was only one word to describe it. Handsome, very handsome, extremely handsome. Not at all inferior to his own. Saying he was the most beautiful man in the world would be too insincere to say out loud. In the center of a mysterious lake, several white and black light clusters were floating. I hope this Goblin Slayer guy can become stronger thanks to this human. But does anyone know where this human came from? Asked a slightly smaller white light cluster, shining briefly. Looking at his righteous appearance. ISNT, he one of your kind? How come you don't know? The slightly smaller black light cluster retorted. With so many beings being created, who has the time to pay attention to them every day? Another slightly larger white light cluster said. Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that this is a border area, a place where incidents frequently occur and often draws our attention, we wouldn't have known about this person until now. You could use your abilities to trace his background. The slightly larger black light cluster encouraged. The slightly smaller white light cluster snorted. Humph. Do you think I'm stupid? The rules clearly state that we can't investigate backgrounds or change the character of others. We can only roll dice to determine whether to give obstacles or rewards. If I go investigate, wouldn't that violate the rules? Then I'd be punished by you guys. Exactly, we want to investigate. Since your dark faction has given an obstacle, now it's our turn to roll the dice. Let us see if it's a 3 or below that punishes you or a 4 or above that rewards us. From the body of the slightly larger white light cluster, a die popped out and began to spin on the lake surface. Chapter 53 The gods of this world appear after the celebration ended. Lan Yu followed Goblin Slayer and the others to find a place to stay. However, in reality, Lan Yu used this as a cover and directly returned to his room in the Infinite Country. Just then, Robin was reading a book, and she didn't find it strange that Lan Yu emerged from the vortex. After so many days, she had gotten used to it. Then, the two began their normal life. The next morning, after Lan Yu informed Robin, he returned to Goblin Slayer's world once again. To avoid any incidents, Lan Yu appeared in an open area he had passed through the previous night. It seemed like nothing was happening. Looking around, he noticed no changes and let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, a voice from the synthesis system echoed in Lan Yu's mind. Don't relax yet. Just because there's nothing now doesn't mean there won't be later. Indeed, Lan Yu nodded. Wait, no need to wait for later. The other party has already made a move. As soon as the synthesis voice finished speaking, Lan Yu quickly observed his surroundings. Although there were no people or animals nearby, the place had become eerily quiet. No, it should be said that time here had stopped. The branches of the nearby trees that were originally swaying had frozen in place. Leaves that had fallen were suspended in the air, and the sounds of insects had ceased. In that moment of observation, Lan Yu opened a vortex beneath his feet, ready to leave at any moment. Humans need not be so tense. At that moment, 2 white and 2 black light orbs suddenly appeared in front of Lan Yu. Who are you? Lan Yu said, trying to remain calm, though it was a lie to say he wasn't nervous. To be able to halt time on such a large scale and appear so suddenly, these light orbs were likely gods. However, he was currently standing on the vortex. Should anything happen, he could be pulled in quickly, and his hand was also on a pokeball. If things escalated, he would immediately release Lugia to confront the gods. You know, said the slightly larger black light orb with a grin. However, the slightly larger white light orb began to explain, you must have guessed we are gods. When you defeated the 100-armed giant, we thought you were just someone who popped up out of nowhere. So according to our own rules, we didn't investigate your origins. After you eliminated the 100-armed giant, we decided to reward you or punish the dark side by rolling dice. The number rolled indicated a reward for you. But when we tried to award you something with the dice afterward, we found that no matter how we rolled, the dice always stood upright with no points. Initially, we thought the dice were broken, but using them on other humans and creatures didn't yield the same results. The dice were specially made by us. And such a situation had never occurred before, but it just happened to you. So we decided to investigate your background. The final result was that there was no background at all, only the scene from yesterday when you interacted with Goblin Slayer. All the creatures in this world are created by us, and no creature can escape our investigation. At this point, the slightly larger black light orb added, so you're very likely not from this world. No, it can be confirmed now. You are indeed not from this world, because that vortex beneath your feet, which resembles a teleportation spell, even we cannot stop. For beings like them, knowing the existence of other worlds is not difficult. The hard part is that they do not have the ability to transcend to other worlds. So admit it. Admit that you are from the outside world. The slightly smaller black light orb shouted joyfully. Lan Yu, what you said has some issues. Synthesis brother, should I just leave without talking to them? Lan Yu asked in his mind. Synthesis system. You can chat. Anyway, they have guessed your identity. I can provide you with assistance for observation, and once I sense any issues, I will remind you, and you can slip away immediately. Synthesis brother, I suddenly have some doubts because I feel that you are being a bit nice to me. If you were a cold system, that would be fine, but you are not that cold, so do you have any thoughts about me? Lan Yu teased in his mind. A ghost would have thoughts about you. Don't forget that using the system's abilities requires consuming reputation, and that reputation is food for me. Compared to those systems that force you to complete tasks or be obliterated, getting along harmoniously is the path I should take. Lan Yu expressed, brother, you are impressive. You've even learned harmony. However, according to what you said, you must have acted as a middleman and deducted some intermediary fees, such as for a synthesis of 1 million, only needing 990,000. Since Synthesis brother was providing assistance, Lan Yu felt a bit more at ease and spoke up to admit, that's right, I am from the outside world, or rather from another world. I said it. I said it. He is. As soon as Lan Yu finished speaking, the slightly smaller black light orb instantly transformed into a little boy in a black suit, joyfully jumping around. Since he is, let him become the teacher of the new Demon King. As long as the Demon King defeats the hero, he will be rewarded with a trip to other worlds. The slightly larger light orb transformed into a woman in a black evening gown, fanning herself with a small fan. No. With his sense of justice, he should be the leader of the heroes. As long as the hero defeats the Demon King, he will be rewarded with a trip to other worlds. The slightly larger light orb also transformed into a woman in a white evening gown, holding a white umbrella. Exactly. He should belong to us. The slightly smaller light orb transformed into a little girl in a white dress. I guessed it. He should belong to us. The boy in the black suit shouted, clenching his fists. No, justice should belong to us. The little girl in the white dress retorted defiantly. It's ours. No, it's ours. They are called gods, but after transforming into a little girl and a little boy, they exhibit no divine characteristics, but rather resemble children fighting over something. This shift in style left Lan Yu at a loss for words. He had expected something significant, but instead, he became the reward. However, Lan Yu still said somewhat defiantly, ladies, I do not belong to anyone. Or rather, I should also present something for an equal dialogue. Bang! Lan Yu directly threw out 2 Pokeballs containing Lugia. When the 2 Lugias appeared, the aura they emitted made the 2 children stop their argument and look over. Human, didn't I say not to call me out unless it's necessary? The dark Lugia roared as it appeared, exuding a hint of pressure to warn Lan Yu. This pressure wasn't very strong, just a bit of wind, which Lan Yu was able to ignore as he pointed at the 4 gods and said, there is indeed something going on. It's the aura of gods. Lugia frowned as it sensed the aura emanating from the 4 gods. Exactly. They are indeed gods. This is another world, and they are the gods of this world. Lan Yu nodded. Lugia also cautioned, be careful. They're on the same level as Arceus, the kind with all the tablets. Humans will let you go this time. In the Pokemon world, being restricted by Arceus, you can't fully unleash your power, so it's just right to use the gods of this world to release it. Dark Lugia became a bit excited, gathering energy in its body, preparing to launch an attack. Seeing this, the lady in the white dress smiled. Oh dear. This human actually has a god-level summon beast. But it seems like the joke has gone too far. If it really comes to a fight, who knows if he will summon even more powerful beings. Now neither the teacher nor the leader will have any rewards. Human, don't be so excited. We won't do anything to you, said the lady in the black dress, waving her hand. Of course, it's not that they can't defeat the two Lugias, but fighting would only create chaos. Moreover, having fought among gods for so many years, they were completely tired of it and had no interest in fighting now. But since you're an outsider coming to our place, you should at least show some indication, right? Otherwise, how can we allow you to come and go in this world? For example, by giving us some gifts from your world. The lady in the black dress put away her fan and clapped her hands. Luyo, did he come to the wrong parallel world? Or is this world's god just so casual? They were about to fight, and yet asking for gifts could resolve it? Gifts? Luyo couldn't think of why these gods would want gifts. After considering it, he thought, perhaps there is something that would suit you. After saying this, Luyo recalled the two Lugias, and then they disappeared into a vortex. Luyo's actions seemed like he wanted to leave here quickly. However, Dark Lugia wanted to say, as it returned to the Pokeball, just letting me out was enough. Now you want to even give me a chance to fight. Do you believe that next time you call me out, I'll take you down? Watching the vortex disappear, the lady in the white evening dress shook her head. This person is clearly human, but what he possesses is more godlike than we gods. The boy in the small suit pouted. Who cares if he is a god or not? I just hope the gifts he brings back from other worlds will satisfy me. Otherwise I will. What will you do? Will you take him down? The little girl in the white dress laughed. Just watch if I dare. See if I can take him down, the boy in the small suit protested. I'll see that you one dare. The little girl spread her hands. You'll know soon enough. I definitely one know, because I guess the things he brings back will surely satisfy us. The boy in the small suit. You're making it very difficult for me to respond. Chapter 54. Permission. After waiting quietly for a while, the vortex reappeared and Lanyu emerged from within. Seeing this, the boy in the small suit impatiently said, Human, you took too long. It indeed was a bit long. Although time was stopped in the world of the Goblin Slayer, Lanyu had been gone for about half an hour according to the elapsed time. This duration might not mean much to humans, but for gods, it could equate to millions of minutes. Not in terms of money, but in terms of missing out on many events. To get a better gift, of course, time was needed. Lanyu handed 4 boxes to the 4 gods. Inside the boxes was an even smaller glass box. What good thing could this human possibly give us? The boy in the small suit opened the box, looked at its contents, and displayed a contemptuous expression. Human, it seems I need to deal with you to show my courage. The boy in the small suit even deliberately showed a provocative expression as he glanced at the girl in the white dress. Idiot, how can you jump to conclusions without understanding anything? The girl in the white dress, after examining the contents of the box, noticed a button on the side. She pressed the button, and the glass on the front lit up. What is this? The woman in the white evening gown also pressed the button, and after the glass lit up, she looked at Lanyu and asked. Lanyu smiled and introduced, this is a high-tech device from another world called a mobile phone. This phone can communicate, go online, take photos, play games, watch videos, listen to music. But this world doesn't have a network. So communication and internet access won't be useful unless you establish a corresponding central network. However, just playing games, watching videos, and listening to music will be enough to keep you entertained for a while. The crossed-out symbol must mean there's no central network, right? After the phone was turned on, the woman in the white evening gown saw the crossed-out icon in the upper right corner of the screen. Is this for taking photos? It looks like a mirror. The woman in the black evening gown tapped the camera icon and saw her own reflection. This photo can be a selfie, take pictures of things in front, and also record videos. Lanyu moved closer, tapped her phone, and taught her how to take photos. Wow. The woman in the black evening gown suddenly blew into Lanyu's ear and smiled. Human, you seem quite interesting. Want to be my divine servant? No thanks. Lanyu took a step back, slightly distancing himself. Gods can be unpredictable in their emotions, so it's better not to get too close. What if she asked him to be her divine consort? Although being a divine consort wouldn't be bad, with the possibility of immortality. He was a king with family and subjects, so how could he abandon them? Actually, when he first crossed into this world, he might have considered it. There's so many small icons on this phone. There must be different functions, right? The woman in the white evening gown asked Lanyu while holding the phone. Yes. Each icon represents a function. The reason I took a bit of time is that I considered this world doesn't have a network. So I installed many suitable things for you to use, especially games, videos, and songs. What games do you have? Lanyu explained by narrating, fearing that if he got too close, they might take a liking to him and ask him to do something inappropriate. This phone was bought from the Pokemon world, and even without a network, just a bunch of games, videos, and songs would be enough to entertain for a while. Perfectly suitable for these gods who are bored to the point of wanting to throw dice. This video is quite interesting. It can kill a lot of time. The woman in the white evening gown opened a file, clicked on a video, and began to watch with great interest. This song is nice. Although there are people in this world who can sing similar songs, they can't compare to what's on this phone. The girl in the white dress opened the music player, and a bunch of songs popped up, categorized into passion, friendship, tenderness, excitement, celebration, etc. This game is great. There's so many genres. After Lan Yu's introduction, the boy in the small suit tried several games: shooting, adventure, puzzles, narratives, competition, etc., which opened his eyes and made him completely forget about wanting to deal with Lan Yu. Are the four of you satisfied? If not, then I can only say goodbye here. Lan Yu said tentatively. Yes, you can move freely in this world. The boy in the small suit said nonchalantly while playing games. Very satisfied, the woman in the black evening gown made a peace sign and took a selfie, then said, when we get bored later, we can come back to ask you for more gifts. How can anyone not be satisfied with such a mobile gift? Hearing this, Lan Yu twitched his mouth. How did he become the gift provider? You can play freely in this world, but don't destroy it, okay? Otherwise, rebuilding would be very troublesome. The girl in the white dress put on earphones and began to dance to the beat. Knowing there were gods around, Lan Yu wouldn't dare to destroy the world. That would be courting death. Then you do your thing, and we'll come find you if we need anything. The woman in the white evening gown waved her hand while watching the video, and the flow of time nearby started to move, and the four of them disappeared. Seeing this, Lan Yu shook his head and sighed with relief. He got through it without danger. Fortunately, these four gods were not of strange temperament. If they were a bit more irritable, it would have led to a conflict, and he would have had to say goodbye to this world. Unexpectedly, thinking that they might still be watching him, Lan Yu thought to himself, it's surprising that these gods are bored to such an extent. Not fighting and wanting gifts to pass the time, reaching such a level as gods, is beyond description. One can only say that they have lived too long and indeed need something to pass the time. This is also good, equivalent to receiving a pass, allowing him to enter and exit this world with peace of mind in the future. He actually wanted to say, gods, give me a return gift. But he was afraid that if he said that, he would be killed. These four gods were not as simple as they seemed. After all, they treated all living beings in this world as pawns. Although as time went by, they developed feelings for these pawns, and Woon T casually intervened, quietly making some pushes. Did he really think they had no temper? They could annihilate the world in a heartbeat if they wanted to. In the center of the mysterious lake, a scene showed Lan Yu moving on the lake surface. The four gods sat on chairs playing with their phones, and behind them appeared two men and two women. One of the women in a black and white maid outfit asked, are we really letting this human roam freely in this world? Gods have credibility. Since I said it, it means he can. The boy in the suit said while playing games. A woman in a red and white maid outfit frowned and said, but he is from another world. We don't know what his intentions are. If he creates something unimaginable here, what could his intentions be? To destroy this world? Isn't that courting death? Besides, what if he does destroy it? We can just restore it. The girl in the white dress swayed her head while listening to music. I'm just afraid he has ulterior motives towards the four adults, said the male servant in a black suit flatly. That wouldn't be bad. After all, it's been so long since we became gods, and nothing has challenged us. Now that something has appeared, it will definitely be a lot of fun, laughed the mature woman in a black evening dress while taking photos. I think he is not very interested in us, the mature woman in the white evening dress said while watching the video. Although we haven't spent much time together, from this brief interaction, we can judge that his personality leans towards being positive. Moreover, he has the ability to traverse worlds at will, and it's possible that he can not only come to our side, but also travel to countless other worlds, meaning he has experienced and learned more than we have. Plus, with his godlike summoned beasts, conquering some lower-tier worlds would be easier for him than it is for us. On the contrary, we might end up needing his help. After all, he has the ability to travel between worlds, and we do not. Shouldn't we be trying to capture and control him instead? Said the male servant in the white suit coldly. It's impossible to catch him. The mature woman in the black evening dress shook her head. We can't control that vortex of his at all. While we can stop his time, no one knows what kind of safety abilities he has. What if he leaves and then we become enemies. If he comes back stronger for revenge, what are we going to do? He will definitely encounter more things than we do. Moreover, after so many years of fighting and killing, aren't you four gods tired of it? If the four of us can sit down and become friends, happily playing together, why can't we include him? Wouldn't it be nice to ask him to take us to an interesting world to play? Just like this phone, it's quite interesting. The mature woman in the black evening dress smiled again and took a selfie. The four gods are not foolish. If these four lesser gods can think of this, can't they? Moreover, the best way is to befriend him. The era of fighting and killing has long passed. Chapter 55, Raiding Goblin Slayer's Living Place here. Seeing Blue come in from outside, Goblin Slayer, who was preparing to have breakfast, looked at him and said, "I thought you had left early. Just exercising a bit in the morning." Blue smiled and made an excuse. "I wonder if you will stay here for a few days?" Goblin Slayer asked. "Yes. After considering it overnight, I realized I don't have much to do for the time being, so I can stay here for a while," Blue said seriously without blushing. With Simon and the other loyal ministers and generals, plus the fixed-dimensional gate to the Pokemon world and training grounds, Blue could always take a break and come here for adventures. Of course, he would still return at night when he had the time. Hearing Blue's words, the priestess revealed her sweet smile. "That's great. After exercising, you must be very hungry. Come, let us have breakfast together." The priestess gestured for Blue to sit down. "Are you really going to join us on our quests?" asked the fairy archer, who was eating breakfast nearby, a bit incredulously. After sitting down, Blue picked up a piece of bread and tore a bit to eat, smiling. "Is that strange?" "It is a bit strange." The fairy archer scratched her head. "A strong person like you could handle things alone. Is it really necessary to team up with us low-level adventurers?" The fairy archer was self-aware in their team. Besides Goblin Slayer, who was a silver-ranked adventurer, the others were all low-level adventurers. One person can indeed handle things, but having friends and companions makes the adventure more fun. "Didn't you experience that before?" Blue countered. "Well, you got me there," the fairy archer admitted, as she indeed felt that way. Friends and companions make adventures more enjoyable. Blue's words made Goblin Slayer compare the scenes of his past adventures alone to those with the priestess and the others. He suddenly realized Blue was right. Adventures with companions were more vivid, while solo adventures were often just loneliness. However, speaking of adventures, Goblin Slayer asked, "I wonder if you have joined the Adventurers Guild?" "No." Blue shook his head. "Doing quests is really just for money, but I have a rich family background, so I ain't thought about taking on quests before. So, to be a free traveler, you need not only strength but also a wealthy background," the fairy archer remarked. "Otherwise, you could starve if you run out of money halfway," she added. The priestess waved her hand. "Not necessarily. If you're strong, you can go find some treasures, especially those powerful monsters. Who knows how many valuables they've hoarded. So, I wonder if you're interested in joining the Adventurers Guild and then getting raided?" Goblin Slayer asked again. "Joining or not is fine, but will not joining affect your quests?" Blue shrugged. "It won't affect anything with your strength. Once you join the guild, you'll definitely be rated gold level or above, and with your temporary addition to our team. We can negotiate prices better with the guild when doing quests," Goblin Slayer replied frankly. "It doesn't matter. Then let us see what level the Adventurers Guild will rate me." Blue smiled. Although Goblin Slayer mentioned using his level to get a better price. In fact, if Goblin Slayer really wanted to make money, he could earn it by doing other tasks. He was likely just looking for a reason to help him integrate in. Those familiar with Goblin Slayer would surely say you're mistaken if you thought otherwise. He truly wanted to borrow the level to make money. After all, he only kills goblins, so the price won't go up. With you here, it will definitely go up a bit. After finishing breakfast, Goblin Slayer took the three of them to meet the other two teammates, the minor priest and the lizard monk, and mentioned Blue's situation. Their expressions went without saying. They were very surprised by Blue's joining, and then there was nothing more to say. What else could there be besides surprise at having a powerful person join? The six then headed to the Adventurers Guild. However, once the six entered the guild, people immediately began to discuss. "Is it him?" "Yes, it's him. I saw him showcase his prowess last night. The way he showcased himself last night was so graceful, even facing the powerful 100-armed giant. His posture wasn't disrupted. What a pity. I had family matters last night and couldn't attend the goblin subjugation. Otherwise, I could have seen that scene. Hey, you're lucky you didn't go. With your strength, I don't know if you would have made it to today. What are you afraid of? As adventurers, we've long been prepared to die. Moreover, last night's event has you survivors boasting everywhere, making me curious and wanting to see what it was like." He came with Goblin Slayer. They must know each other, right? They definitely know each other. He came with Goblin Slayer last night. I'm really envious. Goblin Slayer actually knows such a strong person. In just one night, news of last night's events spread throughout the entire town. If it weren't for the short time, perhaps several nearby towns would know as well. Some of the injured from last night, although they couldn't do tasks recently, still had the ability to come here and chat, thus directly piquing the curiosity of other adventurers. After hearing their discussions, the six didn't have much of a reaction. They had already anticipated this situation on the way here. Goblin Slayer approached the counter and waved to Blue, looking at the counter lady and saying, "Excuse me, Miss at the counter, you want to join the guild?" Presumably, the guild already knew about last night's events and wouldn't rate him as the lowest level like they would for a newcomer, right? Indeed. But please wait a moment. I'll ask for instructions, she said. She had just learned about last night's events in the morning, but hadn't expected that the powerful individual from last night would want to join the Adventurers Guild. So, she walked towards a room behind the counter, where there was a staircase that led directly to the guild leader's office. After a while, she returned after discussing the matter with the leader. The counter lady said to Goblin Slayer and Blue, "The guild leader said we can make special arrangements, but a test is required." Although many people said Blue was very strong and could eliminate monsters like the 100-armed giant, after all, the guild members had not seen Blue's strength, so it was difficult to directly assign him a level title. "You don't mind, do you?" Goblin Slayer asked Blue. Not all, Blue smiled. The level test for Blue quickly caused a stir throughout the Adventurers Guild. Some people here had never seen Blue showcase his strength before. They had only heard of others boasting, but now they unexpectedly had a chance. As for those who had seen it once, they were even more eager to see Blue's strength again. This would provide them with fresh material for boasting. Before long, a crowd gathered in the backyard of the Adventurers Guild, and even some adventurers who had just arrived came over upon hearing the news. "How do you want to test?" Blue looked at the guild leader, the counter lady, and the inspector lady in front of him. Originally, there were no receptionists, but she wanted to witness some of Lan Yu's strength, so the reception desk is now unattended. The receptionist is called the receptionist, and the entire desk belongs to her, so when she left, no one replaced her. The inspector usually acted as her assistant during her free time. However, the inspector's main job is to handle membership ratings. Her ability is to see through others, allowing her to perceive the strength of newcomers, so she must be in the backyard as well. But after the inspector used her ability on Lan Yu, she realized it was ineffective. Even after trying many times, it didn't work, so she shook her head at the president. "President, he is too strong. I can't see any of his circumstances." It was expected. The president had already guessed this. After all, he was someone who could defeat the 100-armed giant. So how could he let someone much weaker easily see through him? Since that was the case, let us use the treasure of our guild, the town's special item. Group 9'82", 05'856". The president squinted and said seriously, "The town's special item, group 9'82", 05'856". Why haven't we heard of such a thing?" Both the receptionist and the inspector wondered at the same time. The president explained, "This item has been in our guild for a long time, but it is too precious and can only be used during special periods to test platinum-level adventurers. Many newcomers do not need such a test, and those at the gold level who want to be rated as platinum must either go directly to the capital of the kingdom or wait for someone from the headquarters to come. Moreover, the gold level is more about evaluation than strength, so this item has been sitting unused, and it's normal for you young people not to know about it. If we wait for someone from the headquarters to come and test, we don't know how long it will take. Plus, with so many people watching today, we can't let this powerful person who defeated the 100-armed giant wait for the headquarters people. So it's time to use this treasure of the town." After saying this, the president looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Do you mind waiting a bit longer?" Actually, he also wanted to see Lan Yu's strength. So without thinking much, he decided to use the town's treasure. "I don't mind." Lan Yu shook his head. He also wanted to see what remarkable treasures the Adventurers Guild had. After all, since last night, he had no plot references in this world, and to know the situation, he could only involve himself. Then, the president of the Adventurers Guild called 2 staff members to bring out the town's treasure. Chapter 56. The magic puppet. The adventurers preparing to watch the show were abuzz when they learned that the guild leader would use the town's treasure, the magic puppet, for the test. They never expected the guild to possess something like this. Has anyone seen this thing before? I've never even heard of it. How could I have the chance to see it? Don't we have some seasoned adventurers here? Haven't you seen it? Not all. We can only blame our weakness during our rookie days for not having the chance to let the guild leader use such a thing. Now that our strength hasn't grown, we have even less chance to see it in action. Well, our luck is looking good. Not only can we witness this powerful display, but we can also see the guild's treasure. Why don't we place a bet to see who is stronger, this powerful adventurer or the guild's magic puppet? It's definitely the magic puppet that will lose. Even a 100-armed giant monster can't match this powerful adventurer, let alone the guild's puppet. Not necessarily. The magic puppet is used to test platinum-level adventurers. You should know that adventurers of this level have a title called hero, and heroes can defeat demon lords. So how could a testing tool for heroes be weak? Then open the betting. I'll bet on the adventurer to win. After all, this thing is merely a testing tool. What does testing mean? It means to show the minimum and maximum capabilities of the tested individual. And the maximum strength can't be measured by such a thing. I think the same. If you dare to open the betting, I'll also bet on the adventurer to win. Let us do it. Fortune favors the bold. The person gritted their teeth and opened the betting. Most people would surely bet on the adventurer to win, as many of them had witnessed the adventurer's strength. But some remained skeptical and bet on the magic puppet to win. Moving the items took some time, which allowed nearby adventurers and townsfolk eager to watch the show to gather, especially after hearing that betting had begun. However, most of these people bet on a magic puppet to win because, without inquiring about the adventurer's situation, they jumped at the chance once they heard about the guild's treasure. Some people regretted their bets, feeling they had acted too quickly and should have done some research first, but many still believe in the guild's magic puppet, considering the guild's size and reputation. For the Goblin Slayer, this was just free money. No one understood the adventurer's strength better than him, so he placed a heavy bet with his teammates. After a while, the staff finally brought out the magic puppet. Why finally? It was simple. It wasn't just one item, but several. Although these items were covered with cloth and their forms were hidden, those who had placed bets were still happily laughing. Haha, with so many items, my odds just got better. Not necessarily. Just because there are many items doesn't mean they are powerful. Exactly. It could just be to create more difficulties. The number of items doesn't equate to their actual strength. Those betting on the adventurer remained confident, as they had seen the adventurer's capabilities. Then, the guild leader began to unveil the cloth, revealing a pile of wood, or more precisely, several wooden puppets lying on the ground. These were the guild's treasure? Blue glanced, confirming he wasn't mistaken. It wasn't that he underestimated the puppets. It was just that, for some martial artists, these puppets appeared too fragile. However, considering the existence of magic in this world, these wooden puppets must have some inner workings. That's right. Did you think they were mere wooden puppets? Seeing Blue's expression, the guild leader smiled. If they were just wooden, I certainly wouldn't use them for testing. This treasure of the guild is also known as the transforming magic puppet. The guild leader took off a necklace hanging around his neck, extracted a red gem from it, and placed it in a groove on one of the puppets. Immediately, that puppet stood up, and beams of light shot out from it toward the other puppets, causing them to stand up as well. Once standing, all the puppets were covered with a layer of skin, making them look less like puppets and more like strong humanoid creatures. The red gem on the puppet was also obscured by this skin. I can clearly tell you that what I placed in just now is their core, which they share. As long as you don't shatter the core, they can restore themselves. I can also tell you clearly that even if you destroy this puppet, it won't matter. The guild leader gestured to the puppets beside him. The core can transfer freely among them, and their skin is designed to prevent you from seeing the core transfer to another puppet. This core can only be used for 1 hour. So if you want to pass the test, you either need to last for an hour or find the puppet with the core and shatter it. In that case, this is just right for Blue. If he had to fight the wooden puppets without the core fixed on one of them, he could easily finish it with a single punch. Blue nodded and indicated, "Let us begin. Activate. Transforming magic puppet." The guild leader shouted towards Blue. Instantly, the magic puppet's eyes flashed red, and with a whoosh, they drew weapons from their hands. Seeing the magic puppets wielding weapons while Blue had none, the guild leader said, "I almost forgot this point. What weapon do you want? I can provide one for you." "No need," Blue shook his head. "Then let the attack begin." With a command from the guild leader, the magic puppets rushed towards Blue. Too slow. In the eyes of the spectators, the puppet's speed was formidable, capable of causing them great trouble, but for Blue, it was just too slow. A magic puppet rushed towards Lanyu, but was easily knocked away by a punch from Lanyu. Then, 2 more magic puppets were sent flying by Lanyu's elbow and kick, astonishing the onlookers. They had thought that the wooden puppets would shatter easily, but after being covered with a layer of skin, their hardness increased significantly. This level allowed Lanyu to use armament hockey. Lanyu's hands turned black and crossed. At that moment, 2 more magic puppets charged at him. Bang! Bang! To the spectators, Lanyu's blackened hands looked like they were made of steel, and when his fist struck the 2 magic puppets, they were instantly shattered. However, The other magic puppets would not miss any opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment Lan Yu had just destroyed 2 puppets, they attacked him from 3 directions behind, swinging their weapons rapidly. But just as Lan Yu had said from the beginning, their speed was far too slow for him. Lan Yu quickly turned around and delivered a backhand punch to one of the magic puppets, the force carrying through to strike the second and third puppets, shattering all 3 with a single blow. However, as the president had said, as long as the core wasn't destroyed, they could recover. The 5 magic puppets that Lan Yu had shattered clearly had no cores, so their wooden fragments reassembled. Impressive, these puppets were indeed fast, yet they still couldn't match his speed. Not only was he fast, but his blackened fists could easily smash the puppets. It was undeniable that he was strong, but the puppets could regenerate. If his stamina couldn't last until the end, he would still lose. After all, didn't he see how fast the puppets were? As long as there was 1 puppet left, the others would have the chance to recover. However, the spectators clearly did not understand Lan Yu's thoughts. To them, the rapid recovery speed was impressive, but to Lan Yu, it felt like a leisurely recovery speed. He internally complained. Indeed, they could recover, but this recovery speed seemed a bit slow. In that case, there was no need to drag it out any longer. Whoosh! Lan Yu unleashed a speed so fast that others couldn't see. Bang! 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 In that instant, onlookers only heard the sound of things shattering, without seeing any visuals. When Lan Yu stopped, the spectators finally saw the puppet limbs hovering in the air next to him before falling down. No core? Dealing with these puppets was simple. Just don't give any of the magic puppets a chance to recover. With Lan Yu's speed, he could shatter all the magic puppets in that gap. However, after smashing these puppets, Lan Yu noticed he hadn't found the inserted ruby core. No, it wasn't that it was missing. It was that he was still holding on to a small puppet. Lan Yu quickly glanced at a tiny puppet the size of a fist, moving stealthily. He wasn't not using observation hockey. Rather, the core's movement was akin to spatial transfer, and after the transfer, the core wouldn't make any noise. So the effectiveness of observation hockey was limited in perceiving the core. It's over. Lan Yu quickly approached the small puppet and stomped down on it. Whoosh! The small puppet indicated that it wasn't strong, just fast. The moment Lan Yu's foot came down, it quickly dashed into the pile of puppets. Then, the puppet limbs rapidly attached themselves to it, and in no time, a giant over 10 meters tall emerged. Chapter 57 Easy when the transformation of the magic puppet into a giant stunned the spectators nearby. It's so big. I thought the puppets would lose after being smashed to pieces, but I didn't expect there to be a survivor. And even more surprising was that they could merge in the end. How can we fight such a giant puppet? If I were to fight it, I would definitely be crushed underfoot or flattened by a punch. At this rate, can the puppet giant win? Should we place our bets on it? Idiots, just watch. The 100-armed giant was just as huge. It was easily dealt with by this strong individual. Exactly. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. The real show is just beginning. President, could this cause problem? The counter girl asked the president of the Adventurers Guild with a hint of concern after seeing such a large giant. Don't worry, if anything goes wrong, I will make the puppet stop. Before the president could finish his sentence, he was slapped in the face. He had no chance to make the puppet stop, as Lan jumped in front of the puppet giant and delivered a powerful kick, smashing the puppet giant to pieces from head to toe. Even after his foot landed on the ground, the impact did not diminish, creating a large crater in the earth. Is this giant just for show? Lan said as he pulled his foot out of the ground. Although the magic puppet giant didn't get a chance to attack, its aura indicated it was quite strong. But to Lan, it was nothing special. After all, merging like this just concentrates the core entirely in one body, right? It's no different from the 100-armed giant he dealt with last night. Couldn't he just strike the core directly and finish it? As for not knowing where the core is located in the body, just smash it to pieces from head to toe. Although a foot isn't as sharp as a sword to precisely slice the core, Lan had practiced his hockey for so long that he could still use it in such an advanced way at close range. So when he kicked down, the hockey on his foot made contact with the puppet's core, ensuring its destruction. Did I pass? Or can this puppet continue? After glancing at the puppet that no longer showed signs of recovery, Lan looked at the president of the Adventurers Guild. Lan ended it with just one blow, leaving the president momentarily speechless. After a moment, he exhaled and said, "You passed. Seeing how effortlessly you handled it, the platinum level hardly suits you. Only a hero of the platinum level would be worthy of your strength." I don't want to be a hero. Lan shook his head and smiled. In this world, the platinum level is inherently regarded as a hero, but it's just a preliminary status. After all, if one hasn't done anything, how can they be considered a hero? Lon certainly wouldn't want to go out of his way to please anyone by being a hero. The actions of heroes in this world, to put it bluntly, are just for showing off their experiences to the four gods as entertainment, and he doesn't want to be an actor in that play. All right, the matter of heroes is not something we can control. The president shook his head. He then said to the counter girl, "Go fetch the box from the office. It contains a platinum-level adventurer's badge." "Oh, I didn't expect that box contained this." The counter girl showed a look of surprise. She had just been amazed by Lan's display, and now she was surprised by the box as well. The president had always treasured this box, not even allowing her to clean it, and now she finally realized it was for storing the platinum badge. She immediately turned to head to the president's office. Meanwhile, the onlookers were feeling a mix of joy and sadness. They won? Just like that. This is too powerful, right? I said from the start that the opponent was strong, but you all didn't believe it. Now look, that blow left you all dumbfounded, didn't it? Ha ha, I was dumbfounded, but I won. Those who bet on him, pay up. I just made a killing, having bet over 12 gold coins. Over 12 gold coins is a big win. What if I bet dozens? For me, anyone who bet on that person winning made a big profit. Poor me, why didn't I inquire and directly bet on the president's magic puppet to win? How unfortunate. We who bet on a magic puppet winning are totally losing. In the beginning, who mocked the Goblin Slayer for betting his entire fortune. Now he's slapped in the face. To be honest, the Goblin Slayer looks like he is wearing tattered armor and doesn't seem wealthy, but he possesses many tools for dealing with goblins. These tools alone are worth dozens of gold coins, and surely at least 12 gold coins. Plus, the priestess and the elven archer, his 4 teammates, also placed hefty bets on Lon winning, so they are all in profit now. After a while, the counter girl brought the box over. The president of the Adventurers Guild opened it, revealing a genuine badge made of platinum inside. I fought hard to obtain this from the headquarters before. I've always hoped that one of our Borders adventurers would reach the platinum level. But over the years, no adventurer of such caliber has appeared, and I have treated this badge like a treasure. Now, finally, you have appeared. I hope you can become the leader of our Border Adventurers Guild, proving to the other guilds that we are the strongest here. I now entrust this badge to you. The president of the Adventurers Guild, after touching the badge in his hand, handed it over to Lon. Lon nodded and accepted the badge. In truth, he wanted to say, "I'm just a part-timer, most likely the kind who works for 3 days and lies down for 2. No, I might disappear for days at a time, so please don't have too high expectations of me." In the end, things here concluded in a lively manner. Back at the counter, the Goblin Slayer also took on the first task of the day, which was also the first task of the entire guild. After all, most people had been injured last night and hadn't fully recovered, leaving only the Goblin Slayer and a few others who weren't severely injured to take on tasks. Of course, for him, any task he took was either to hunt goblins or find traces of goblins, nothing else. However, this time with Lon backing him up, the Goblin Slayer took on a big task involving goblin traces and was able to negotiate an extra gold coin for the task due to Lan's platinum status. A mosquito is still meat. The Goblin Slayer gladly accepted. However, this task would require 2 or 3 gold-level adventurers or 7 or 8 silver-level adventurers to undertake together. Given the strength of the Goblin Slayer's team, taking on the entire task would be extremely dangerous. To put it bluntly, it would be a life-or-death situation. So the counter girl reminded him, "Are you really going to take on the entire task?" With him joining, do you think we would be afraid? The Goblin Slayer pointed at Lon. All right, it was fine not having seen his strength before, but after witnessing it, this task seemed very easy for him. The counter girl shrugged. However, for you guys, this is a big task. Why not buy some supplies to assist? It was time for the counter girl to fulfill her duties. No need, I don't have the money. The Goblin Slayer said bluntly. TCH, don't think I don't know you won money. You definitely want to save it for those strange tools to deal with goblins. The counter girl shot him a glance. Then you should go and come back quickly. I hope you can earn the bounty for this task this time. Wait a moment. When Goblin Slayer was about to leave, Lon Yu walked over to the counter girl. What items and potions do you have here? Could you please introduce them to me? You want to buy? The counter girl asked in surprise. With your strength, I doubt you'll find anything here to your liking. Well, I need to see them first to know. Lon Yu smiled. All right. The counter girl, maintaining her excellent service attitude, introduced Lon Yu to the items currently available at the guild, regardless of whether he intended to buy anything or not. As it turned out, just as the counter girl had said, there really wasn't anything that caught Lon Yu's eye. The lower tier items were completely suitable for novice adventurers, while the higher tier items could work for silver rank, and even gold rank could make do with them. However, for Lon Yu, the newly appointed platinum rank, there was absolutely nothing suitable. Not finding suitable items didn't mean Lon Yu wouldn't buy anything. For example, there was a high-level water breathing ring, which allowed a person to breathe underwater for about 10 minutes. This ring was only useful for those on land in specific watery places. But in the world of One Piece, where most of it was ocean, this item could definitely become a sought-after item. Then there were the high-level activators and high-level healing potions. The effects of these two were better than the activators Lon Yu had used before. But the improvement was only about 1 or 2 times, with effects around 5 to 6% better. However, that was enough for Lon Yu. Because he wasn't going to drink them, he had other uses in mind. Seeing Lon Yu select these items, the counter girl reminded him, "Are you really going to take so many? You should know that these items aren't very useful for you, and the cost is quite high." "Of course I will," Lon Yu replied. "This amount of money doesn't concern me." He took out a gold bar. "This can be used for payment, right?" "Oh." Seeing the gold bar, the counter girl was momentarily stunned, realizing that wealthy people are indeed different. This is more than enough. Chapter 58, the mission begins, but first, cross the bridge on the way to the mission in a horse-drawn carriage. "I don't know when I'll save up that much money." Lon Yu used a gold bar to buy so many things, making the priestess fantasize about the wonderful life she would have if she were rich. How enviable. The fairy archer occasionally sighed, feeling that Lon Yu was just too wealthy. He casually spent gold bars, something she might not even achieve in a year of missions. Envying is useless. Either improve your strength to a higher level to earn big mission rewards, or simply seek a sponsor, the minor priest teased with raised eyebrows. "Shut up. Why don't I see you being sponsored?" The fairy archer shot him a glare. "I want to, but my looks don't allow it." "Haha." The minor priest laughed heartily after taking a sip of wine. "TCH." The fairy archer immediately shut her mouth, unable to argue with the old man. The goblin slayer glanced at the person beside him and asked, "Why did you come along?" The person beside him was a witch who smiled and replied, "Oh, isn't it better to have more people? We could take care of each other." "Take care of each other? I see you want to share the rewards." The goblin slayer seemed to see through her intentions, as this mission had a reward of over 100 gold coins. "Guess you got me," the witch admitted with a smile. However, it wasn't just about the money. She was genuinely curious about the mission, which had been hanging in the guild for a while. She didn't have the opportunity or strength before, but now that she had the Platinum Brother leading her, of course, she wanted to go. Only because she had a good relationship with the Goblin Slayer could she join. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been allowed. Meanwhile, Lon Yu sat quietly beside them, not paying attention to their conversation, as if he were admiring the scenery outside. But in reality, he was talking to the Synthesis Brother. "Synthesis Brother, how much reputation did I gain this time?" Lon Yu didn't mind showing off the results of the Platinum test for reputation, as there were hundreds of people watching. Although this reputation wasn't much, it was still something. "Synthesis system. This time you gained tens of thousands of reputation." "Wow, that's a lot." Lon Yu was a bit surprised. He thought it would only be a few hundred people, maybe a few hundred more. Although some people didn't watch it live. Through the spread of those who did, many people in the town learned of your existence, generating reputation. One can only say that the people in this town are quite idle. They managed to spread the news to tens of thousands in such a short time. Well, it's thanks to their idleness. Otherwise, how could I gain tens of thousands of reputation? Lon Yu smiled, originally wanting just a few hundred points, but ended up with a big chunk instead. This mission first required them to reach a shrine because they needed to use a teleportation array to directly teleport near the mission point, which was a bit far from the Adventurers Guild and would take several days by carriage. In fact, a few days was quite normal for people like the Goblin Slayer who often took on missions. They prefer to travel by carriage rather than teleport, as teleportation cost money, taking a third of the mission reward for a round trip. However, for Lon Yu, that amount of money was insignificant. He chose to teleport for a quick trip, saving time on the road. Though the team seemed to be led by the Goblin Slayer, they wouldn't dare to undertake the mission without a big shot leading them. Since the big shot didn't care about money, the other members took the opportunity to enjoy the fast ride of the teleportation array. Ugh! After stepping out of the teleportation array, the fairy archer felt dizzy and nauseous, ultimately unable to hold back and vomited. No wonder rich people don't use this teleportation array. It turns out they spend a lot of money to feel bad. The fairy archer leaned against a tree, feeling a bit better after throwing up. "It's just that your body is weak. Why didn't I vomit?" The minor priest took a sip of wine. In reality, he also felt a bit nauseous, but he had wine to counter it. Even the Goblin Slayer was almost unable to endure it, but after so many battles against goblins, he had long learned to control his body's reactions, so he appeared unaffected to others. It shouldn't be related to the body. It's probably about spatial resistance. The witch felt only a slight discomfort and glanced at the priestess. The priestess was only a little dizzy and hadn't vomited like the fairy archer. There was also an overlooked lizard monk who showed slight discomfort. If anyone was completely fine, it was Lon Yu. For him, using the teleportation array was like taking a plane. Some people felt unwell, while others were completely fine. After drinking some potions and resting for a while, the group's spirits improved a bit, and they headed towards the mission location. This is the mission location. The group arrived in front of a small island. The island was located in the center of a large lake, with only a very dilapidated bridge leading to it, and they were currently standing at the bridge's entrance. Is this mission about exploring the island? The fairy archer asked in confusion. The mission description stated exploration, but it didn't specifically mention the island. The goblin slayer opened the mission scroll to check. In fact, looking multiple times was useless. The mission only had one location with some simple explanations. The most noticeable part was the warning. This mission is dangerous. It is not recommended for the weak, or else you will die. Since that's the case, let's step onto the island first, the priestess said, taking a step forward. However, just as she was about to take another step, Lanyu pulled her back. What's wrong? The priestess looked at Lanyu. This isn't a bridge. Lanyu shook his head. Not a bridge? The fairy archer was puzzled. How could such a large bridge not be a bridge? Not a bridge? The goblin slayer was about to step forward when he heard Lanyu's words and hesitated. This is a man-eating bridge. Lanyu took out an apple and accurately threw it toward the middle of the bridge. Suddenly, the section of the bridge transformed into a large mouth, swallowing the apple, and then reverted back to its bridge form. The priestess's eyes widened. A monster disguised as a bridge? It seems that to get across, they would need to defeat it. The goblin slayer drew his sword, ready to fight the monster. It'll be troublesome to defeat it. There are more than one of these on the bridge. Lanyu threw a few more apples toward the back of the bridge. As soon as the priestess stepped onto the bridge, the monsters reacted, which Lanyu immediately sensed. At that moment, several large mouths appeared on the bridge, each swallowing an apple before returning to bridge form. Why are these monsters just sitting here? What are they guarding? The fairy archer was startled by the sight, also puzzled by the monsters' actions of reverting to bridge form. If no one came, wouldn't they have nothing to eat every day? Perhaps that's why they look so dilapidated. The witch teased with a smile. In fact, everyone understood that some monsters could survive without food by absorbing magical energy from the air. So how do we get across now? The lizard monk asked. Should we fight them? We don't even know how big they all are, and with so many of them, if we really confront them, we would probably be severely injured before even setting foot on the island. Is it possible to go over by boat? The goblin slayer retrieved his sword and threw an apple into the lake. The result was disappointing. As soon as the apple hit the water, it was devoured by a swarm of piranhas, leaving nothing behind. He then picked up a stick and tossed it onto the lake, only to see the piranhas, as if they hadn't eaten in ages, not letting the stick go either. It seems that the only way to get past is to defeat the monsters on the bridge. The goblin slayer drew his sword, ready for battle. Fight! There's no need for that. Lanyu smiled. Does anyone have a rope? I do. As a man who could use all sorts of methods to deal with goblins, the goblin slayer would certainly have brought a rope. That makes things much simpler. Lanyu took the rope and flew towards a small island. Of course, he wasn't really flying. He was a few meters above the bridge, moving as if stepping on an invisible staircase in the air, rushing towards the island. However, the monsters seemed to think that just because he wasn't using the ground path, we wouldn't notice. A few meters in the air is still our territory. Then these monsters leaped up, opening their mouths wide at Lanyu. But Lanyu also indicated that he wasn't going to play with them. He stepped a few times in the air and dodged their wide mouths with some turns, then landed on the small island. The others on the opposite side, seeing Lanyu flying, weren't surprised. After all, he was strong, and flying was normal, right? Once he reached the small island, Lanyu moved slightly to the right, away from the bridge, and jumped onto a tree, swinging the rope in front of the others. Swinging the rope was also a test, to see if these monsters would leave the bridge and attack the rope. When he saw they wouldn't leave, Lanyu had the others grab the rope, and he directly pulled them over. The monsters. Poor us, we just ate an apple. But if we didn't follow the rules and stayed on this side of the bridge, the human wouldn't even have had the chance to throw the rope. Chapter 59. After entering the island, after a few people entered the island, is this the only obvious place on the island? The goblin slayer looked at the dilapidated, historically significant building in front of them. After they arrived on the island, they explored a bit, but besides this building, they found nothing else. The problem is, this building is so worn down that it's clear at a glance. One can see the interior just by standing outside. It's not like the bridge, where something could be hidden away, right? The fairy archer frowned and surveyed the surroundings. She was also afraid that a monster might be hiding and would suddenly jump out to scare her, so she cautiously probed ahead with a stick during the exploration. This task wouldn't be dangerous upon entry, and then have no difficulty, would it? The priestess next to the goblin slayer speculated. No way. The guild isn't foolish enough to make a task like this so high level. The witch shook her head and said, as for the bridge, it's fine if one doesn't know the situation, but if they do know, there are ways to get over. Lanyu wasn't searching for anything. Instead, he was sitting and observing the others. He also wanted to see if they could find a hidden entrance. Let us put it this way. He found the entrance as soon as he got here. While the observation haki might have little effect against strong opponents, it's equivalent to a god's perspective when dealing with weaklings. Of course, this weakling doesn't refer to the Goblin Slayer and the others, but rather the weaklings hiding here. It would be very easy for Lanyu to hear their voices. Looking at Lanyu sitting on the stone platform, the witch thought for a moment and said, Mr. Lanyu, sitting so leisurely, have you found something? I did discover something, but isn't this also a training exercise for you? Lanyu shrugged. He could have said it directly, but that would feel more like his personal task rather than a group task. Upon hearing this from Lanyu, the Goblin Slayer understood what was going on and began to observe the surroundings carefully. Since there is a hidden place here, where could it be? He didn't blame Lanyu for not revealing it. After all, Lanyu was right. Given their previous situation, they wouldn't have been able to undertake such a task. Now that they have the opportunity, money is one thing, but the experiences and growth during the process are equally important. Half an hour is the time limit. If we can't find it, we'll reveal it. Lanyu took out an hourglass and placed it on the ground. He certainly would let them search for a whole day, otherwise, time would be wasted. Oh, isn't this turning into a competition? The fairy archer said to the minor priest. How about a match? Whoever finds it first wins, and a loser owes a bottle of healing potion. Bring it on. It's more fun than just searching aimlessly. The minor priest laughed. Then the group began to search earnestly. Time passed little by little, and in the end, luck fell on the priestess. To be precise, while she was searching diligently, she tripped over a stone and fell to the ground, from where she saw an abnormal spot near where Lanyu was sitting. Is this the place? The priestess squatted beside the stone platform where Lanyu was sitting, pointing at a peculiar pattern. You'll know if you try it. Lanyu stood beside her and smiled. Upon hearing this, the priestess didn't think much and pressed on the pattern directly. As a result, when she pressed it, the pattern sank inward. Then a loud rumbling sound echoed as the stone platform over a meter high split in half, revealing a staircase leading down. Below the stairs, two goblins holding torches seemed to be on guard. Upon seeing the staircase open, their expressions showed they were startled. Realizing they had been discovered, the two quickly fled. In fact, these two had been talking softly below, because the staircase was 2 or 3 stories high. A normal person wouldn't hear sounds from below due to the obstruction of a stone platform. But this didn't include Lanyu. He had already heard their chattering. And now, Lanyu wouldn't let them escape so easily. He flicked 2 small stones and directly killed them. I didn't expect Mr. Lanyu had already hinted at the hidden place. The witch came over and looked at the staircase leading down. It's not that they hadn't thought of it. They had considered that perhaps it was here with Lanyu, but since Lanyu was sitting so obviously, reverse thinking made them believe it wouldn't be here. Yet, often the most unlikely places are the most probable ones. Looking at their situation, the hidden goblins must know of our arrival, meaning that entering inside will be fraught with danger. The Goblin Slayer walked over and looked at the 2 goblin corpses and the leftover food beside them. We have to walk into danger. Isn't that our task? The witch smiled slightly. After the other 3 also arrived, Lanyu said, You all go ahead. I'll follow behind. Understood. The Goblin Slayer nodded and was the first to head down. With a big guy protecting the back, they could advance without worries. After going down, the Goblin Slayer picked up a torch and threw it forward. Under the torch's illumination, there was a long brick corridor ahead. But based on his knowledge of goblin habits, the Goblin Slayer didn't think this was a simple corridor. So he took out a round ball and rolled it forward to test whether the ground had any traps. This test did indeed trigger several traps. These traps either shot arrows or stones. While they wouldn't be lethal, they could be annoying and harmful. Using this method, they reached the end of the corridor, which then split into a fork. The Goblin Slayer again used a round ball to probe the traps on both sides. The left side triggered fewer traps, while the right side triggered more than twice as many as the left. Let us go right. The Goblin Slayer gestured to the others. He didn't explain to them, but they understood why he chose this side. In places where goblins live, most areas that seem safe are actually the most dangerous. In other words, the area with more traps is relatively safe. Lanyu expressed, although I understand, at least explain it to me. As they walked along, they safely passed 2 more forks. They used the same method to judge again, with one going left and the other going right. After walking for a while longer, they passed a few doorless rooms, where some skeletons were present. Judging by their clothing, it could be determined that there were both male and female skeletons, but females were more prevalent. These goblins should have been exterminated to the last. Upon seeing those skeletons, the fairy archer said angrily, "I want more than you do, but these goblins, which breed faster than rats and can hide better than rats, are hard to wipe out completely." The goblin slayer said indifferently, "But isn't it supposed to be hard to get in here? How come there are still so many humans caught?" The priestess wondered. There should be other routes leading here, and this route happens to be near human villages. The witch speculated. That is indeed possible. The priestess thought for a moment and nodded. Then she questioned again. "However, it's a bit strange. How come we've been walking for so long and haven't encountered a single goblin? In the past, when they explored goblin-infested areas, there were always goblins ambushing them. But now there's absolutely none, not even a sound. Want to see goblins? You can look behind." Lan Yu pointed his thumb back. "Behind?" The priestess stopped and turned her head to look behind. The others followed her gaze. Of course, just looking like this wouldn't reveal much, as it was very dark. Lan Yu lit a torch, and then the group saw the path they had just walked, where 1 or 2 goblins with bulging eyes lay at intervals. Seeing this, the priestess exclaimed, "When did this happen? And where did these goblins come from? They must have come out of a secret passage. But how did they manage to kill these goblins without making a sound?" The elven archer wondered. The minor Taoist squinted and smiled. "Perhaps this is the result of being strong enough to kill. No, to kill goblins without making a sound." Indeed, it was reassuring to know that a strong presence was watching from behind. The witch smiled slightly. Lan Yu's ability to silently kill goblins astonished her. Since they knew there were indeed goblins, they continued walking to see what else might be in this place that made the mission so dangerous. The goblin slayer moved forward. This time, everyone focused intently, getting a bit closer to Lan Yu, hoping to figure out how he struck. Lan Yu's method was very simple. He didn't even need to look back. He simply flicked a small stone backward, hitting the goblin that had emerged from the secret passage right on the forehead. The others remarked that this was not something they could do with their low skill. Only a master could accomplish such a simple and effortless action. After walking for a while longer, they arrived at an exit, which was located in a forest inside the mountain. Sunlight streamed through the crevices of the mountain, illuminating the area and making the environment very bright. Chapter 60: Encountering Monsters. Be careful. In the cave forest where goblins are present, it is the most dangerous. The goblin slayer hadn't finished his sentence when the alarm sounded with a wailing noise. Following that, a large group of goblins surged in front of them. Great goblins. Goblin heroes, goblin kings. There were multiple of them. What else was hidden here? The goblin slayer surveyed the group of goblins before him. According to his understanding of goblins, there should only be one goblin king in a certain area among a group of goblins. But now there were several goblin kings present, indicating only one possibility. There was a more powerful presence here, commanding several goblin kings. What is hidden will be revealed later. Right now, our primary task is to deal with these goblins. The witch waved her wand and cast a small fireball at the goblins rushing towards them. Her small fireball might just scratch a 100-armed giant, but against these goblins, it was like a bomb, a very powerful one at that, taking out several at once. Holy barrier. The priestess also waved her wand, creating a wall of light in front of them, which could block the goblins but not their teammates. The goblin slayer and the lizard monk rushed through the holy barrier, one swinging a sword and the other a curved dagger at the goblins in front of the barrier. The fairy archer held her bow, using the barrier as cover to shoot arrows at the goblins continuously. The minor Taoist moved around near the light barrier, slashing at a goblin before retreating to the barrier, then going out again to slash another goblin before retreating. His approach made him seem a bit cowardly, but there was no choice. His abilities were suited for small-scale explosions, and he wasn't as strong in close combat as the goblin slayer. So he had to play guerrilla tactics. Blue did not engage immediately, but watched the others fight. Seeing them slaughtering goblins, he began to understand why many people in this world knew the dangers of goblins, yet did not take them seriously. The reasoning was simple. These goblins were indeed very weak enough to be killed with a single blow, but they were like rats, hiding and fleeing everywhere. As long as some survive, they can quickly reproduce. How could they be completely wiped out? Among them, while there were strong individuals like goblin heroes and goblin kings, the overall strength of the goblin population was not very strong. A few gold or silver-ranked adventurers could wipe out a large group. As for why so many border villages were destroyed and so many people captured to become food or breeding tools, while some towns and countries higher-ups didn't take care. It was also very simple. The background of this world is the medieval feudal era, and for certain lords, as long as their territories are not in chaos and their interests are not harmed, they will not intervene at all. Moreover, the border areas are not their land, so they serve as a buffer zone. They only act when invaders enter their territory. Of course, there was an even more important reason. There are demons in this world. For some countries, their primary goal is to resist these demons, leaving the danger of goblins to the Adventurers Guild. In the Adventurers Guild, high-level adventurers look down on goblin missions because the rewards are too low, while newcomers and low-level adventurers lack experience and can easily fall victim to the cunning of goblins, which allows goblins to have development opportunities. There is also another reason. The people in this world are generally not strong. For these people, the 100-armed giants require a hero to deal with, yet Blue U easily resolve them. With strength like Blue U.S., he could easily grab a bunch in the pirate world. Danger! Mr. Blue U, aren't you going to take action? The witch, after launching a magical attack at a goblin, looked at Blue U. At this moment, the goblin slayer was surrounded by several goblin heroes and was in trouble, although the witch cast some spells to help. There were too many goblins, and her magic was blocked by some expendable goblins. If I take action, it will end very quickly. Blue U waved a sword he casually bought from the Adventurers Guild. A wave of sword energy shot out from the sword, crashing into the nearby great goblins beside the goblin slayer. Swish! These great goblins were directly cut in half. It was normal for someone who was once a king's heir to wield a sword, and as a transmigrator, he naturally understood the importance of training from a young age. So it was no surprise that Blue U, who had practiced swordsmanship since childhood, could become a true swordsman. And it was even less surprising that a swordsman could unleash sword energy. And since he had made his move, Blue U did not intend to stop at just one strike. He unleashed several more waves of sword energy, obliterating all the large goblins, including their heroes and kings. Everyone, get down! Blue U sheathed his sword, slightly bending his body and holding the sheath with his left hand, assuming a sword-drawing posture. Seeing Blue U's stance, coupled with the powerful sword energy from earlier, the others understood what he intended to do and quickly crouched down. Go down and join your kin. Swish! At the moment Blue U drew his sword, a 180-degree arc of sword energy rapidly shot out towards the goblins. When the sword energy hit the first batch of goblins, they were sliced in half like fragile skin. The sword energy continued unabated, annihilating one batch after another, including the last standing goblins. However, this last wave of sword energy was crushed by a suddenly appearing giant monster with rolls of fat. The monster laughed triumphantly after crushing the sword energy. Just as it finished laughing, Blue U appeared beside it and slashed, cutting it in half. Don't get too cocky. What you destroyed was just a powerless sword energy. Blue U said to the monster, which still wore a smug grin but was now in two pieces. Danger! The goblin slayer had just stood up when he saw several figures leap out from behind Blue U. Your ambush is too slow. Swish! Blue U turned around and swung his sword, directly slicing through the figures. Impressive. You can unleash sword energy, and such powerful sword energy at that. This is practically on the level of a sword god. I really don't know how to describe your strength, the witch exclaimed as she stood up. The fairy archer stood up, feeling a bit helpless. The number of these goblins could cost us our lives, yet they were resolved with a single sword strike. Even these suddenly appeared giants were taken down with one blow. It's just as he said, when he makes a move, it all ends. She suddenly felt that having such a strong teammate was not a good thing. They hadn't even had a chance to act. When real danger arose, she would definitely lament how nice it was to have strong teammates. A giant like this represents something very important being guarded, and now there are several such giants. Along with the presence of several goblin kings, it seems that there will be unexpectedly huge troubles ahead. The minor Taoist walked over to the giant monsters. He recognized these giants, known as gatekeeper monsters, which are stronger than goblin kings, but they only act according to their instincts. Now, they were cooperating, indicating there was a presence capable of controlling them. To control them means being able to control goblin kings as well. The danger ahead is extreme. This is what makes the task worth the reward. The witch smiled indifferently. It is dangerous, but with a strong person like Lanyu around, this task might be quite easy. Didn't he just prove that by taking down the goblin that was difficult to deal with a single sword strike? Let's go. The goblin slayer moved forward. He had witnessed Lanyu's swordsmanship when dealing with a 100-armed giant, and now he knew that Lanyu's swordsmanship could unleash sword energy. He wondered if he could ask for some pointers. Although they were walking through a forest inside the mountain, this forest was not small at all. It could easily compare to the large forest outside. The few of them had been walking for some time and still hadn't reached the end. However, while walking in the forest, they encountered some lone creatures, or rather, some hiding little goblins. At first glance, these little goblins looked pitiful and cute, but they all knew that behind these little guys lay a dirty face. Thus, the few of them mercilessly sent them off to accompany their families. These are. The goblin slayer in the front stopped. At that moment, several tiger-like monsters appeared before them. It seemed that there was something related to the Demon King inside. According to historical records, they were one of the Demon King's troops, the Blade Tigers. The witch squinted her eyes as she looked at the tiger monsters before her. The Demon King is the biggest villain boss created by the gods of this world, who keeps being resurrected by various means every so often mockingly referred to as the cockroach boss that can't be killed in this world. They're extremely fast, and the most important thing is to be careful of the blades on their bodies. Blade tigers, true to their name, are tigers with sharp blades. The tips of their tails are sharp knives, their claws are blade-shaped, and the teeth exposed when they open their mouths resemble blades. They also have blade-like horns on their foreheads, and sharp knives extend from the joints of their front limbs. Chapter 61. Trouble with the Monster? As soon as the witch finished speaking, the Blade Tigers charged towards the group. With their red eyes, fierce expressions, and a menacing aura combined with their swift speed, the Blade Tigers were truly terrifying. So terrifying that the group immediately gripped their weapons tightly, and the High Priestess quickly waved her wand, preparing to cast a holy barrier. For them, any monster related to the Demon God King was extremely dangerous, and they couldn't treat it like they would a goblin. It was best to be prepared for a fight to the death. However, whoosh! A sword energy shot out and directly took down the Blade Tigers. Let's go. Lan Yu casually sheathed his sword. The others felt like they were just here to be background characters for this big mission. The Blade Tigers thought they were just here to get taken down. I wonder if the next monsters we encounter will still be related to the Demon God King? The witch said as she walked. It seems it doesn't matter. They can't give us any sense of pressure. The fairy archer complained, recalling how a bunch of goblins used to keep them on high alert, but this time it felt like no matter how strong the monsters were, they would just be taken down by a single sword strike. This is great. We can easily complete the mission and collect the bounty. The minor priest chuckled nonchalantly. That's true, huh? The high priestess smiled awkwardly, feeling a bit embarrassed that they were just doing some minor tasks to complete the mission. Perhaps due to Lan Yu easily dispatching the enemies twice, the group felt relaxed and carefree as they continued forward, losing the cautious focus they had before. But the more relaxed they were, the more likely they were to encounter trouble, especially in a place filled with monsters. I'm feeling a bit drowsy. The High Priestess's eyes became increasingly hazy as she walked forward. She really wanted to sleep. Oh, why does everyone look so strange? In her blurry vision, she saw the few people ahead of her moving like reflections in water. No, realizing what was happening, the High Priestess's eyes widened. This is an illusion. I need to warn everyone. Everyone, be careful. There's an entity nearby, using illusion magic. She shouted to the group. Is this what you call an illusion? The people ahead turned around, revealing faces that looked ready to eat her, as a mist began to swirl around them. You. The High Priestess was startled. What was wrong with these people? Then she remembered that she was under an illusion, likely affected by the mist that distorted her vision. So she gripped her wand and faced the illusions. You are all illusions. I won't be afraid of you. Holy light. A brilliant light burst forth from her wand. However, it was useless, completely useless. Just obediently led us. The group completely ignored the holy light, their evil expressions slowly approaching her. Don't come closer. Don't come closer. The High Priestess panicked. Even the holy light had no effect. This illusion was terrifying. Knowing it was an illusion, she still found herself retreating while frantically waving her wand to dispel the illusions. However, when her wand touched them, although it broke apart their illusory forms, they reformed and continued reaching for her. Just obediently led us. No, don't. Seeing their hands getting closer, the High Priestess shouted in panic. Boom! Suddenly, a force erupted, blowing away the illusions in front of her and bringing her back to reality. Even so, upon returning to reality, she knelt on the ground, still waving her wand in defiance and shouting, I will not yield to you. All of you, get away from me. The real group nearby watched the High Priestess's antics like it was a show. After a while, when the High Priestess felt nothing was happening, she opened her eyes to see the others looking at her with strange expressions, and she immediately understood she was back in reality. The High Priestess awkwardly and somewhat bewilderedly said, I think I just fell under an illusion. Not just you. We all fell under an illusion. But our reactions weren't as intense as yours, the fairy archer said, trying to suppress a laugh. So how do we break free from the illusion? The high priestess asked as she stood up. Who else could it be? The fairy archer looked at Lanyu. It's not great, though. The way we broke free left me feeling a bit dizzy, the witch said as she took a sip from a vial. This potion is a vitality elixir, meant to refresh you. Dizziness is fine. I'm just worried about everyone passing out. In fact, Lanyu had also fallen under the illusion. But it could be said that the monster using the illusion was a bit unlucky. Instead, it trained Lanyu's mind through the illusion, enhancing his mental strength. After a period of control, Lanyu's Conqueror's Haki was on the verge of being usable, and now, stimulated by this illusion, he was able to use it actively. However, being able to use Conqueror's Haki for the first time without making everyone faint was a decent achievement. At this moment, Lanyu reminded them, be careful. A monster that can use illusions is coming. If even Lanyu was warning them about the monster, the group was sure to be on high alert. Boom! The ground in front of them erupted, revealing a tree monster. This tree monster was about 7 to 8 meters tall, with a human face on the tree trunk. And its roots were everywhere, with branches bearing enticing fruits that also had human faces. This is a demon face tree. It is one of the demon god king's powerful subordinates. With it in the forest, the area becomes a forbidden zone. The witch squinted her eyes. One of its abilities is to create illusions, and if you get trapped in an illusion, you'll be hypnotized and used by it. This means that allowing so many goblin kings and giants to coexist is its work, the goblin slayer frowned. That's right, but its most troublesome ability isn't creating illusions. It's whoosh. The witch hadn't finished speaking when a sword energy shot toward the demon face tree. To show gratitude for helping Lanyu awaken his Conqueror's Haki, Lanyu sent a sword energy as a gift. The speed of this sword energy was such that the demon face tree didn't have time to react and was sliced in half. However, the upper half that was severed was reattached by countless thin branches from the lower half. Once reattached, the demon face tree let out a furious roar at the group, as if to say, you're not following the rules. Aren't you supposed to first speak and then exchange a few attacks? But before it could finish its roar, several powerful sword energies struck it, dismembering it completely. However, this time it reformed again, the 8 pieces stretching out thin branches to reconnect, and in no time, it returned to its original state. This is what I was going to say earlier. Its regenerative ability is very strong. Even if you turn it to dust, it can still regenerate. The witch remarked, relieved that the demon face tree was a bit helpful, or else she wouldn't have had the chance to finish speaking. The key point is that its regeneration doesn't rely on a core, so you can't destroy it by attacking its core. Is its regenerative ability really that strong? The fairy archer furrowed her brow and asked, how do we defeat it? Do we have to run away? According to the records, there is a way to eliminate it. The witch explained, although its regeneration ability is not based on the core method, it consumes the energy of trees. As long as there is a complete tree nearby, it can regenerate. Therefore, to prevent it from regenerating, we must cut down all the trees within 500 meters of it. The witch looked around and soon noticed several withered trees, clearly used by the monster tree to regenerate. 500 meters of trees? The minor Taoist also saw the withered trees and then chuckled bitterly. That's not just 500 meters. It's 500 meters in every direction. That's quite a lot. Moreover, the monster tree can move and won't give us a chance to keep cutting down trees. Roar. The monster tree indicated that he was right. It wouldn't give them a chance. It was about to attack. The monster tree extended its tentacles toward the group. However, as soon as it reached out, its tentacles were severed by Lanyu's sword energy. Lanyu also stated, don't interrupt me while I'm listening to the story. With so many trees nearby, the area was too vast. It didn't seem like a feasible method. The priestess was a bit skeptical. The previous hero had used this method to defeat the monster tree, but he had a group of strong allies to help him. The witch remarked, it's not that we can't do it. It's just that the hero had a group of strong allies. Isn't there any other way? The fairy archer asked the witch. They could definitely escape, as this monster tree seemed to be in a regenerating state and could be defeated with 1 or 2 strikes from Lanyu. However, the important thing now was not to escape, but to find a way to eliminate this tree monster. If it managed to leave this place, it would be troublesome. There's a way, the witch nodded, then shook her head, but we lack a condition for this method. The monster tree has its own space inside. Even if we cut it and pry open its mouth, it won't reveal its interior. However, it likes to consume dark magic energy. Only when attacked with dark magic techniques will it open its mouth to reveal its internal space. For it, dark magic energy is food, while lightning magic energy is poison. In other words, by using dark magic techniques and lightning magic techniques in coordination with the timing of the attack, we can eliminate it. Chapter 62. Easily taking down after speaking the witch side. Unfortunately, none of us here can use those two types of magic. Upon hearing that dark thunder magic was needed, the fairy archer immediately lamented to use such a method, not to mention us, even the entire Adventurers Guild. The whole kingdom might not be able to do it. Many people can use thunder magic, but the key is that very few can use dark magic. In this world, although magic ability has no right or wrong, being able to use dark magic does not mean one is dark or evil, nor does it mean dark magic is a power exclusive to bad people. Well, it's precisely because this ability seems to lean towards darkness and evil that many people choose not to learn this magic, of course excluding bad people and demons. However, after hearing the witch's words, Lan Yu expressed that the tree monster had just run into a gun barrel, didn't it? He didn't have dark thunder magic, but he had abilities related to dark thunder. Looking at it this way, I won't need to take action, and I didn't expect to use you so soon. Lan Yu sheathed his sword and then took out 2 Pokeballs. What does that mean? The priestess asked in confusion after seeing Lan Yu's actions. What are you doing with 2 red and white balls? Just wait and see, Lan Yu said as he pressed the buttons on the Pokeballs with both hands, tossing them out as the 2 Pokemon grew larger. Bang, bang. Zekrom, Jirachi, Darkrai and Zekrom made a handsome entrance. Summoned beasts released through orbs? The lizard monk, who possessed summoning magic, immediately began to imagine upon seeing the 2 Pokemon appear. Could this be the kind of magical summoned beast Mr. Lan Yu mentioned? The priestess recalled the interesting things Lan Yu had said last night, and she hadn't expected it to be mediated by red and white balls, making summoning so easy. Magical summoned beasts? Hearing this, the fairy archer asked the priestess, in what way are they magical? Don't they look just as bizarre as other summoned beasts? I'm not very clear either. Mr. Lan Yu only gave a brief introduction last night. The priestess shook her head. While the two were talking, Lan Yu also waved his hand and shouted, the opponent likes dark energy and hates thunder energy. So Darkrai, Shadow Ball. Zekrom, watch for the right moment and hit it with Volt Tackle when it eats the Shadow Ball. Zekrom, hearing Lan Yu's command, Darkrai quickly formed a black energy ball, resembling a Kamehameha, and blasted it towards the Treant monster. How should I put it? I'm not sure if I should say that the Treant monster is brainless, as the witch clearly pointed out its weakness. When saw the Shadow Ball, it still opened its mouth joyfully, revealing its internal space to try to eat the Shadow Ball. But the Treant monster thought, do you really think I'm stupid? The moment it opened its mouth to reveal its internal space, Zekrom unleashed Volt Tackle, which, although fast enough to reach its mouth almost simultaneously with the Shadow Ball, was blocked by several tentacles in front of it. Then the Treant monster happily devoured the delicious dark energy ball. Zekrom, Darkrai. This time, Lan Yu didn't call out any move names, but gave the 2 Pokemon a look. Zekrom, Jirachi. The 2 Pokemon immediately understood and rushed towards the Treant monster. Seeing this, the Treant monster frantically attacked Zekrom with its tentacles, even throwing fruit bombs from the trees, causing Zekrom to dodge back and forth. However, as Darkrai charged in, although it faced tentacle attacks, there were no fruit bomb attacks, and the tentacles seemed to be holding back. Darkrai easily broke several tentacles with 2 or 3 Shadow Balls and quickly approached the Treant monster. Is it trying to eat Darkrai? Seeing this, Lan Yu smiled. But it was a cold smile. Just right, I was still thinking about how to get close, and now I can take you down directly. The Treant monster's intentional actions allowed Darkrai to easily bring the Shadow Ball to its face. When the Treant monster saw Darkrai getting closer, its face was full of joy. Darkrai continuously releasing Shadow Balls was too appealing to it, like a beautiful woman attracting a man, making it eager to swallow Darkrai whole. So at this moment, as Darkrai approached, it wildly extended several tentacles from its body, tightly binding Darkrai, and then quickly opened its mouth, wanting to eat both Darkrai and the Shadow Ball before it could escape. Only, this was exactly what Darkrai wanted. A powerful burst of electricity erupted from Darkrai, and a strong, thunderous strike was unleashed at close range into the space of its mouth. With a bang, the thunder exploded in the Treant monster's mouth. Darkrai took the opportunity to distance itself as the Treant monster loosened its grip. After being hit, the Treant monster initially acted as if nothing had happened, but then it showed a pained expression and rolled on the ground, looking like a child who couldn't get a toy, very unhappy. Having taken such a direct hit, the Treant monster still wouldn't die. So adhering to the principle of taking advantage of its illness to finish it off, Lan Yu waved his hand and shouted, Darkrai, continue with Shadow Ball, get a big boost this time. Lan Yu also gestured to Zekrom. Zekrom, Jirachi. The two Pokemon understood what to do. This time, Darkrai raised both hands, quickly gathering a supersized Shadow Ball, and then forcefully blasted it toward the Treant monster. Meanwhile, Zekrom moved swiftly around, looking for an opportunity to attack. The Treant monster, being fond of dark energy, looked happy despite the pain when it saw such a large Shadow Ball. It thought that if it could eat that big Shadow Ball, its pain would lessen. Of course, it still needed to defend itself. All routes, except for the trajectory of the Shadow Ball, were blocked by the Treant monster's tentacles. Even if it couldn't completely prevent others from sneaking attacks, it could delay the attack. As the Shadow Ball was about to hit, the Treant monster opened its mouth wide, wanting to devour the Shadow Ball. Just then, Zekrom, covered in electricity, appeared behind the Shadow Ball. It can only be said that it was both a blessing and a curse. The tentacles that the Treant monster raised did indeed block Zekrom's attack, but they also obscured its line of sight, allowing Zekrom to quickly hide behind the Shadow Ball. This time, Zekrom would not let it have a chance to survive. A powerful plasma fist struck into the Treant monster's mouth, and at the same time, the electricity from Zekrom also surged into the Treant monster's mouth. Bang! Two incredibly powerful bolts of lightning directly exploded the Treant monster's entire body into countless pieces. Is this finally over? The priestess glanced at the countless tree chunks on the ground, and at this moment, the Treant monster did not regenerate like before. It should be over. There is no movement from all this tree debris. For these two summoned beasts, I can only describe them as impressive. The fairy archer shook her head in admiration. Such summoned beasts are amazing, with their own thoughts and strong moves, unlike the lizardman skeleton I summoned, which I have to control and consumes my mental energy. The lizard monk sighed. The goblin slayer also nodded in praise, saying, clearly, no commands were given, yet they can coordinate so well. These summoned beasts are indeed quite magical. I didn't expect such a good cooperation either. Lan Yu smiled. I can only say that they are very clever. To be honest, Lan Yu gestured with his eyes, unsure if the two Pokemon would understand. However, the final result was great. They understood and took down the magic face tree. Great. Exactly. After the two Pokemon came to Lan Yu's side, they expressed that since they wanted to become his Pokemon, they naturally needed to understand his every move. So even though they had only followed him for a day, they easily grasped what he wanted to convey. Let's go. I wonder if there will be any more monsters appearing ahead. The Goblin Slayer once again took the lead and walked forward. Lan Yu had no intention of recalling the two Pokemon, since they were out. It was just right to take them to see the scenery of other worlds. As they walked, everyone became more alert, fearing that another monster would cast illusion magic. However, the further they went, the fresher the air became. If they were outside, that wouldn't be a problem, but this was a gathering place for monsters, and such fresh air was suspicious. So, as they walked, they kept an eye out for that monster casting illusion magic or some air confusion magic. But as they continued forward, they didn't encounter any strange monsters. Instead, they came across several familiar giants. What kind of place is this? Why are all the monsters so strong? Looking at the several giant trolls in front of them, the fairy archer didn't know how to describe her feelings at that moment. Several goblins from different families, a few giants, a few blade tigers, a magic face tree with powerful regenerative abilities, and now several formidable trolls. All these monsters gathered here. Could it be that there's gold hidden here? Chapter 63. Picking Fruit. Darkrai and Zeraora. It's up to you. No need to hold back. Feel free to unleash your power. Lan Yu waved his hand towards several trolls. Ja! Ja! The two Pokemon rushed forward quickly, one wielding a black energy claw and the other a fiery fist. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds echoed. One was from a troll trying to swing a mace at the two Pokemon, but ended up smashing it into the ground after they dodged. The other sound came from the two Pokemon, who, after dodging, mercilessly struck through the troll's body, of course, without holding back, delivering a fatal blow. After testing the physical strength of these trolls with one strike, the two Pokemon exchanged glances and nodded. Cha! Darkrai spread its arms, and a red light flashed in its eyes as it emitted an energy aura that quickly attached itself to several trolls, completely immobilizing them. Ja! As Darkrai locked down the trolls, Zeraora gathered electricity in its body, once charged with powerful currents. Zeraora took a few steps forward to assist, and then spun rapidly towards the trolls. Bang! 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 Zeraora darted through the immobilized trolls like a frenzied electric drill, instantly piercing through several of them. Oh, that's impressive. They didn't give the opponents a chance to escape or counterattack. Seeing the cooperation between the two Pokemon, Lan Yu was somewhat surprised. especially Zerora's way of drilling through with electricity. It almost resembled the Electro Dragon drill if it had a bit of white light. It's over again. This is so easy. We don't even have to put in much effort. The witch shook her head and smiled, feeling a bit embarrassed about this mission, as she didn't even get a chance to take action. Let's go. After seeing the two Pokemon return, the Goblin Slayer moved forward. Feeling like aside from the initial fight with the goblins, he had become more of a leading tool. The others followed behind. As they continued walking, the fresh air became increasingly refreshing, so much so that they all guessed that a big guy would surely appear ahead. After a while, they came across a large patch of plants. What are these? The priestess blinked, looking at the waist-high plants. These are. Upon seeing these plants, the witch's face lit up with joy, obviously recognizing them. Hiss! Before the witch could reveal what these plants were, several large snakes reared up, their cold eyes staring at the group. Here they come again. How many times is this? Just as the fairy archer was about to complain about the number of waves, a sword aura swiftly struck the snakes, cleanly severing their heads. And it's done. The minor Taoist took a sip of wine to ease the current excitement. Now I finally understand why there are so many monsters here and why the air gets fresher the closer you get. After the snakes were taken care of, the witch approached the plants and picked a small fruit from one of them. After examining the small fruit for a moment, she smiled and said, "This is all because of this thing. What kind of fruit is this?" The priestess also stepped forward to pick a small fruit to take a look. The witch introduced the fruit. This is a magic fruit, which replenishes magical energy. For a mage, it is a treasure. Many item-making materials require the magic fruit, so the monsters here are likely trying to use these fruits to expand their ranks. Oh, the effects of this fruit are so good. I wonder what it tastes like? The fairy archer picked a fruit and curiously took a bite. As a result, ugh, ugh, ugh. The moment the fairy archer bit into the fruit, she immediately found the taste strange and quickly spat it out. How can these things taste so bad? The witch smiled and said, "That's exactly what I wanted to say. The magic fruit contains various magical elements, which results in its unpleasant taste. Mages usually swallow the magic fruit whole. If you want to taste it, it's best to juice it and add some sugar to mask its bad flavor." "All right, I was too hasty," the fairy archer said helplessly, wanting to try the pure flavor of the fruit, but swallowing it whole didn't allow her to taste it. And adding sugar would ruin that taste. The Goblin Slayer also picked a fruit, glanced at it, and asked, if these magic fruits were sold, would they be worth a lot? Although the magic fruit is very effective, its difficult cultivation leads to its scarcity, so many people have gradually stopped using it for item making, opting for other materials instead. The witch shook her head. Moreover, mages have started using new items to restore their magical power. So the current market price for a magic fruit is 1 gold coin each. 1 gold coin is not bad, you know. There are at least 1,000 of these here. The minor Taoist looked around and smiled. That's true, the guild called us to explore, but didn't include these magic fruits in the mission scope, so the money from selling these fruits is all ours. The witch expressed that they had hit the jackpot this time, getting a mission reward and now earning so much from the magic fruits. Then let's start picking fruits now. The Goblin Slayer took out a cloth from his body, but his eyes shone with excitement. These fruits in front of them were all shiny money. The others also took out cloths and began to pick. As the one who contributed the most here, Lanyu didn't have to pick fruits at all. Originally, Lanyu wanted to help pick, but the Goblin Slayer stopped him, saying that if Lanyu did all the fighting, they would feel embarrassed about earning money from this mission if he also picked the fruits. So it was unanimously decided that such a small task as picking fruits would be left to the others. With no need to pick fruits, Lanyu wandered around the area to observe, while Darkrai and Zerora stayed in place, just in case more monsters appeared. After walking away from the patch of magic fruits and continuing through the forest for a bit, Lanyu arrived at a rock wall with an exit that was sealed off. Does it require a mechanism? Thinking about how the goblins could capture people, Lanyu guessed that this place was likely to be open for entry. Lanyu searched around the door and eventually found it at the top of the door. However, the top of the door was quite high, about 3 meters, so Lanyu thought this mechanism must be designed for larger beings. After the door opened, what can I say? This door was about 10 meters thick and constructed from special materials, so Lanyu couldn't sense what was inside with his observation hockey. When the door opened, it revealed a nest-like place where a large group of goblins was joyfully bouncing around. Upon seeing the door open, this group of goblins thought it was a big shot arriving and welcomed it with cheers. However, once the door opened, they saw Lanyu, a human. Though they didn't know how Lanyu, a human, managed to open the door from outside, they only knew that the first thing to do upon encountering a human was to attack. So, these goblins have all been taken out. With their strength, how could they possibly be a match for Lanyu? Since they wanted to rush to their deaths so eagerly, Lan Yu naturally sent them off with a high-speed ticket. After eliminating all these guys, Lan Yu moved forward, but when he reached a place that resembled a kitchen and saw the food they were cooking, he felt a bit nauseous. It was too dirty. It was unbearable to look at. Lan Yu struck and collapsed the kitchen, then continued on his way. Perhaps because there were a large number of goblins living here, Lan Yu did not encounter any traps along the way. However, while there were no traps, several goblins would occasionally emerge, prompting Lan Yu to dispatch them with a single sword strike. The terrain here was somewhat difficult to navigate, mainly because there were many forks in the road, with each fork being a goblin dwelling. To deal with this, Lan Yu intentionally let a few goblins go, using them as guides to lead him out, allowing him to reach the exit. These guys really knew how to pick their spots. The exit was located on a hidden hillside, further blocked by several rocks, making it hard to spot from distance. Below the hillside was a dilapidated ruin, clearly abandoned for a long time, with moss growing everywhere. Next to the ruins was a forest, and, from the hillside, one could see signs of life on the other side of the forest. Who would have thought we walked so far down here? Lan Yu climbed to the top of the mountain and surveyed the surrounding environment, only to find that he could not see the small island or the lake they came from. It seemed that returning the same way was not an option. Lan Yu glanced at the sky. It was nearing dusk. Seeing this, he decided not to linger and headed back to the fruit-picking area. Chapter 64 Synthesis again after returning to this side. A few people found something interesting near the magic fruit, and the witch who recognized it brought it over to show Lan Yu. Looking at the green bean plant in front of him, Lan Yu smiled and said, "Flavor beans? This thing is better off being called strange flavor beans. The 100 flavor beans can slightly restore stamina and heal damage, mainly relying on the excess energy emitted by the magical fruit. The energy released by the magical fruit is magical energy, which contains various elements. This leads to the beans absorbing different elements as they grow. In other words, while the appearance of the 100 flavor beans is quite similar, their flavors have become diverse: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, salty, and many indescribable tastes, which is why it is called 100 flavor beans." The witch smiled upon hearing this. The name you came up with is indeed better than 100 flavor beans, as its taste is quite strange. Is this thing not worth much? Seeing that a few people only picked a little bit of blue essence, I asked. Although it has a slight effect of restoring stamina and healing damage, this weak effect can only be noticeable if consumed in large quantities like vegetables. So its value is akin to the price of buying vegetables at a market, the witch said, shrugging her shoulders. Upon hearing this price, Blue Essence understood why they only picked a few plants and shook her head, saying, "All right, so pitifully low, but if you want to try various flavors, you can take some back." Then Lan Yu asked, "How many magic fruits are still left to be picked?" "There's one more thing. It will be finished soon," the witch said after looking at the positions of several people. Seeing this, Lan Yu shouted to them, "Please help me pull out the remaining magic fruit with roots and leaves, and also help me pick a few more flavor bean trees." "All right." After hearing Lan Yu's words, several people didn't think much and replied at the same time. The witch questioned, "Are you planning to take the magic fruit tree back to plant?" "That's right." Lan Yu nodded. The witch reminded him again, "I mentioned before that this thing is very difficult to cultivate. The difficulty means that 99% of places cannot grow it, and only that 1% can. Although it's said to be 1%, this 1% also requires a good environment, so it could be considered as 1 in 1,000. And this place is too far from us. It's not suitable for continued cultivation. And to avoid being exploited by other magical creatures, once we pick these magical fruits, this place will be destroyed. Therefore, just finding a suitable planting location is enough to make people give up, especially now that there are many substitutes for it. Who would still want to cultivate such a thing?" Upon hearing this, Lan Yu shook his head. The odds are indeed low enough to make people lose interest in it. However, he smiled again. "But for me, cultivating it is secondary. The main thing is that I have another use for it and need to take some back." After seeing the flavor beans and the magical fruits, Lan Yu had an idea, which is why he wants to take them root and leaf. "Is that so?" The witch did not ask much about the other uses of the blue vine. She understood what should be asked and what should not. After they finished picking the remaining magical fruit trees and a few flavor bean trees, they packed their things and headed out, directly destroying the magical fruit trees. This time, Lan Yu was leading the way, as he had found the exit. As they walked, they naturally encountered the goblins lying on the ground, but the group felt nothing. After all, this was a path walked by experts, and there was no way for any living thing to be jumping around here. After going outside, they blocked the entrance, so no other goblins would use this place as a gathering spot. Once they were outside, it was completely dark, so they found a nearby spot to camp. Although this mission was quite thrilling, it wasn't dangerous at all, and everyone was very happy. During dinner, they clinked glasses with Lan Yu, thanking him for leading them and making this trip fruitful. However, Lan Yu expressed that he might not join them for missions next time. There's no way around it. Lan Yu's strength was too overwhelming. Once he made a move, it was over, and the others didn't even have a chance to act, which wasn't good for them. Although Lan Yu could completely refrain from intervening and just watch them, it felt no different than being a babysitter, and he might as well not go. Through this experience, Lan Yu understood why Xiao Magu only played high-tier matches, as low-tier matches were rather bland. The others also expressed their understanding. This mission made them realize the gap between them. With Lan Yu's strength, it really wasn't suitable for him to continue joining them. Forcing them together would only make them look inept and useless. Of course, Lan Yu also stated that they were friends and could reach out to him if they had trouble. He joked that they shouldn't contact him for minor issues, as he only helped with major troubles. The others laughed and assured him that they wouldn't contact him for small matters. After few of them fell asleep, Lan Yu took the first half of the night watch, a suggestion he made himself because he had things to do. Seeing that everyone was sleeping soundly, he sat on a large rock and thought to himself, "Brother synthesizer, it's been a while. It's time for the second synthesis. Synthesis system. Almost 1,000,000 reputation points. Shouldn't we wait? 1,000,000 syntheses are great, but I can wait. What I have in my hands right now can't." Lan Yu held a magic fruit tree and a 100 flavor bean tree, along with 1 bottle each of high-grade healing potion and high-grade activator. This time, Lan Yu wanted to use these items for synthesis. Although the magic fruit tree could survive for a while after being uprooted, that time was short. It could wither within a day. So, he had to make use of it for synthesis before that happened. However, were the 4 gods watching this place at that moment? Lan Yu asked. No, I don't sense their gaze here. Besides, even during synthesis, they wouldn't be able to detect it. In truth, those 4 gods used to pay some attention to matters on the ground. But ever since they got their hands on smartphones, they had become utterly engrossed. Who had time to keep watching things on the ground that they had long grown tired of? That's good. Let's synthesize. Lan Yu is holding several items in her hands. Although Brother Chang said from the beginning that the fusion involves combining 2 items to create a new one, it doesn't mean that multiple items can't be fused together. So far, there has only been 1 fusion, but after spending so many days together, Lan Yu has come to understand that the fewer items are fused, the more concentrated the abilities of the resulting item will be. If too many items are fused, the abilities can become very mixed, and the new item produced may be very different. For example, when fusing the Dimension Gate, if another fruit were added to the Door Fruit and Teleportation Fruit, the result might not be a Dimension Gate anymore. This time, Lan Yu is using several items for fusion because their abilities are very similar and can blend well together. The magical fruit from the magic fruit tree possesses magical energy and is a material for many items. The beans from the flavor bean tree have effects of restoring stamina and healing damage. The healing potion and vitality potion serve one to heal wounds and the other to restore stamina. The flavor bean is essentially a smaller version of the healing potion combined with the vitality potion, so their effects will definitely be the same when combined, with the magic fruit serving as the middle material. So, the effect of the new thing synthesized can be anticipated by Lan Yu. As for why he uses the magic fruit tree and the 100 flavor bean tree instead of just using fruits and beans, it's obviously because he wants the new thing to be plantable. Things that can be planted represent sustainability, which is much better than using things that are gone after use. Right? Are you sure about the synthesis? Yes. With a synthesis using 100,000 reputation, without a guaranteed 1,000,000. Lan Yu can only use a 50% synthesis rate with his current 100,000 reputation, and a synthesis with 10,000 has only a 10% success rate. Lan Yu feels this option is just to highlight the difference between 1,000,000 and 100,000. Then let's get started. Instantly, the things in Lan Yu's hands disappeared. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds. Synthesis ended. This time it failed. All right, I knew it would be like this. Lan Yu had already anticipated this result. After all, with only a 50% success rate, success and failure are equally likely. That's why he prepared several items. Lan Yu took out a few more things from his bag. At the same time, with his current reputation, he could still synthesize a few more times. He didn't believe that none of these attempts would yield a successful result. Here we go again. The items in Lan Yu's hands disappeared once more. The synthesis system didn't offer any words of warning and just started. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds, synthesis ended. This time it failed again. No need to say much. Lan Yu took out a few more items. Here we go again. The items in his hands disappeared once again. During the synthesis process, 1 second, 2 seconds, Synthesis ended. Congratulations on obtaining the bizarre flavor magic bean tree. Chapter 65. Strange flavor magic beans. Strange flavored magic bean tree? No way. I'm just making a joke, and the new thing really gets a weird name. Looking at the small tree seedling synthesized in his hand, Lanyu shook his head and laughed. Then Lanyu asked in his heart, Synthesis, brother, what is the function of this strange flavored magic bean tree? Synthesis system. As you might expect, its function is to restore stamina and heal injuries, but it has been significantly amplified, and as its name suggests, it has many flavors. However, if you remove the flavors and compare it to something, it would be easier to understand. It's like the fairy beans in Dragon Ball. Fairy beans. When a synthesis system mentioned fairy beans, Lanyu guessed that it was this kind of thing. Sure enough, it's this divine object. Lanyu smiled. Although this magic bean tree looks similar to the 100-flavor bean tree, the green beans on the tree, which restore stamina and heal injuries many times over. What else could compare to fairy beans? Since it's something similar to fairy beans, it should be planted well now. If it accidentally dies, that would be a huge loss. You might be disappointed. You can't plant it after taking it back. Why can't I plant it? In an instant, Lanyu realized, could it be that this strange-flavored magic bean tree inherited the difficult planting nature of the magic fruit tree? If that is the case, wouldn't it be at a huge loss? Although difficult to plant doesn't mean it can't be planted, but let us not talk about anything else. Just the 300,000 reputation points would be a loss. That's not it. Since this magic bean tree is an amplified effect synthesized item, it can be planted anywhere in this world. But when I say anywhere, I mean in this world, not in your world. What is the difference? Upon hearing that it can be planted anywhere in this world, Lanyu felt relieved, but he still didn't understand why it couldn't be planted in the One Piece world. Strange flavored magic bean tree. Strange flavored magic bean tree. Don't forget, it has the word magic in it. This means that the planting conditions have shifted from the specific 1% environment of the magic fruit to needing magical elemental energy. And in this world, the air is filled with magical elemental energy, which is also very active, so it can be planted anywhere here. But in your world, although there is magical elemental energy, it's somewhat obscure and not as active as in this world. So if you really want to plant the magic bean tree in your world, you need to find a place with a very good environment. Find a place? Lanyu shook his head directly. It would be better to plant it here. What if this place is like the 1% area for the magic fruit? Not to mention whether he could find it. Just this seedling wouldn't survive being planted. It would be better to find any place to plant it in this world first. When a magic bean tree has multiplied enough, he could slowly look for a place in the One Piece world. It seems he needs to buy a piece of land in the town. Lanyu smiled. But if he buys land, he needs someone to guard it. Thinking of this, Lanyu immediately looked at the few people sleeping nearby. He couldn't stay in this world forever. He would definitely need to send someone to guard it. But it would be better if a few people from this world could keep an eye on it together. Although the planting area for the magic fruit tree is hidden enough for casual planting, it's not very convenient for entering and exiting. Next, he needed to check on the situation of these people. Although he knew some of their personalities through the plot, he spent much time with them and didn't know their situations well. Of course, if these people weren't suitable, he wouldn't say much to them. He would just send someone to guard it. But can he try these beans? Lanyu curiously looked at the green beans on the small tree seedling in his hand. Although this seedling is small, it actually looks like this, and now it has many small beans on it, so eating a few would be completely fine. Since there are so many, let us give it a try. Lanyu picked a few and wanted to see how strange their flavor was, whether it was the same as the 100-flavor beans he had eaten before. As the saying goes, try it out, and although Lanyu didn't die after trying it, he felt a bit, how should he put it? As soon as Lanyu ate the first bean, the effect was amazing. Although he wasn't injured and didn't know about the healing effect, after eating the small bean, he indeed felt a surge of energy in an instant. However, feeling energetic was one thing. The taste of the bean was spicy. Spicy taste is one thing, but it was spicy enough to make Lanyu feel invigorated, filled with energy and eager to fight. The spiciness made him unable to remain calm, and he really wanted to move. In the end, he could only summon Darkrai and Zeraora to watch over the others while he started running, giving it his all and running towards the small island he had originally come from. After reaching the small island, his stamina still didn't decrease. So he directly fought against the monsters guarding the bridge and even demolished the small island, not sparing the piranhas in the lake. He took advantage of this momentum and continuously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, rapidly consuming his stamina. The good thing about this was that it had a training effect. After messing around for a while, he consumed much stamina, but the energy within him gradually faded away. Huff! Lanyu let out a breath. That was intense. I didn't expect spicy-flavored beans to affect my emotions. Although he and T dealt with Wei-Go, the effect of Wei-Go was nothing compared to the spicy beans. Then Lanyu looked at the few beans in his hand. Are all the flavored beans this powerful? Or is it because of the spiciness that it's so powerful? Or is it because my stamina hasn't been consumed much, and I ate these beans directly while I'm not injured, leading to excessive energy? It seems he needs to try again to find out. However, Lanyu first observed these beans, checking if their appearance would affect the effects among the similarities and differences. After looking, Lanyu happened to find that 2 of the beans looked the same. This means he can now try eating these 2 beans to know something. If after eating them, the emotions are the same, it indicates that beans with the same appearance have the same effect on emotions. Just looking at these 2 beans, Lanyu hesitated about whether to eat them. If they're all spicy, that's fine. He could expend energy and get rid of that impulsive emotion. But he also didn't know how other flavors would affect his emotions. If they're even more intense than the spiciness, he wouldn't know how long it would take to get rid of that emotion. At this moment, the synthesis system spoke up to remind him. Although the emotions may differ, the essence of these beans is still to restore stamina and heal injuries. So regardless of what kind of emotions you have, you don't need to worry. Just choose to expend stamina or mental energy. Although the synthesis system knows some conditions about the magic bean tree, the detailed effects of the beans on the tree need to be tested by Lanyu himself to find out. Alright, it really is like that. At worst, he could explode with Conqueror's Haki again. After all, if he exerted himself, his mental energy would indeed be consumed quickly. So, Lanyu took a deep breath and ate one of the beans. However, this time he tasted a very mild flavor. After swallowing the bean, the little stamina he had previously consumed was replenished, putting him back in a state of abundant energy, but he didn't feel overly energetic or impulsive, nor did he have the urge to move. At this moment, all he felt was a calmness as still as water, a level of calm he had never experienced before. For him, what was the best use of this calm? Of course, it was to activate his observation haki. Once activated, he found that while it was still the same observation haki, it was clearer and more focused than before. However, this sensation was shorter-lived than the kick from the spicy beans, quickly fading away. Nevertheless, through this, he understood that his stamina wasn't excessive, but rather in a state of fullness. It was just the different flavors that influenced his emotions differently, also with varying durations. He then tried another bean, and, as expected, it had a mild flavor, influencing his emotions to be as calm as still water. This indicated that although the beans looked the same on the outside, their corresponding flavors were identical. In the future, Lanyu could categorize them by their appearances, avoiding random consumption and directly eating the beans that influenced specific emotions. Of course, at this point, Lanyu decided not to test the effects of other flavors. One reason was to leave it for others to try, and the other was that he had been out long enough and should return. Not long after he got back, Goblin Slayer's biological clock woke up right on time to take over the watch from Lanyu, while Lanyu peacefully and happily fell asleep, feeling that the items he had synthesized this time were quite good. Chapter 66. Task completion and return the next day. Several people woke up early. After having some breakfast, they set off to return. Fortunately, the place was relatively close to the shrine, and after walking for a while, they arrived. Thus, they once again experienced dizziness from the teleportation circle and returned to the Adventurers Guild around noon. How'd you come back so quickly? The location of your task usually takes several days to go back and forth. The receptionist exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the Goblin Slayer and his companions returning. Did you encounter some issues and come back halfway? We used the teleportation circle, the Goblin Slayer said, placing a bag on the counter. This is proof of the completion of our exploration task. Ah, no wonder you returned so quickly. The receptionist smiled slightly, with Mr. Ryo leading you. You were confident enough to use such an expensive method of transportation from the start. Let me see what monsters you encountered during this task. However, as soon as she opened the bag, she was startled. Inside were bloody items. While she was accustomed to seeing bloody proof from frequent task-goers, the quantity and strength of the monsters represented by the items brought back by the Goblin Slayer were shocking to her. Are these all real? As an experienced receptionist, she could tell at a glance that most of these items were genuine, but she still looked at the Goblin Slayer with a puzzled expression. Yes, they're all real. The place we explored had. The Goblin Slayer began to explain some of the situations they encountered. After hearing his account, the receptionist slapped her forehead. Your task was too dangerous. I didn't expect there to be so many monsters gathered at that location, without the powerful Mr. Ryo leading you. I don't know how many of you would have been able to return. If it weren't for Mr. Rueyo, how could we dare to take on such a dangerous task? The witch smiled. Also, about this unexpected harvest, I wonder if the guild will buy it? After the witch spoke, they placed the collected magical fruits on the counter. So many. The receptionist was at a loss for words as she looked at several bags of magical fruits. If the guild doesn't want them, I can contact someone to sell them myself, the witch said with a smile. In fact, she could sell them for a slightly higher price herself, but it would take time to sell them in batches. Only the guild had the strength to buy them all at once. I can make decisions on a small quantity, but for this much, I need to consult the guild leader. The receptionist then asked them to wait a moment while she went to find the guild leader to discuss the matter. Upon hearing about this, the guild leader quickly came down. Meanwhile, the people in the guild became lively upon hearing the news. This is amazing. Although we don't know how many monsters they encountered, the proof they brought back is incredible. We have witnessed the strength of this powerful individual. This is just his normal performance. But looking at their harvest, I am truly envious. Yeah, envious indeed. Not only did they receive such a generous bounty, but they also returned with magical fruits that are as valuable as gold. What a loss. If I had known, I would have gone with them. Even if you wanted to go, they might not have accepted you. Then I would have pestered them. That's my specialty. I never expected to see so many magical fruits. The guild leader examined one of the magical fruits. He had seen one many years ago, but now he could confirm that the ones before him were indeed genuine magical fruits. Guild leader, can a guild buy all of these? The Goblin Slayer asked. Yes, we can buy them all. Although these magical fruits are somewhat outdated, they are still a valuable item, so of course we will buy them. Though you brought back so many, the price should be lower, but since this is a rare opportunity, we will buy them at the market price of 1 gold coin per fruit. After saying this, the guild leader took a bite of one. The taste is still as peculiar as ever. He didn't spit it out like the elven archer, but instead ate it as if it were a regular fruit. Guild leader. How can you still eat such a horrible fruit? The elven archer asked in astonishment, seeing him eat with gusto. It seems you've eaten one before, but I must say, you young ones don't understand the value. The best way to eat magical fruits is to consume them directly, the guild leader said, while shaking his head. The elven archer wanted to say that despite her youthful appearance, she could easily be his grandmother. By the way, guild leader, since this task was so difficult and doesn't match the task difficulty rating, shouldn't the bounty be increased a bit? The Goblin Slayer said at this moment. You're right, the guild leader nodded, acknowledging that the guild had indeed misjudged the task's difficulty and that the bounty should be double. Just as the group was preparing to be happy, the guild leader calmly added, however, since you found such a great deal with the magical fruits, the money you receive will be many times the bounty, so I'm sure you one team mind the small amount of bounty. We do. The elven archer was about to say they cared, but the guild leader completely cut her off, continuing, of course, you can overlook the bounty, but the task level still needs to be increased. So you can rest assured, the guild will add this to your record. After finishing, the guild leader took several magical fruits and went upstairs, leaving no chance for them to argue. The group, show us some skill and don't leave. Let us see if we care. However, just as the guild leader said, the bounty was indeed small compared to the money from selling the magical fruits. If they didn't have the magical fruits, double the bounty would have been a significant sum for them, and they would have fought for it. But now, with the money from selling the magical fruits, they felt they didn't need to worry about the bounty, considering it a friendly exchange with the guild leader. After receiving their share of the money, everyone was overjoyed. With this money, they could eat well, drink well, and buy even better equipment. As an excellent receptionist, she felt it was time to fulfill her duties and recommended many items and equipment to the group, but others said they would wait until they needed to buy. At this moment, Rueyo asked the receptionist, does the guild have any listings for buying houses? Oh, you want to buy a house here? The receptionist was a bit surprised. It wasn't strange to want to buy a house, but most adventurers came from out of town and primarily rented, as no one knew when they might die on a task. Therefore, buying a house seemed a bit wasteful, especially for locals. Yes, Rueyo nodded. There are listings, but even though you are an adventurer, considering your situation, you probably won't stay here long. So wouldn't it be a bit wasteful to buy? The receptionist reminded. She is a kind-hearted person and is friendly to many adventurers, so she doesn't want to see Lan Yu waste this money. It's fine. I'll be back after completing a task anyway, Lan Yu said nonchalantly. All right, if that's the case, I'll go look for it. The lady at the counter didn't say much more and turned to find the information. Why suddenly want to buy a house here? Goblin Slayer asked in confusion. Previously, Lan Yu was a traveler, and although he has become an adventurer staying here now, Goblin Slayer estimated that Lan Yu wouldn't stay for long. Plus, since Lan Yu mentioned he wouldn't do tasks with them, his life would probably be as uncertain as before. So why is Lan Yu buying a house now? You will know in the future, Lan Yu said with a mysterious smile. All right. Seeing this, Goblin Slayer didn't ask much more, but he did smile and say, that's good. It will be convenient to find you later. It's just, Goblin Slayer suddenly felt a bit shy to say. Just what? We've done tasks together. So what is there to be shy about? Lan Yu shrugged. Hearing this, Goblin Slayer took a deep breath and said directly, I want to ask about swordsmanship. He had this intention before, and after this task, he clearly saw Lan Yu's powerful swordsmanship. He felt that if he didn't take this opportunity to ask, he might not have such a chance again in the future. Is it that simple? When I have time, you can come find me anytime. Lan Yu patted Goblin Slayer on the shoulder. What a pity. I'm not trained in swordsmanship, the fairy archer said enviously. Haha, although I'm not trained in swordsmanship, I can use a dagger, so I can watch from the side, the minor priest said happily. Me too, although I use a curved sword. I can also refer to some sword techniques, the lizard monk laughed. It's quite a pity that none of us 3 women use melee weapons. Now we all have no chance, the witch chuckled. Indeed, the goddess priestess scratched her head. But we can also use daggers, so we can still take a look and learn a bit. Chapter 67 Return. The counter lady brought over a stack of documents related to selling houses. These are small houses convenient for living. This is a slightly larger house, with 2 or 3 rooms. This is a large house with a small yard. The counter lady spread these documents out on the table in 3 stacks, but she still held some documents in her hands that she hadn't placed on the table. Seeing this, Lan Yu complimented, you're quite attentive. Although Lan Yu mentioned buying a house, he didn't specify any requirements. Yet the counter lady had sorted all the information, making it easy for people to find the house they wanted to buy. These are still small. Do you have anything bigger? The bigger, the better. Lan Yu directly opened the document for the house with a small yard, but it didn't have anything suitable for him. The bigger, the better? There is indeed one. However, this house is very large, capable of accommodating dozens of people, with a small lake and a backyard big enough to plant many things. So, is it good for you to live in such a place alone? The counter lady handed Lan Yu the documents she was still holding. Oh, this place is way too big, right? It's practically a noble's residence. The priestess beside him was taken aback when she saw the documents Lan Yu held. This was indeed a place previously inhabited by nobility. The counter lady nodded. Because this is a border area, incidents occur from time to time, and the noble was worried about potential problems reaching his residence, so he wanted to sell it. Isn't this near your home? Although the Goblin Slayer didn't see detailed pictures from the documents, he did recognize some familiar items. Okay, this is indeed near my home. If Mr. Lan Yu lives there, then I'll be safe. The counter lady smiled a little shyly, having previously asked the Goblin Slayer for help, so he was aware of some situations near her home. Of course, there are other large houses for sale, but this is the biggest. If Mr. Lan Yu wants to see other places, I could bring them over. The counter lady turned to get other documents. However, Lan Yu put down the documents in his hands, shook his head, and said, No need, I'll take this house. Are you sure, Mr. Lan Yu? The counter lady asked. Sure. Lan Yu nodded. Seeing this, the counter lady had nothing more to say and led the group towards the house. After a while, they arrived at the house. However, once they got here, the actual property was indeed much larger than what was shown in the documents, and they also discovered something not mentioned in the documents. This was a large estate. Whether it was a large estate or not didn't matter to Lan Yu. The most important thing was that it was big enough to plant plants. Moreover, this estate had a great feature. It had thick walls 2 to 3 meters high, making it hard to see the inside from outside. Therefore, Lan Yu could plant magic bean trees here without worrying about being seen by outsiders. Since Lan Yu wanted to move in today, and the noble wanted to leave quickly, the 2 parties came to an agreement. One paid cash and moved in, while the other took the money and left on a carriage without any lingering feelings for the place. Does this noble want to leave so badly? The priestess scratched her head, watching the noble's carriage drive away. It must be the goblin invasion incident from a couple of days ago that scared him. The Goblin Slayer said calmly. Indeed, these pampered nobles are all afraid of death, the fairy archer sneered. The goblin invasion was at least several kilometers away from here. The people in the town aren't afraid, yet this noble, with guards and thick walls, was the first to run. How the nobles are is none of our concern. However, since it's so big here, I will need to trouble you all with the cleaning. Lan Yu smiled at the group. It wasn't that the noble left the place in a mess, requiring a huge effort to tidy up. When the noble left, he only took some valuable items and left behind all the furniture, so the place wasn't chaotic. It was just that with a new home and a new owner, some necessary ceremonial tasks still needed to be done. No problem, the group responded. In the following days, Lan Yu stayed in the estate, meticulously cultivating the odd-flavored magic bean trees and planting a large area with sprouted beans. He even consulted some planting experts. Well, he only planted the one synthesized magic bean tree in an inconspicuous place, while he had other matters taken care of by people back in the Infinite Country. During these days, the Goblin Slayer and others would occasionally come over. To be precise, they were almost living with Lan Yu. After splitting a large sum of money from the magic fruit, they weren't in a hurry to take on tasks. So when the Goblin Slayer had time to come over to practice swordsmanship, the others would also come by to visit. In fact, Lan Yu didn't teach the Goblin Slayer much. He only focused on two aspects. One aspect was to train him with weights and refine his swordsmanship. There was no need to elaborate on weight training. Up until now, the Goblin Slayer was still using some very basic sword techniques. Unfortunately, he had been busy dealing with goblins before and had no time to improve, nor did anyone remind him. Now that someone was there to guide him, he gladly accepted and worked hard to improve. The second aspect was to teach the Goblin Slayer how to comprehend cutting. To put simply, it was the cutting that could slice iron in the world of One Piece, the kind that could produce sword energy and cut through anything. Initially, he taught him to observe and listen for weaknesses in the cuts, and later he would have to comprehend how to sense the ability to cut through steel. Even a simple cut could significantly enhance his strength, and once he learned to cut through steel, his power would increase geometrically. Over at the Magic Bean Tree planting area, these magic bean trees were growing a bit too quickly. At this rate, they could be harvested in just a few months. Squatting down to look at the finger-length saplings, Lan Yu was a bit surprised. To plant more, he synthesized another magic bean tree, but this time it was synthesized in one go, saving him from wasting tens of thousands of reputation points. Your Majesty. At this moment, a guard walked over to Lan Yu. In a certain part of the estate, Lan Yu had opened a fixed dimensional portal, and some guards from the Infinite Country had entered to guard the place, posing as newly recruited guards. How did the healing potions perform after testing? Lan Yu asked him. The effects are just as you expected, Your Majesty. For slightly stronger individuals, the effects aren't very noticeable. The guard nodded. However, for ordinary people, these potions work quite well. For minor cuts and sword wounds, they can heal quickly and leave no scars. I see. Lan Yu smiled. Then we can buy these potions in bulk and sell them at a normal price to the public. The healing potions were not very effective for Lan Yu, but relatively speaking, they would be invaluable for ordinary people. Therefore, he certainly didn't mind stocking up on them from the Adventurers Guild. As a platinum adventurer, he was experiencing the effects at this moment because the guild knew he was strong and assumed he consumed healing potions like food, so they didn't care how many he bought. Lord Simon thinks the same as the other lords. The guard continued, Your Majesty, there's news from over there that the dragon has arrived. Has he come? Then let's go meet him, Lan Yu said as he stood up. I'll leave this to you. If there's anything here, have someone inform me. Anyway, there's nothing much going on in this world, and Lan Yu doesn't need to stay here for long. Yes, the guard nodded. Then Lan Yu walked towards a whirlpool in front of him. The mysterious lake, what's the place of the gods? This human is quite something, the boy in the small suit said while playing a game. They actually opened a fixed passage and brought some people over. Idiot, that passage has been open for several days now, and you just found out? The girl in the white dress was also playing the game. Ahem, this game is so fun. Who would pay attention to it all the time? After the boy in the small suit cleared a level, he looked at the three and said, So, should we sneak through that passage to another world? I do want to go, but I don't know if there are any restrictions on that passage he opened. If there are, what if we accidentally get sucked into another world and can't come back? The mature woman in the black evening dress held her phone horizontally, watching an exciting TV drama. She was tired of taking photos. This time, she was enjoying an interesting melodrama. If you want to go, there's no need to sneak. Just tell him directly. Sneaking is too risky, the mature woman in the white evening dress said while taking selfies. After watching dramas for a few days, the mature woman in the white evening dress decided to take a break and focus on her selfies this time. However, this human has quite a few abilities, actually creating new types of things. After finishing the game, the girl in the white dress spread her hands, and at that moment, a green bean suddenly appeared in her hand, which was the strange-flavored magic bean. New type? Why not bring it from another world and plant it here? The boy in the suit started playing the game again. Idiot, you're so absorbed in the game. This bean clearly has the aura of magic fruit and various flavored beans. I don't believe there are such similar things in other worlds. The girl in the white dress rolled her eyes at the boy. You've called me an idiot for the second time. If it were before, I would have scolded you to death. The boy was seriously playing the game. Sigh. The four lords have changed, lost their divine authority. The four lower tier gods behind side. In fact, they really wanted to say, give us a show. Watching every day is too tempting. Chapter 68, The Arrival of Two People at the Port of the Infinite Country. Dragon, why don't we fly into the city and stop here? Ace asked him. On the way, it was Dragon who used his devil fruit ability to carry Ace through the air, so he thought it would be more convenient to fly directly into the city now. Actually, he was carrying a large bag of things, and flying would save him some effort. Let's start by letting you understand this country from a port. Otherwise, when would you have the chance to see such a scene? Dragon looked around. He didn't know how many years it had been since he last visited this country, and just the prosperity of this port exceeded his expectations. At the same time, there were many unfamiliar creatures here. Makok, let's go. After moving this cargo, we'll go have a big meal. A worker said to his Pokemon while lifting the cargo. Makok, Makok. Makok was carrying a box several times its size and was almost running. Hitmonchan, we can't lose to them. After we finish moving this cargo, let's go challenge that Big Eater combo at the newly opened KFC. Another worker enthusiastically moved the cargo. Hitmonchan, Hitmonchan. Hearing about the Big Eater combo, Hitmonchan excitedly lifted 2 large items. Huh, the Big Eater combo. I heard you can add anything you want. This is our chance, Beware. Another worker looked at Beware while moving the cargo. Roar, roar, roar. Beware immediately roared, carrying 3 items at once, wanting to finish the work quickly. After all, being able to add anything just meant they could fill it with honey, right? Wouldn't that mean it could eat honey until full? All foodies, shouldn't we stretch a bit after moving things? I heard there's a newly opened spa, and many beautiful Pokemon there. Let's go there later, Croconaw. The foreman looked at the 2 people heading towards the city and then raised an eyebrow at his Pokemon. Crocodile, Crocodile. Croconaw responded with a raised eyebrow as it dragged the cargo. Not only these people worked with their Pokemon, but the port was filled with people working alongside strong-looking Pokemon. Previously, although the eastern country did not communicate with the outside world, there were still fishing boats in places without reefs nearby. Plus, since they decided to open the country, the foreign merchant ships that used to come once a year could now come irregularly. Just as Dragon and Ace arrived here, it was the return of one of those irregular ships. What kind of creatures are these? Why do they all look so strange? Ace, carrying a large bag of items, saw many unfamiliar creatures from the port to the city gate. Perhaps this is what they call a big change? Dragon initially speculated about what brought him here, but now all he saw were these peculiar creatures. You are right, their emergence will completely change our place. At this moment, the deputy captain of the patrol, Alice, came over with several patrol members. I thought you hadn't noticed our arrival, Dragon said with a smile. Alice smiled back. You were spotted as soon as you appeared at the port. Otherwise, do you think you, a stranger whom many people don't recognize, could just come into the city? As expected, I knew why those people at the port looked at us and then completely ignored us. Although the foreman only glanced, Dragon still noticed. He then asked, but why are you the one who came? Where's your brother, Anan? Anan and Alice were brothers, acquainted with Dragon, or rather, the high-ranking officials of this country all knew Dragon. He has business outside, so I came his place. Alice glanced at Ace. You do resemble Sister Luigi quite a bit. Sister Luigi? Ace looked at Alice and asked, who are you? Poor Gasti, Alice. Your grandfather is my uncle, and I am your uncle. Uncle? Ace murmured, realizing that the first family member he met here wasn't his grandfather, but his mother's brother, his uncle. Let us go. I'll take you around here. The king has matters to attend to, and will need some time before he can meet you. Alice called for someone to take Ace's luggage back first. Why do I need to meet your king? After handing his luggage to others, Ace followed Alice and asked, it's not you who will meet him, but me. Dragon said beside him, isn't it good to have someone guide us around? At least we don't have to pay for what we want to eat. Dragon smiled and looked around. There were various foods everywhere nearby, many of which he hadn't seen before. The prosperity here was indeed beyond his expectations. All right, you're right. Ace looked around. Although he had meat and fish every day, it seemed that these meats and fish came with a parenthesis, and apart from these 2 types. What he saw the most were the ordinary foods in Windmill Village. Where could he find such a variety of unfamiliar delicacies like he saw now? He wasn't like Luffy, who would pounce on food the moment he saw it, but with so much food, he felt quite tempted. Alice smiled nonchalantly. I have money in my pocket, but it also depends on how much you make me spend. It's a bit hot now. Let us get something cold to eat. After looking around, Alice walked to a shop. Alice said to the Pokemon acting as a shop assistant, Dragonite, give me some ice green tea mochi. Oh, and a bit of other flavors too. Okay, Dragonite, the shop assistant, replied affirmatively. After putting some green tea mochi and other flavor mochi in a bag, Dragonite blew a breath of cold air onto the mochi, instantly frosting them. Although many cables had been laid, they were still being tested, so electrical appliances had not yet become widespread. With Pokemon capable of using Ice-type moves, Many shops abandoned the troublesome refrigerators and simply had Pokemon blow a breath of cold air. It was simple and convenient. Boss, isn't this too extravagant? Using Dragonite as a shop assistant, Alice asked the shop owner while taking the items from Dragonite. The owner shook his head, slightly sigh. When I saw Dragonite, strong and cute, able to fly people, I couldn't resist my daughter's pleas and just bit the bullet and bought it. He then smiled. But even though Dragonite is expensive, it's indeed worth the price. This little business of mine has been revitalized by Dragonite. It can grill, bake, chill, and do many things, and when it's resting, it brings a lot of interesting experiences. He said it lightly, but that biting the bullet meant spending over 100 million berries. For his small business, that was enough to buy a Dragonite. Look, business is coming again. I want to talk to you, Captain Alice. Seeing another customer come in, the owner put away his money. Seeing this, Alice didn't say much to the owner and returned to the two with the ice mochi. Try this. I can say you won't find such things outside. Oh, this thing is soft and squishy. What kind of food is it? Ace asked while squeezing one. Alice held up a bite-sized piece and introduced it. The green one is green tea glutinous rice cake, just like its name, made with green tea and glutinous rice. There are other flavors too. The green tea inside is very fragrant, and the glutinous rice has a subtle rice aroma. It's sticky while eating, but it doesn't stick to your teeth. Long, after taking a bite of an iced green tea glutinous rice cake, commented, wait. Long suddenly remembered something and looked at the shop selling the glutinous rice cakes, where some people were queuing to buy. Aren't the quality of your grains supposed to be poor? So you can only provide me with some inferior grains? How come there's so many good glutinous rice cakes now? Poor grain quality? Hearing this, Alice laughed. That was many years ago. After hearing Alice say this, Long understood what was going on and slapped his forehead. Okay, I was deceived by your former majesty, trading a bunch of bad grains for so much information. Then it's your fault. Who told you not to come back for so many years? Even when getting grains, you just have people pick them up at the port and leave. Alice shrugged and took a glutinous rice cake to eat. If only you had come back once. You would know that the development here in the East Country is not worse than that of first-class nations. How would the grains be bad? But it has already been renamed to the Country of Infinity. So we need to notify you to come back and see how much this country has changed. Renamed to Country of Infinity? Then what are these creatures? Long looked around, noticing that everyone had a peculiar creature beside them. They're called Pokemon, a mysterious creature with infinite potential. Many of them possess the potential of a Navy admiral, Alice said with a smile as he walked. Chapter 69. The two watched the battle dragon squint at his eyes, slightly in disbelief as he said, there are many more? A Navy admiral is not something that just anyone can become. If one possesses a good devil fruit, then that potential is understandable. But without the ability of a fruit, pure potential is hard to discern. Looking at the Pokemon he could see, he didn't feel any of them had the potential to be an admiral, especially with so many small Pokemon around that looked just like pets. He felt he could squash them with a single slap. Do you think it's impossible? Seeing Dragon's expression, Eris chuckled. Many people feel the same way when they first see them, but they have other names. They are magical creatures capable of using various attribute abilities. Because we have regulations here, they cannot use destructive powers freely on the streets. So here, you can only see their appearances, not their true strengths. If you want to see how powerful they really are, you'll have to go to specific places. Then let's go to this specific place. Ace was also curious about how strong these Pokemon really were, prompting his uncle to say they had the potential of an admiral. No problem. I was planning to take you to the commercial district anyway. As Eris led the two toward the Eastern Commercial District, he began to introduce some information about the Pokemon. Near the Eastern Commercial District, there was an arena. This arena was previously used for fighting. Bored people could come here for a match, and those with grudges could settle them here, as well as host competitions. But now, with Pokemon, the arena also featured Pokemon battles. However, no arena, no matter how large, could accommodate all the people wanting to battle. So an outdoor battle area was also established in the commercial district, supervised by dedicated personnel. On their way to the arena, Eris happened to pass by this battle area, where a large crowd had already gathered. Machoke, Mega Punch. What an opportunity. Hitmonlee. Spin and use high jump kick to knock it away. We won't let you succeed. Machoke. Use the technique we've been practicing for days. The Chi Punch with a left hook to slam it to the ground. Machoke didn't unleash its Mega Punch. Instead, it quickly stepped back a little to dodge Hitmonlee's kick, then swung its powerful left fist forward, striking Hitmonlee. Bang! Hitmonlee slammed into the ground, creating a net-like crack on the surface. Machoke's punch was incredibly powerful, causing Hitmonlee to be unable to withstand the damage, lying on the ground with swirling eyes. Seeing this, Hitmonlee's trainer sighed and recalled it with a Pokeball. Then shook his head. You really can, managing to pull off such a fierce move. Last time I lost to your leg techniques as a supporter of fist techniques. How can I accept that? Mashoki's trainer exchanged a fist bump with Machoke. How have you been training Machoke these days? How did you manage to develop such a powerful move in such a short time? Hitmonlee's trainer asked curiously. Mashoki's trainer shook his head. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's obvious you haven't been watching Princess Robin's explanations recently. Pokemon can accumulate their understanding of moves, but some moves don't require accumulation and can be learned directly with a move tutor machine. After some training, they can master it completely. Now that you mention it. Indeed. Enough chit-chat after your battle. There are many people waiting in line. Before Hitmonlee's trainer could finish, someone waiting to battle yelled. Exactly. If you want to chat, do it later. There's still many people waiting to battle behind you. Although your battle was good, there are even more exciting ones coming up. If you don't want to get beaten up, hurry up. After your battle, take your Pokemon to the hospital to recover. What is the point of chatting here? Sorry. Machoke and Hitmonlee's trainers quickly stepped down, fearing they would be attacked if they moved slowly. After they stepped down, others in line wasted no time, and the next two trainers stepped up. Come out. Rampardos. Oh, impressive. You've evolved your Cornitos. The trainer on the right of the battle area laughed. But sorry, it seems my Pokemon just happens to counter your Rampardos. Then he threw out a Pokeball. Come out. Gyarados. Roar. When Gyarados emerged, it let out a loud roar, and Rampardos, not to be outdone, roared back. You're not bad either, managing to evolve your Magikarp. But speaking of counters, don't you know about reverse attribute masters? Also, this isn't a water arena. Your Gyarados is like it's missing a leg. Who counters whom is uncertain. Rampardos, show him our strength. Use Earthquake. Rampardos' trainer shouted. Gyarados' trainer chuckled, then put on a serious expression. Want to be a reverse attribute master? Then you have to get past me first. Gyarados, Surf? Of course, Earthquake wasn't a large-scale quake. It was just an attack in the form of shockwaves within the arena. And Surf didn't create a massive wave, but rather small waves within the arena. However, as soon as these two launched their big moves, the spectators nearby hurriedly stepped back, getting knocked down while watching a battle wasn't covered by insurance. Bang! When the two moves collided, a wave of air rushed to both sides. Fortunately, those on either side had retreated some distance. Otherwise, they would have been blown over by the shockwave. Gyarados, now's your chance. Hit it with Hydro Pump. Who can't do that? Rampardos, use Hyper Beam. Another loud bang sounded. Gyarados, hit it with a big move, Blizzard. We can do that too. Rampardos, Blizzard. The situation that followed doesn't need much explanation. These two seemed to unleash their big moves without restraint, completely disregarding their stamina, only needing to hit their opponent in a short time. In the end, Rampardos won against Gyarados with a close-range Thunder, giving its trainer a win against a reverse attribute. However, Gyarados' trainer looked down on his opponent, thinking, winning with electricity against a water and flying-type Gyarados isn't really reverse attribute. But after the previous match, Gyarados' trainer stepped down to continue his disdain. Rampardos' trainer stated, according to Rampardos' attributes, it just won against the type that counters it. Next up, the two trainers used small, agile Pokemon, Pikachu and Snorlax, battling rapidly and dazzling the spectators. In the end, Pikachu narrowly won. After watching this battle, Eris led the two toward the arena. The Pokemon battles inside the arena were actually no different from the battles in the commercial district. It was all the same kind of fighting. The arena has just added a few features, one of which is the random change of venues. Unlike the commercial area where the venue continues to be used even when it's worn out. However, for those who enjoy battling in the commercial area, this natural battleground is much more interesting. So what do you think? Do you see any potential for them to become generals? On the way to the arena, Eris asked with a smile, looking at Long and Ace, whose surprised expressions had not yet faded. All right, I underestimated them. Long took a breath and commented, although the Pokemon from the last 3 battles have not shown strength at the general level, with their moves of water, electric, fire, and wind, they can definitely be said to possess the abilities of a natural-type Devil Fruit. With such a variety of strong abilities, as long as they are willing to work hard and have enough time to train, reaching the general level is indeed possible. At the same time, Long noticed the most important point about these Pokemon. They can be used widely, not to mention Pokemon with the strength of a Navy General. Even those at the rank of Commander, based on the power these Pokemon have demonstrated, at least each Pokemon can grow to possess the strength of a Lieutenant. When you think about it, if everyone in this country were matched with a Pokemon, it would mean that everyone in this country would be at the level of Lieutenant. Just thinking about such a force is terrifying. Long actually couldn't understand where creatures like Pokemon came from. But even if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't ask, as this is a secret of the country. And asking would only make things awkward for both sides. The Pokemon battles were so exciting that I felt completely heated up. After 3 battles, Ace became very interested in Pokemon, watching from the sidelines with great enthusiasm. He was eager to pull in a Pokemon for a battle right now. Ace also asked Eris, "Can I get one of those Pokemon?" "Of course," Eris replied with a smile. "There are stores in the commercial area that specialize in selling Pokemon." Instantly, Ace became excited. "Oh, how much is one? Let me see if I have enough money to buy one." There are Pokemon that cost a few thousand berries, some that cost over 10,000 berries, and even some that cost hundreds of millions of berries. Can you get one for a few thousand berries? But it's clear that those Pokemon are not of good quality. Ace immediately thought of this point. If he were to buy one, he would buy one for over 10,000 berries, just right for the amount of money I have, huh? Some Pokemon seem to be struck at their core. Meanwhile, Long's eyes lit up. They can be sold. Chapter 70. Trade. After a while, Alyssa brought the two to the arena. Here, the two witnessed even more intense battles. The arena had environment changes that allowed certain Pokemon moves to unleash greater power, and some people took advantage of the suitable conditions to almost dominate their opponents. At the same time, some individuals were having a great time, stepping into the arena alongside their Pokemon, demonstrating what true cooperation between a trainer and their Pokemon looks like. Oh, this is amazing. Using one's own strength to launch the Pokemon like a ball against the opponent. And this is impressive too, synchronously unleashing frenzied attacks with a Pokemon, leaving the opponent defenseless. That one is good as well, using the Pokemon as a gun to continuously attack the opponent. The more they watched, the more they wanted to own a Pokemon and have a match against others. The arena was large enough to host multiple battles simultaneously. After arriving here and seeing so many different battles, Ace couldn't help but express his amazement. Having witnessed the power of these Pokemon, Long also remarked, "Indeed, even for someone with strong composure like me, seeing such spectacular Pokemon battles makes me want to have my own Pokemon." Then, taking advantage of Ace moving a bit further away to watch another match, Long asked Alyssa, "I really want to know if Pokemon can be traded in large quantities?" Alyssa immediately understood what Long was getting at, but he pretended to be clueless, saying, "Having one or two is enough for you to train. Do you want to trade in large quantities? I've made it quite clear, you can't possibly not understand what I mean." Long shot a glance at Alyssa, thinking this guy was clearly playing dumb. Alyssa shrugged and said, "All right, I understand what you mean about trading, but as the leader of the Revolutionary Army, what would you do with a large number of Pokemon? Fight against the world government? Wouldn't that expose our location?" Upon hearing this, Long shook his head, deciding not to beat around the bush any longer, and directly expressed his earlier thoughts. "From my short observation, with the presence of Pokemon, this place will definitely develop into a powerful nation. And what does a powerful nation need? Communication and openness. In other words, when the time is right, this place will definitely open its borders and completely lift the restrictions on this nation. With a large number of Pokemon present, we won't be afraid of any external forces. So even if I don't trade, once the borders are opened, the world government will still investigate the situation here. I don't believe none of you have thought about this. Plus, after the trade, our Revolutionary Army's strength will increase, which can draw the attention of the world government and relieve some pressure on this place. Isn't that a great deal?" Long concluded, "Indeed, it's a good deal. But simple trading isn't very beneficial for us here," said Lan Yu as he approached. "Your Majesty," Alyssa called out, seeing Lan Yu's appearance. Long immediately smiled and said, "You finally showed up. It seems this is the first time I'm meeting the grown-up you. But what national affairs have kept you so busy? Further enhancing this nation and also speeding up the process of opening it up." Lan Yu smiled slightly. Lan Yu's memory of Long was shallow. He didn't even remember when they had met before, but he was somewhat familiar with him since he was a character in the story. "It's indeed a big matter," Long said, raising his hands. "In that case, I was right. Since you all plan to open your borders, what is the harm in trading with me? You didn't say you wouldn't trade. You just said it wasn't beneficial for us." Lan Yu shrugged. "We're so familiar with each other. The trade must be fair. How could it not be beneficial?" Long asked. "Beyond fairness," Lan Yu chuckled. "Beyond fairness?" Long immediately understood what Lan Yu was hinting at and shook his head, saying, "You still have the nerve to say that. Your father secretly provided me with poor quality food, and you directly asked for something beneficial. After all, we are of the same kin. Can't we not treat it like a business? Both my father and I are for this nation, so of course, business matters will lean towards this nation." Lan Yu shrugged. "What you said makes it sound like I'm not from this nation," Long retorted. Then why haven't you returned to this nation for so many years? Have you not helped this nation at all? Helped? How much information has the intelligence personnel from outside shared with the Revolutionary Army? All right, let us do it this way. One devil fruit in exchange for a fully capable Pokemon with general potential, Lan Yu said, raising a finger. He didn't want to talk too much with Long, fearing that the more they talked, the more Long would bring up past grievances, making it seem like they were bullying him. Then Lan Yu continued, I'm sure Alyssa has told you something about the potential of Pokemon. You've probably guessed that potential comes in both good and bad forms. Good ones can reach the desired power. Among Pokemon, there are those with very strong, innate talents, and if trained properly, they can definitely become generals. Such Pokemon can be bought for over 100 million berries here. So trading for one with a devil fruit is not a bad deal for you. After all, some devil fruits, if not used properly, are worthless. But as long as Pokemon are trained normally, their potential can be well displayed. Upon hearing this, Long laughed. I find you more articulate than your father. You made me speechless. This isn't something I can say. If you understand Pokemon well enough, you could say the same. Lan Yu smiled and asked, so, what is your decision? This could be traded. Long nodded. One devil fruit for a Pokemon with true general potential worth over 100 million ISNTA loss. But he then asked, what about other Pokemon? Can you give me a cheaper deal? Or are there any with decent potential, but at a slightly lower price? Long had seen the prices at the Pokemon shop in the commercial area, which varied. If he were to buy himself, he would definitely go for the more expensive ones, as higher prices generally indicated better potential. But with so many people in the Revolutionary Army, buying all expensive ones would quickly drain their resources. It's impossible to lower the price. That wouldn't be fair to the people here. However, if you're looking for Pokemon with strong potential but lower prices, there are two types that fit perfectly. Lan Yu thought of what Pokemon to recommend. Magikarp can be bought for half price, 1,000 berries each, and its evolved form, Gyarados, is extremely powerful. You probably saw it in the battle arena. And the minimum price for Gyarados after evolution here is 100,000. Long frowned and said, so cheap before evolution? There must be some restrictions on evolution, right? On the way here, Long had heard from a list that Pokemon can evolve. He knew that lower prices indicated poorer quality Pokemon, and the price of 1,000 for Magikarp was likely near the lowest. But he couldn't imagine that such a Pokemon could evolve into something as powerful as Gyarados. Just comparing the prices before and after evolution, there is a 100-fold difference, and with such a low price, who would believe that Magikarp was without issues? Lan Yu nodded, that is right. It has significant limitations. One is that Magikarp's strength is very poor. A kid with some strength could easily cook it. The second is that its evolution is very difficult. The success rate for its evolution is only 10%. Other Pokemon can evolve through accumulation, though it can't be said to be 100, but around 80 to 90. However, for Magikarp, there are additional factors besides accumulation. It may require anger, so you need to insult it, or it might lack love and need enough affection. It could also be that it likes something specific and needs to obtain that thing to evolve. Its evolution can be said to be very uncertain. However, if you find a fast-flowing river with high and low slopes, its evolution success rate can reach 30. Fortunately, if Magikarp's evolution weren't so difficult, given its breeding ability, the Pokemon world would be dominated by Gyarados. After hearing what Lan Yu said, Long shook his head. Weak strength, difficult evolution, no wonder it's so cheap. What about another kind? Long then asked. There's another Pokemon called Phoeba, aptly named. Its strength is very weak, even weaker than Magikarp. The Phoeba we currently have can only exhibit the strength of a junior officer. However, its price is 10,000 each, and it is not sold casually. You can't buy it at all in Pokemon shops. Lan Yu shook his hand. Why? Long was a bit confused. Why would a Pokemon weaker than Magikarp be banned from sale? It's simple. It has an ability, which is the gathering ability. When 10,000 Phoeba with the strength of junior officers gather together, Lan Yu clenched his right fist and then opened it. They can unleash the strength of a general in the sea. This was known after testing by the higher-ups of the Infinite Realm, but encountering so many Phoeba is very difficult, even harder than encountering a legendary Pokemon with a weakness. So far, they have only introduced 20,000 Phoeba with the strength of junior officers. Although there are some weaker Phoeba, their combined explosive strength is not strong, so they are not counted. If Long wants to buy, Lan Yu can sell him 10,000, providing the Revolutionary Army with a powerful helper to hold back the world government. Does quantity lead to qualitative change? Long immediately thought of these words to describe it. No wonder it is more expensive than Magikarp. At the same time, his eyes lit up even more. The combined strength of 10,000 1000 junior officers is actually not strong and could easily be eliminated by a general. But now, the existence of Phi-Ba can turn something decayed into something miraculous. So, are you interested in these two Pokemon? Lan Yu asked, shrugging his shoulders. Of course I am. Long squinted and smiled. Buying 10,000 Phi-Ba is equivalent to spending 100 million to buy a general, and although Magikarp's evolution is a bit difficult, buying 10,000 with a 10 evolution rate would yield 1,000. These 1,000 Gyarados in the sea, even if they can't fight, could scare some of the world government's armies to death. Since the deal is done, I'll go back and prepare things first. Long put on the cloak and hood behind him. In such a hurry? Lan Yu asked in surprise. Bring Ace over. I've been out for a few days. Now that I know what's happening in this country, I should go back and tell others so they can come here when they have time to choose their favorite Pokemon. With a whoosh, Long disappeared without a trace. Chapter 71 3 Pokemon. The Pokemon battles here are so exciting to watch, especially the way various moves are flying around. It's just thrilling. After taking a look around the battles, Ace returned to where Alice was. However, upon returning, he didn't see Long, so he looked at Alice and asked, "Where's Long?" Alice replied, "Long had something to take care of and left." Left? He just got here for such a short time, and he left. Ace scratched his head. "Let me introduce you. This is our country's king, His Majesty Lan Yu." Alice waved his hand towards Lan Yu, then gestured towards Ace. "Your Majesty, this is Ace, Sister Lu Jio's son. You're the king here?" Ace sized up Lan Yu, feeling a bit skeptical. He thought Lan Yu looked more like a bystander watching the Pokemon battles. Seeing Ace talk like this, Alice reminded him in a slightly stern tone, "Ace, do not be rude." "Ha ha. Sorry, I've been in Windmill Village for so long, I've never seen what a king looks like." Ace chuckled, realizing that the person in front of him was indeed a king. "It's fine. Sometimes looking like a bystander makes it easier to get along with people," Lan Yu said with a nonchalant smile. Even without Alice's introduction, Lan Yu recognized Ace. He knew Ace's personality better than Alice did, and he understood that Ace was just being casual without any malice. However, Lan Yu suddenly remembered something interesting. The Revolutionary Army would come by in a while to select Pokemon, which meant Sabo would come here. I wonder what would happen when Ace and Sabo meet. By the way, your grandfather found out you were coming a few days ago, so he hasn't returned to the village these days and has been staying in the palace. Lan Yu looked at Ace and asked, "Do you want to go see him now, or do you want to wander around a bit before heading to the palace?" Upon hearing this, Ace let out a breath. "Let's go now. We have to meet sooner or later. It's better to do it sooner than later." With a nervous heart, Ace followed Lan Yu to the palace. As soon as they arrived at the palace, without anyone needing to notify them, Mach and Ace ran into each other directly. "You are Ace?" Mach, upon seeing Ace for the first time, seemed to see a shadow of Lucio. Then he sighed. "You look very much like Lucio, but thankfully you don't look like that bastard Roger." "That bastard Roger, always doing." Ace directly interrupted Mach. "Let's not talk about him in a situation like today." "You're right, today is our meeting, so let's not mention him." Mach waved his hand indicating, "Come on, I'll show you around the palace. Everything outside is here in the palace, and things that aren't outside are still here. Whatever you want to find, you can easily find it in the palace." "Lan Yu, it sounds like you're describing your own home." Mach took Ace around the palace for a while, during which Ace saw many more Pokemon, not any less than outside, and he also realized that his grandfather was a very kind old man. In fact, Mach used to be very stubborn, but after Lu Jio's departure and passing, along with spending time with Pokemon, he understood that stubbornness was of no use anymore. It was better to let go of his heart in the remaining time and watch how this country would develop, leaving a good impression for his grandson. In a garden somewhere in the palace, Mach took out a few gifts for him. For the infinite country now, what gifts are the best to give? Buzid Pokemon. The rest not much else. Your mother wanted to soar through the skies, but at that time this country couldn't provide it for her, so she went out searching. Now, with Pokemon, her dream can be easily realized. Originally, this Pokemon was meant for her. Mach pointed at the Pokeball in Ace's hand and said, "But now she doesn't have the chance, so I'm giving this Pokemon to you, hoping you can take good care of it." Ace nodded. He previously had no goals, but now he would make his mother's dream his own. "Come out." Ace mimicked the people in the battle arena, pressed the button on the Pokeball, and after enlarged, he tossed it out. Bang! A Bagon appeared. "It is?" After the Pokemon came out, Ace stared wide-eyed at it. If he didn't know that Pokemon would evolve, he wouldn't believe this little guy could soar through the skies. "Bagon, a Pokemon with strong power," Lan Yu said. "His Majesty said its dream is to soar through the sky, just like Lugio's dream. Its final evolution is the powerful Salamence, and then it will be able to fly you around. However, whether it can fly you around depends on your training." His Majesty mentioned that dragon types can promote Pokemon's growth. So if you want to grow to 2 or 3 meters tall to carry you flying, you better feed a lot of dragon type food. Dragon type food? I've caught some of those before, so little guy, if you stick with me, you can eat dragon type food every day. Ace squatted down and smiled, patting Bagon's head. Bagon. But Bagon's single cry was accompanied by a bang. Ace, not paying attention for a moment, was headbutted in the stomach by Bagon. After the collision, Bagon rolled aside to play. This little guy's head is so hard. Ace stood up, holding his stomach. Looks like you still need to spend some time with it. Mock smiled at the sight. What about these 2 Pokemon? After Ace's stomach felt better, he took out the other 2 Pokeballs, preparing for the worst. If they were like Bagon and headbutt him, he might throw up everything he ate today. Mock pointed at the 2 Pokeballs and said, "These 2 Pokemon are gifts from your 2 uncles. One is a water-type Psyduck, which evolves into Golduck, and the other is a fire-type Duskull, which is already its final evolution. These 2 Pokemon were selected with His Majesty Lon Yu's approval. To quote His Majesty, one is a duck that counters dogs, and the other Duskull can ignore lava." Counter dogs? Ignore lava? What does that mean? Ace scratched his head in confusion, not understanding what Lon Yu meant. Mock shook his head. "I don't know either. His Majesty said you might understand in the future, but also mentioned it's best not to understand." Really? What does understand even mean? This made Ace feel very vague. However, Psyduck is easy to get along with. It has another nickname called Silly Duck, and its personality is silly. As for Duskull, it's a bit difficult to get along with. Its strength is very strong. The reason for choosing it was to provide you with protection. If you can't make it trust you, it will only help you when you're in danger. Mock reminded, "Is that so? Then let's see how they are." Ace threw the Pokeball a bit farther to avoid being attacked. Bang! Bang! A yellow and a red Pokemon appeared. Oh, this Psyduck looks a bit like that guy Luffy. Upon seeing Psyduck's silly expression, Ace laughed. Then Psyduck saw Bagon and started playing with it. However, Ace smiled. But when the Duckbill Fire Beast came out, it fired a shot, seemingly resting its hand on its shin, then looked at Ace with a fierce expression. It then turned to look at Moke and called out twice, as if to say, "Am I going to be its caretaker from now on?" "That's right. I hope you take good care of him." As if understanding the Duckbill Fire Beast's meaning, Moke nodded. Fire. The Duckbill Fire Beast approached a nearby rock table and gestured with its hand towards Ace. What is it doing? Ace didn't understand its actions. It wants to arm wrestle with you. Previously, Alice made it submit through arm wrestling. However, you need to. Before Moke could finish speaking, Ace ran over to the Duckbill Fire Beast. "It's just arm wrestling. I'm very strong." Then, with a bang, the rock table broke apart. Ace looked blankly at his numb arm. How did the start and the end happen at the same time? He hadn't even reacted yet, and the arm wrestling was over. Don't underestimate any Pokemon. Even the weakest Caterpie might be stronger than you. Moke chuckled and shook his head. At that moment, a Caterpie passed by. Looking puzzled at the two, "Are you calling me?" "Fire." The Duckbill Fire Beast shook its hand, indicating, "Kid, you're no good. You're so weak. Being your caretaker will be very difficult." As if understanding the Duckbill Fire Beast's meaning, Ace shouted, Next time I'll hold on longer, no. Next time, I will definitely win against you." Fire. The Duckbill Fire Beast showed a disdainful expression, which was not really disdainful. It always had a look of contempt for everything. It indicated, "Kid, don't even say you'll win against me. At your current level, if you can hold on for a bit next time, I'll let you give me some orders." And so, in order to make his Pokemon listen to him and to improve his own strength, Ace temporarily stayed in this country. Chapter 72. The gift giver arrives at the same time in a certain sea area of a new world, aboard the red-haired pirate's ship. "Damn, that crazy dog carp has been chasing us for so many days without letting up. We're pirates. He's the Navy, so it's normal for him to chase us." No, that's not normal. If he's going to chase someone, shouldn't it be easier to chase bigger pirates? It seems our recent actions have shown that we're aligning ourselves with the 3 biggest pirate crews. If you ask me, the reason Carp is chasing us is that our captain messed with his grandson, and with all the noise we've been making lately, who else would he chase? You're right. It must be that when Carp went back to see Luffy, he kept saying he wanted to be Pirate King, which angered Carp. After Carp gave Luffy a beating, he directly blew our captain's cover. "So, Captain, because of you, we're being chased by Carp like this. What are you going to do to compensate us?" The members of the red-haired pirates all looked at Shanks. The atmosphere in their crew was great. As long as it wasn't a serious matter, even Shanks, the captain, could be joked with freely. "Ahem, you all have a part in this too." Shanks coughed and shrugged his shoulders. "TCH, we're just bystanders watching." "That's right. You gave the powerful king of the near seas an arm and sent your favorite straw hat to Luffy. So as his guide, now we, the onlookers, are caught up in this. What are you going to do about it?" "We don't need much. Just give each of us a few 100,000 berries for drinking money. As soon as those words came out, the corner of Shank's mouth twitched. With so many of you, that drinking money would add up to several billion berries. We'd drink away our entire fortune. Shanks could only say, drinking money can be arranged, but I can't give you hundreds of thousands of berries. Ha ha ha. That's the line we've been waiting for. Brothers, while that guy Carp is far behind us, let's have a party. Oh, a party. The logistics crew didn't give Shanks a chance to respond and hurried to prepare. Of course, even though they said it was a party, they had to keep some personnel on guard. Otherwise, if Carp suddenly caught up, wouldn't they be waiting to be slaughtered? After a while into the party. Refreshing. After being chased by Carp for so many days, we can finally enjoy a drink. Once we become the 4th Emperor pirate crew, we can settle down, and Carp won't be able to come after us like this. Not necessarily. Carp is a mad dog. Whoever provokes him, he will chase to the death. And once we have a stable territory, he'll have a clear target to bite down on. Indeed, all of this is to blame on the captain. Why did you have to tempt his grandson? Exactly. That innocent and adorable kid was led astray by the captain. Sigh. Poor Luffy, who knows how many punches he took from Carp. Shanks, you all are enjoying your food and drinks, and yet you're still bringing this up? Are you thinking about that few 100,000? Ahem. Let's not talk about these things during such a happy time. Let's drink freely now. Shanks raised his glass to signal the others. Who? At that moment, Shanks felt something rushing toward them, and his expression became slightly serious. Except for few people, the others hadn't yet reacted to what Shanks meant when suddenly there was a swoosh, and a bird several meters tall flew onto their ship. What kind of bird is this? Why is it so big? Just when we're having a party? Should we roast it to eat? Idiot. This is clearly a devil fruit user. What kind of bird-type devil fruit is this? Now is not the time to discuss this. The other party has already come onto our ship. Shouldn't we be on alert? The people on the ship saw the suddenly appearing giant bird, and after a few exchanges, reacted and wanted to grab their weapons. However, Shanks waved his hand to stop everyone. There's no killing intent. We don't need to be so tense. Who are you? Shanks looked at the bird and asked. Once the bird entered Shanks' sensing range, he noticed it, but he didn't expect it to fly to his ship so quickly. As expected of Shanks, who was about to ascend to the throne of an emperor, he discovered me so quickly. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yanins, sent by His Majesty Blue U to deliver a gift to congratulate you on becoming the 4th Emperor of the New World. The giant bird transformed back into Yanins' form. Yanins is a user of the bird fruit, swift-tailed swallow fruit, and his speed in the air is extremely fast. He didn't expect to be locked onto as soon as he entered Shanks' ship. Hearing this, Shanks laughed. Oh, so you're one of Blue U.S. people. It's been a long time, and he has actually become a king. Why did your previous king want to retire so quickly? Did he see Blue U being too free outside and want to give him something to do? Our former majesty has passed away, Yanin said calmly. Instantly, Shanks' brow furrowed. Passed away? Although he hadn't seen Blue U.S. father since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates. Through a few conversations, he remembered that Blue U.S. father was only around 50 years old. At that age, barring any external factors, it wouldn't be easy to pass away. So, Shanks asked with a serious expression, was it because of someone? No, it was due to illness. Yanins shook his head, but he didn't want to elaborate, and then said, this happened a long time ago. There's nothing more to say now. I came mainly to deliver a gift. All right. Seeing this, Shanks didn't ask any more questions and smiled. What gift did Blue U prepare for us this time? It's these. Yanins put down the backpack on his back, took out a box, and opened it, revealing the pock balls inside. Red and white balls? What are these for? Shanks asked in surprise upon seeing what was inside the box. You'll find out soon. This one is for you, Shanks. That one is for Ben Beckman. This one is for Jesus Burgess. This one is for Lockie. And this one is for... Yanins read out a few names, and after they raised their hands, he handed the pock balls to them. Oh, we also have a share. Yeah, we thought we were just going to quietly watch the captain show off. But what is the use of this ball? This wouldn't be a trinket sent to us by Blue U, would it? It shouldn't be, right? Even if it's a trinket, wouldn't it be better to send different ones? What is the point of sending the same red and white balls? A few of them looked at the pock balls and didn't notice anything special about them. These are pock balls, containing the Pokémon that our majesty prepared for you. Yanins explained. Pock balls? Pokémon? What are those things? Shanks looked confused with his extensive experience. He had never heard of these two things. Just follow my lead and you'll understand. Giannis took out his own Pokeball, demonstrated pressing the button on it to a few people, then enlarged the Pokeball and tossed it out. Bang, bang, bang. Several beams of red light flashed out from the Pokeball. Ow, 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 bah, bah, magnet, magnet. Cabby, Neo, Neo. After a few Pokemon appeared, they each called out, "How can such small balls contain creatures of such large size?" And these are Pokemon. Xianx widened his eyes and blinked a few times. Looking at these Pokemon, which were all peculiar creatures he had never seen before, somewhat resembling the diverse and unique marine life. That's right, they are collectively known as Pokemon. They are a kind of magical creature, each with different species attributes, capable of using various attribute moves, and they can evolve. Yana's introduced Pokemon and also mentioned that the Pokeball utilizes spatial technology. This Pokeball's spatial technology is incredible. How does it manage to shrink creatures and fit them inside? Sigh, we're not tech people. Asking these questions is pointless. Are these Pokemon really that powerful? They just seem so cute like pets. Indeed, being so small, having them feels a bit like a burden. Could it be that this guy thinks we're lacking fun during our sea voyage, so he specially sent us a few pets? We are lacking fun. But as for raising pets, let's skip that. I had a pet once, and after getting into a fight with the Navy, that pet got involved, and it made me sad for several days. Other people seem to ignore Giannis's introduction after seeing the Pokemon. Seeing this, Giannis waved to the Pokemon. Everyone, you'll be following them from now on, but they currently underestimate you a bit. So, in order for you to enjoy good food and drink in the future, let's show them what you can do. Chapter 73. Delivering Gifts After Hearing Giannis. The eyes of these Pokemon were filled with fire. How dare they underestimate them? In order to enjoy a good life in the future, and to shock those who look down on them, it's time for them to showcase their power. So, they unleashed electric attacks, spewed fire, slashed with sword energy, struck with claws, hurled rocks as big as people, and unleashed water. Bang! 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 A flurry of moves from the Pokemon struck the surface of the sea, directly causing the nearby waters to explode and send waves higher than the ship. Was I just dreaming? Someone near the ship wiped the water, splashed on their face. Dreaming? Are so many people dreaming? I felt more like I was watching a show. These Pokemon couldn't have all eaten devil fruits, right? How could they unleash so many different attribute moves? Didn't Giannis just say they were magical Pokemon? They can use moves of various attributes? Then what he said must be true. This world is vast. It can only be said that there are still things we haven't encountered. These Pokemon, with their small bodies, contain immense energy. The members of the Red Hair Pirates were astonished after witnessing the various moves exhibited by the Pokemon, and they couldn't help but feel they had underestimated them. It's not that they were inexperienced. They had seen many strange things at sea, and it's not that they hadn't seen grand spectacles before, no matter how grand. They had seen it all, but at this moment, they couldn't explain how these small, adorable Pokemon could use abilities more diverse than those granted by devil fruits. If it weren't for Yanana's mentioning they hadn't eaten devil fruits and introducing them, they would surely think these Pokemon were biological forms of devil fruits. After analyzing the moves demonstrated by the Pokemon, Shanks commented, "These Pokemon are indeed powerful, even more formidable than those pirates worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions." Yananas shook his head and smiled. This is not their final strength. They can still evolve. This means their potential has not been fully realized. As for how far they can go, it depends on your training. If trained properly, each of them could possess the strength of a Marine Admiral. The strength of a Marine Admiral? Beckman squinted his eyes. The Navy had so many talented individuals, but only managed to cultivate a few admirals. Now Yananas claims that the Pokemon he sent could be trained to the level of a Marine Admiral? This was hard to believe. Not convinced. Seeing Beckman's expression, Yananas said, "Then let me show you the next gift." "Come out, Rotom." Yananas took out another Pokeball and tossed it, then pulled out a smartphone from his backpack. Rotom. After emerging from the Pokeball, Rotom attached itself to the smartphone. Then, the back of the smartphone sprouted eyes and a mouth, and added a pair of horns on top and bottom. Before it spoke, Rotom, "Hello everyone, I'm the smartphone Rotom." "Smartphone Rotom, introduce your functions to everyone," Yananas instructed. "Okay, Rotom," replied Rotom. "I'm an all-purpose smartphone. I have functions such as a Pokédex, information record query, photography, video viewing, music playback, communication, and internet access. However, there is no network here, so the internet and communication functions are temporarily unavailable. The smartphone Rotom has been introduced in the Infinite Realm, but due to network issues, it hasn't been sold yet. The network issue is somewhat complicated. After all, this world has too many magnetic fields, making it difficult to transmit signals. So if the network problem cannot be resolved in the short term, when the smartphone Rotom is sold, it will only be a local area network version within the Infinite Realm. So many functions? Shanks was a bit surprised. This smartphone Rotom practically included everything a transponder snail could do. However, he didn't ask what the network was or why it was absent. After all, with so many functions? It must be that the technology was not yet perfected. Once it was, he would understand. But even if he didn't, it didn't matter. After all, the wonders of the devil fruits could explain everything. It can even take photos. Take one for me. Click. As soon as Jezeb finished speaking, the light on the smartphone Rotom flashed, and the image taken appeared on the front of the smartphone. Ha! So clear, faster than a camera transponder snail. And you can see it immediately. Jezeb revealed a look of amazement upon seeing his own appearance on the phone. Yananas signaled, "Smartphone Rotom, play the intense Pokemon battle." Okay, Rotom. The smartphone Rotom faced the crowd, quickly searched, and directly played footage of two Pokemon battling. One was a Dragonite from Dufu, and the other was Cynthia's Garchomp. But the video did not show the two trainers, only the battle between the two Pokemon. The members of the red-haired pirates gathered around when they saw the video footage on the smartphone. The battle between the two Pokemon, starting with a cautious approach and then becoming serious, escalated in intensity, strength, and shock to the red-haired pirates. What Pokemon is this? How is it so powerful? It's too strong. That fire attack felt like it could melt me. That lightning move was also impressive. When it struck the ground, it exploded. Their speed is incredible. If I weren't watching the footage, I feel like my eyes couldn't keep up. It seems the battle scene between these two Pokemon is no less impressive than what we've seen from Marine Admirals. The battle being played in the smartphone was somewhat beyond their expectations. The battle between the two Pokemon made them feel like they were watching admirals in combat. After the battle video ended, seeing the shocked expressions on these faces, Yanana smiled. Now you must have seen their potential. So I hope you will treat them well in the future, allowing them to unleash their true strength. Of course. Shanks and the others nodded. Although there were no Devil Fruit users on their ship, if companions like these Pokemon with abilities similar to those of Devil Fruits joined them, they would certainly not treat them poorly, not to mention the potential of these Pokemon to use various attribute abilities. So what are our Pokemon called? Lajaru looked at his round Pokemon. That's simple. The smartphone Rotom can introduce them to you. It has a Pokédex and can quickly query Pokemon information. Yananas looked at Rotom and said, "Introduce these Pokemon one by one." Okay, Rotom. The Rotom phone first introduced Shanks' Pokemon, Dratini, a dragon-type Pokemon with a hard head that dreams of soaring through the sky. Its first evolutionary stage is Dragonair, and its second evolution is Dragonite. After introducing Shanks' Dratini, the Rotom phone went on to introduce other people's Pokemon, such as Ben Beckman's Porygon, Jesus' Magnemite, and Raki's Snorlax. Lord Blue mentioned that they all fit your personalities very well. Although I don't know what your personalities are, some of them are obvious at a glance. Yanas looked at Raki, who was holding a chicken leg, and said with a smile, "Snorlax is a Pokemon that loves to eat and can eat a lot. Once it reaches a certain point, it will evolve into a Snorlax, so it must be quite similar to you, right?" Haha, both are round and chubby, definitely fitting for Raki. After Yanas said this, the others noticed that this person and Pokemon indeed resembled each other. Being able to eat is a blessing, so Snorlax, please take care of Raki in the future. Raki somehow produced another chicken leg and handed it to Snorlax. The chicken leg instantly delighted Snorlax, who expressed that from now on, Raki would be his big brother, and as long as he took care of him, he would be his loyal little brother. Everyone then looked at Benji, who had a monkey on his shoulder, and glanced at the nearby water monkey, laughing again. And Benji, you'll have a monkey on each side, and one of them can spray water. Devil Fruit users will be helpless against you. Not necessarily. Many strong users can ignore some water. Benji chuckled and extended his hand for the water monkey to climb onto his shoulder. The water monkey climbed up and greeted the other monkey. Chirp. This monkey indicated that from now on, the water monkey would be his second brother. After everyone interacted with their Pokemon, Yanas took out the remaining gifts. He also apologized to those without Pokemon, saying that if they wanted a Pokemon, they would have to go to their respective countries to buy one. After there was nothing more to say, Yanas left. After Yanas walked away, those without Pokemon turned their gazes toward Shanks. Their eyes seemed to say, "Shanks, as the leader, you and several officers have Pokemon. Shouldn't we, the little ones, have some too? Otherwise, it's unfair, even if our potential isn't as good as yours. Having just one would be fine, right?" Seeing so many people looking at him, Shanks sighed and said, "It feels like this gift was just a bonus. The main purpose is still to advertise. That kid Blue is definitely eyeing the money in our pockets." Chapter 74 Witnesses after obtaining Pokemon. The members of the red-haired pirates experienced a more exciting and convenient life on the ship, which led to daily competitions among them. They discovered the amazing features of the Rotom phone. The musician Bank Benji and some music enthusiasts, after learning about the phone's music listening capabilities, wanted to spontaneously record a few songs every day allowing them to appreciate their inspirations later without worrying about forgetting them. As a chef, Lucky Lou and some food lovers found numerous recipes and cooking videos on the Rotom phone, eager to have it accompany them in the kitchen to explore how to make these dishes. The navigator Bendik Sneck, who loved books about climate and geography, was thrilled to have access to a vast collection of such books and videos on the Rotom phone, wanting to hold it in his hands for days on end. Most importantly, the Rotom phone featured a wealth of films and dramas that entertained the crew, making them engrossed in various stories, especially those with novel and dramatic plots that kept them hooked. They had never seen such interesting storylines, like a protagonist with a tragic background still treating their despicable enemies with kindness, earning their admiration. Love triangles. I love you, you love him, he loves her. She loves my father, left them completely baffled. The destined protagonist faced numerous slap-in-the-face moments, which they found immensely satisfying. If a seasoned drama watcher were nearby, they would undoubtedly mock them, saying, "You watch too little. If you watch more, you'd want to smash the ship." However, the scene of the crew competing over the phone made Shanks furious. What about the rules? What about face? We're all on the same ship. How can we let a Rotom phone ruin our harmony? Thus, Shanks put the Rotom phone away, not allowing anyone to see it. Yet, he secretly watched it himself, especially laughing heartily at the Mary Sue storylines. Then, rules? We have no rules on this ship. Face? Your face is the biggest here, so no further discussion. When the crew discovered Shanks secretly using the Rotom phone, they all ganged up on him. In the end, Shanks was forced to establish a rule. They would take turns watching it to maintain harmony, and every 7th day would be his turn. Immediately, all the crew members gave him the finger. However, they were serious when it came to work. During this time, they swept through everything with a posture of kings, defeating many great pirates in the New World or forcing them to flee, while those they took a liking to join them. After getting familiar with the Pokemon, they began to showcase them. However, knowing the current strength of these Pokemon, it wasn't appropriate to let them fight in high-level matches. So they had them battle alongside some weaker crew members first. While they couldn't handle high-level matches, in low-level ones, their strength was overwhelming, easily turning the weaker opponents to ashes with their endless array of moves, making those small fry literal cannon fodder. On a small island belonging to the Big Mom family, a battle was underway to determine the kingship. Shanks unleashed his 3 types of hockey, firmly suppressing Charlotte Linlin, especially with his Conqueror's hockey, which even Linlin admitted was superior. Finally, Shanks laughed boldly at Linlin, saying, "Big Mom, admit defeat. You've lost this battle. From today, our red-hair pirates will be one of the 4 emperors." "Oof, not necessarily," Charlotte Linlin coldly snorted. As she spoke, a commotion erupted in the nearby battle. "Charge! Eliminate the red-haired pirates." A large cloud appeared in the sky, and a swarm of small soldiers jumped down from it, as numerous as ants. Not only was Shanks firmly suppressing Charlotte Linlin, but the high-level combatants of the red-haired pirates were also overpowering the Big Mom family's elite. However, the Big Mom family seemed to have anticipated this, bringing many small soldiers to wipe out the lower ranks of the red-haired pirates and then encircle and exhaust their high-level forces, aiming to defeat them in one fell swoop. Even if the red-haired pirates won, they would be left with only a few high-level fighters, which would be infuriating for them. Using a numbers tactic, Shanks smiled. "Perhaps this strategy worked for you before, but now, for us, it's just a backdrop. Come on, Pokemon. How could they miss you in this great battle?" Bang! 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 With Shanks' command, the others temporarily holding Pokeballs released their Pokemon. The appearance of the Pokemon made Charlotte Linlin display a disdainful expression. What can these peculiar creatures do? She had long received intelligence about the red-haired pirates possessing several powerful and unique creatures, but she dismissed them, believing that such powerful beings were everywhere in the ocean, and she could create them with her fruit powers. Is that so? Many people thought the same before, but they all fell before them. Now it's time for you, the Queen, to witness their strength. As soon as Shanks finished speaking, several Pokemon launched full-scale attacks, unleashing various moves of wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth, combining their efforts with the lower-ranking members of the red-haired pirates to obliterate the Big Mom family soldiers. To those engaged in high-level battles, this might be considered an excellent attack, but for the small soldiers, these were moves that only appeared in high-level matches, leaving them utterly defenseless against the onslaught. Seeing this, Charlotte Linlin was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected these seemingly insignificant creatures to be so formidable, using moves akin to those from Devil Fruit users. And that blue monkey, was it spitting out water? Wasn't that the perfect counter to a Devil Fruit user? The Big Mom family members were also startled, but they quickly realized they couldn't let the Pokemon continue their assault. Otherwise, they would lose all their small soldiers. Bang! Katakuri, don't go easy on the small fry. Ben Beckman fired a shot at Katakuri's feet. This shot made Katakuri furrow his brow, as he had no chance to retaliate. Another bang. You too, Cracker. Dare to attack my little brother, and you 1T get away with it. Lucky Lou charged at Cracker with a brutal slam, sending him flying. Then he threw a chicken leg to a nearby Snorlax, which, upon grabbing it, seemed to get an adrenaline rush and immediately used a rollout move, instantly sending a group of minions flying. The members of the Red Hair Pirates took advantage of this to finish off those who had been knocked away. And you all, don't even think about interfering in their battle, said Yasopp, standing alongside the other elite fighters of the Red Hair Pirates in front of Big Mom's sons and daughters, blocking their attempts to join the Pokemon battlefield. Seeing this, Big Mom's children gritted their teeth in frustration. The path to saving their minions was completely blocked by the Red Hair Pirates' elite forces, leaving them no choice but to watch helplessly as their soldiers were swiftly taken down one by one. Damn it, Red Hair, you little brat, just like Roger, always so fond of playing dirty tricks. Today, I'll send you down to meet that old bastard Roger. Charlotte Linlin, seeing her minion attrition strategy easily dismantled by a few strange creatures, flew into an unreasonable rage and swung her giant sword at Shanks. Clang! Shanks effortlessly blocked Charlotte Linlin's attack with his griffin sword. You're being a bit unreasonable now, Shanks said with a laugh. You were the one who started with the tricks. And now that you're losing, you accuse the other side of playing dirty? Or is it that your abilities are just this limited? Shanks' eyes widened slightly, and black-red lightning crackled along his blade. Today, I will claim the throne of Emperor, and your Big Mom family will bear witness to the rise of the Red Hair Pirates. Boom! A terrifying black-red lightning slash erupted from Shanks' sword, sending Charlotte Linlin flying. Everyone, if they refuse to surrender, what should we do? Shanks raised his sword and shouted, destroy them. The morale of the Red Hair Pirates surged, and they attacked Big Mom's forces with renewed vigor. If the battle had been one-sided before, it now became a complete rout. In the end, the stubborn Charlotte Linlin, after taking several more hits from Shanks, had no choice but to reluctantly concede defeat. Though her injuries weren't severe due to her tough physique, the problem was that she couldn't defeat Shanks, that little brat. If she didn't surrender, her children would suffer heavy casualties, and even if she could continue fighting, she would end up alone. However, before leaving, Charlotte Linlin left a fierce threat. Next time, I'll have even more children, whether it's minions or elite fighters. I won't lose to you, Red Hair, you bastard. With this battle, the Red Hair Pirates officially became an Emperor crew, joining the ranks of the 4 Emperors. The news of this event spread throughout the New World in major factions via news coups. Chapter 75, Trend's Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the office of the Fleet Admiral. After looking at the imposing photo of Shanks the Redhead in the newspaper, Sengoku sighed. In the end, he has ascended to the throne of the Emperors. I never thought he would choose Big Mom. I thought he would go after Kaido. As for why Sengoku didn't mention Whitebeard, it's because he fears that Shanks might eventually take him down, considering the clear difference between Whitebeard and the other two. Is there a difference? Whether male or female. They are all emperors ruling the New World. Do you think anyone would say Shanks is bullying a woman? Carp, sitting on the sofa beside him, was munching on a plate of senbei, one after another. You still have the nerve to say that? I told you to teach him a lesson, and you ended up coming back after just a few days, completely wasting your time. Sengoku shot Carp a glare. I can't help it. You know that Brat Shanks is Roger's former crew member, fully learned Roger's escape methods, and has even surpassed him. He slips away from me like an eel, Carp shrugged, raising his hands in resignation. So why would I come back? Am I supposed to waste time with him at sea? What caught people's attention in this battle, more than their displayed strength, were those peculiar creatures called Pokemon. Sitting opposite Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru pointed at the photo of the Pokemon in the newspaper. Although based on the intelligence, their strength ISNT particularly strong, they did sweep through Big Mom's minions with the help of Shanks' crew in this Emperor battle. The newspaper clearly introduced these peculiar creatures as Pokemon and detailed their abilities, which resembled devil fruit powers. How could the newspaper report so clearly? Of course, because this was the Emperor battle, and major powers were paying attention. It's normal for someone fearless to be on-site taking photos, isn't it? They're just minions. I could take them out with a cannonball, Carp said dismissively. As for those creatures that can unleash strange abilities, Big Mom can create them herself. She's definitely not satisfied with losing, so she had the newspaper exaggerate. Carp had a knowing look regarding Charlotte Linlin's tactics. Even though the newspaper portrayed those Pokemon as formidable, they were dealing with minions, while Big Mom's high-end combat power was directly restrained by Shanks' crew. Therefore, Carp didn't regard the Pokemon too seriously. The key issue wasn't the strength of these Pokemon, but rather where they came from. Are there only this few of them? Sengoku narrowed his eyes and said, if they were made using devil fruits, can they be mass-produced? If they weren't made using devil fruits, where do they come from? Is there a large quantity? If they can be mass-produced and exist in large numbers, and their strength could be even greater, that would pose a significant threat to the Navy. Sengoku gazed at the pictures of the Pokemon in the newspaper. If Shanks' crew possesses a large number of Pokemon, then the Navy would have to deploy high-end combat power to deal with them. After all, sending in minions would only lead to their demise. But high-end combat power is limited. If we deploy them, what about the other great pirates? So, we must investigate this matter thoroughly. Even if we don't know their background, we need to determine whether these Pokemon have any weaknesses. The Navy can only keep an eye on Shanks' crew, while they will covertly investigate those Pokemon, as Shanks' crew is now one of the 4 Emperors, and we cannot engage them carelessly. In fact, even if they conducted a public investigation, they wouldn't uncover much. Although Shanks' crew knows where the Pokemon originated, only a few people in the crew know who that person is, while others only know he used to be on the ship. On Oni Island in the New World. I'm so angry. That brat Shanks actually didn't come to battle me, but went to find that old woman Lin Lin instead. Does he look down on me? Kaido cried sorrowfully while gulping down drinks. His subordinates thought, thank goodness he didn't come to find us. Otherwise, we would end up like Big Mom's minions, swept away. We have undercover minions on Big Mom's side, and those who survived reported a dire situation. That bunch of Shanks must be afraid of us. If they dare come, my fist will show them the might of the beast pirates. Jack raised his fist with a disdainful expression. In fact, he thought that with Shanks being Roger's little brother, he didn't even need his big brother Kaido to step in. He could handle it easily himself. Kaido, even if they come to find us, we would definitely defeat them. But it's fine if they don't come. At least we won't lose so many subordinates, Queen said, while sipping a bowl of red bean soup. Queen wasn't as arrogant as Jack. If Shanks' crew really came, he couldn't predict the outcome, especially since Shanks' people were incredibly strong. But it was true that his subordinates were safe. After Queen said this, some subordinates looked at him gratefully. Their brother Queen was still good to them. In reality, they didn't know that Queen just didn't want to be without subordinates and didn't want to go out looking for them. Jean said calmly, if they don't come this time, we will clash next time. We are called the Beast Pirates, and we like to absorb the powers of Zoan Devil Fruit users. Shanks' crew, on the other hand, has directly produced a peculiar Pokemon creature. Isn't that clearly aimed at us? It's fine if there are only a few Pokemon, but if they have a large number of them, doesn't that mean they can control beasts? In other words, isn't that a blatant mockery of us, the Beast Pirates? Bang! Hearing Jean, Kaido got so angry that he smashed the wine bottle on the ground. Alright, that brat Shanks, so that's what you're planning. You want to control beasts? Then I will fulfill your wish. Kaido then ordered Jean, tell that Tenyasha kid to work hard and create Zoan Devil Fruits for me. Once I have enough Zoan users, I'll go meet that brat Shanks and see how capable he is, whether he can control so many beasts. If that Tenyasha kid dares to say he can't make it, I'll kill him. Upon hearing this, Doflamingo, who was aware of the situation, immediately thought it was an undeserved disaster. Also, did you guys from the Beast Pirates misunderstand something? I know about those Pokemon. They don't imply beast control. So is it possible that Shanks' crew has no intention of controlling beasts? However, as a subordinate, Doflamingo had no say and could only silently endure, working overtime to create artificial devil fruits. In a certain sea area of the New World, aboard the Whitebeard pirate ship. Looking at the photo of Shanks in the newspaper, Whitebeard laughed heartily. Hurrah, not bad. I didn't expect Roger's little brother to now stand on equal footing with me. Hearing this, Marco snorted coldly. Humph. So what if Shanks has become one of the 4 Emperors? He still doesn't dare to challenge us. Actually, he didn't know how envious he was inside. After all, Shanks was clearly younger than him, yet he had become a king, while he wasn't even the vice captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. It's really true that comparing people can make one feel inferior. Sachi casually said, it's fine if he doesn't come. Given our relationship, it would just lead to unnecessary conflict. Indeed, it's no good to hit hard, and it's no good not to hit at all. But where did Shanks and the others get these creatures? Vista was carefully looking at a newspaper in his hand, and a duck on it caught his attention. This little duck can actually unleash sword energy. These Pokemon are quite amazing. I wonder if there are any dual-wielding Pokemon? I could use them to practice my sword skills. Some crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates started teasing. Then you should go ask Shanks if he has any other Pokemon. Just borrow one from him. He will definitely give it to you, haha. That'll sound good, Zong said with a laugh. TCH, don't think I don't know. Some of you are also starry-eyed when you see these Pokemon, Bista sneered. Why don't you just ask Shanks for one? We don't have your boldness. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter. It's decided. Whitebeard stood up at that moment. Decided? Seeing their father like this, those who had just laughed had their eyes light up because this decision meant. But the result was not what they expected. Whitebeard raised his sword and shouted, "That brat Shanks can stand on equal ground with me. So, as my sons, how can you lose to him? So, starting today, sons, we will begin special training. You've lost to Shanks in reputation, but you can't lose in strength. Sons." They thought their dad was going to ask Shanks for Pokemon because he saw how much they loved them, but it turned out to be just training. They were so disappointed. Chapter 76, The Third World, since the news of red-haired Shanks becoming one of the 4 emperors spread throughout the New World. How could a country that also belongs to the New World, the Land of Infinity, not be aware of it? However, for the people of the Land of Infinity, this was not a big deal. After all, the battles happening outside Wood&Tea affect them here. They were just curious about why someone from the red-haired crew had Pokemon. Yet, some clever individuals seemed to have guessed something. Previously, there were no Pokemon appearing in the ocean, but now they suddenly appeared, prompting speculation about whether these Pokemon had leaked out from their land. If the Pokemon came from elsewhere, it wouldn't concern them. However, if they originated from their land, it was unlikely that they had leaked out privately, since anyone wanting to leave had to apply, and Pokemon were officially owned. Therefore, the only possibility left was that the palace personnel, meaning their majesty, had signaled this, using red-haired Shanks, the newly appointed 4th emperor, for promotion. Promotion of what? On the surface, it was about Pokemon, but in reality, it was preparation for nation building. Because if you promoted Pokemon, it meant wanting to export them in large quantities. And if they wanted to export them, how could they do so without establishing a nation? Smuggling them out? Even if they could smuggle them out continuously, the appearance of Pokemon would attract investigation from various external powers, which would inevitably lead to their country being discovered. This way, everyone would know of their country's existence, especially the world government. Thus, their country would no longer be a hidden one. What good would isolation do then? It would be better to establish a nation directly. After nation building, would they fear the world government causing trouble? They might have feared it before. But with the limitless potential of Pokemon, what was there to fear? Each of them could command a Pokemon as a fighting force. Their majesty must have thought of this, which was why they gave Pokemon to red-haired Shanks, right? Of course, these were just their speculations, but there was a high likelihood of it. Therefore, those who guessed the situation began to strengthen the power of their Pokemon, while also enhancing their own strength, in preparation for the anticipated situation. Meanwhile, Lanyu was unaware of what was happening here. Even if he knew, it would be a situation he had already guessed. So where was Lanyu at this moment? Why didn't he know what was happening here? After eating a few of his privately treasured magic beans and training for a few days, he went to the New World. Unexpectedly, he arrived in a modern world this time. Lanyu walked from a deserted alley onto a bustling street, observing the nearby skyscrapers and the busy roads. It was evident that this was a modern world. However, he didn't know which world it was. In a modern world, it would be somewhat difficult to find anything obviously familiar. Or rather, it was that the modern world was filled with things he was familiar with. Unless he bumped into a plot character, he wouldn't immediately know which world he was in. However, with the crowd on the street, even if a familiar plot character appeared, he might not notice them. So, he could only treat it as a shopping trip. Lanyu looked around at the environment, as it had been a long time since he had seen a modern world. Although he had seen many modern technological items in the Pokemon world, the environment there leaned toward a combination with nature, unlike the completely modern style of the city he was in now. As he walked and wandered, Lanyu headed toward the most prominent building in the city. What kind of building was this? It's so tall. Lanyu gazed at the towering skyscraper in front of him, estimating it to be over 1,000 meters high. At that moment, a passerby shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, "Dressed so well." But turns out to be a bumpkin who doesn't even know about the famous Sky Arena. The Sky Arena? The passerby thought that muttering would spare him from being overheard, but Lanyu heard every word. It seemed that there weren't many worlds with a place called the Sky Arena in a modern environment. So, could it be this world? Lanyu quickly thought of a certain world, and confirming whether this was the right world was simple. He just needed to go inside to find out. However, shortly after entering, Lanyu came back out. He had completely forgotten about needing identification and money. Having spent a long time in the pirate world, and not having visited the cities in the Pokemon world, he momentarily forgot that identification was necessary in the modern world. As a tourist entering the Sky Arena, identification wasn't needed, just money would suffice. He did have money, but it was in the form of gold, which needed to be exchanged for currency in this world. As for why he needed identification, of course, it was because he heard that fighters could enter for free, so he wanted to register as a fighter. But registering as a fighter required identification, and at that moment, Lan Yu realized he didn't have any identification from this world. This left him stuck in the lobby of the Sky Arena. However, through the conversations of some people in the lobby, as well as some brochures about the Sky Arena, Lan Yu confirmed that this was indeed the world of Hunter x Hunter. And this Sky Arena was where fighters gathered in the Hunter world. It seemed he needed to figure out some sort of identification. Knowing this was the world of Hunter x Hunter, the first thing Lan Yu needed to do was participate in the fighting competitions at the Sky Arena. In the Sky Arena, he could observe the abilities of the people from this world, especially to see the nun abilities after the 200th floor. Additionally, by participating in the fighting competitions, he could gain a lot of prestige. However, being unfamiliar with the place, where could he get identification? Lan Yu scratched his head and wandered around the vicinity of the Sky Arena, looking for any related places. After walking for a while, he spotted a gold shop. He couldn't get identification for the time being, but he could exchange money. After glancing at the shop, Lan Yu walked in. Upon entering, Lan Yu straightforwardly offered gold to exchange for cash, but the shopkeeper insisted on identification and proof of gold, as if he were running a legitimate shop. Lan Yu could tell from the shopkeeper's expression that he was trying to pull something. Lan Yu didn't want to waste time haggling and offered a 10 discount to exchange. The shopkeeper, however, pretended to have difficulties, asking where the problem lay, until Lan Yu finally offered a 30 discount. If that didn't work, he would just leave. In the end, the shopkeeper reluctantly agreed to exchange. However, after Lan Yu left, the shopkeeper made a phone call. Just the amount of gold Lan Yu had wasn't enough for him to make that call, but he noticed that Lan Yu's pocket seemed a bit bulging, leading him to guess that Lan Yu had more gold. Seeing the shopkeeper's cunning demeanor, Lan Yu suspected he would try something. While exchanging money, the shopkeeper had cast suspicious glances at Lan Yu's pocket, so after leaving the shop, Lan Yu decided to see if any malicious individuals would appear. He intentionally walked slowly as he left. After walking for a while and sensing someone following him, he smiled and turned into a small alley he had passed earlier. The few people following Lan Yu found themselves at a dead end when they entered the alley and realized Lan Yu had vanished. Where did that kid go? The leader with the plain head looked into the alley. Boss, do you think that kid will notice us and climb over the wall? A crew-cut guy pointed to the over 3-meter-high wall at the end of the alley. That's possible. No wonder that kid went into the alley. It seems he has discovered us. Guess he is lucky. Let us go. The plain head leader turned around and waved his hand to signal his underlings to leave. Just then, Lan Yu suddenly appeared in front of them with his arms crossed. No need to rush off. Weren't you looking for me? Kid, you got some guts coming back after running away. Hand over the money and gold on you if you know what's good for you. Or else you'll end up like a pig's head, lying in bed for months, or worse, you'll be dead. The plain head leader ordered his underlings to quickly surround Lan Yu. Seeing the few underlings skillfully surrounding him, Lan Yu smiled. Oh, you guys are quite quick. It seems you've done this kind of thing a lot. But let me ask you a question. Do you know where I can get an ID? Lan Yu squinted at the plain head leader. Since he couldn't figure out where to get an ID, he wanted to see if these robbers would know. Otherwise, why would Lan Yu let them follow him? Get an ID? The plain head leader suddenly guessed something. It seemed that this kid was an undocumented immigrant. In this city, there are a lot of undocumented immigrants needing proof, so he directly guessed that direction. After all, would spies and agents ask him that? Since he was undocumented, there was no need to worry about anyone backing him up. The plain head leader didn't say much and signaled to his other subordinates, preparing to go all out and rob. Lan Yu shook his head. As you said, if you know what's good for you, you'll end up like a pig's head, just lying in bed for a few months, but why go for the heaviest punishment? Realizing their intentions, Lan Yu also stopped being polite. Then, a whoosh sounded, followed by several claps. The few men were instantly knocked to the ground by Lan Yu. Can I say something now? Lan Yu squatted down to look at the plain head leader lying on the ground. The plain head leader, looking at his gasping underlings, got angry and said defiantly, after being beaten like this, do you think I would say anything? What a pity. I was originally going to give you a chance. But since you don't want it, I have no need to hold back. Bam! The few men were kicked into a nearby trash bin like lifeless garbage. Then Lan Yu walked toward the outside. But at that moment, in a building far away, someone with binoculars saw the situation here. After seeing Lan Yu leave, the person quickly ran downstairs towards Lan Yu's direction. Chapter 77, Tracking the Money, was in hand, and the ID. At this moment, Lan Yu, walking down the street, felt that someone was following him from behind. A second group? Or is it someone from the plain head's gang? No, it's just one person. Lanyu didn't glance back as he turned, but instead walked while using his observation haki to sense behind him. He discovered that only one person's gaze was fixed on him, and there was no second person nearby paying attention to him. Just one person. Then let's find a good place to meet this person. Lanyu looked around and headed toward a nearby mall. The person followed him into the mall as well. However, as soon as this person entered the mall, he found that Lanyu's figure had vanished. Even after searching a few nearby stores, he couldn't spot Lanyu. What a pity. It was rare to see such a person, and he ended up slipping away. After searching the mall for a while and failing to find Lanyu, he sat down on a resting chair in the mall, letting out a sigh. What does it matter if I don't leave? So what do you want from me? The person sat on a two-sided chair, and behind him, Lanyu was munching on a hamburger, leaning back and looking at him. When did you sit down? The person turned to Lanyu, his pupils narrowing slightly. He clearly hadn't seen anyone behind him when he sat down. I sat down right after you did. You haven't answered my question. Lanyu looked at the person's face and was a bit surprised. He could sense someone was behind him, but he couldn't discern what the person looked like. Now that he saw him up close, he didn't expect it to be a character from the story, and an extremely important one at that. Kurapika. Kurapika composed himself and said, I happen to see you dealing with those few people through binoculars. You saw? So what? Are you here to extort me? If I don't give you money, will you tell your boss or the relevant authorities about what you saw? Lanyu smiled. Of course. He was joking. He guessed Kurapika had no need to do such a thing and had other intentions. However, he never expected that Kurapika would see him taking care of the Plainheads group through binoculars. But that was normal. With so many people in the city, it was difficult to detect the environment at a slightly greater distance with observation haki. After all, not everyone could use observation haki like Yasser, who could perceive the surroundings as if they were his eyes, nor like Inalu, who could use it like radar for precise long-range lightning strikes. It was normal to be able to sense Kurapika following him from a distance. Extort? After seeing you deal with those few people, I don't have the courage for that. Mainly, I feel that you're very strong, so I want to learn some powerful fighting skills from you. Kurapika stated directly. Learn that from me? This world is so big. There are many people stronger than me, and there are many martial arts schools. Is it really necessary to follow me? Lanyu couldn't believe that Kurapika would take the risk of following him just to learn fighting skills. Martial arts schools? Kurapika shook his head. I want to learn real skills, but are there any schools that are willing to teach seriously? Most martial arts schools are just for show. As for strong people, so far, I haven't seen anyone stronger than you. The speed at which Lanyu dealt with those few people astonished Kurapika. He had seen fast people before, but those so-called fast individuals seemed to move at a snail's pace compared to Lanyu. At the same time, his intuition told him this was a good opportunity. If he missed it, he might have to wait a long time, so he followed. Really? What reason do you have for wanting to learn fighting skills from me? Although he had a guess, Lanyu still asked. Kurapika briefly explained, I want to retrieve something, and there might be some dangers involved. So I need strong fighting skills for self-defense. And it sounds like these things are very important. Although he didn't say what they were. Lanyu guessed that Kurapika wanted to become stronger to better retrieve his clan's Scarlet Eyes. All right. When Lanyu said this, Kurapika thought he was going to teach him, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. But after Lanyu stood up, he said plainly, But why should I teach you? We're not related. Do you think I would teach you just because you said a few words? After saying this, Lanyu walked away, even though Kurapika was a recognized character. In this situation, they were essentially strangers. Would Lanyu really be foolish enough to teach him directly just because Kurapika said he wanted to learn? Seeing this, Kurapika was taken aback. He realized that he had acted impulsively. As soon as he saw Lanyu, he hadn't thought much and just followed him. He had overlooked the biggest question. Why would someone teach him fighting skills for no reason? If it were someone with a bad character, they might at least beat him up. However, he understood why he had been so impulsive. For the past few years, he had been striving to strengthen himself to find those things. It was one thing not to have encountered such a strong person before, but now that he had, how could he let the opportunity slip away? Otherwise, he wouldn't have impulsively tracked the other person. Coming back to his senses, Kurapika got up and followed Lanyu, saying, I can pay you as long as you're willing to teach me. I can pay any amount. Sorry, I don't need money. Not long ago, Lanyu needed money in this world, but now he didn't. Besides, if he really wanted money, with Kurapika's situation, he probably wouldn't have much to offer, and he would surely end up saying something classic like he would work like a horse to repay it. As long as you are willing to teach me fighting skills, I can help you with anything within my capabilities, Kurapika said earnestly. What can someone as weak as you do? Lanyu continued walking without any intention of stopping. Given Kurapika's current situation, Lanyu guessed that the plot hadn't unfolded yet, meaning Kurapika hadn't learned none, and he was only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Seeing this, Kurapika didn't say anything further. He had already said he could do anything, and since Lan Yu didn't agree to teach him, he had nothing more to say. However, he still followed closely behind Lan Yu. What started as stealthy tracking had now turned into a more open following. After walking for a while, Lan Yu remembered he still hadn't sorted out his ID, so he turned to Kurapika and asked, "Do you know where I can get identification? If I tell you, will you teach me?" Kurapika asked. "No, if you don't want to say, that's fine." Lan Yu shook his head, although Lan Yu still refused him. Kurapika wanted to strengthen their relationship and ultimately revealed to Lan Yu where he could get identification. This world has too many people without legal documentation, or rather, too many slum areas, especially in the famous Meteor City, which led to many people lacking identification. Therefore, apart from the official relevant departments, places were created where you could obtain identification as long as you paid money. Actually, places like this should be hidden away. But Lan Yu never expected that this place would be near such a formal department called the agency. Of course, the price goes without saying. It's definitely expensive. But Lan Yu isn't short on money, so he paid directly and got things done right away. Through this matter, the two also had some exchanges. Kurapika learned Lan Yu's name, and Lan Yu found out a bit about Kurapika's situation. Most importantly, Lan Yu learned that Kurapika was now 16 years old. Just as Lan Yu had thought, there was indeed some time left before the events of the story would take place. Lan Yu speculated that Kurapika might be here because he hadn't found what he was looking for, including combat abilities, which is why he wanted to take the hunter exam, hoping to do something through the hunter license. After getting his identification, Lan Yu headed straight to the Sky Arena. Kurapika, who was following Lan Yu, asked when he saw Lan Yu register as a fighter at the Sky Arena, "Why come here? Why not come here?" Lan Yu retorted, "I don't deny that some fighters here are strong, but they can't compare to you. Moreover, some fighters here have despicable methods, and some spectators are downright crazy." I was disappointed after just watching a few matches. Although he didn't know what Lan Yu was doing here, Kurapika expressed that the place might let him down. "Have you ever seen battles above the 200th floor here?" Lan Yu asked him. Kurapika shook his head. "No, I was disappointed after seeing the lower levels. And since battles above the 200th floor are irregular, I stopped paying attention to this place." "I see," Lan Yu nodded. The Sky Arena has a total of 251 floors. Below the 100th floor is one standard. From the 100th to the 200th floor is another standard. And above the 200th floor is yet another level. If Kurapika watched a few more matches here and saw battles above the 200th floor, he would understand that it was just his bad luck to see those matches that affected his mood. As for the crazy spectators, how crazy could they be to help in the fights? A certain leader indeed used a large crowd of spectators to help in fights. So today, watch a few more matches and see the situation. Is it still as you thought before? Lan Yu smiled and walked toward the ring on the first floor. Chapter 78, Testing. Punches matter unexpectedly. The first floor here is a bit different from the other floors. Kurapika followed Lan Yu to the arena on the first floor. He had never been to the first floor before, as the level there was too low. Now that he entered, Kurapika saw many arenas. Unlike the other floors, which only had one large arena, the first floor is specifically designed to test the contestant strength, which is why there are so many arenas set up together. Each arena's judges will assess the contestant strength and assign them to the corresponding floors. Author's note: the Sky Arena here will differ slightly from the plot. Arena number 20, it's over here. Lan Yu walked to this arena. At that moment, a match had just concluded, and the judge looked at the tablet in hand and shouted the numbers of the contestants. Arena number 20, contestant number 13, contestant no. 14 name, please come to the stage. My flowers have wilted from waiting. It's finally my turn. A somewhat handsome man quickly jumped onto the stage after hearing his number, and he was not just talking. He really brought a pot of flowers with him. This is an arena, and you actually brought a pot of flowers? Are you giving yourself flowers? A big fat guy walked up from the nearby stairs. Let's get started. The handsome man was about to say something, but the judge directly shouted to start. With so many matches to handle every day, the judge had no time to listen to their pre-match banter. Bang, bang, bang. I thought this handsome man would have some use for the flowers, but they were just for show. He was directly knocked off the stage and fainted by the fat guy. However, after the flower pot shattered on ground, the petals scattered over this handsome man's body, as if their purpose was to mourn him. After the judge evaluated the fat guy's strength and placed him on the corresponding floor, he called out, "Contestant number 15 name, contestant number 16 name, please come to the stage." Before long, these two quickly finished their match. After the judge went through the same routine again, he called out the next two numbers. These two fought a bit longer, But the judge expressed that he was tired of watching such matches and deemed them uninteresting. After they finished, he proceeded to give an evaluation to the winner. After witnessing these 3 matches and glancing at the battles in the nearby arenas, Kurapika shook his head. These people are too weak. I could easily pass if I went up. It's just a test. How good do you think the level can be? Lanyu laughed. It's hard to see high-level competitors here. While they were chatting, another match ended on the stage, and the judge shouted, "Contestant number 21 name, contestant number 22 name, please come to the stage." As soon as the judge finished shouting, the arena erupted in noise. At that moment, a very strong man, over 2 meters tall, stood on the stage. The other contestants and the audience became lively upon seeing this man. ISNT, that Oni from the WWE? How did he end up at the Sky Arena? Yeah, the Sky Arena is for unrestricted fighting. If a celebrity like him gets injured here, it would be a loss. Maybe he feels he has peaked in WWE and wants to challenge himself here. That is certainly possible. Although the prize money in WWE is high, the rewards at the Sky Arena can be even greater after reaching the 100th floor. Now that sounds like a good show. I wonder if this wrestling champion can make it past the 100th floor. In the eyes of these people, the test matches seemed to require only a bit of strength to pass, but they felt that Oni's opponent was quite unlucky out of so many contestants. He just had to face Oni, the pinnacle of wrestling. However, their assumptions might be proven wrong. They only focused on Oni's entry and didn't pay attention to who contestant number 22 was. In fact, even if they did, they would have high hopes for this person since they didn't recognize him, while they knew Oni was the champion of wrestling. But now, it didn't matter if they paid attention or not, because this person ended the test match as soon as he entered. This person was Lanyu. After stepping onto the stage, Lanyu didn't say much. When the judge shouted to start, he immediately threw a punch that sent Oni flying. "Judge, please give me a good ranking." After finishing, Lanyu smiled at the judge. Suddenly, the judge looked as if he was being stared at by a fierce tiger. Of course. The judge swallowed hard, his hands slightly trembling as he said, "In that case, you'll need to wait a moment while I check with the back office. Or you can head to the lobby now and ask the staff at the counter what floor you'll be on. During this time, I can confirm which floor you'll be on. Thank you very much." Lanyu happily stepped down from the arena. After seeing Lanyu leave, the judge wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered, "That was a bit terrifying. That's the kind of aura only a master would have." And that punch was clearly very casual, yet could easily knock out a wrestling champion like Oni. It seems another monster has arrived here. In that case, I'll use my full authority to send you up. The judge tapped a few times on the tablet in his hand. Originally, after the match, the judge could immediately confirm which floor contestant would go to, but since Lanyu was so strong, he would give him the best floor. Thus, the judge used his privilege to explain to the staff in the back office. Contestants and spectators who had high hopes for Oni were stunned. Didn't they say he was a wrestling champion? How could he be knocked off the stage by a single punch? Is he just that heavy? Does his body have springs? How could he fly so far? No. If Oni's strength isn't the problem, then it means his opponent is too strong. So, if this person is so strong, he'll definitely rise quickly through the floors. Should I bet on him to win now? Opportunity knocks but once. What am I waiting for? That's right. I wonder how high he will be promoted. So what are we waiting for? Run. Let us go to the lobby to see what floor he'll reach. Most of the spectators here want to see if they can discover powerful contestants, so they can bet on them to win from the start, as the odds for contestants starting here are much higher. Now that Lanyu has appeared, easily knocking out a wrestling champion, who else should they bet on? Even some contestants who considered themselves weak opted out and headed towards the lobby, thinking it was better to gamble on Lanyu's victory than to get beaten up in the ring. "Could you please check what floor I'm on?" Once he reached the lobby, Lanyu handed his contestant information card to the staff at counter number 1. Okay. The staff at counter number 1 took the card and swiped it on the machine. After seeing the information on the screen, the staff exclaimed, Yes, it's the 90th floor. The 90th floor isn't that big of a deal. There are plenty of contestants at the 90th floor here. But Lanyu's information shows that he directly advanced from the first floor to the 90th floor. It's important to note that the judges on the first floor have the maximum authority to promote contestants to the 90th floor. But this privilege can only be used once a year. At other times, they can only promote contestants by a dozen to 50 floors. To evaluate a year, thousands of matches need to be assessed, and the total number of matches judged can reach tens of thousands. Yet in a whole year, there might not be 2 or 3 individuals who can make use of this right for so many judges. However, unexpectedly, the first person has appeared this year. Level 90. Huh, that's quite high. Lanyu smiled and asked, Can I start the match on this level soon? It needs to be checked to see if there are any available contestants. Staff member number 1 typed a few keys on the computer. After seeing the information on the screen, she said, just so happens that the contestant in match 2 of level 90 is waiting for someone to battle. Are you sure you want to proceed with the match? Absolutely. Just a moment. Staff member number 1 typed a few more keys on the computer. It's all set. The time is 1 hour later. After handing the information card back to Lan Yu, staff member number 1 gestured to the side. There's a special elevator here that can quickly take you to level 90. You can start in a few minutes, but this hour is not for both parties. It's for the audience. All right, thank you. Lan Yu took the card and walked towards the elevator, with Kalapika naturally following behind. As Lan Yu entered the elevator, those who had rushed over to bet on Lan Yu winning happened to miss her and were unaware of which level she had gone to. Staff member no. 1 had someone to attend to, so they all went to staff member number 2. What level was that person from earlier? Tell us quickly. Which level did he go to? Yeah, hurry up. If we take too long, his match will end and the odds will drop. Seeing so many people rushing over, staff member number 2 asked with some confusion, who are you talking about? Many people came by just now. It's, for a moment. They couldn't recall Lan Yu's name. Oni's appearance drew their attention, so they didn't focus on Lan Yu's name. Oh, it's match 20, contestant 22. Someone who was in the same venue as Lan Yu quickly said, even though he didn't remember Lan Yu's name. He recalled her number. Are you asking about contestant 22 Lan Yu from match 20? At that moment, staff member number 1, who was free, overheard their conversation and asked, That's right. That's right. It's him. Quickly, tell us, what level is he on? These people actually weren't sure if it was truly called Lan Yu, but they were certain about match 20, contestant 22. He is on the second arena of level 90. As soon as staff member number 1 mentioned Lan Yu's level, everyone took out their money. Level 90, second arena? Quick, let me place my bet. I want to bet half my fortune. Half your fortune? If you're going to bet your entire fortune. Seeing these people so frantic, staff members number 1 and no. 2 wiped the sweat from their brows. Chapter 79, it's just a punch again in the elevator. At the Sky Arena, you might see someone stronger than me, and you could go talk to them then. Lan Yu crossed her arms and looked at the elevator door, which was so shiny it reflected their faces clearly like a mirror. You said maybe no one here is your opponent. Karapika calmly looked at the elevator door. Plus, since we already know each other, there's no need to waste time looking for others. After all, if you recklessly talk about learning fighting skills with strangers like today, you might get beaten up. And doing something foolish like that once is enough. So, according to you, are you sticking with me? Lan Yu's lips curled slightly. If I don't teach you, will you follow me for the rest of your life? Of course not. Maybe after a while, I'll leave. After all, I have things to do, so I won't waste time on things that yield no results. Karapika certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to keep following Lan Yu. Otherwise, he wouldn't get his own things done. Since you said that, you can go do what you need to do now. Lan Yu gestured. What I need to do at this stage is to bet on you. If I win, things will be easier afterward. Otherwise, if I can't bet anymore, I'll leave. With that, Karapika spoke openly. 10 bets, 9 losses. Do you think you'll be the last one standing? I don't know, but I'm still young and don't mind wasting this little time. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Youth has its advantages. Lan Yu smiled slightly and walked out of the elevator. Lan Yu arrived at the arena on the 90th floor, and just after sitting on the contestants' bench for a short while, many spectators came rushing in. Seeing this, Lan Yu was somewhat surprised. Huh? Is my opponent famous? So many spectators are paying attention? I hope he's strong. Before she could finish her thought, a spectator behind her shouted, Handsome, I bet on you to win, so you better put in some effort. That's right. Bro, I'm also a contestant from the first floor, Arena 20, and I forfeited just to watch your match. You have to win this fight. Big brother, I'm calling you big brother, so you better live up to that title and not let me down. Handsome, you have to win. Otherwise, I'll rally the brothers to call you a loser. Looking back at the spectators, Lan Yu wondered, I only threw 1 punch on the first floor, and I have this many spectators paying attention to me? It has to do with your defeated opponent. Karapika, standing behind Lan Yu, pointed at the display screen above the arena. At that moment, the screen displayed Lan Yu's record, showing he had defeated the wrestling champion Oni, along with some of Oni's achievements, making Lan Yu seem impressive. If Oni were here, he would definitely be furious. Usually, achieving such results is meant to be publicized, but at this moment, it felt like kicking a corpse. On the screen, Lan Yu also saw who his opponent was, the Taekwondo champion to hand, with a record of 6 wins and no losses. If the spectators behind Lan Yu were there to support him, then the crowd in front was there to see to hand. Meanwhile, before the match even began, some irrational spectators in front started to shout, Pretty boy, Are you just going through the motions? This is a place for men. How dare a pretty boy like you stand here? No, no, no. Calling him a pretty boy is too much. His face is actually quite handsome, but maybe it's too handsome. So he needs to come to Dahan to get a few lessons. What a joke. Does a dog face like his even need lessons? Ha ha ha. That's right. A dog face like him should go back to his doghouse. This is a place for humans. Get lost. This isn't a place for you. Be careful not to have your little brother turn into a little sister. Even our powerful Dahan had to fight his way up. How did trash like you get from the first floor to the 90th floor? Did you sleep with the judges? These spectators were getting more and more outrageous, and it was rough enough to make anyone angry. This is what I call madness, so extreme that it's unbearable. Kurapika squinted at the spectators in front, especially when some spectators used offensive language to attack family members. He couldn't tolerate that at all. If he were in Lanyu's position, he would probably beat those spectators after the match. Let me teach you something. Lanyu smiled at Kurapika and said meaningfully, always learn to stay calm. Someone who can't even control their emotions is prone to failure. Of course, Lanyu also had moments of losing his cool, but he wouldn't get angry over what some spectators said because it wasn't worth it. Time passed as the spectators continued their offensive remarks. Soon, the contestant Dahan made a handsome entrance wearing a white cloak. To be honest, Dahan was indeed a bit handsome, capable of charming many young girls, which explained why there were so many spectators on the 90th floor. Moreover, many of the rude spectators were mostly young girls. No, they were dinosaur girls. After Lanyu stood in the arena, Dahan awkwardly said, I heard that many of my fans are not very friendly towards you. I want to apologize on behalf of my fans. They were too irrational. How could they use such words? But as he said this, his expression changed to one of disdain and arrogance. They were saying, too little. Someone like you? What qualifications do you have to go from the first floor to the 90th floor? People like you should be. Lanyu casually picked his ear with his pinky, completely ignoring his words, and turned to the referee beside him. Can we start? Yes. The referee, clearly used to this, replied calmly. Hey, the match can start now. Little stick. Lanyu reminded Dahan, who was still chattering away. Little stick. My name is Dahan. Hearing the word stick, Dahan felt an inexplicable anger and glared at Lanyu, dramatically throwing off his cloak. There's nothing I can do. Your name sounds like a stick, specially made for stirring up history. Lanyu chuckled. You vulgar person. I'll make you die a miserable death. Great universe chaos. Dahan quickly charged at Lanyu, sliding in to get close, then swiftly swung his leg to attack Lanyu. To be honest, this guy's leg was quite fast, and it's not without reason that he has 6 wins. Even someone with a bit of skill would have trouble dodging his kicks. But, bang, after dodging a few times, Lanyu lost interest in playing and directly countered with a punch, sending Dahan flying, crashing into and getting stuck in the wall below the spectator area. The spectators might not know how to fight, but they could still exert some effort in beating you. Lanyu calmly looked at the dazed Dahan. Some spectators who were about to praise Dahan suddenly fell silent. Wasn't their Dahan supposed to sweep through opponents effortlessly? How could he be knocked down with one punch now? Some irrational spectators even shouted about foul play, claiming someone must have drugged their Dahan. Otherwise, how could their handsome idol be knocked away so easily? They demanded the referee investigate the matter and called for a rematch. But the referee looked at them as if they were fools. The match was a temporary pairing, so where was the time to drug anyone? He immediately declared Lanyu the winner. Originally, stepping out of the ring didn't count as a loss, and there was supposed to be a 10-second countdown, but Dahan rolled his eyes. What was there to count down? The audience on Lanyu's side was extremely excited. Amazing, a one-punch KO. Ha ha ha. What a load of nonsense about the great universe being chaotic. It turns out to be so easily defeated. Just before the match started, their expressions were so annoying, but now, how's the face? So strong, one punch for Oni, and now one punch for Dahan as well. Fortunately, I bet my entire fortune. Now I have 2 fortunes. What a pity. I only won half a fortune, so now I have 1.5 fortunes. After the referee declared him the winner, Lanyu looked at the referee and asked, Referee, can we continue to the next match? Yes, originally according to the usual rules. You need to move to the 91st level, but as you have moved up from the 1st to the 90th level, you have a privilege to do it here directly. Furthermore, I have the privilege to arrange a match for you against someone from the 99th level. If you win, you will be promoted to over 100 levels based on your evaluation. So do you need it? The referee said calmly. Yes, why would I not need it? Lanyu smiled. All right, it will start in half an hour. The referee walked to the side and spoke to the staff. Then the referee took the microphone and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, in half an hour, contestant Lan, you will have a match against someone from the 99th level. If you wish to continue watching, please do not leave. For those who need to do other things, please come back in half an hour. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Dahan's fans erupted in a chorus of curses. They hadn't even resolved their issues with their appa, and now the next match was starting? But the referee completely ignored them. On Lan Yu's side, the audience was filled with joy. Bet. This time I'm going to bet 1.5 fortunes. Haha, I didn't T-bet last time, but this time I have the chance. Aren't you afraid he will lose? Lose? 1 punch for Oni and 1 punch for Dahan. It's clear he hasn't shown his full strength. With this kind of power, how hard can it be to fight at the 99th level? Chapter 80, Rapid Ascension Lightning Sock. With a record of 9 wins and 3 losses. Just hearing this name indicates that he's a fast person. Lan Yu sat in a lounge chair, looking at the introduction on the monitor. She hoped he wouldn't be as verbose as a certain player from Big Han. Before Lan Yu could finish her sentence, the remaining audience in front began to verbally attack again, interrupting her words. However, Sock, Lan Yu's opponent this time, was not the appa that they were fans of, so they didn't bring up Nick, but they still had plenty of insults to hurl. Seeing this, Lan Yu smiled. These audience members sure have sharp tongues. Have they ever been beaten before? At that moment, Kurapika, who was standing behind Lan Yu in the audience, asked, "Are you going to continue after this match?" "Of course. I'll fight until I have no strength left. Let's see if I can reach the 200th floor today." Lan Yu didn't turn around but answered Kurapika's question while curiously watching the audience's uproar. "Since that's the case, I won't need to take out any money. I'll just keep betting on your win," Kurapika said calmly. "Huh, you also placed a bet? When did you do that?" Lan Yu asked. Actually, he had placed a bet himself. It was before the match started. You can place bets directly in each arena. No need to go back to the first floor. Kurapika didn't bet on the first floor because he didn't have time, but not betting on a relatively safe match now would be foolish. "Be careful. 10 bets. Before Lan Yu could finish, Kurapika jumped in. 10 bets, 9 losses, but you bet on yourself to win, so I believe you have faith in your own victory. Or do you have so much money that you think you'll lose?" "All right, the kid is pretty quick on the uptake." Lan Yu stood up and looked at the arena. This time, his opponent Nick had arrived. Soon, both sides stood face to face in the arena. "Is it you who defeated the pretty boy from Big Han?" Nick scrutinized Lan Yu. The audience insulted Lan Yu as a pretty boy, but with Big Han's face being more like a pretty boy and those annoying spectators. Other high-level competitors showed no respect for Big Han, turning it around to insult him as the pretty boy. "That's right, but I don't like wasting time with pre-match chatter. Let's get started quickly." Lan Yu waved at Nick to indicate to start. "Straight to the point, my motto is speed, so I don't like loquacious people, especially idiots like Big Han." "Then let's begin." Nick dashed toward Lan Yu. "The referee, are you two starting without acknowledging me?" "The match begins." The referee shouted to assert his presence. Swish. Nick quickly flashed to Lan Yu's side and kicked out. Smack. Lan Yu effortlessly blocked Nick's leg with a single finger. "Nice speed, but your power is too weak. I suppose that's why you have 3 losses and why you're at the 99th floor? It seems you're a tough nut to crack, reacting so quickly and blocking my leg with just a finger." Nick squinted his eyes, "But you're too arrogant. Lacking any defensive awareness. Your body is filled with weaknesses." Swish. Nick swiftly moved behind Lan Yu and delivered a powerful spinning kick aimed at Lan Yu's head. "But..." Smack. "You're just underestimating me." Lan Yu's hand reached back and easily grasped Nick's foot. "However, this match completely aligns with your motto. It will end now." Bang. Before Nick could react, he was thrown away, landing in the same spot that a certain Big Han had found himself in half an hour ago. "Winner, Lan Yu." The referee glanced at the rolling-eyed Nick and announced the result. Oh. Another win. Although this time it wasn't with a single punch. It ended so quickly. Okay. I didn't even get to enjoy it. Definitely not good. It made my victory come too fast. "Hey, the ones over there. Did you bet on our big brother to win?" "Of course not. They would love to see Nick unleash his power and take revenge for their Han Appa." "Ha. Another win. Now I've got 4 times my stake." Lan Yu's rapid victory once again delighted the audience behind him. And these spectators also teased the opposing audience, making them grind their teeth in frustration. "Referee." Lan Yu looked at him, wanting to say something, but the referee guessed what Lan Yu meant and said, "This is only for battles below the 100th floor. For battles above the 100th floor, you'll have to move up. But you're so strong, there's no difference between the 100th and 99th floors for you. So, just go straight to the 122nd floor. That works." Lan Yu wanted to say something, but the referee seemed to have foresight. "I assume your stamina hasn't been depleted much. I will inform the referees over there so that you can quickly begin your match as soon as you reach." "All right, thank you." With that, Lan Yu left the arena and walked out. Hearing the conversation on the arena, most of the audience had already left, all heading toward the 122nd floor. Seeing the situation, the referee sighed. How long has it been since I've seen such a scene? If I weren't the referee for this floor, I would want to continue watching live to see what other exciting performances this Lan Yu could deliver. Upon reaching the 122nd floor, there was only one match before it was Lan Yu's turn. This time, Lan Yu's opponent was a strongman, a guy even more muscular than Oni, known for his thick skin and durability. As is often the case, there was certainly some pre-match chatter, but Lan Yu thought this time he would give you a chance to ramble. After all, once the match started, no matter how thick-skinned you were, it would end in an instant. And indeed, that was the case. Lan Yu sent his opponent crashing into the wall with a single kick. The referee knew the strongman's strength, so seeing Lan Yu easily resolve him, he realized Lan Yu was very strong and gave him an exception, sending him directly to the 152nd floor. After Lan Yu went to the 152nd floor, the audience that had come along, plus some who were attracted by Lan Yu, also followed to the 152nd floor. Upon reaching the 152nd floor, the opponent was no longer as weak as the previous few opponents. Both strength and speed were slightly strong, but just slightly strong. Lan Yu still sent the opponent crashing into the wall with a single kick. However, above the 150 floors is a threshold. So this time Lan Yu couldn't jump up significantly. He could only win a match to jump 10 floors, moving up to the 162nd floor. Whether it was the 162nd floor, the 172nd floor, or the 182nd floor, Lan Yu dispatched opponents with either a punch or a kick. Although Lan Yu quickly resolved each opponent, each match required waiting time, so after several matches, it was already evening. At the 192nd floor arena, Lan Yu sat in the player area, waiting for the matches to begin. After Lan Yu's series of effortless victories with a punch or a kick, and with the evening crowd, a large number of spectators had gathered at this level. The area around the arena was completely packed with audience members. Hello, dear audience friends. This is the match at the 192nd floor. Whoever wins will ascend directly to the 200th floor. On my right side is the veteran powerhouse in the Sky Arena, the former UF boxing champion, Omri. He has always relied on knocking out his opponents, and very few have been able to withstand his fists, which are known as steel. The female host holds a microphone in her left hand and gestures towards Omri in the right resting area of the ring. She announces that it's finally my turn to enter the arena. In the past, Omri would have received a round of cheers because, although he is on the 192nd floor, he didn't climb up. He was knocked down from the 200th floor. For those below the 200th floor, such a fighter is considered a big boss. However, this time the audience here is all supporting Lan Yu, who has made it to this point, so they show no reaction to Omri and are all chatting about their own matters. On my left is the fighter Lan Yu, who has no previous record, only today's record. But it is a crazy one, having climbed up from the first floor, knocking out his opponents with every punch and kick. If he wins this match, he will break the Sky Arena record, reaching the 200th floor within a few hours in one day. The host also gets a bit excited at this point. If Lan Yu wins this match, she will be a witness to the record. The Sky Arena gathers many strong fighters. It's not that no one can reach the 200th floor in a day, but after so many matches in one day, stamina will always be consumed. Normal fighters would take their time to conserve energy for subsequent matches. Therefore, there aren't many who, like Lan Yu, completely disregard stamina consumption and rush straight up here. In fact, there are hardly any fighters who, like Lan Yu, expend no energy at all. Chapter 81. The emergence of Nun users after the host introduced Lan Yu. The audience immediately became lively. Oh, handsome guy. Even though you won too quickly, resulting in lower odds, I will still continue to support you to win. Brother, today, because of you, my dream of eating well and living luxuriously has come true, but I still need money for a house. I'm counting on you. Handsome guy, I'm calling you that because of you. I won't support that weakling Dahan anymore. Please keep winning. Let those who continue to support Dahan see that their choice is wrong. Alas, it's a pity. The odds are low. This time I can only bet an amount that is only enough to buy a car, but I will continue to support you. Contestant number 22. Contestant number 22. I brought my whole family to support you. Don't let us down. Contestant number 22, come on. I have been a fan of yours since the beginning. Number 22. From the first level accompanying Lan Yu to the 192nd level here, but Lan Yu has been climbing up and seems a bit reluctant to keep this number. Why? Because there are too many twos. First level, Arena 20, number 22, 90th level, Arena number 2, 122nd level, 152nd level, to the current 192nd. Is he feeling a bit foolish today? The worst part is that when he reaches the 200th level, every level is dominated by the number 2. Of course, asking him to admit defeat and not be foolish is impossible, so, well, this too he has to accept, standing behind Lan Yu in the audience. Karapika said, "My choice was indeed correct. Although you only threw a punch or a kick, just from your ability to eliminate your opponents. Your strength and speed are terrifyingly strong. So for a powerful person like you, I have no reason not to learn combat from you. No, I should say learn how to become stronger." After these few matches, Karapika realized that what Lan Yu possesses is not any impressive fighting skills, but rather a very strong ability. After all, ordinary fighting techniques cannot achieve what Lan Yu has done. And for a powerful person with such abilities, he would not miss the chance to learn beside him. Alas, Lan Yu did not say anything, just shook his head. Karapika, this young man, his character is a bit different from the one in the story. So irrational. As soon as he sees someone powerful, he clings to them. Is it because of his appearance that Karapika's personality has changed? Actually, it's not. Karapika can be quite emotional sometimes. As long as it helps him find his clan's eyes, he will persist like this. Meanwhile, on the arena, "Young man, are you enjoying these cheers?" Lan Yu's opponent. The son looked at him seriously. "But these cheers from the audience are only for your victory. Once you lose, even if it's just one match, their cheers can quickly send you into hell. I was no worse than you are now. I quickly rose to the 200th level in just 3 days. But the people at the 200th level made me understand what the world of the strong is and what the beginning of hell is. It also made me experience that the words of the audience are like small knives, completely plunging the loser into darkness. If I'm not strong enough, if I do not work hard after failing, I would not have the right to stand here again. As a senior, I can tell you that fame only accelerates one's downfall. Only a hard will is what a strong person needs." The son took a boxing stance, preparing to attack. Having been to the 200th level, he must know about the abilities in this world. So Lan Yu smiled slightly. Then, as a senior who has entered hell, "I wonder if you will use none?" "I see, you came prepared." Upon hearing Lan Yu mention none, the son realized that Lan Yu was not someone who knew nothing. He also had none. "Since I have experienced the power of hell and work hard for so long, how can I not have none?" "Then please." Hearing this, Lan Yu gestured for him to begin, both as an invitation to start and to use none. Seeing this, the son clenched his fists, and a layer of red aura enveloped his body. Of course, ordinary people cannot see this aura. Only Nun users can. Although Lan Yu could not see the situation on Dasan, he sensed through his observation haki that a light red aura had appeared around his senator in simple terms. It was like seeing a Nun aura with only 30 to 40 transparency. As a seasoned referee on site, he also felt this subtle change and immediately raised his hand, shouting, "The match begins." After speaking, he quickly jumped down from the arena. One side has none, and the other side has strength is unknown. And he didn't want to get caught in the crossfire. "I will attack first." The son pushed off forcefully from the ground and dashed toward Lan Yu, as if flying. Once his foot landed, he quickly threw a right straight punch at Lan Yu. Bang! Lan Yu caught his punch with his right hand, but the moment the son's fist collided with Lan Yu's palm, it made a loud sound. Fortunately, knowing that the son had none, Lan Yu took it seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to catch the son's punch. And the son wouldn't be foolish enough to let Lan Yu hold his fist. His right knee quickly aimed at Lan Yu's stomach. Seeing this, Lan Yu released his grip and dodged to the side, evading the son's attack. The son then pushed off with his left foot and quickly closed in again, throwing another punch at Lan Yu. However, this punch was dodged by Lan Yu with a sidestep, and he immediately countered with a series of sharp punches. But they were all easily dodged by Lan Yu. Feeling that his attacks were so easily evaded, the son understood that his speed was not fast enough. So he increased his speed. As the aura from his limbs became denser, he launched even sharper and quicker attacks against Lan Yu. But even with the son's increased speed, he still couldn't hit Lan Yu, who was dodging while saying, "Your punches are several times stronger than those of the opponents I've faced before. And as your aura becomes heavier, your attacks also become more formidable. So you are an enhancer?" "That's right. I am an enhancer, and I'm glad to be one because this type is simple. You just need to work hard in one direction." The son continued to attack Lan Yu while saying this. But Lan Yu was like an eel, darting around everywhere. "What about you? Aren't you going to reveal your name? Or do you look down on me?" The son thought that since Lan Yu dodged so quickly and could block his initial attacks, he must be secretly using none. "I want to, but I can't." After sensing and getting so close to none, Lan Yu realized that none is somewhat similar to haki. Leaving aside other aspects, just as Sen's use of Enhancer Nen at this time is very similar to armament haki, both enhancing attacks by wrapping around a certain part of the body. Can't. Upon hearing that Lan Yu couldn't use none, the son was immediately surprised. He had always thought Lan Yu could. You have to know that a Nun user fighting a non-Nun user is like an adult fighting a child. Attaching none to an attack can easily shatter large rocks. These are insights he gained after several battles at the 200th level, combined with what he learned after mastering them. As a result, this principle did not apply to Lan Yu. However, he thought of a possibility that his nun-ability teacher had told him. Not having nun abilities, yet able to easily dodge my attacks and effortlessly hold my fist, it seems your physical capabilities have reached an astonishing level. But such a body has a fatal flaw. That is, without nun abilities, you cannot defend against internal attacks. Watch my burst fist. Bang! When the Sun swung his fist, his elbow acted like a jet, allowing him to quickly strike Lan Yu. However, while he did hit, Lan Yu blocked it with his arm. You blocked it, but blocking my burst fist is useless. Once I hit an object, the energy from my fist can impact internally, meaning your hand is now incapacitated. Boom! After the Sun finished saying incapacitated, Lan Yu directly kicked him away, sending him crashing into the wall like the opponent Lan Yu faced earlier. This move is indeed impressive. If you hit me internally, my hand would be incapacitated or severely injured, but as long as I prevent the energy from reaching the inside, I should be fine. Lan Yu touched his arm. Fortunately, he didn't overestimate himself. When the opponent called out his move, he reacted quickly and used armament haki to block the internal energy. However, if the opponent's nun energy is as destructive internally as armament haki, then Lan Yu would not be able to block it. Lan Yu used black hardening armament haki in that brief moment. So, in the quick clash just now, the audience around did not notice the condition of Lan Yu's hand. However, Kurapika, who had been carefully observing Lan Yu's every move, keenly noticed that the spot on Lan Yu's arm that was hit turned black in that instant. Author's note: armament haki is invisible, just like nun abilities. Only those who can use it can perceive it. However, when writing Pokemon battles, I made the hardening visible, so I kept the haki visible as well. Chapter 82. The battle comes to a temporary halt. Ahem, ahem, ahem. This guy's single kick was so powerful. Omori came down from the wall, holding his stomach and spitting out blood. Fortunately, he had his energy wrapped around him, enhancing his body's defense. Otherwise, if Lan Yu's kick had landed, he would be rolling his eyes right now. But why were his hands fine? Omori wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at Lan Yu on the stage, who seemed completely unscathed. Just a moment ago, when I attacked his arm, I vaguely saw something black appear on his arm, and then it felt like my fist had struck steel. Is he hiding a metal plate? No way. Omori shook his head slightly. There were surveillance cameras everywhere here, and once weapons were used and detected, it would result in immediate disqualification. Moreover, he had no place to hide anything on him, and, with his heavy build, it proved that he was a capable person who had no need to tarnish his reputation by using weapons. Besides, once past the 200th floor, weapons could be used directly, so there was no need to rush and break the rules here. Omori recalled that he hadn't known about the existence of such abilities like psychic powers until he fought his way past the 200th floor, which led him to consider a possibility. Perhaps he possessed other abilities. Omori, Omori. Seeing Omori's dazed expression, the referee shouted, "If you don't come up in the last 2 seconds, you'll be judged as losing." Sorry. Yamori, who was originally still deep in thought, quickly jumped onto the ring after hearing the referee's reminder. Although you can't use none, I'm sure you have other abilities, right? After Omori came up, he probably said what he guessed while sitting below. It was noticed. Lan Yu smiled and admitted that the other party had already hit his hand. And if he still couldn't feel that, then that would be brainless. Huh, it really is. Omori looked seriously at Lan Yu. It's a clash of abilities, but I won't back down. Let's see whose power is stronger, my explosive punch or your steel-like ability. Swish. Not only did Sokka's fist explode with force this time, but his legs also surged forward like a jet. Just as he charged up to Lan Yu's side, Lan Yu suddenly appeared behind him with a swoosh. You broke my previous time record, and even surpassed my record of knocking out with a single punch or kick. So to reward you, I will put some strength into this strike and directly end this battle, Lan Yu said from behind Sokka. If you have that ability, then... Bang! Just as Omori was about to turn around and counterattack, he was kicked away violently by Lan Yu, causing him to slam into the wall again. However, this time, he crashed into the wall of the resting area on Lan Yu's side. Even with his defensive aura, he was still knocked out and rolled his eyes from the impact of Lan Yu's kick. The referee quickly rushed to Omori's side to check on his condition and then shouted, "Omori has fainted, so the winner of this match is Lan Yu." Congratulations to Lan Yu for advancing to the 200th level. After the referee announced the result, the audience erupted in cheers. Amazing. Even Omori, who had been to levels above 200, couldn't withstand just, well, 2 kicks. But to be fair, Omori did quite well. At least he landed a punch and resisted 1 kick. Although the match lasted only a short while, it was still interesting. At least it was entertaining for a bit. Otherwise, if it ended with just one punch or one kick, it would have been too quick and felt boring like a second man. I wonder when his battle at the 200th level will start. It is estimated that tomorrow's match cannot take place. Battles above 200 floors require prior application. The audience wants to know when the next match for Lanyu will start, and Lanyu also wants to know. After stepping down from the ring, he walks directly towards the floor counter. Is it 10 days later? I applied at the floor counter, and after knowing the time for the next match, Lanyu headed towards the 200th floor. Since Lanyu reached the 200th floor, the Sky Arena provided him with a luxurious room on that floor. There's no match, so do you really need to come with me to the 200th floor? In the elevator, Lanyu turned her head to look at Kurapika. I want some money. And since I told the staff I'm your assistant, I got a room next to yours, Kurapika said, holding up a room card. You're quite something. Lanyu shook her head. I noticed a small part of your arm turned black while you were blocking Dowson's attack. Kurapika mentioned what he saw from the arena. It was too noisy in the spectator area, and Kurapika found it hard to hear the conversation between Lanyu and Dowson. Otherwise, he would have directly asked what that ability was. Oh, I thought only Omoshi on the arena knew about it, but I didn't expect you to see it too. However, seeing it is just that. Lanyu shrugged and didn't say anything. For you it really is just that, but for me it's a good thing. It proves that my choice was not wrong. It also proves that you have strong abilities that you haven't utilized. Kurapika said with a slight smile. If only Kurapika had seen Omoshi use his nin abilities, he would have been amazed at how powerful that punch was, and even more shocked at how strong Lanyu was to block it. All right, it's up to you if you like it, then go for it. If Lanyu can teach Goblin Slayer swordsmanship, why can't he teach Kurapika how to become stronger? Actually, it's a matter of getting to know each other. If Goblin Slayer had asked for advice right away, Blue might not have been willing to teach. But after working on a mission together, they became friends. Although they've only known each other for a short time, just a day or two, they're still friends. Isn't that how many people are? So friends can teach each other. However, when Kurapika first approached to ask for advice, anyone in an unfamiliar situation would likely not be willing to teach. Of course, after they become familiar, it might depend on the situation. In other words, if Kurapika had known him for a few days before asking, then Leorio would likely be more willing to teach. By the way, how much reputation did the Synthesis brother gain this time? Lan asked in her heart. Synthesis system. About several 100,000. The main issue is that your battles are too fast and the duration is too short. If there were 2 or 3 days, there might be more. But that's okay. Aren't there still over 200 layers of battles afterwards? There will be a period of buffering, during which a large number of people will gather, and that is the main point. Lan smiled. With over 100,000 in just one day, after a few days of spreading, wouldn't the battles on the 200 levels be able to provide him with hundreds of thousands of prestige? In this way, his reputation could rise to millions. After the elevator reached the 200th floor, the two entered their respective rooms. After Kurapika returned to his room, he opened his computer to check some web pages. As for Lan, after entering the room, he opened a vortex to return to the room in the Infinite Country. The king who had been out finally returned, thinking you had stayed out all night. Robin, who was reading at the desk, glanced at the suddenly appearing vortex and smiled. What kind of world did you go to this time? Now the high-level officials of the Infinite Kingdom are aware that Lanyu is not in the country. He must be in one of the known other worlds or in an unknown other world. Lanyu smiled and briefly explained. It's an environment similar to the Pokemon world. But this world has no Pokemon and is even more prosperous than the Pokemon world. At the same time, this world has a kind of ability, as strange and diverse as the powers of the devil fruits. Really? Another unexpected world. It always feels like after coming here, my brain capacity is insufficient, and I don't know what bizarre world I'll go to next. Robin shook her head. Oh, right. There are 2 things today. Robin told Lanyu about the news on the newspaper regarding Red-Haired and also mentioned that people from the Revolutionary Army have come. Really? These matters were all expected, and Lanyu didn't ask for more details. As night deepened, it was time for the two to start. The next day, bang, bang, bang. Early in the morning, Lanyu was awakened by several explosions. Who is bombing so early? After getting out of bed, Lanyu looked out the window, but due to the obstruction of other buildings, he couldn't see what was happening near the explosions, only noticing some smoke rising in the distance. Of course, he knew that it wasn't anyone attacking here. If they were, the guards would have already been in an uproar, so it must be someone from his side causing trouble. Lanyu glanced at Robin, who was sleeping soundly, using her Hana Nomi ability to cover her ears. Let's see who is causing trouble so early. I can't let my morning grumpiness go unless I give him a beating. After getting dressed and grabbing some convenient breakfast, Lan Yu headed towards the sound of the explosions, eventually making his way to the new training ground. Because the training ground had a fixed dimensional gate, ordinary people generally couldn't go there, and it was heavily guarded. So a larger new training ground was opened elsewhere, which also had several Pokemon battle arenas. Normally, this new training ground wouldn't disturb Lan Yu's room. But Pokemon battles are loud and can be heard no matter how good the soundproofing is. Of course, usually no one would dare to be so bold as to start Pokemon battles this early and disturb Lan Yu's sleep. However, now there were two bold individuals, or rather, two foolish guys who were having a Pokemon battle this early in the training ground. When Lan Yu arrived and saw these two familiar faces, he shook his head. I guess these two would run into each other. But even if they did, that is not a reason for you to disturb my sleep. Chapter 83. Two people. Karabaka, swinging his bone wildly. A young man wearing a hat and holding a hose was directing his Pokemon. A great opportunity. Dragonite kicked Karabaka's bone away, then headbutt Karabaka. Bang! Ace's command wasn't finished when he got hit with a critical strike to the head, causing him to crouch down, holding his head in pain. Who are you? Why are you attacking Ace? The young man with the hat and hose posed menacingly at the person behind Ace. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Ace rubbed his head and looked behind him. Upon seeing who it was, Ace complained, Your Majesty Blue, why are you hitting me out of nowhere? Did you wake up too early and still feel groggy? How can you say that? You just admitted it's early. Don't you know many people are still asleep at this time? Blue retorted angrily. It's because you were battling with someone that you woke me up. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll dare to battle here so early again. Hearing this, Ace stood up, feeling embarrassed as he rubbed his head. Ha ha, saw thee. I got excited seeing my good bro and couldn't help but want to have a Pokemon battle with him. Sabo, this is His Majesty Blue, the king of this country. Your Majesty, this is my good bro Sabo. Ace introduced the two. Oh, so you are His Majesty Blue? Hello. Sabo politely greeted Blue while taking off his hat. However, Ace misspoke a bit. He and Sabo hadn't confirmed their brotherly relationship yet. Blue immediately looked puzzled. What do you mean by that? One says brother, and the other says it hasn't been confirmed. Did you two have a falling out after not seeing each other for too long? Ace started to explain. It turns out that yesterday, members of the Revolutionary Army came to trade Pokemon, and after the main people picked their favorite Pokemon, they came to this new training ground to get familiar with it. This new training ground is also a place Ace frequently visited after arriving in this country. So there was no missed opportunity and no luck involved. Ace and Sabo simply ran into each other. Sabo looked at Ace as if he were a stranger, but Ace, upon seeing Sabo's familiar face, was stunned for a moment and then excitedly shouted, You're Sabo. You're my good bro Sabo. Even if you turn to ashes, I would still recognize you as my bro Sabo. He then directly hugged Sabo and started crying. However, Sabo still had a stranger's expression, remaining indifferent to the excited Ace, and even asked, Who are you? In the end, it was Sabo's partner, Keela, who told Ace that Sabo had been hit by an artillery shell when he was young and had lost his memory, which is why he didn't recognize Ace. When Ace heard about the artillery, he understood what had happened, as he had witnessed Sabo leaving and getting hit by a cannon from a large ship. He then pulled Sabo and started recalling their childhood memories, like when they played with artillery, beat up Luffy, and went to bed together. However, Sabo remained indifferent to these stories, as if they were not his experiences. To give Sabo a chance to recover his memory, Dragon decided to keep Sabo here for a few days while the other members of the Revolutionary Army returned. Ace, wanting Sabo to recover his memory sooner, dragged him over for cannon fight. Oh, I'm in a Pokemon battle early in the morning. Is that so? Blue couldn't believe that Sabo hadn't regained his memory. In the storyline, didn't Sabo regain his memory immediately upon seeing Ace's death? Why then? Did he fail to recover it upon seeing Ace alive? Could it be that because Ace didn't sacrifice himself, Sabo's memory got stuck and couldn't be triggered? Blue shook his head, indicating that memory loss involves the brain, which is the most complex part of a person. No one can fully understand it, meaning no one knows how to restore memories 100. However, when it comes to methods for recovering memories, the most effective is stimulation, either by recalling past events or familiar objects. And sometimes even a slight impact can help restore them. So Ace. Blue hadn't even finished his sentence when Ace's eyes lit up. A collision can restore memory? Past events and familiar objects definitely won't work. The best thing is my own matter, and I'm the most familiar thing, but that didn't help Sabo recover. So, can we try the collision? Ace looked at Sabo. Sabo, suddenly feeling something was off. Come on, Sabo, to help you regain your memory. Just bear with it. Bang. Before Sabo could react, Ace punched him in the head like they did when they were kids. Ouch, ouch, ouch. You bastard. It hurt so much when you hit me as a kid, and it still hurts now, Sabo yelled, rubbing his head in anger. However, this made Ace happy. Ah, it worked. The collision was indeed effective. Does that mean you have some of your old memories back? Oh, now that you mention it, I think I remember some things from before. Sabo looked like he was indeed starting to regain his memory. It seemed Ace's punch had opened the floodgates of his memory, making him feel that the pain was that familiar ache from before, and his memories flowed like water in his mind, smoothly recalling past events. But since he had regained his memory, Sabo was naturally going to seek revenge. Ace, you bastard. Always hitting me so hard. I'm going to hit you back. Sabo quickly punched Ace. However, Ace didn't retaliate. Instead, he hugged Sabo and cried, "Welcome back, Sabo." Ace, your big brother Sabo is back. Sabo smiled, patting Ace's back. It was originally a very touching scene, but what big brother Sabo? I'm clearly the older brother. Ace quickly pushed Sabo away, pointing at him indignantly. TCH, we agreed that the first one to set sail would be the older brother. Sabo spread his hands. Is that even considered setting sail? A bamboo raft doesn't count as a ship. But I did set sail. I won't admit it. Anyway, I did set sail. Blue facepalmed, unable to watch the two who had started arguing, completely ruining the previously touching moment. He didn't expect that a punch could actually help Sabo regain his memory. It was too childish. One got hit a few times and became a Yonko, another got hit a lot and became someone else's son, and one got hit by a cannon and became the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. So are you three brothers just asking for a beating? Is it impossible to unleash your inner power without getting hit? Blue didn't bother with the two anymore. They could fight as they liked. He didn't have time to watch such a farce, so while he still had time, he headed towards other places. As he walked, Blue arrived at the newly established department, the Development Department. The main work of this department, since its name is development, it encompasses everything that can be used for development. It's a department you don't need to understand. You just need to know it's related to development. Oh, Professor Oak is here so early? After entering the Development Department, Lon, you saw Professor Oak in a research lab. Haha, come over for breakfast and take a look here, Professor Oak said with a smile. In fact, this development department has a part contributed by Professor Oak, or rather, Professor Oak collaborated with the Infinite Nation to establish a research lab here for further research on the genes of marine Pokemon. The Infinite Nation also has people guarding the Oak Research Institute, so Professor Oak is not worried about others entering the Vortex Passage. By the way, did you have any results regarding the previous communication issue? One you asked. Still not working. There are too many unstable magnetic fields here, especially in this new world where each island seems like a different world. As you move away, you completely lose the signal. Professor Oak shook his head. With the capabilities of Professor Oak and two champions, they easily bought a satellite from the Pokemon world. Although Professor Oak is not a communications researcher, he can still handle a part-time. However, after the satellite was launched, the chaotic magnetic fields of the various islands completely hindered the signal transmission. While wireless signals like those from a mobile phone don't require a satellite, they do need base stations to transmit signals. But would the people on each island allow you to build base stations freely? Moreover, the signal transmission of base stations is still affected by magnetic fields. Of course, there are ways that are not affected by magnetic fields, such as optical cables, but only a fool would use that method, with each island being so far apart. What would you connect? In other words, with the current technology in the Pokemon world, it's very difficult to establish a large-scale network communication in this world. However, establishing base stations only in the Infinite Nation could still achieve network communication. Does that mean we can only achieve communication in this country? One, you frowned. It's not that establishing communication only in this country is bad, but it's too closed off. Achieving network connections in most areas of this world would be the best choice. Because once this is achieved, there are many benefits. It can enhance external communication, allow for real-time news updates, and most importantly, many high-tech weapons can be used remotely. At the same time, it also means that the Infinite Nation would hold the discourse power in the world of One Piece. Discourse power, while not equivalent to strength, can control the public opinion of this world. With control over public opinion, releasing some damaging information about the world government daily could slowly lead to its downfall. Even if the world government mobilized all its forces to destroy the Infinite Nation, Lan Yu would have already escaped, and this discourse power would remain in hand, meaning the damaging information would never stop. Over time, as more damaging information is released, even if the world government does not disband immediately, it will become increasingly chaotic and lose support. At that point, various forces will rise up together to overthrow the world government. Moreover, with the strength of the Infinite Nation, it might not even be possible for the world government to destroy it. Just Lan Yu using the Dimension Gate to relocate the populace could scare the world government to death. Currently, it is indeed like this. One can only say that the current communication devices are not advanced enough, unless the communication devices evolve like Pokemon. Professor Oak shrugged. Evolve? Lan Yu's eyes lit up at once. He almost forgot that it could be done this way. Chapter 84. Enrolling in the Hunter exam. After chatting with Professor Oak for a while, Lan Yu returned to the luxurious room at the Sky Arena. Have you been waiting here for me the whole time? Lan Yu asked as he opened the door, and Kurapika was standing against the wall across from the door. That's right. I was worried you might sneak away, so I came here early to wait, Kurapika replied straightforwardly. I don't even know what to say to you. Lan Yu shook his head. Fortunately, he stayed long in the Infinite Country that morning. If he had lingered until noon, Kurapika would have had quite a wait. Lan Yu then walked toward the elevator, with Kurapika following behind. Once inside the elevator, Kurapika asked, Since there's no match today, where are you going? Don't need to tell you where I'm going? Lan Yu retorted. Kurapika calmly shook his head. Of course not, but it would be best if you could tell me. I'm somewhat familiar with this city and could act as a guide to save you time. I don't need a guide to just wander around. Do you really want to tag along? Why not? It's a good opportunity to get to know each other better. If you want to shop in a lively area, I have some great recommendations. Good recommendations? I want to buy a satellite. What can your guidance offer for that? Lan Yu casually asked. A normal person would think buying a satellite is a joke, but Kurapika calmly replied. There is. An agency can help with that. Lan Yu. ISNT, that agency for handling documents? Can an agency really buy a satellite? Lan Yu questioned with skepticism. Yes, it can actually buy one. You must have seen that it doesn't list any specific services, which means it can handle anything as long as you have money, Kurapika shrugged. What about buying a missile? As I said, as long as it can be settled with money, it can basically do it. All right, this agency is impressive. Lan Yu thought he couldn't even describe how capable this agency was, being able to sell missiles and satellites. However, Kurapika reminded him, for things of high value, like satellites or missiles, you still need a qualification. But this qualification can also be bought. You can use someone else's qualification to make the purchase. What qualification? Lan Yu asked. A hunter license. A hunter license? Does an agency need a hunter license? Lan Yu suddenly realized something. So this agency is run by the Hunter Association or related people. The nature of handling things for money seemed very similar to the tasks of the Hunter Association. Hearing Lan Yu's words, Kurapika was surprised. You know about the Hunter Association? Why wouldn't I know? Lan Yu grinned. Weren't you previously an illegal resident? Even someone with a bad haircut could guess Lan Yu was illegal. So how could Kurapika, who went with him to get identification, not guess? Does being illegal mean you don't know about the Hunter Association? Lan Yu spread his hands. It doesn't necessarily mean that. Kurapika thought Lan Yu came from a remote place without identification, so he wouldn't know about the Hunter Association. This worked out well. Since buying valuable items requires a hunter license, and the agency is related to the Hunter Association, they could directly ask if they could enroll for the hunter license there. Lan Yu initially didn't want to take the hunter license exam because it wasn't very useful to him. Although the license could allow him to learn new abilities, what else was it good for? And wanted to learn none didn't necessarily require the license. Many people without licenses still learn none, and Lan Yu could learn from those people. But now that he knew the license was so useful for buying valuable items, he certainly wanted to take the exam, especially since he, or rather the Infinite Country, needed a large number of firearms. The Pokemon world doesn't emphasize firearms because these weapons are difficult to affect Pokemon, or the high-tech weapons in Pokemon are bizarre and not suitable for widespread use like firearms. In other words, if the Infinite Country wanted a large amount of firearms for defense, they would have to manufacture them themselves, but many firearms cannot be produced quickly. With a hunter license, Lan Yu wouldn't have to wait for production time. He could easily buy large quantities of firearms to bring back to the Infinite Country, further strengthening its power. After exiting the elevator, Lan Yu headed towards the agency. On the way, he curiously asked Kurapika, Did you never think about taking the hunter license exam to find someone stronger than me to learn how to get stronger? I did have that thought, Kurapika nodded, then shook his head, but the hunter license isn't something you can just take. Although thousands of people take the exam every year, only a few pass, which means the success rate is about 1 in 1,000. Also, I've investigated that many people get injured every year. So until I have some confidence, I want to take it for now. If I take it, will you come with me? Lan Yu smiled. Kurapika replied calmly. If you're willing to teach me how to get stronger, I might follow you, but if you don't teach me, I definitely want to go. Why not? Didn't you insist I teach you how to get stronger? Why are you afraid to go with me to take the hunter license exam? Afraid of getting hurt? Lan Yu teased. Being afraid of getting hurt is secondary, but the most direct reason is that you are very strong, Karapika reasoned. If you want to pass quickly and use a bit of effort, the others taking the exam with you would just get eliminated. So why should I waste my time? If you teach me how to get stronger, even if I get eliminated, I can treat it as training. You've thought of that. Lan Yu actually had the idea of passing the hunter exam quickly, especially like Killua in the story, passing without being tormented by the examiners. After a while, Lan Yu and Kurapika arrived at the agency, but Kurapika waited in the lobby while Lan Yu entered the office of a staff member he had visited yesterday. Oh, isn't this the star player who broke the Sky Arena? A staff member teased as Lan Yu entered. Were you there at the match yesterday? Lan Yu sat opposite the staff member. With work, how would I have a chance to see it live? I mostly watched on TV. The staff member waved a tablet. Did you bet on me winning? Lan Yu shrugged. Many people made money yesterday. Of course. Those who came here to get identification and dare to go to the Sky Arena are either strong or foolish, but I've been here for so many years. My eyes are quite sharp, the staff member laughed. The staff member then stopped chatting with Lan Yu and asked, what service do you need from us this time? I heard you can buy missiles here. Can you help me buy one? Lan Yu didn't mention the hunter license first, but teased the staff member. However, the staff member calmly replied, sure, those who are qualified will pay this price plus fees. Those who are not qualified need us to provide qualifications as intermediaries. Hence this price. The staff wrote down 2 large prices for Lan Yu to see, and at the same time, Lan Yu could mention the missiles, indicating he understood what qualifications meant. Simply put, the price for those who are qualified is double the normal price, while for those who are not qualified, it is quadruple the price. You guys really have great power, even selling missiles. Aren't you afraid someone will use them for trouble? Lan Yu asked tentatively. Afraid? Who's afraid of making money? Selling one is a huge profit. However, what we sell has been slightly modified, so it cannot be used to attack our partners. The staff candidly explained. So if you buy a missile and find it unusable, it's not a quality issue. It's because you try to use it to attack our partners. All right, I knew you must have sold them with insurance. Lan Yu shrugged. That makes sense. If a buyer happens to use it to attack the seller, that would be something. However, compared to missiles, Lan Yu was more interested in buying a mushroom bomb. The difference is that missiles are available in many countries and are easy to obtain. Mushroom bombs, on the other hand, are life-saving weapons. Apart from certain countries, many cannot produce them, and they may not be available for purchase. Even if one can buy mushroom bombs, they can only be obtained from those countries, and in this world, one might be closely monitored by those countries. Even if not monitored, the restrictions on obtaining mushroom bombs would be significant. So do you need to buy it? The staff asked. I'll wait for an opportunity to buy it later. I mainly came here to obtain this qualification, meaning I want to participate in the hunter examination. Lan Yu leaned his hands on the table. You really have done your homework. The staff smiled. But you're lucky. Today is the last day for registration. If you come tomorrow, you'll have to wait until next year. Then please help me register. Indeed, I was quite lucky. If Lan Yu had not known about this place and had gone to register elsewhere, he would have definitely missed out and had to wait a year. No problem. It's 100,000 genie, 6,000 yuan. The staff handed over a registration form. Oh, you guys make money too easily. Lan Yu didn't haggle and filled out the form and paid directly. But we provide good service. If you register elsewhere, you have to find a place. And whether you can find it is one thing, but it wastes time. Unlike us, we handle everything directly, and you just need to show up for the exam. The staff smiled. Indeed, that's why I didn't negotiate with you. Actually, even if Lan Yu wanted to negotiate, it would be useless. They had a fixed price here. Lan Yu inquired about the exam location and time, learned it would start in a few days, and then left with Karapika. The staff watched Lan Yu's departing figure and smiled. I wonder what interesting things will happen in this exam. Chapter 85. At the auction, as Kurapika wandered aimlessly down the street, he observed Lan Yu with a thoughtful expression. He noticed that some of Lan Yu's behaviors didn't resemble those of a drifter, but rather seemed like someone very familiar with a bustling city. After strolling for a while longer, Lan Yu spotted a building across the street with many people entering and exiting. An auction house. Squinting at the large characters in front of the building, Lan Yu thought to himself, let us go check out what good items are up for auction. After considering it for a moment, Lan Yu made his way towards the auction house. To enter this auction house, you need a membership card, or someone else to bring you in, Kurapika reminded Lan Yu, following closely behind. However, after passing by a few people, Lan Yu suddenly pulled out a card, saying, is this the membership card you were talking about? Kurapika was taken aback. When did you get this? Is that so? Realizing that Lan Yu had likely acquired the card from one of the people they had just passed, Kurapika understood that, with Lan Yu's abilities, it would be easy for him to obtain a membership card quickly. Lan Yu then took the card and led Kurapika inside effortlessly. Luckily, these membership cards were anonymous. Otherwise, the security checks would reveal that it was a borrowed card. This was intentional on the part of the auction house, as they wouldn't allow people to easily disclose their identities while bidding. This dagger was used by a king from a certain country 500 years ago. It weighs 1 pound, with a blade length of 6,666 centimeters, and the blade is extremely sharp. Just a slight prick draws blood. This garment was worn by a queen from a powerful nation 666 years ago. It is made of genuine silk, keeping warm in winter and cool in summer. Fireproof, waterproof, and tear-resistant. This handgun was used by the leader of a military superpower 122 years ago. Its feature is an open chamber that allows the user to quickly reload and attack, and this leader used it to fire continuously for 15 minutes. Upon entering the hall of the auction house, Lan Yu noticed various stalls set up for auction. However, these stalls were more for picking up bargains. Out of 100 items, there might not even be one good item. On one side of the hall, there was a staircase leading to the second floor, where a large auction was taking place. This was the main event of the day. However, a security guard was stationed at the foot of the stairs, and one needed an invitation to access the auction on the second floor. The invitation proved that the person was of suitable status and would not cause chaos during the auction. Lan Yu wanted to attend the auction upstairs, so he resorted to his old trick and obtained an invitation from someone. He then headed up to the second floor auction venue. The auction room featured private booths on the third floor, along with seating arrangements for the crowd on the second floor. To prevent any incidents afterward, everyone sitting together had to wear masks, while the private booths were equipped with one-way mirrors, allowing only those inside to see the auction proceedings. Fortunately for Lan Yu, he managed to get a private booth invitation, so he didn't need to sit among the others. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item up for auction is a very rare card. Only a few of these cards are issued each year. The original owner of this card had to auction it off due to debts, the auctioneer announced. While winning the auction for this card doesn't grant you complete ownership, it does allow you to enjoy 90% of the rights associated with it. Furthermore, due to the public nature of this auction, the original owner cannot cancel or report the card lost, nor can they reclaim any rights associated with it. Even if the original owner passes away, the auction winner can still use the card unless the original owner repays double the auction price. Without further ado, I'm sure some of you knowledgeable individuals can guess what kind of card this is. Next up for auction is the Hunter License. The auctioneer opened a box to reveal the Hunter License inside. The reactions from the audience varied. Some wealthy individuals had no need for this card, while others who enjoyed adventure but lacked the ability to obtain a Hunter License were quite interested, as the license allowed access to many forbidden countries and zones. The starting bid was 30 million Jenny, 8 million. The auctioneer tapped the table to signal the official start of the bidding. 30 million, 31 million. The response to the auction of the Hunter License was quite good. Although the increments were small, there were continuous bids. Seeing the auction situation on the second floor, Lan Yu shook his head. To think that such a high amount could be bid just for an auction. No wonder so many people are eager to obtain a Hunter License. If you have the money, you can bid, Kurapika suggested. Although it's only 90% of the rights, that's enough to qualify you at the agency, allowing you to buy what you want without needing to take the exam. Lan Yu guessed what Kurapika was thinking upon hearing this. If you don't have to take the exam, then you have a chance to continue following me. It's beneficial for both of us. Kurapika clasped his hands on his lap, quietly watching the auction below. It's beneficial. But why would I want someone else's Hunter License when I could have my own? Lan Yu chuckled. The Hunter License was ultimately won by a strong man for a final price of 80,888,000. According to the man, he intended to use the card to venture into certain forbidden areas, hence starting with a price that reflected his good intentions. Next up for auction was the learning insights of a certain powerful individual. These insights included the knowledge of how to develop a specific ability from a zero foundation, an ability that could make a person extraordinarily strong. This ability was essential for every hunter, allowing them to successfully complete dangerous tasks. However, it was noted that this ability was more suitable for individuals with some strength or strong comprehension skills. Attempting to learn it without a teacher, or if one lacked the capability, could be dangerous. And this ability is none. The starting bid was 1 million Jenny. The auctioneer pounded the table after finishing his announcement. Upon hearing about this auction item, the audience immediately erupted in boos. Boo! Not this again. How many times has it been returned? Exactly. I auctioned this item before, and I consider myself somewhat capable. but I could barely unleash the aura from the insights. I almost suffocated trying. I bought it too. With an IQ of 250, I could learn many things quickly without a teacher, but I flopped on this nun. The first auction had bids over 100 million, but after so many returns, it's down to 1 million now. This clearly shows that this item isn't worth anything. Why are we even auctioning this? Let us move on to the next item. Beep. Some people hadn't finished speaking when a red light in a private booth signaled a bid of 1 million. The auctioneer was sweating slightly from the audience's comments, and someone bidding helped him out of a tight spot. However, as a conscientious auctioneer, he reminded to the buyer, this item cannot be returned once you win it. So, beep, beep, beep. The red light in this private room went off again. Of course, this doesn't mean a price increase, but rather 3 confirmation sounds. In fact, the meaning of these 3 sounds is that there's no need to keep talking nonsense. It means I've bought it. And the person who placed the bid is, of course, Lanyu. Seeing that there was an auction for nin abilities, how could he not bid on it? Although some people have bid on it before and couldn't learn it, he knows what the issue is. Because insights are different from being taught in a clear and explicit way. If certain keywords are omitted when writing purely in text, it can easily lead to confusion. But this is not a problem for Lanyu, as he has seen the plot and has insights along with some hint from the storyline. He believes he can learn it. Even if he can't learn it, after obtaining the hunter license, he will still have the opportunity to learn. And this insight can become an advanced reference. When Lanyu called out his bid, Karapika also advised, although I don't know what kind of ability none is. But since no one has learned from the items auctioned several times, it must be that either the insights are not clearly written, or this nin ability is very difficult to learn. So spending 1 million might lead to a loss. It doesn't matter. I can afford to lose. After all, I won so much battle prize money yesterday. Lanyu laughed. All right, that's true. Seeing this, Karapika had nothing more to say. With no one competing, Lanyu successfully bought it for 1 million. The host then brought the nun ability insights to Lanyu to collect the money. The people in the audience shook their heads in disbelief upon seeing the host call someone to collect the money, saying that the person buying the insights was wasting money and had nothing better to spend it on. In fact, there were also those in the auction who had subordinates that could use none, but they all said that if they could use none, why would they need to auction it? Wouldn't it be enough to just ask their subordinates? At the same time, since it was an auction, those who could use none wouldn't remind those who wanted to bid on the nun ability insights to learn from it. Although the basics of nun abilities are the same, the 6 major categories afterward are different. Whether one can learn it or not is one thing. But simply learning none and ending up with different categories can make this insight less valuable. As the noisy crowd quieted down, the next auction item came on stage. And as soon as this item appeared, the audience erupted in commotion. Karapika, upon seeing this item, clasped his hands tightly together, his eyes fixated on it. Chapter 86. The auction. After the host introduced the item, he announced its price. Once the price was revealed, bidding voices erupted continuously. For collectors, the items on the auction stage were like stunning beauties. After obtaining the insights on his nun abilities, Lanyu wanted to take a look, but didn't pay attention to the auction. However, sensing something was off in the atmosphere, he looked up at the auction stage. Upon seeing what was on the auction block, Lanyu sighed and shook his head. I didn't expect something like this to appear here. This auction featured a bottle containing a transparent liquid, and in that liquid, a pair of fiery red eyes was submerged. In simple terms, this was the scarlet eyes of the Korda clan, one of the 7 beautiful colors in this world, and also the eyes of Karapika's people. Lanyu then glanced at Karapika. The appearance of his clan's eyes caused Karapika to become overly emotional, and his eyes turned crimson. Luckily, they were in this private room. Otherwise, if he were outside and his living scarlet eyes suddenly appeared, it would have caused a stir. Lanyu looked at Karapika and then turned his head to the people below who were continuously bidding. Are you not surprised to see my eyes? Karapika stood up and walked to the one-way mirror, looking at the bottle on the auction stage. Through the reflection of the one-way mirror, Karapika also saw his own crimson eyes. Surprised? I've looked into some of your background and know that you were the last of the Korda clan, Lanyu said frankly. So, I'm not surprised that your eyes changed color due to the scarlet eyes on stage. Of course, Lanyu hadn't actually investigated. He was just using the plot to make a point. Is that so? It seems you checked my background while signing up for the hunter exam at the agency. Karapika was not surprised that Lanyu knew about him. He understood that the agency was quite powerful, especially since his previous identification was also handled by them. So it was easy for Lanyu to find out about him. Since you were searching for something and have been so persistent in following me, I should know what is so important. Lan Yu figured Kurapika would guess that it was the agency that had investigated him. After all, the agency was quite formidable. Therefore, Lan Yu was not afraid of Kurapika asking how he knew about his identity after revealing it. But I'm curious. Why don't you use the agency to find your clan's eyes? Lan Yu asked Kurapika. Given the agency's strength, Kurapika had no reason not to let them intervene. The cost of gathering intelligence is one price, and the cost to retrieve it is another, and I don't have that much money or qualifications. At the same time, they analyzed the existing information and kindly advised me not to look for them without strong power, because my clan's Scarlet Eyes are in the hands of those who are wealthy and powerful, and those who kill my clan and took their eyes are people I cannot deal with. Kurapika clenched his fists, his eyes turning red. And indeed, they were red. Hearing this, Lan Yu could only marvel at how considerate the agency was toward its clients. However, regarding Kurapika's mention of being unable to deal with certain people, Lan Yu knew it referred to the Phantom Troop. With their strength, they were indeed not something an ordinary Kurapika could handle at this moment. So, now that you see your clan's eyes, what will you do? Lan Yu crossed his arms and squinted at the bottle on the stage. Are you relying on the auction? Or are you planning to rush up and snatch it after someone else bids? If you can buy it, then buy it. If not, then steal it. Kurapika looked back at the bottle on stage, his eyes revealing a chilling light. However, the auction price for the Scarlet Eyes was climbing steadily, already reaching several tens of millions. Although Kurapika had earned a lot from winning his battle against Lan Yu, that amount seemed small in comparison to the continuously rising auction price. Lan Yu then gestured, "This price is so high. Are you sure you want to steal it? Just a reminder, there are people monitoring the area. With your current strength, attempting to steal would be equivalent to seeking death." Lan Yu stood up and walked to the one-way mirror. Damn it! Kurapika felt powerless upon hearing this, clenching his hands tightly. He didn't have that much money, and with his abilities, he couldn't steal it. His earlier bravado was just empty talk. "Can you help me?" Seemingly thinking of something, Kurapika looked at Lan Yu, placing all his hopes on him. "I'll accept any price." "Really, any price?" Lan Yu said calmly. Kurapika nodded seriously. "That's right. If you can help me, and give me time to recover all the Scarlet Eyes, I can dedicate the rest of my life to serving you." He originally wanted to say that this pair of Scarlet Eyes would be enough for him to serve Lan Yu. But considering that there were still many of his clan's eyes out there, he could only say he would find all the eyes back. "You have guts," Lan Yu smiled, playing with words. "If you take 100 years to recover all the Scarlet Eyes, wouldn't you have little time left to serve me?" Kurapika realized there was an issue with his wording and quickly shook his head. "That's not what I meant. I absolutely did not mean that. Ever since I was the only one left of the Korda clan, my goal has been to recover my clan's eyes. I want to find them back as soon as possible. I wouldn't wait until I'm 100. Even if it takes 10 years, I would feel very distressed. If I could recover all the eyes in a year, I would do so in that year without delaying. Then I would have enough time left to serve you in return. Then why do you think I have the ability to help you?" Lan Yu waved his hand toward the auction stage. "This pair is manageable. Just spend some money. But what about the other eyes? What makes you think I have the ability to help you retrieve them? Just relying on strength doesn't necessarily mean I can get back that many Scarlet Eyes." Kurapika took a deep breath and then said, "I don't know how strong you are, but I can only say it seems unfathomable. And while you appear to be an undocumented person needing identification, from your actions while shopping, your demeanor, and your expressions when observing many things, you don't look like an undocumented person. You seem quite familiar with these things. Also, I suspect your identity is quite noble, although your clothes have no markings. I compared them online and found they resemble those worn by people of high status who can afford silk. Moreover, you handle things very calmly. At first, you didn't take care about me, a stranger, following you, and you don't seem like someone who is here for the first time." Kurapika articulated everything he had observed in just under 2 days. To summarize what he said in one sentence, in his eyes, Lan Yu was not an ordinary person, but rather someone of stature who had come here in disguise. After listening to Kurapika's words, Lan Yu shook his head and smiled. "Not bad. You analyzed so much in such a short time. You're right. I do have the ability to help you. But can you really sell your life?" Lan Yu glanced at Kurapika and then looked back at the situation below. At that moment, the auction price for the Scarlet Eyes had risen to over 100 million. Lan Yu then continued, "You should know that once your life no longer belongs to you, you will feel like you're doing things you don't want to do. Eventually, you'll feel regret and frustration, and you'll develop resentment, wishing to escape that kind of life. Then, for the sake of freedom, you'll rebel even more." Before Lan Yu could finish, Kurapika interrupted him. "Since I said I would sell my life, I will definitely do so. If I can't do it, you can kill me." Or, I will keep my promise and commit suicide to give my life to you. Isn't killing you or making you commit suicide a waste? Lan Yu shook his head. Also, promises are indeed very important, but if a person doesn't care about their reputation, then it's worth very little. Hearing this, Karapika was at a loss for words because Lan Yu was right. A promise based solely on words cannot truly earn trust. However, just as Karapika was unsure of what to say, Lan Yu surprisingly pressed the auction button and spoke into the microphone. 200 million Jenny, 12 million. At this, Karapika was a bit confused by Lan Yu's actions. Weren't they still negotiating? Why was he bidding? When the audience heard this price, they were momentarily stunned. They had just raised the bid to over 100 million with much commotion, and now someone was directly bidding 200 million. However, once they reacted, they understood that this was a big player making a move, starting with a bid of 200 million. There was no need for these small-time wealthy individuals to continue competing. They couldn't outbid a big player. Chapter 87. Trying to steal, however, although the 200 million Jenny had stunned the people below into silence and halted their bidding. The people in the private rooms were not intimidated. In a private room on the right, a voice emerged. 250 million Jenny. 300 million Jenny. Responded Lan Yu. 350 million Jenny. Came the reply from the other side. 600 million Jenny. Lan Yu made a bold bid, not wanting to engage in back and forth with the opponent. As soon as this price was announced, the private room went silent, and the audience below swallowed hard. This big shot had indeed raised the price to 600 million in an instant. When no one continued to raise the bid, the host struck the gavel 3 times and instructed the staff to deliver the small vial and collect the payment. When the staff brought the item over and saw Lan Yu swipe his card to pay without batting an eye, they couldn't help but marvel at how effortlessly this big shot made the payment. After the staff left, Lan Yu handed the vial to Karapika. Karapika stared at the vial in his hand, momentarily stunned, then looked at Lan Yu and asked, "Aren't we supposed to negotiate first? So why?" Lan Yu smiled and shook his head. "You're mistaken. We have reached an agreement. Your life is quite valuable. However, I don't need you to risk your life for me. Just understand that with our relationship, calling each other friends may not be appropriate. You will work for me seriously in the future, but not the you of now, rather the you of later." Lan Yu sat down and continued watching the auction below. Upon hearing this, Karapika was at a loss for words. Initially, he had been adamant about not teaching him how to become stronger, and now, without even a proper negotiation, Lan Yu had suddenly bid 600 million for a pair of his clan's eyes. This person was quite strange. You'll understand in the future, Lan Yu said with a faint smile. For Lan Yu, 600 million was actually too easy. The prize money and winnings he had made from the Sky Arena alone exceeded 600 million. Originally, Lan Yu had no intention of interacting with plot characters or taking Karapika under his wing, especially since he had his own experiences to deal with later. Now that Karapika wanted to follow him, Lan Yu decided to observe him for a few days to see if he was truly determined, and then teach him based on the circumstances. However, after encountering the auction situation and with Karapika even mentioning risking his life, it would be inappropriate for Lan Yu not to help him out. Thus, he would also take him under his wing. As for Lan Yu's comment about promises being worthless, that was just something he said casually. After all, with Karapika's character, he would never go back on his word. Another crucial reason was that Lan Yu considered that once Karapika retrieved his clan's eyes, he would become a free man. Even in the plot, even with the last pair of eyes remaining, he would still act like a free man, working in some gang. So rather than letting him remain a free man in a gang, it would be better to bring him into the infinite kingdom, where he could realize greater value, especially by working in the development department to explore matters in other worlds. It's important to note that aside from being influenced by the matter of his clan's eyes, Karapika was a very calm person at other times, making him quite suitable to be an advisor. Originally, there was another person suitable for this role, and that was the Goblin Slayer, especially with his steadfast determination to slay goblins. Someone like him who could commit to something once he decided was very trustworthy. However, because goblins could never be fully exterminated, his character would certainly lead him to continually hunt goblins, so he was not in Lan Yu's plans. After that, Karapika stopped paying attention to the items being auctioned and quietly stared at the vial in his hand. Once he calmed down, his eyes returned to their normal color. There was nothing else that caught Lan Yu's eye in the latter part of the auction. So after the auction ended, the two of them left the venue with one item each. However, after walking a short distance on the street, Lan Yu shook his head and sighed. How did I end up in this situation? What do you mean? Karapika looked at Lan Yu in confusion. Someone wants to steal something. Once Lan Yu said this, Karapika understood what was happening. It was simply that someone inside the auction had seen a profit and wanted to steal. However, he wasn't foolish enough to look back, instead asking, should we take a detour to avoid them? Or should we? Kurapika gestured across his throat. Those who wanted to come and steal were ruthless individuals, and since they were definitely aiming to snatch the scarlet eyes from Kurapika's hands, they wouldn't be interested in stealing the low-priced nobility from Lan Yu. Thus, Kurapika would not let these people go. Seeing Lan Yu's calm demeanor, Kurapika also believed in Lan Yu's strength to deal with the pursuers behind them. Of course, we'll play with them a bit and see who is so eager to find trouble. Lan Yu smiled slightly. Understood. Kurapika then led the way down a small road by the street. The men in black suits following Lan Yu and Kurapika saw the two heading down the small road and quickly followed. Quick, follow those two. If they get away, it'll be hard to find them in this city. The most important thing was that if they let them escape, they would definitely be blamed by the prince. Just thinking about their prince's bloodthirsty and brutal nature made several men in black suits feel cold sweat. Therefore, even if they were exposed, they couldn't let Lan Yu and Kurapika get away. However, while they were quickly following, these men in black suits always managed to catch glimpses of Lan Yu and Kurapika's figures at the corners. If they had calmed down just a bit, they would have realized that something was off, but thinking of their terrifying prince, they were as anxious as ants on a hot stove and had no time to calm down. Where did they go? They were just here. How did they suddenly disappear? What do we do? We can't see them and can't get the scarlet eyes from them. We'll be dead when we go back. After chasing through several alleys, the men in black suits suddenly found themselves unable to see any trace of Lan Yu and Kurapika and became frantic. Oh, right. You used your nun ability to take a look at their private room and saw their appearance. Why don't you use your ability to see where they went nearby? One bespectacled man in a suit said to a man in sunglasses. Yeah, I almost forgot about my ability. Not that he forgot, but rather he was so frightened by their prince that he couldn't remember his own ability. The man in sunglasses took off his shades, focusing his eyes with none. Then, his eyes blinked rapidly as if taking snapshots of the surroundings, but the images he captured were from several seconds or even a dozen seconds ago. I found them. They are heading. The man in sunglasses looked up. To his surprise, he saw Lan Yu and Kurapika standing on a protruding part of a building above, both wearing expressions as if they were watching a show. It seems they discovered us long ago. A gentlemanly man in a suit recalled the earlier situation as he calmed himself. So what? They can't escape now. The men in suits drew their guns, aiming at Lan Yu and Kurapika above. At the same time, they understood that the two people who could evade them were definitely not easy to deal with. So they attached their nun energy to themselves. The blue-haired, Yin also sensed the shallow aura on the few people. Are they all Nin users? Just stay here. Yin said to Kurapika before jumping down. One person coming down? The strong man in a suit raised his gun and pointed it at Yin. No need for us to say much. Hand over the scarlet eyes. What? You couldn't afford it at the auction, so now you're resorting to robbery? Then why even go to the auction? You might as well just rob it directly, Yin mocked. Stop with the nonsense. Hand over the scarlet eyes. The man in sunglasses shouted. Since that's the case, then I'll stop wasting time. Who sent you? With a whoosh, Yin instantly appeared behind the last two men in suits and put his arms around them. The others turned to look behind them. Yan's speed was so fast that they completely failed to react. Speak. Who sent you? Yin tightened his grip on the shoulders of the two, causing them to cry out in pain. Oof. Do you think he would tell you? One of them tightened his grip on the gun and fired a shot at Yin. So you want to die? Yin slightly tilted his head to dodge the bullet. It doesn't matter. I'm not really interested in knowing your identities. But you just need to know that anyone who shoots at me is my enemy. And I have only one way to retaliate against enemies. Yan's eyes widened slightly. Boom. A powerful aura emanated from Yin, directly pressing down on the group. Instantly, several men in suits felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground, rolling their eyes. Is this the pressure of Nun? How can it be so powerful? A couple of men in suits were not knocked out by Yan's aura, but they were still pressed to their knees, gathering their Nun energy to resist. Not bad. You managed to hold on. It seems your boss's status isn't low if he has someone like you. However, even your little lackeys are unable to withstand it, which will only make me look very incompetent. Yin emitted an even stronger aura, directly pressing the remaining two men in suits to the ground. The thing that the fourth prince wants, I will not let go of. One of the suited men said this as he fainted. Chapter 88, Another Pair. Is it the fourth prince? After hearing the words of a man in a suit, Lan Yu sneered and thought to himself, do you think just mentioning this title means I won't guess who sent you? Although this world has a modern environment, many countries still have monarchies. This means that many countries have princes, and Lan Yu really wanted to investigate that prince, which would take a lot of time. Presumably, this is also why the man in the suit was not afraid to say it out loud. However, with the Crimson Eyes, the fourth prince, and his none-capable subordinates, when connected in three directions, Lan Yu immediately thought of the fourth prince of the Kaken Empire. The original storyline did not elaborate much on the Kaken Empire situation, only mentioning that this country wanted to join V5, an organization formed by 5 powerful nations, to become V6, and funded the Hunter Association and a group of people to go to the Dark Continent. However, the Kaken Empire's methods are a bit brutal, using the ships heading to the Dark Continent to directly carry out a battle for succession among heirs, with the last person standing becoming the new king. The fourth prince of the Kaken Empire was mentioned a bit in the storyline. In the Succession War, the fourth prince is one of the most promising princes, and he is a bloodthirsty and brutal person who enjoys collecting human organs. He possesses the last pair of crimson eyes. Kurapika also went to the Dark Continent with the intention of obtaining the crimson eyes from the fourth prince, and participated in the battle for succession. Although Lan Yu didn't know how strong the Kaken Empire was, or what the fourth prince was capable of doing for the Crimson Eyes, would Lan Yu be afraid? If he has the ability, he can keep sending people. If he truly provokes me, I could easily ask Logia to sink the Kaken Empire, or open a dimensional gate and let a whole bunch of goblins go party there, making their lives a living hell. Dark Logia, let me out. That imposing aura. Kurapika above was surprised to look at Lan Yu. Although the aura Lan Yu emitted was not directed at him, he still felt its power. However, having such an aura also made Kurapika realize that his choice was correct. Are you going to let them go? Kurapika landed on the ground and looked at the several men in suits lying on the ground, who were clearly not dead yet. He didn't say to let them go, but the one who acted was not him. Lan Yu glanced at Kurapika and then turned to leave. Upon hearing Lan Yu's words and seeing his look, Kurapika understood that if he didn't dare to act against such people, how could he face the enemies who exterminated his clan in the future? He then picked up the gun on the ground, took a deep breath, and gripped the gun tightly, aiming it at the men on the ground. After several gunshots rang out, he took a few steps and caught up with Lan Yu. First time, or had he done it before? Lan Yu said while walking. First time. Kurapika was still holding the gun at this moment. Then you have some guts. No sign of vomiting. Lan Yu glanced at Kurapika. If Kurapika didn't dare to act against these men, Lan Yu would have underestimated him, and the situation he was in at that moment made Lan Yu appreciate him. After shooting smoothly, he didn't appear nervous. Compared to those dead clansmen, what does my situation count for? Kurapika said calmly, but in reality, he was still a bit anxious inside, and his stomach was churning. After all, this was his first time using a gun against someone, and it was impossible for him to feel completely fine. What are you still holding that gun for? To prevent them from finding your fingerprints? Seeing Kurapika still holding the gun, Lan Yu asked. Fingerprints can indeed be wiped off. It's just that it's my first time, so I want to keep it as a memento. Kurapika glanced at the gun in his hand, then put it into his pocket. What's there to commemorate? Lan Yu shook his head. Kurapika didn't say anything. For Lan Yu, there was nothing worth commemorating, but for him, it held great significance. Today was his first time killing someone, and also the day he reclaimed the first eye of his clansmen, so he wanted to keep something meaningful. After the two of them darted around for a while and confirmed that no one was following them, they returned to the Sky Arena. Once back in the room, Kurapika immediately ran to the bathroom, not to use the toilet, but to vomit into it, to avoid embarrassment and maintain his dignity, which was indeed dignified. So he had been enduring his physical discomfort, and after returning here, he could no longer hold it in, directly starting to vomit profusely. Much better. Kurapika washed his face and sat down by the bed after coming out of the bathroom. I won't be so messy and vomit like this again, and I won't let go of those who kill my clansmen. Kurapika looked at the bottle in his left hand. Thinking of the scene where his clansmen were killed and their eyes were auctioned off, Kurapika clenched his right hand tightly, and his eyes turned red again. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lan Yu noticed when Kurapika was vomiting. I thought you really wouldn't vomit. Lan Yu smiled. Although he vomited, Lan Yu didn't look down on Kurapika. Being able to endure for so long showed that he had good control. Although when it came to the matter of his clansmen's eyes, that control would completely break down. Without that issue, his control was excellent. Lan Yu then ignored the situation beside him and opened that book on inabilities to read. In a luxurious room of a hotel in the city where the Sky Arena is located. Fourth Prince, your subordinates have been taken out. An old man respectfully said to the person on the sofa. Useless, they said they were strong, and I spent so much money hiring them, only to have them taken out so easily. This fourth prince calmly watched the program on the television. He didn't even ask who could take out his subordinates. To him, those who couldn't accomplish their tasks were useless. He was the fourth prince of the Kakin Empire that Lan Yu had guessed, Chedoloniki Gregor. Have we found out who obtained the Crimson Eyes? Chedoloniki leaned against the back of the sofa and asked while supporting his chin. The auction house does not set up monitoring to protect the interests of clients, especially for private clients, so it's difficult to know who bid on the Crimson Eyes. Although there are cameras in front of the auction house, there are too many people coming and going, making it impossible to see who it was. The old man shook his head. Furthermore, all the subordinates with tracking abilities have been taken out, and we only found their bodies. There are no surveillance cameras on the small road near the bodies, so we have no idea who acted. So, fourth prince, do we need to spend more money to hire someone to investigate, or borrow the capabilities of the Kakin Empire? Instantly, Chedoloniki showed a very disdainful expression. Borrowing the power of the empire? Wouldn't that make me a laughingstock among my brothers and sisters? And what good would it do to spend money on an investigation? Those useless people aren't opponents. Hiring more useless people wouldn't change anything. Is that a waste of money? However, fourth prince, the old man hesitated for a moment before boldly asking, if you really like those Crimson Eyes, why not just bid on them? Bid on them? Do you have a brain? Chedoloniki's tone became cold. The other party suddenly raised the price to 600 million jenny, proving that they were determined to get it. Can I compete with them in terms of wealth? Although I am rich, it doesn't mean I will fight it out with them. I originally thought I wouldn't have to spend a single penny to acquire the Crimson Eye in their hands. But it just proved that you are useless and that the other party is not someone to be trifled with. And when it comes to doing things, do you think it's your turn to ask? Chedoloniki looked at the old man expressionlessly. As soon as Chedoloniki said this, the old man felt a chill and quickly knelt down, saying, Fourth prince, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. This guy talks so much. I should turn him into a specimen and make him listen to me every day. Chedoloniki waved his hand to his subordinate beside him. No, please forgive me. Please forgive me. The old man shouted in panic. He had seen the scene of making specimens. It was too cruel, and he didn't want to go through that. But then he remembered something and hurriedly said, Fourth prince, I know about another pair of Crimson Eyes. I know about another pair of Crimson Eyes. Oh, another pair of Crimson Eyes? Upon hearing this, Chedoloniki waved his hand to stop his subordinate who was about to take action and looked at the old man with a slight smile. You should know the consequences of deceiving me, right? I understand, the old man nodded repeatedly. I received news that the Phantom Troop, which wiped out the Kaluta tribe, has another pair of Crimson Eyes that they want to sell. We can trade with them. Phantom Troop? Chedoloniki didn't know them at all and had no feelings towards them. He then waved his hand. Then I'll give you a chance to trade for the Crimson Eyes in their hands. But I want a low price. Over 100 million. You know the consequences. Understood. The old man stood up, and as he turned to leave, he breathed a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous just now, and luckily he thought of that news. Author's note. If you feel it doesn't match the plot, it has been changed. Chapter 89. Teaching and training the next day. Morning. In a rocky area on the outskirts. After Lan Yu set down a bag of things. Karapika wondered, why are we here? You even brought lunch. Why? Since we've made a deal, you're now my person. Don't you want to learn how to become stronger? This is the best place for it. Lan Yu smiled and waved his hand around. Isn't there a gym indoors? There are plenty of complete equipment over there. Of course, Karapika was happy to learn abilities, but all he could see around were rocks, with only some woods nearby. Lan Yu nodded, that place is good, but it's where you will stay in the future, not where you should be now. Is that so? Actually, it doesn't matter where I am, as long as I can learn abilities. Enough talk, let's get started. However, Lan Yu was a bit unsure how to begin. It seemed that last night, in order to finish reading the notes on abilities, he had forgotten how to teach Karapika, so he thought for a moment. But seeing that Lan Yu was deep in thought after saying to start, Karapika wanted to ask if this was the beginning. After a while, Lan Yu spoke up. I'm going to teach you 2 types of abilities. One is Haki, which is divided into 3 types. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and Observation Haki. First, let me explain Conqueror's Haki to you, so you can feel it directly. Lan Yu slightly opened his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from Lan Yu, rushing towards Karapika, causing him to bend down. It turned out this aura was Conqueror's Haki. Unable to withstand this aura, Karapika knelt on one knee, recalling how Lan Yu used his aura to pressure the suited man yesterday. Then, Lan Yu retracted the Conqueror's Haki and continued. The ability of Conqueror's Haki is to intimidate and shock. Those weaker than me can easily be knocked out. Of course, you didn't faint because I didn't use my full strength. This ability is quite rare. Only one person in a million can awaken it. Note that it's awakening, not learning. If you want to awaken Conqueror's Haki, you should first check if you have the qualifications of a king. Qualifications of a king? Kurapika frowned, seemingly understanding that he probably didn't possess such qualifications. So, I won't say much about Conqueror's Haki. Wait until the day you can awaken it, then come ask me. As for Armament Haki, you can learn it. Lan Yu clenched his right fist, and his entire arm turned black. This ability can be applied to any part of your body and any weapon you hold, adding a layer of armor-like aura. The purpose of this armor is to enhance attack and defense. While speaking, Lan Yu swung his fist and struck a large rock beside him. Bang! The rock shattered with a light punch from Lan Yu. This scene shocked Kurapika, and he stared in astonishment at the shattered stones on the ground. It was important to note that the rock Lan Yu struck was even larger than him. One might think that if he exerted some strength, it would be fine, but it was just a light punch that shattered it. So how much attack power did Armament Haki enhance? If he punched the ground with full force, could it blow up an entire street? A big street, not a small one. You've seen the attack power enhanced by Armament Haki. Now let me show you its defensive power. Lan Yu took out a small knife from his pocket and swung at his right arm. Clang! Lan Yu's arm was completely unharmed, while the knife bent. So, that means the Sin's attack is quite strong, Kurapika thought, surprised by the defensive power of Armament Haki. However, remembering that Lan Yu's arm turned black when he faced the sun, it indicated that Lan Yu had used Armament Haki, meaning he had underestimated the senior. Actually, whether he underestimated or not was a matter of one or two kicks. I won't go into detail about Armament Haki right now. This ability requires a very good physical condition. Lan Yu reminded him, your current physical condition is still lacking, so focus on exercising your body for now. Once your body is stronger, you can learn it. In other words, you can only learn Observation Haki for now. The effects of Observation Haki are many, but in my understanding, it can be divided into two: predicting and sensing. Predicting the target's actions and attacks, and sensing the surrounding environment, as well as the emotions and strengths of the targets. When using Observation Haki, you need to stay calm. Once you lose your calmness, this ability will lose its effectiveness. So this ability is very suitable for you, but also not suitable for you. Lan Yu shook his head at this point. Kurapika understood why Lan Yu shook his head. When not influenced by his clan's eyes, he was indeed very calm, but if there were others, his emotions would explode. Then Lan Yu continued, however, just learning Observation Haki won't significantly improve your strength. Because in my understanding, Observation Haki enhances the brain's reaction ability. If the opponent is slightly stronger than you and is of a speed type, even if your brain reacts, your body may not be able to keep up, and in the end, you would still end up getting hit. Just like the two sisters of Empress Boa Hancock, they clearly predicted Luffy's attack. But Luffy's speed was faster than theirs, rendering their Observation Haki ineffective. So while I teach you Observation Haki, I will also teach you another ability. At the beginning, Lan Yu was considering what ability to teach. He thought about teaching Nin abilities, but he hadn't learned it himself, so he couldn't teach it. As for Haki, Conqueror's Haki was not something that could be learned just like that. It seemed that with Kurapika's slender body, he didn't have the conditions for Armament Haki. However, Observation Haki didn't require a very strong physical condition, and after improving his reaction, he could learn it through his own understanding. But just learning Observation Haki at the beginning seemed a bit one-dimensional. It seemed that he could only teach Haki and had no other abilities to teach. But at that moment, he remembered there were other things he could teach, namely the speed skill Soru from 6 powers and the aerial technique Moonwalk. What ability? Haki shocked Kurapika. What other ability would shock him? Before Kurapika could react, with a swoosh, Lan Yu disappeared from in front of him. At that moment, Lan Yu's voice came from behind him. It's a very simple ability. You can guess it after seeing it once. This speed, Kurapika's pupils narrowed slightly. And then he turned his head to look back, saying, is it a speed-enhancing ability? That's right. This ability is called Suru, a technique that enhances speed by rapidly stepping on the ground in quick succession to achieve high-speed movement for a short time. At the same time, this ability also has another aerial usage called Moonwalk. Bang, bang, bang. Lan Yu jumped in the air as if stepping on invisible stairs. This ability, Kurapika was at a loss for words, as this ability was fast and could seemingly fly in midair. After jumping a distance in the air, Lan Yu returned to Kurapika's side. All right, I've demonstrated the abilities. Next, what you need to do is learn Soru, and after mastering Soru, you can extend to learn Moonwalk. At the same time, while learning Soru, you should also learn Observation Haki. Seeing this, Kurapika nodded. Then Lan Yu detailed some key points about the technique of shaving and some knowledge about Observation Haki to Kurapika. After discussing these, Kurapika began his training. Lan Yu was beside him, correcting some mistakes he made during his training. After a while, as Karapika made no further mistakes, Lan Yu also started his training. What kind of training did he do? Of course, it was about none. It should be noted that he had been staying up late trying to understand that insight. That insight was actually quite detailed, but as he had thought before, it omitted some key terms, particularly the keywords for the most important steps. This step was the 4 major actions of nun activation, specifically the training of the tongue point. In the storyline, this training only mentioned the phrase hint at will, which is just 4 simple words. Although the insight wrote a bit more, it only stated that after completing the tongue point, one should unleash the power buried within. As long as it was unleashed, the will of none would emerge. This was almost equivalent to not having been written at all. The key was how to unleash that will. Originally, Lan Yu couldn't figure it out. Who didn't know that there was hidden power within? But the key was what method to use to bring it out. However, he recalled his battle with Osamu, where his first impression of none was that it resembled hockey in some ways. Thus, Lan Yu thought that hockey was a manifestation of will, while none was the manipulation of life energy through will, and both were related to will. In other words, he was not lacking in will. So could he use the will of hockey to replace the will of none for the subsequent actions? Fortunately, aside from the unclear parts regarding the training, the subsequent methods were quite clear in the insight. So Lan Yu began to use the will of hockey to follow the process after the training. The insight described the activation process. After having will, spread the will throughout the body to search for certain life energies that reacted within him. Then use these life energies to drive the surrounding energy, subsequently driving the energy of the entire body, and finally, like steam, erupt the none energy. Following this entire process with the will of hockey, Lan Yu slowly began to find that life energy. However, the most explosive moment took some time, as Lan Yu needed to imagine the situation of steam burning and exploding. Ultimately, he did manage to unleash his none energy, although it felt like a short time to him. In reality, it was already afternoon. Chapter 98A of Training Few. I thought only a few minutes had passed, but unexpectedly, it was already afternoon. Lan Yu opened his eyes and looked at the sky. Even without checking the time, just by looking at the sun, he knew it was the time of day when the sunlight was the most intense. Fortunately, Lan Yu had chosen a shaded spot to sit. Otherwise, after being exposed to such strong sunlight for so long, he might have suffered from heat stroke. What have you been doing since morning? You seem unresponsive, Karapika, who was resting nearby, asked. At the same time, an aura emanating from Lan Yu suggested that he was not to be disturbed. Karapika had originally wanted to poke Lan Yu, who had his eyes closed, to remind him that it was lunchtime, but he was warned off by the energy that Lan Yu was emitting, as if saying not to touch him, or it would be dangerous. What else could I do? I practiced none. Lan Yu indicated with the notes on none abilities he was holding. Practice none? Can you even practice? After all, I've seen it a few times. Karapika expressed skepticism about whether the notes could actually be practiced. Of course. Why not? Lan Yu smiled. I can only say that the notes are indeed missing some key elements, but they seem somewhat similar to hockey, so it requires some effort to practice. That's good luck. But how strong is this ability? Karapika handed Lan Yu his lunch, and then continued. When we encountered those people who wanted to steal the Scarlet Eyes, they mentioned none, but I didn't see them do anything impressive with it. Lan Yu shook his head and reminded him. The strength of an ability often depends not on the ability itself, but on the strength of the user. You need to be aware of this. Otherwise, if you're careless, you might get killed by none. Also, those people who wanted to steal the Scarlet Eyes. Any one of them could use none to take down dozens of you armed with guns. After finishing his reminder, Lan Yu started eating lunch, and he ate a bit quickly. Extracting none energy was indeed somewhat exhausting, and even Lan Yu, who was full of energy, felt a bit hungry after sitting and extracting for a while. But that was normal. None energy was after all life energy, and activating it consumed physical strength. Is that so? Then I'll wait for an opportunity to try practicing none, Karapika acknowledged, but he was primarily focused on learning hockey right now. So it wasn't suitable for him to engage with other abilities. However, he didn't know whether to say he was weak or if those people were weak. Anyway, it was just a matter of one round in front of Lan Yu. Hearing that Karapika wanted to try none, Lan Yu smiled while eating his lunch, estimating that Karapika would be quite frustrated after he started practicing. In the story, after Karapika began practicing none, he favored the enhancement type, which could reach the limits of human capability. Due to his obsession with his clan's eyes, the enhancement type would make him incredibly powerful. However, what he obtained were just the materialization and specialization types. After learning none, once he realized he belonged to these two types, he would only train even harder in hockey. I'm full. Luckily, I thought of training, so I brought extra lunch. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough to eat. After finishing his meal and taking a sip of water, Lanyu looked at Karapika and asked, "How's your training going?" I can only say that my training in shave is a bit better than at the beginning. But my observation hockey feels very vague, and I have no clue. Karapika shook his head. That's normal. You can't expect to make progress in observation hockey in just one morning. Even a little bit is not guaranteed. But shave can be mastered easily if you follow the steps. However, to develop observation hockey, it requires both feeling and taking hits. Lanyu first instructed Karapika to try finding his observation hockey through feeling, as this method had no side effects. But in reality, the most effective way was still to take hits, although with Karapika's physique, he wouldn't be able to withstand too many hits. Taking hits? Karapika thought for a moment. Finding the feeling was too difficult, and he had no clue at all. He wanted to see the effect of trying a different method, so he asked, "Can I use this method? If you were more physically robust, I would have started with taking hits, but with your build, you might not last long." Lanyu assessed his body. "Even if I can't last long, I want to try this method." Karapika's expression became serious. He didn't want to waste time, and the sooner he became strong, the better. "All right then." Lanyu nodded, allowing him to try. "You continue training shave, and don't pay attention to me with your eyes. I will suddenly attack you with small stones, and you can only detect and dodge my attacks using senses other than your eyes." "Okay." Karapika stood up. The training began again. Karapika continued his training in shave, while also keeping his ears alert for any approaching sounds. However, after training for a while, he did not notice any small stones coming. So his attention slowly shifted back to shave, and he began to pay less attention to the small stones. But the less he paid attention, the easier it was to get hit. Suddenly, a sound went thwack. Karapika's right arm was struck by a small stone. It was indeed quite sudden. Karapika touched the spot on his arm where the stone hit. "Don't stop. Keep going." Hearing Lanyu's voice, Karapika became serious without saying much. But then another small stone hit his left hand. "Looks like I can't stay in one place." Karapika quickly practiced shave, dodging in different directions. However, running was useless. He still had to endure the hits from the small stones. Fortunately, Lanyu didn't use small stones to hit Karapika too frequently. A few hits to keep him on edge was enough. Hitting too much would quickly leave Karapika on the ground. He also needed time to practice the four major aspects of none: enhancement, materialization, specialization, and emission. Emission is about stabilizing the none energy in the body, which essentially means being able to control the none energy within. For other beginners, it might take many days to control well, but geniuses like Gon and Killua could do it in just a few hours. Though Lanyu wouldn't say how talented he was. The stabilization of none energy was quite similar to the control of hockey. Both are about controlling abilities. So, with similar experiences, Lanyu learned to stabilize none energy in no time at all, at least faster than Gon and Killua. At the same time, he could throw small stones while controlling the energy and eventually learn stabilization. Once he mastered stabilization, Lanyu moved on to the next step of learning emission and training. However, when it comes to training, the stabilization and emission of nin abilities are quite similar to hockey. Skills like Zhuang, Ning, Yuan, Jian, and Lu are all about body enhancement, object enhancement, perception, and defense, which is very similar to hockey and observation. As for the overall 6 categories of nin abilities, they're akin to hockey combined with devil fruits, with all sorts of bizarre types. As for emission and application skills, they involve reducing one's presence and gathering energy. Although this aspect is not very similar to hockey, it is not difficult for Lanyu. Therefore, this means Lanyu had a wealth of experience, and he would quickly learn emission and application skills after mastering stabilization. How fast? He learned it all in one afternoon. Of course, learning it only meant he had acquired the knowledge. He still needed to become familiar with and enhance its effectiveness in use. However, throughout that day, Lanyu did not test which category of the 6 nin categories he belonged to. He only focused on the final aspect of none, stabilization and emission. Because he was so absorbed in practicing application skills, it got dark. On the way back, Lanyu looked at Karapika and asked, "How does it feel?" Lanyu was definitely not asking about the shaving technique, but about the observation hockey. To this, Karapika nodded. The effect is much better than in the morning. Although only a slight reaction had improved, it was still better than searching for that feeling without any clue. The only concern was whether his body could withstand it. Lanyu glanced at Karapika. At this moment, his hands were covered in bruises, and although the parts of his body covered by clothing were not visible, Lan Yu estimated there were quite a few. Lan Yu hadn't used much strength, but aside from dodging a few times, Karapika was hit by many small stones. Little by little, these small stones had to show some effect. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called stones. I recognize many medicinal plants, and this kind of injury is easy to treat. Karapika looked at the bruises on his hands. These pains were worth it for him. Don't push yourself too hard. If it's too much, just say so. Leaving hidden dangers for your body isn't good. Lan Yu reminded him. I will. Karapika nodded. The two left the rocky area, had dinner outside, and then returned to their room in the Sky Arena. Karapika went back, applied some of his specially made ointment, and directly lay down on the bed to sleep. He was really tired that day. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Karapika opened the door a bit groggy. It's me. Here. Take this. You can use it during training. Lan Yu stood outside the door, handing Karapika a box. Karapika took the box from Lan Yu and asked, what is this? It's a potion for recovering stamina and healing injuries, Lan Yu explained. The effect is low for me, but you should see good results. Lan Yu hadn't brought this before. After returning to the room, he went to the Goblin Slayer world to buy some. Really? Thank you. Karapika slightly bent and bowed. This thank you is not only for the medicine, but also for Lan Yu helping him retrieve his clan's eyes. After drinking it, you should go to bed early. Tomorrow's training will be tougher. Lan Yu turned and returned to his own room. He treats me like family. Karapika opened the box in his hand and saw more than a dozen small bottles inside. As he closed the door, he let out a sigh. Anyway, after retrieving my clan's eyes, I don't know what to do next, so I might as well follow him in whatever he does. Judging by his personality these past few days, the things he would do in the future probably wouldn't make it too hard for him. Though he said he would work hard, it meant doing anything, but Karapika still had some concerns in his heart. However, at this moment, he slowly began to let go of some of his worries. Chapter 91. Power on Another Day begins. Lan Yu and Karapika are back at the quarry, starting their training again. Today, while throwing stones, Lan Yu is also testing what type of nin ability he possesses. The test is quite simple, using the water detection method. After filling a cup with water, he places a leaf on top and injects his aura into the water to identify it. An increase in water volume indicates enhancement. A change in taste indicates transformation. The appearance of crystals indicates materialization. A change in color indicates emission. And if a leaf moves on the water, it indicates manipulation. Any other phenomenon would indicate specialization. Upon seeing the water in the cup turn blue, Lan Yu shook his head and laughed. It's actually emission type. I thought it would be a special type of specialization. Of course, he doesn't dislike the emission type. It's just that specialization abilities are mysterious and unpredictable, like a lottery, perhaps yielding a grand prize. Even if it's not a grand prize, the abilities of the specialization type are varied and often very practical. However, if Lan Yu is indeed a mission type, it can only be said that he's lucky, as the author of the insights he possesses is also a mission type, which means the insights are filled with emission type experiences. This way, Lan Yu doesn't have to explore like others of the 5 types. He can practice according to the insights first, and then carve out his own path through his understanding, making things much easier. If Lan Yu were not a mission type, then these insights would only serve as basic knowledge for him, lacking a central focus, like a horse that can't run without legs. By the way, the author of the insights has already passed away, and his descendants, lacking money, sold his insights to an auction house. However, after this auction, the auction house is unlikely to auction nin abilities again. They were only testing the waters. As a result, they received several returns, affecting the reputation of the auction house. Those who auction would be better off consulting those who were skilled in nin abilities. Thus, the two began several days of individual training. However, Lan Yu didn't just practice none, he also trained other abilities alongside. On a certain day during these few days, in the Kingdom of Infinite in the world of One Piece, in the office of the ministers of the palace, Lord Simon, is it really all right to sell those weapons and Pokemon in bulk to them? A civil servant asked Simon, who was standing by the window. After spending so many days in the hunter world, Lan Yu certainly did more than just train. In the evenings when he had free time, he would go to the agency to buy a large quantity of firearms to bring back to the Infinite Kingdom. Although large weapons require a hunter's license, personal weapons do not. However, the quantity Lan Yu wanted was quite large, causing some staff at the agency to suspect that he was preparing to fight some large organization. Nevertheless, although the number of weapons was somewhat excessive, they were not particularly powerful, so the agency helped Lan Yu acquire them for the sake of money. The weapons mentioned by the civil servant were indeed the ones Lan Yu brought back, having traded some to the red-haired pirates. The person from the red-haired pirates who came to trade was their first mate, Ben Beckman. It should be noted that they are pirates and also adversaries of the Navy. Once, Simon waved his hand to interrupt him. Many pirates, rather than being called pirates, are better described as adventurers. These adventurer-type pirates can actually be trusted. Moreover, His Majesty has spent time with them, and he knows the character of the red-haired pirates better than we do. He sees no problem with them, so we who have not interacted with them cannot judge anything. In other words, even if we are not familiar with the red-haired pirates, we can still have a cooperative relationship and become allies. After all, given the position of their current territory, once they expand, they will not be far from here, which means we can rely on each other and provide a barrier for each other's direction. Furthermore, the strength of our country is quite formidable. In many situations, we have nothing to fear. Plus, His Majesty said that once we obtain that so-called mushroom bomb, we will have nothing to fear from anyone. Whoever gets in our way, we can just take the mushroom bomb and go down together. In the hunter world, even if Lan Yu can't buy a mushroom bomb, he would find a way to obtain the manufacturer method for it. After all, such a powerful weapon. How could the Infinite Kingdom not be prepared? It's not difficult to manufacture either. Although the Pokemon world doesn't have mushroom bombs, this world is a high-tech world with plenty of materials available. By the way, has the electrification work been completed? Simon asked the civil servant. The civil servant nodded and replied, "It was completed yesterday, and we have started trial runs without any major issues. The nationwide electrification work can start in the next few days." Hearing this, Simon thought for a moment and said, "Then let us start using it today." "Today? Shouldn't we report this to His Majesty?" the civil servant asked. Simon shook his head. "No need. His Majesty said that if he is not here and the electrification work is completed, we should just proceed without waiting for him, allowing the public to use electricity as soon as possible." Lan Yu had been training these past few days, without time to return during the day, and only came back at night, depending on the situation. Seeing that the electrification work was nearing completion, he told Simon in advance not to wait for him if it was done. "All right, I'll go inform the staff." The civil servant nodded and walked out. As evening approached and the sky gradually darkened, ding, 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 a ringing sound echoed throughout the Infinite Kingdom. What is happening? That sound has such rhythm. Is this an alarm sound? Alarm sound? Are we being attacked here? Fool! How many people overseas even know about us? And look at the calm demeanor of the patrols. It's obviously not an attack. Exactly. Not to mention everyone here, most of us have Pokemon. Who would dare come? With so many Pokemon around, they would be overwhelmed. So what is going on? As the ringing continued, the people of the Infinite Kingdom were left puzzled. If something dangerous had happened, it would be easier to explain, but the patrolling guards were walking as usual, indicating that it was not a bad thing. Cough, cough. Greetings to the citizens of the Infinite Kingdom. I am Robin. At this moment, Robin's voice resonated throughout the kingdom. What you just heard was a test sound. Please do not panic. This sound was broadcast through speakers placed all over the country. In the future, this sound will only ring out when significant events occur. Different sounds will be given for various situations. If any danger arises, a wailing sound will be heard. As for other sounds, I won't elaborate. Citizens who want to know which sound corresponds to what event can inquire with the relevant departments. Next, I want to talk about something related to all of us. Something we have all been working hard for. I want to keep you in suspense. This is about the nationwide electrification that will start shortly. No matter where you are in this country, you will see the appearance after electrification. Everyone, we will start the countdown from 10. After Robin finished speaking, without giving anyone a moment to pause, she began the countdown. 10, 9, 8. When Robin started the countdown, everyone finally reacted. Great, the power is on. I wonder what will happen with the power on. But that doesn't matter now. It's countdown time. Everyone ignored everything else and began the countdown together. 3, 2, 1, bang, bang, bang. As soon as the countdown finished, several fireworks appeared in the sky. At the same time, the fireworks lit up. In every corner of the country, whether in cities or certain villages, at ports, any place with people and vertical pillars emitted bright lights. With so many lights reflecting off each other, the surroundings became as bright as daytime. The sky had completely turned dark, which further highlighted this brightness. The crowd was amazed by the scene around them. Wow, it's so bright. Yes, it's really too bright. It feels almost like daytime. I used to think these pillars were just for decoration, but I didn't expect those little things hanging on them, LEDs or lights. Haha. Before, to save energy, there were only lights in some important places on the streets, and they were dim. Now it's great. There are lights on all the roads, big and small, at night, and they're so bright. Yes, with such bright lights at night, I'm no longer afraid to walk on those pitch-black roads. Even though our country is very safe and now I have Pokemon with me, seeing the dark road still makes me feel scared. With such bright lights, I won't have to worry about coming home late anymore. Oh, if the lights are this bright in the future, won't it be bad if many shops close too early? Can they stay open later? That way, I can have a place to hang out with friends at night. Young man, as a shop owner, I can tell you that I guarantee we'll stay open late. So come by in the evening and enjoy some Pokemon activities. This is wonderful. Our village has become so bright that we won't have to sleep so early anymore. Oh no, with such bright lights, I can't even go to bed early tonight. I need to go to the commercial area to stroll around and ease my excitement. Chapter 92. Buying electrical appliances. Wait a minute. Now that we have electricity, doesn't that mean we can use all kinds of electrical devices? Someone realized it. There must be. Otherwise, just for these light bulbs, it will be a bit of a waste of electricity. If you want to know what electrical devices there are, that's simple. It really is simple. That's right. If you want to know, it's really easy. How is it easy? It's very simple. The public expressed that they would know by tomorrow. Last time, after talking about Pokemon, so many Pokemon-related shops popped up the next day. This time with electricity, there's no need to say more. Surely there will be electrical devices appearing by the next day as well. Perhaps anticipating that they would think this way, Robin did not inform them. Many people are looking forward to electrical devices, but tonight, with electricity flowing, they want to have a great time. So tonight, whether in bustling commercial districts or anywhere with food for sale, a large crowd of young men gathered. Even in some village convenience stores, there was a group of elderly men and women. Their discussions revolved around what they could do at night in the future and what changes there would be. Thus, on this night, the majority of people in Infinite Nation went to bed late again. Last time, it was due to excitement from overthinking. And this time it was because they had too much fun. The next day, just as the public had imagined, several different shops indeed opened in the 4 commercial districts. We guessed correctly. An electrical appliance city? A place selling electrical devices? No matter what it is, let's line up first. That's right. Whether you buy or not is another matter, but lining up first allows you to see the new things that have come out earlier. I believe there must be something we want to buy. Otherwise, why waste so much time just to power the lights? There must be, don't forget. Every household has an electricity meter installed to calculate how much electricity we've used. If we can't use electricity, why install this meter? Speaking of which, I remember those workers also helped us install sockets and the like in every household, which is clearly meant to connect certain things. A large crowd gathered at the entrances of the newly opened shops, forming long lines. Some late risers, seeing the situation, quickly joined the lines. When 8 o'clock arrived, the shops opened their doors. Haha, this time I'm first. What electrical devices are there? A strong young man rushed into the store. Although there were many unfamiliar items on display, he immediately walked to the counter and asked the staff. According to the normal procedure, you can browse here at will. Just let us know what you want to pick. The staff waved towards the surrounding appliances. However, today there are too many people, and it's not suitable for you to browse slowly. So to save time, you can first take a look at this electrical appliance catalog. Quickly select the appliances you want from it. Electrical appliances? That name sounds good. The strong young man took the catalog and opened it. After looking for a while, he became a bit troubled because there were too many types of appliances, and each type had various styles, making it hard for him to choose. The main issue was that there were many people behind him urging him to look faster. Are there any recommendations? The strong young man couldn't make up his mind, and, not having seen half of it, could only look at the staff. The staff asked bluntly, "What is your budget?" Electrical appliances can't be adopted for free like Pokemon. They must be purchased with personal funds. So if your budget is low, I suggest you buy 1 or 2 essentials, like a rice cooker you'll use every day, or an electric kettle for daily drinking, or a lamp for lighting at night. If your budget is high, I don't need to say much. The staff indicated that if you have plenty of money, just buy as much as you want. I have a high budget and can buy a lot. The strong young man nodded. He then asked, but what about microwaves and refrigerators, the ones that used other energy sources before? Are there electric versions now? The staff nodded. Yes. All the previous appliances that used other energy sources can now use electricity, eliminating the need for other energy sources. Every appliance has a plug. Just plug it into the installed socket, and the lamp can be inserted into the wall socket. In that case, I'll buy a rice cooker, an electric kettle, a lamp, a fan, a refrigerator. The strong young man's budget was indeed very high, buying everything he had just seen and what he already had at home. Do you need a TV? The staff noticed there wasn't a TV while recording and reminded him. TV? What kind of appliance is that? The strong young man asked in confusion. A smaller version of a liquid crystal display monitor for home use. As soon as the staff finished speaking, the strong young man exclaimed in delight. Oh, a smaller version of the monitor? Is it for sale too? That's great. I won't have to squeeze with others in the commercial district anymore. I can just sit at home and watch slowly. The strong young man also asked, how big can the smaller version get? This big. The The staff gestured with their hands. Seeing this, the strong young man was very happy. Oh, the smaller version could be this big. I want it, I want it. However, the staff did not calculate the price with him, but reminded him, there is one issue. Because many people are buying appliances today, we don't have extra manpower for delivery. You'll need to take it home yourself. Can delivery be arranged? The strong young man was surprised for a moment, but then he waved his hand. No problem if there's no delivery. I anticipated that I might buy a lot, so I brought help with me. Come out. Bulbasaur, Weepinbell. The strong young man threw out 2 Pokeballs. Bulbasaur and Weepinbell. I'll need you to help me carry some things home later. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur. Weepinbell, Weepinbell. The 2 Pokemon expressed that they had no problem at all. However, after the strong young man finished paying, the 2 Pokemon looked at the pile of items and wanted to curse. Is this what you call a little bit of stuff? This is a whole pile of things, okay? Fortunately, both Pokemon were very strong, and they were able to use Vine Whip to bundle everything and take it home. But they indicated that if he didn't bring them some good food when they got back, they wouldn't play with him anymore. This scene was not unique to the strong young man. Many people buying electrical appliances ended up buying too much at once, and the store couldn't deliver. So they all used Pokemon for assistance. As a result, many Pokemon seem to have an increased appetite today, eating much more than usual. And the sales figures for restaurants skyrocketed. In the afternoon, at the battle arena in the commercial district, a battle was about to take place. Come out. Fearow. Come out. Spearow. As soon as the 2 Pokemon appeared and saw each other, flames ignited in their eyes. Huh. Fearow, this is our archenemy. It seems this battle will be very exciting. The trainer of Pidgeot laughed when he saw that his opponent was a Spearow. Fortunately, we are in a harmonious country. Otherwise, if we encountered a nemesis, it would definitely turn into a life-or-death battle. The trainer of Spearow sneered. But even without a life-or-death battle, I will still win to show off. The trainer of Spearow waved his hand and commanded, Spearow, use Quick Attack. Is that all you can do? We can do it too. The Pidgeot's trainer responded, waving his hand as well. Pidgeot, use Quick Attack with all your might and knock it away. Oomph. Add more power. Spearow, we can't lose either. Increase your power. Bang. The 2 Pokemon collided directly. However, their strengths were evenly matched, and both Pokemon flapped their wings and retreated. Let's do it again. The next move, Awakening Power. The 2 trainers seemingly had a telepathic connection and shouted in unison. Bang, bang, bang. The 2 Pokemon crashed into each other frantically again. After a fierce exchange, Pidgeot emerged victorious. Why? Because this Pidgeot ultimately used Thunderbolt. Infuriated, the trainer of Spearow said, as he walked off the battlefield, that's so sneaky, so sneaky. As a flying type, using an electric type move is just unfair. Wait, how could Pidgeot, being a flying type, learn Thunderbolt? Ha ha ha, my Pidgeot is a rare mutated Pokemon. Learning Thunderbolt is a piece of cake. The Pidgeot's trainer laughed heartily. After they left, 2 new trainers stepped up. It's my turn now. Finally, it's time for me to shine. One of the newcomers is Ace. Previously, Ace had been in the palace, familiarizing himself with Pokemon. But everyone there was too strong, and Ace was always on the receiving end of beatings. He finally waited for his brother, Sabo, to come and battle Pokemon with him. Just as Ace was about to surpass Sabo in victories, that guy left, claiming he had important matters to attend to, which made Ace furious and want to hit him. Clearly, he was the one afraid of losing and had to call Ace brother before he left. Talking about doing big things. After Sabo left, Ace didn't want to battle with the palace trainers anymore. So he planned to come out today and have a showdown with people from the commercial district to showcase his prowess. However, there are fewer people in the electronics buying line. We should hurry to buy electronics. Someone shouted this, and the crowd that had been watching the battle quickly ran towards the electronics store. They had been watching battles here for the whole morning and had already heard from others who purchased electronics how useful they were, how enjoyable they were to use, and how they could make life so much more exciting, making them itch to go buy some. But the queue was too long. They had waited for a long time, and there were still many people. Now that the queue was finally shorter, why not rush to buy? Even Ace's opponent, upon hearing that the queue was shorter, abandoned the battle and sprinted towards the electronics store. Hey, it's just electronics. You can buy them tomorrow. Come battle me. Ace shouted at his opponent. Battles happen every day, but getting the electronics a day early means using them a day earlier, replied Ace's opponent. Come on, it's just electronics. I've used them. They're just a bit more convenient for drinking water, cooking, storing food a little longer, and keeping cool when it's hot. Ace shook his head, recounting all the conveniences of using electronics. Fortunately, no one heard him say that. Otherwise, he would have been labeled a show-off. You can already use so many electronics. So of course, you don't care. And calling it just a bit more convenient? That's a lot more convenient. okay? Chapter 93. Another movement after becoming one of the four emperors, the red-haired pirates settled down on a certain island as their base. On this island, when Jesus asked after seeing Ben Beckman return with a group of people, "Why did you take so long to come back?" Ben Beckman replied, "The road for Blue Side is difficult to navigate. If it weren't for their people guiding us, our ship would probably have sunk from holes." Ben Beckman placed the cloth bag he was holding down. "What good stuff did you bring back this time?" Lackadrew walked closer to Ben Beckman and began rummaging through the bag. Upon seeing a lot of ingredients, Lackadrew immediately became excited. "Oh, these are all the ingredients from the videos. Great, I can finally make many of the dishes from the videos without drooling over them anymore." "Is it just ingredients? Is there nothing else?" Jesus asked when he saw Lackadrew pulling out only food items. "Of course, not just ingredients. There are also many powerful weapons." Ben Beckman shook an automatic pistol he took from his waist and handed it to Jesus. "This gun hasn't been out of Blue's side for long. We just happened to come across it. Given our relationship with Blue, they provided it to us after a discussion." Ben Beckman also explained the situation of the gun. "Oh, just listening to it, I can tell this pistol is great. Plus, its design is much better than your previous pistol," Jesus said as he examined the gun. Bang, bang. Jesus fired several shots into an empty area nearby. The gun performed excellently, with a fast firing rate and capable of holding over 10 bullets at once. Jesus opened the magazine to take a look. "Is it just a pistol? Do you have a sniper rifle?" Jesus asked as he handed the gun back to Ben Beckman. "Of course we have. How can we not prepare a gun for you, the ace sniper?" Ben Beckman waved his hand. Immediately, a subordinate brought over a bag from nearby. After opening the bag, the subordinate handed a stylish sniper rifle to Jesus. "This gun is dual purpose. With a slight adjustment, it can be used as a rifle. Perfect for both long and short distances." The subordinate introduced the gun's usage and performance. "Oh, it's that impressive?" Jesus tried the rifle mode as instructed by the subordinate. Bang, bang, bang. The intervals between shots were much faster than those of the pistol. Then, Jesus switched the gun to sniper mode and casually aimed at the surface of the sea. Upon spotting a fish at a distance, he fired a shot, and, with a bang, the fish exploded. The distance and power surprised Jesus greatly. "I like this gun," Jesus smiled as he gently stroked the gun's body, feeling that his previous gun was too inferior. This one was meant for snipers. Besides the ingredients and weapons, was there anything even more important? Shanks was watching a show with his Rotom phone, and after the show ended, he walked over. "Of course, they're indispensable." Ben Beckman smiled and waved his hand. Immediately, the subordinates behind him took out several Pokeballs from their pockets and tossed them. Bang, bang, bang. A large group of Pokemon was released. However, they were mostly concentrated around a few types, such as Pidgey, Butterfree, Beedrill, Tauros, and Gyarados. "Oh, the momentum of releasing such a group of the same Pokemon is impressive." Shanks smiled as he looked at these Pokemon. The ship's doctor, Dr. K, asked, "Why did you choose mostly similar types? Didn't you consider personal preferences?" 1. Their prices are reasonable, and their strength is decent. They can exhibit excellent group combat capabilities right from start. "If you want your preferred Pokemon, we could buy more once we stabilize here," Ben Beckman explained. 2. These Pokemon also have corresponding effects. Pidgey in the air, Gyarados in the water, Tauros on land, and Butterfree with its powder moves to inflict paralysis and sleep, along with Beedrill's poison attacks. The more Ben Beckman spoke, the more everyone understood his intention. He was preparing for sea, land, and air operations. As for Butterfree's powder moves, it was obvious he was preparing to disrupt the enemy's forces. Even if it didn't completely wipe them out, it would certainly annoy the enemy's subordinates. Lastly, there's the most important thing. Ben Beckman took out 2 phones and 2 Pokeballs. "Oh, this is indeed the best stuff. Now we have 2 more Rotom phones. Great, this will reduce our waiting time. 7 days for a checkup was too hard to endure. Now, with 3 Rotoms, we can do it every 2 or 3 days." Before Ben Beckman could release the Pokemon from the Pokeballs, everyone on the ship already knew what it was upon seeing the 2 phones. They have been eagerly waiting for these Rotom phones for so long. "Wrong, one is mine, and only one is for you all to share." Ben Beckman shook his head. After releasing the Rotom, as it attached to one of the phones, Ben Beckman held one in his right hand and spread his left hand, indicating that the left phone was for everyone to use together. Immediately, everyone gave him a look of disdain and expressed their thoughts about the cunning vice captain. It's not easy to get 2 more Rotom phones, and this vice captain actually kept one for himself. If it weren't for the fact that we couldn't beat him, we would definitely take it back. This won't do. Even Vice Captain Beckman has a dedicated phone. How could I, as the captain, not have one? So starting today, this one is mine. Shanks quickly reacted and held the Rotom phone to his chest. Everyone. They didn't expect there to be an even more cunning captain. If it weren't for the fact that he was the boss, they would have wanted to hit him. However, this time, it was acceptable. Wait, why did you only buy 2 back? Jesus asked, realizing the situation. If he bought a few more, we wouldn't have to fight over them, right? Jesus believed Ben Beckman knew this point. These Rotom phones haven't officially gone on sale on Blue Side yet, and there are also quantity restrictions. Many items are still in testing, and only a limited number of people have them, so it wouldn't be suitable to give us too many, Ben Beckman explained. Then Blue is treating us pretty well, giving us 1 and selling us 2, Shanks said with a smile. He then asked, have you seen that kid Blue? How has he been lately? I haven't seen him. Ben Beckman shook his head. He seems to be busy with something. Only the people from their country receive me. But honestly, what I saw there was quite surprising. They managed to develop a strength that is not weaker than a superpower in a nearly closed-off manner. Once that strength is revealed, some people will be in trouble. Ben Beckman squinted his eyes and revealed a smile. He's probably also looking to showcase it. Otherwise, how would he dare sell us so many things without fearing other forces investigating them? Shanks analyzed a bit and guessed that Blue was preparing to establish a nation. However, when that day comes, we should go congratulate him and express our intentions. Shanks said with a hint of meaning in his smile. Before we go, we can't let the people of the New World look down on us. Ben Beckman fired a shot into the air. Listen up, everyone. Although we are one of the 4 emperors, it seems some people still doubt our strength. So what should we do? Let's take them down. Everyone shouted in unison. Beat them until they bloom. Shanks interjected. It seems I'm the captain. Shouldn't it be me giving the orders? Thus, the red-haired pirates began to expand their territory, and those who pretended to submit but secretly caused trouble were swiftly eliminated. Whether it was the new weapons or the large group of Pokemon, the New World became lively. This drew the curiosity of those observing the red-haired pirates, who wondered where the Pokemon came from and how they managed to acquire so many without being detected. Also, where did those powerful weapons come from, which were many times stronger than the flintlock guns they had? Their guns fired 1 shot at a time, while the red-haired pirates' guns fired continuously, leaving them no chance to reload. However, these forces could not investigate this for now. First, they had few undercover agents within the red-haired pirates, and second, the items were brought back by Ben Beckman's team, making leaks difficult. However, if some observant individuals looked at the territory of the red-haired pirates, they would notice that although their territory was separated from the Infinite Country by several islands, it blocked one direction leading to the Infinite Country. In other words, anyone wanting to head towards the Infinite Country in that direction would have to pass through the red-haired pirates. Chapter 94. Movement in a certain building in a country across the seas, a large crowd of people had gathered. These individuals were members of the Revolutionary Army, including Sabo, the deputy leader, and his fellow comrade, Keela, as well as Betty, one of the 4 army commanders. They had come together here to prepare for a significant event, the overthrow of the tyrannical rule of the king of this country. Of course, the people in this building alone were not enough. There were others in different locations, but this was the starting point. Since the plan had not yet commenced, Keela lightened the mood by teasing Sabo, saying, "Why don't you spend more time with your brother Ace? The leader hasn't asked you when to come back." Sabo, feeling annoyed, quietly retorted, "I've said it many times already. It's Ace's little brother, little brother, little brother, little brother. Why do you always call him brother?" Keela shrugged, "But Ace looks like an older brother. You, on the other hand, are always causing trouble, not all like a brother." "TCH, just because I don't look like an older brother doesn't mean I'm not one," Sabo scoffed. "However, based on our birthdays, even though you were born in the same year, Ace is in January, and I'm in March, so." Keela spread her hands, clearly indicating that Ace looked like the older brother. "Oof, I'm not talking to you anymore," Sabo declared, refusing to acknowledge her point. In truth, he just didn't want to admit that he had to call Ace brother because he lost too many Pokemon battles. At 16, Sabo was still young, and Keela, at 17, was also too young to participate in some of the more dangerous activities of the Revolutionary Army. However, with Pokemon, they had gained a defensive capability. And with the 2 of them, along with other young recruits, many 17-year-olds in the Revolutionary Army had requested to participate in this operation. At this moment, Betty, who had been watching the situation outside from the window, spoke up. "It's time to start. The brutal king of this country is out flaunting himself again, as usual." Sabo moved to the window and looked outside. At that moment, he saw an old king wearing a crown, sitting in a carriage and recklessly whipping the people pulling it. This king, enamored with the actions of the celestial dragons, fantasized about becoming a noble being like them, so he occasionally mimicked their disgusting behaviors in his own country. However, this guy, although tyrannical, was not foolish. The celestial dragons had a navy protecting them, while he did not. So he understood the importance of controlling the military power of his country and traveled with hundreds of elite guards. This is why, even though the people were seething with resentment, no one dared to resist, or those who did were eliminated. Let us get started. Sabo squinted at the king on the street. As he spoke, a loud bang echoed. A bullet shot towards the king from another direction, but it was intercepted and cut in half by a swordsman next to him. Scared me. Who dares to attack me? A lowly commoner. The king exclaimed, patting his chest. It's from this direction. The swordsman looked toward a building on the right. Capture the fool, he commanded. However, at that moment, yellow powder began to spread through the air. Not good. This powder will paralyze people. The swordsman felt discomfort in his body and quickly covered his nose. It was too late to cover his nose now. Inhaling even a little of the paralyzing powder would hinder their movements. Sabo had somehow made his way to the top of the building on the left. People, today is the day you overthrow this brutal king, Sabo shouted, holding up a pipe to the surrounding crowd. We're the Revolutionary Army, here to help you. The Revolutionary Army? I've heard of them. What kind of small organization is that? Who cares what army it is? Overthrow? Forget it. So many people have died before. Time and again we hoped, and time and again we were disappointed. This time, those brave souls will just die again. Better to stay out of it. This damn king will take out his anger on us again. Sabo's words had little effect, only serving to demoralize the nearby crowd. After so many failed uprisings and bloodshed in the streets, they had grown numb to it all. Simultaneously, due to the world government's blockade, many citizens of various countries didn't even know what the Revolutionary Army was. Even though the Revolutionary Army had liberated several countries, those countries could only influence their immediate neighbors. Islands farther away were completely cut off from news. Are you really going to continue suffering like this? Do you really want your descendants, your friends and family, to live in such a lifeless country? Are you truly going to keep tolerating this brutal king-s rule? Are you really going to give up your entire lives? At that moment, Betty stood on the opposite building from Sabo, holding up a flag. If anyone else had said these words, the effect would have been no different from Sabo's, only serving to backfire. But Betty's words seemed to have a magical effect, suddenly reviving the despondent crowd nearby. Sabo thought that such a motivating task was better suited for Betty, who had the buff effect of the Inspire Fruit ability. That's right. If we give up now, we'll lose for a lifetime. We can't keep losing like this. I'm sick of it anyway. Our current lives are miserable enough. What more is there to be afraid of? The invigorated crowd picked up sticks, hoes, and stones, whatever weapons they could find, and charged towards the king and his guards. How dare you? A bunch of lowly commoners. Do you think this will work? Even if we're paralyzed, we can still kill you. The king, weakened by the paralyzing powder, knelt on one knee in the carriage. He shouted, "Everyone shoot these guys." Although the paralyzing powder had affected the guards, they were still capable of some movement. At the king's command, they raised their guns to attack the approaching crowd. They won to succeed. Sabo shouted, "Come out, everyone." He threw a Pokeball, releasing his Pokemon, Kara. At the same time, a large group of Butterfree, Venomoth, and Beedrill appeared behind him. The previous paralyzing powder had been released by the Butterfree and Venomoth. Although Blue had introduced Magikarp and Feebas to the dragon, it didn't mean he wouldn't T by other Pokemon. And for both the red-haired individuals and the Revolutionary Army, Butterfree and Beedrill were very useful Pokemon. Once the Pokemon emerged, Butterfree and Venomoth released more paralyzing powder and sleep powder to affect the guards, while Beedrill launched its stingers to attack the guards' weapons or hands. Damn it. Even if you kill me, it won't matter. My dear son will avenge me. By then, you lowly commoners will be torn apart and dismembered. As the king watched more and more guards fall, and the crowd drew closer, he began to make threats. Oof. You want to get the chance. After Sabo finished speaking, an explosion was heard from the direction of the palace, and at that moment, the revolutionaries on the other side began their attack. With Pokemon using explosive moves and powder moves, it was very easy to breach the palace. Sabo waved his hand and shouted, "Marowak, give this king a whack. I want to let you succeed." The Pokemon had released too much powder, and the swordsman was brought to one knee. At that moment, he could only throw his sword to knock away the bone club coming from Marowak. But just as he knocked it away, Sabo commanded Marowak to charge forward. After retrieving the bone club, Marowak slammed into the swordsman, simultaneously knocking him into the king, sending both of them crashing out of the guard's protective circle. Damn it! The Revolutionary Army, those despicable commoners you. The king wanted to continue taunting, but the crowd had already surrounded him. Damn king! The pain you've caused us will be repaid this time. Clap, clap, clap. The crowd swung their crude weapons at the king. But they wouldn't kill him all at once. Killing him outright would only benefit him. Some in the crowd, feeling unsatisfied after hitting him, surrounded him to urinate on him. After some time, under the leadership of the revolutionaries, the people of his country fought back vigorously, quickly breaking through all the forces loyal to the king. In this battle, the greatest credit went to the Pakman, especially those that could use paralysis powder, sleep powder, and poison powder. Their presence made this liberation fight a bit easier, and there were significantly fewer casualties. It can be said that this battle was their first truly successful fight. Chapter 95. Naval movements the day after the Revolutionary Army finished their business. The world government received news. In a conference room where the 5 elders were located, one of them with white curly hair, a fluffy white beard, and a scar on his left cheek, squinted at the documents in his hands while sitting on the sofa. Another 5 elder, with long straight white hair and a long beard, stood behind the sofa, casually placing his hands behind his back and said, his title is the world's most vicious man. If he didn't bring the Revolutionary Army out to cause trouble, that would indeed be strange. It wasn't surprising for the Revolutionary Army to cause trouble, but the reported information specifically noted that they had a large number of Pakman in their possession. A 5 elder with golden hair and beard, and a scar on his chest, placed the documents on the table. With these Pakman, the revolutionaries easily breached a nation. The question was, what exactly were these bizarre Pakman? Why could they use abilities of various attributes? A bald 5 elder with 2 mustache curls and a birthmark on his forehead expressed his confusion. Moreover, it hadn't been long since a large number of Pakman appeared from the red-haired side, and now another large group appeared with the Revolutionary Army. Where are these Pakman coming from? Were they targeting our forces? A 5 elder wearing a white robe, bald, and wearing glasses, adjusted his glasses and said, this matter will be difficult to investigate for the time being. The red-haired side is not easy to deal with. Infiltrating will take time, and the Revolutionary Army is even more unpredictable, leaving no chance for infiltration. The 5 elder with the scar on his left cheek spoke more sternly. Even if it's difficult to investigate, we must. If we don't uncover the secret behind this, once these Pakman are obtained in large quantities by other forces, the world government will face a severe blow. The issue was how to investigate this. Where to start? There wasn't even a vague source to begin with. The golden-haired 5 elder said with his hand raised. The long-bearded 5 elder said coldly, it's simple. Just hand this matter over to the Navy. We only need results. This matter should indeed be given to the Navy. Pakman first appeared from the red-haired side, and since the red-haired is a pirate, the Navy should be responsible for clarifying this issue. The 5 elder holding a knife nodded in agreement. The 5 elder with the birthmark on his forehead shook his head. Not just that, Dragon is also Garp's son. Now his son is causing trouble again, and as a father, Garp has the duty to manage his son. Even if he can't manage his son, he should manage related matters. Since that's the case, this matter is settled. The golden-haired, golden-bearded 5 elder made the final decision. In short, to summarize the words of the 5 men, since Pakman is a troublesome matter, let the troublesome matter be handled by the troublesome handler, the Navy. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, in the Marshal's office, after Sengoku finished his call with the 5 elders, he slammed the table in anger. Damn it, those 5 old geezers are coming down hard on us again. It wasn't that Sengoku didn't want to investigate the Pakman issue, but they had previously conducted a secret investigation, only to have it cut off when they got close to the red-haired side. It seemed the red-haired had been prepared and was waiting for investigators to fall into traps. They even issued warnings afterward, indicating they wouldn't mind taking out a few more investigators or playing around at the Navy's base in a new world. In response, Sengoku could only halt the investigation for now and wait for the red-haired to lower their guard before proceeding. Now, the 5 elders were demanding immediate investigation. Failure to investigate would mean dereliction of duty, which would result in a budget cut, a clear and intimidating message. Haha, this is why I don't want to be a general. Not only do I have to take orders from the Celestial Dragons, but even as a marshal, I still have to deal with the 5 elders nagging. Carp, sitting on the sofa and munching on snacks, laughed happily. Carp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, reminded him sternly to mind his words. It wouldn't be good if someone overheard. Carp understood her meaning, but nonchalantly replied, what's the big deal? The Celestial Dragons are no different from dogs. And those 5 old geezers, always complaining about this and that. If they have the ability, they should go do something themselves. Sitting in the conference room all day is no different from being useless. Carp, you shouldn't say that. You'll make it seem like I'm a dog too. Kizaru, sitting on the nearby sofa, was trimming his nails. Because of his speed, he often stayed behind to handle matters concerning the Celestial Dragons. And now Carp's comments made it seem like he was saying he was a dog as well. Just do more work when you're out. And don't play with the celestial dragons, and there won't be any misunderstanding. Carp suggested. Vice Admiral Carp, if they hear your words, you'll be in big trouble. Akina said expressionlessly. Although he was also unhappy with the celestial dragons, as a general, he could not avoid dealing with them. So Carp's words struck him. It's just us here who said anything. Akiji, do you have anything to say? Carp asked while munching on snacks, looking at Akiji, who was dozing off beside him. Spare me. You guys always ask me, but what use is that? You all are big shots. I can't argue with you. So I just pretend not to know when I sleep. Akiji expressed his thoughts. All right, let's not talk about the celestial dragons or the five elders anymore. Sengoku interrupted the conversation with a wave of his hand. The others expressed their agreement, recognizing Sengoku's authority in cutting off the discussion. The current issue is that the five elders have ordered us to investigate the Pokemon matter, but the previous investigation has already been cut off. So, what do you all think should be done? Vice Admiral Tsuru shook her head. This matter is indeed a bit difficult for us. It's not that we don't want to investigate, but the red-haired revolutionary army is a tough force to deal with. Why not just go in and fight them, taking the opportunity to capture those who have Pokemon, and then torture them for information? Akina suggested coldly. Oh, that is indeed a good idea, but I won't go. I'll stay here to guard, Kizaru said while acknowledging the plan, but preferring to follow the Celestial Dragon's orders instead. After all, for a month, there wouldn't be much happening, and the Celestial Dragons wouldn't let him out, so he could easily pass his days. Indeed, that's a good plan. Since it's so easy, I don't need to go, and I'll just patrol elsewhere. Akiji agreed, suggesting he would go for a bike ride. Ha ha ha, Sakazuki, your idea is good. I'll leave it to you. I'm going back to see my grandson, Carp said, showing his approval. Sengoku, meanwhile, had a black line on his face, thinking about these four unreliable guys. Three were completely ignoring the matter and doing as they pleased, while one suggested a method but truly believed it would be that easy. Once the Navy clashed with the red-haired, it would only send a message to the other three emperors that the Navy was coming for them. Not to mention Kaido and Big Mom, Whitebeard would definitely team up with the red-haired. At that time, it would be like hitting two emperors at once. Even if Kaido and Big Mom don't join forces, they will definitely take advantage of the chaos to stir up trouble for the Navy, which the Navy won't be able to handle. Moreover, the entire sea will go wild because of this, with a bunch of troublemakers appearing. Sengoku doesn't want to end up in an irreparable situation because of these Pokemon matters. Admiral Tsuru then said, directly engaging in battle isn't realistic. However, we can capture a few people. But as for the Revolutionary Army, let's forget it. We can't find them. We can capture the red-hair pirates. But we need fast people for that. After all, just as we think of capturing people, they can think of it too. So we need a small group to make a feint to show that we are not launching a full-scale attack, and then call on the fast people to seize the opportunity to capture. After saying this, Admiral Tsuru looked at Garp and Kizaru. Her meaning was clear. Use Garp as a feint and Kizaru to take advantage of the situation to capture people, which is completely suitable. That means I'm out of it, so I'll take my leave. Akiji had a bad premonition and prepared to slip away. Sure enough, just as he thought. Admiral Tsuru then said, No, you have a role, Kazan. You're responsible for the covert captures in case Borsalino fails. All right. Akiji shook his head helplessly upon hearing this. Garp spread his hands. It's just capturing a few people. Is it really necessary to have two admirals and me, a vice admiral, involved? No one wants strong people to do small tasks, but to complete the mission of the five elders, it has to be done this way. Sengoku agreed with Admiral Tsuru's approach and looked at Garp, asking, Or do you have a better plan? Garp? All right, you guys are bullying the weak. Garp expressed that he had no choice, but what you're doing is too much. Akainu. In the end, it's ironic that the one who came up with the idea, one TB needed. Chapter 96 Preparation for Trade. After the meeting, Garp left Sengoku's office in frustration. Why was he always asked to deal with such troublesome matters? However, once he returned to his ship, Garp stayed alone at the bow and took out a din mushi to make a call. Once the call was connected, Garp asked seriously, Is the Pokemon something you guys created? Huh, you still have the nerve to call me? On the other end of the line was Portgas Ace, who did not immediately answer Garp's question. Since old friends are easier to talk to, Garp didn't call anyone else. Actually, it was because he didn't know how to contact others din mushi. Simply put, he didn't know their numbers. TCH, what is there to be afraid of calling? I have thick skin. There's nothing I can't say. Garp asserted. You better answer my question quickly. With so many powers in this world, how could you think Pokemon is from our side? Ace retorted. The existence of Pokemon is known by anyone who reads the newspaper, but only some major forces would pay attention. The average person only finds it amusing. with the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army involved. Do you think I'm foolish? Carp had a history with the red-haired pirates, and Long had recently been to the East Blue. So it was foolish of Carp not to guess the connection to the East. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Ace sneered. If it is, then you need to be careful. The Navy is looking into the Pokemon matter starting from the red-haired side. If it isn't, then just forget I said anything. As a member of the Navy, Carp couldn't elaborate on many things, so he could only give a warning. Let them check. The Navy has investigated before, and it ended up being inconclusive. Ace replied nonchalantly. This time, probably due to the Revolutionary Army's matter, the Navy, no, this time it's the world government, wants to put some effort into the investigation, which is why you, Carp, called after the Navy sent someone to investigate the red-haired side. They had already given a warning. Now that the Revolutionary Army has stirred up trouble with Pokemon, and Carp guessed the source of Pokemon and called to warn, it was clear that this investigation would be intense. But so what? Let them find out from the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army before talking. By your reasoning, Pokemon indeed originates from the East Blue. Ace's words were too obvious, and Carp could now be sure of where Pokemon came from. Then why did you provide it to the red-haired pirates and the Revolutionary Army? Don't you understand that this will only expose the East Blue to danger? Carp narrowed his eyes, his tone slightly heavier. Or do you truly believe it can be settled quietly? Do you really think it can't be discovered? You're underestimating the world government and the Navy. Underestimate? The strongest force in the world. How could we underestimate it? Ace scoffed. But you're mistaken about one thing. The East Blue will not be exposed because that name has become history. We now call it the Infinite Country. So even if it is discovered, it will only be the Infinite Country. TCH, what difference does that make? It's still going to be investigated to you. But Carp also growled in displeasure. Also, with Pokemon and name changes, how many things do you still have not told me? Was the last time you called people back because of these matters? You didn't even tell me about Ace, so why should I tell you about this? Ace coldly laughed. Upon hearing this, Carp's face darkened. He felt hurt, as if he wasn't considered one of their own. Even if it is discovered, so what? We've been prepared for a long time. Prepared? You think you can withstand the Navy? Withstand the world government? Carp coldly snorted. It's not arrogance. It's that you haven't realized the power of Pokemon. Let me tell you something. Among Pokemon, there are those with the potential of admirals. And we have many Pokemon with the strength of captains, and there are also some with the strength of colonels. As for admirals, Ace paused here and did not elaborate further. For Ace, or for Long, it was normal for the Navy and the world government to pursue the matter thoroughly. It would be abnormal if they did not investigate to the end. The initial findings would only be vague, and even if they dug deeper or found out about the Infinite Country, they would just take the opportunity to establish a new nation. In any case, the Infinite Country was fully prepared to officially confront the Navy, no, the world government. This, even without an admiral, just a bunch of captains and some colonels is enough to astonish Carp. The East Blue, no, the Infinite Country now has such strong power? You guys. Carp was at a loss for words. Having understood all this, Carp said no more. After all, they weren't afraid, and it was useless for him to worry. After Carp hung up the Din Mushy on the side of the Infinite Country, Ace told Simon about this. Finally coming, huh? But it was only a matter of time. Let us notify the red-haired side to be cautious. We also need to speed up our pace. Simon stood by the window, looking outside, on the Hunter World side, the night before the battle at the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. After Karapika finished training and returned to his room, he followed his usual routine of taking medicine and preparing to sleep. At that moment, there was a knock on his door. Karapika got up to open the door and saw Long. Before he could say anything, Long said first, "Let us go. There's something you want again." After saying that, Long turned and walked towards the elevator. Is it appearing again? Karapika closed the door and followed Long. He understood what Long was referring to, the Eyes' clan. In the past few days, Long had gradually helped him retrieve several pairs of his clan's eyes. Once inside the elevator, Long said, this time the news came from the representative office again. However, it will be a bit troublesome this time. What trouble? Karapika squinted his eyes and asked, is the other party very strong? Strength is one thing. The most important thing is. Long leaned against the elevator wall with his arms crossed, looking at Karapika. The parties involved in the trade for the Scarlet Eyes this time are one group of people who wanted to rob us last time, and the other is the Phantom Troop that exterminated your clan. The Phantom Troop. Karapika clenched his right fist tightly. This was the first time he heard the names of the culprits who exterminated his clan. Your strength isn't enough. If you go, you'll only be a burden. But to let you see your enemy, I'll bring you along this time. Long said directly. Understood. Karapika knew what to do. When the time comes, he would avoid confrontation rather than face them head on. That night, in a certain forest on the outskirts. Finally, I've contacted the Phantom Troop. If I don't trade for the Scarlet Eyes tomorrow, the fourth Prince 1T let me off. A certain elder who almost became a specimen sighed in relief after arriving here. For the past few days, he had been asking people to find the members of the Phantom Troop, but these people were elusive, appearing here and there, making him frustrated. Old Fei, after all, they're a gang of thieves, so we shouldn't be afraid that they will regret it later. A subordinate in a suit gestured across his neck. Old Fei. The elder squinted and said, I have identified myself as a person from the Kajin Empire. With their capabilities, they should know the strength of the Kajin Empire. They surely won't be foolish enough to go against an empire. They want to go against your Kajin Empire, but the price you offered is too low. At this moment, several people jumped out from the trees. These people were the Phantom Troop members, Kubi, Wajin, and Pakanoda. I heard the auction fetched 600 million, yet you only offered 999 million. Are you looking down on us? The fighter sneered. This number clearly shows that you look down on us. Wajin clenched his hands, his fists cracking, indicating he was ready to fight. Then let's make it 100 million, and, at the same time, you can gain the friendship of our Kajin Empire. Old Fei tried to leverage the Kajin Empire's influence, but in reality, he had no authority to invoke the power of the Kajin Empire. There's no need to say so much nonsense. Let's just trade at 100 million. We didn't come here for the money. If it were about money, we wouldn't even bother with this old man and would just go for the auction. Pakanoda said expressionlessly. Just as Old Fei mentioned, they came to engage in friendly relations with the Kajin Empire and were attempting a low-price deal. Really? They don't even give us a chance for negotiation. The fighter shook his head helplessly. He then looked at Kubi and signaled. Kubi nodded and pulled out a bottle from his long hair, which contained a pair of crimson eyes. Seeing this, Old Fei also signaled to his nearby people to hand over the money. His subordinate understood and took out a computer to prepare to transfer the money. However, just as both parties were about to exchange money for goods, a small stone flew quickly, hitting Kubi's hand and causing the bottle he was holding to drop. Chapter 97. 3 annihilations before the people present could react. The fallen bottle was snatched away by the suddenly appearing Kwa Ing. Who? The 4 members of the Phantom Troop quickly looked to the side. This thing, or rather all the Scarlet Eyes, do not belong to you. This person was naturally Lan Yu. Now this thing should be returned to its rightful owner. After saying this, Lan Yu threw the bottle behind him. Kurapika, who was behind Lan Yu, reached out and caught the bottle,